Well, hero chat. Oh, glory to our communist overlords. Let me just say, I want to earn some good boy points. I love China. Oh, it's fantastic. There's nothing that China does that bothers me. Is my social credit score going up? Is that working? I hope so. I wouldn't be I wouldn't I wouldn't want to offend the people in charge of all my entertainment. That would be terrible. He does look like Winnie the Pooh, doesn't he? That side by side comparison. Is there a striking resemblance? I think there is. Oh, what's that, Dr. Peterson? You wanted to say something? Oh, something not related to China, but you just wanted to join the stream for the fun of it? Okay. Uh, Unexpected guest, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jordan Peterson, fresh out of rehab. Got over that pill issue, put down that cocaine's come to join us and spread the good news. What's up, Mr. Pete? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Listen to me. Dr. Peterson, what's going on?
Milky, milky, warm and tasty. Mommy, milky, please be hasty. Refreshing drink from Mommy's udders. I want Mommy's and no others. Give it, give it, give it now.
Truly words to live by. I think we can all agree to that. I mean, that's just basic sound life advice. How could you deny that? Oh wow, there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of political stuff. I don't know, am I okay to talk about it? Are we allowed to? If I talk about Hong Kong or Tibet or any of those sore points or even mention Winnie the Pooh, I might be banned in China like everybody else is. Oh, I've watched this develop over the last 2 days. All this ridiculous, crazy shit. And I had to do a stream on it. It was either that or a video, and I figured, I like my super berries. I'll do a stream. Blizzard, what the fuck are you doing? Now, I know, there's a lot of political history to what's going on here. I'm not really going to talk about that. I'm not here to talk about Hong Kong and the freedom movement taking place in it. I'm not going to talk about the just all that big brow, high intellect stuff. I'll leave that to the pundits. Okay, I'm just a dumb fucking American. I don't understand any of that until you fuck with my Vidya, and then I've got some hot takes. I've got some hot opinions. Shoot some chicks in the eye, China. I don't care. But if you fuck with my video games, suddenly I'm paying attention. Let me pull up. Where is it? I've got a whole nice little selection set out here of Zinni the Pooh. Let's see, what do we got here? Oh, there's May. She's our little freedom fighter. Look at her. Fuck the system. She's not taking shit from anybody. Our girl's not taking a goddamn ounce of crap. And let's look at our glorious leader. Clearly a bastion of moral, upright behavior. Unless he's in leather outfits marching in pride parades. Now, I'm not saying that's really him. This could be an elaborate deep fake. Or he could like to take dick really deep. Your choice, deep fake or deep dicked. I don't know which one to go with on this, but he looks awfully sexy in that leather. Out and about, nice and proud, march out of that closet. It's 2019. China can handle it. That is a fantastic picture. I'm liking the nips. The nips are a nice touch for the glorious leader of the glorious Republic of China. Got those nips sitting out there. Nice tight leather pants. Sexy. Now, if I were to post that on the Chinese internet, I'd probably be black-bagged and beaten to death. They'd be thrown in a ditch next to the motherfucker talking about Winnie the Pooh. Not allowable. Oh, do I have some more? I think I've got more of this stuff. Let me take some of this down. We've got so many pictures. There's Zinni the Pooh. Oh, poor May got shot in the eye by the fucking police. Can't let her have her freedom. Got to blow that eye off with a nice beanbag round. Teach that bitch a lesson. Well, for those unaware, recently some things happened in the video game world that sort of, I guess, I don't even know how to put it. I mean, it's been a weird week because a lot of things have all happened simultaneously to really help highlight something that's going on in regards to American businesses working with or in China. Everything from the NBA to ESPN to South Park to Blizzard, Activision, and it's all happened in a very short span of time. So Let's take a look and see what's going on. This is some shenanigans happening. Get that out of the way here. So it all started. All the hubbub started with a banning. A Hearthstone player banned for supporting Hong Kong protests during a live stream. He must have said some outrageous things. Clearly, this man is a loose cannon. What horrible speech did he say live on the air during this interview? You know, aside from the 2 sentences, liberate Hong Kong, revolution for our age. Let's see if we can pull that clip up.
然后你随时可以开始，头先低下来。
光复香港，时代革命。
Now, as you can imagine, that probably pissed the Chinese off. But luckily, he's playing Hearthstone. And Blizzard Activision, that's an American company, so they're not going to care. They're not going to care if somebody goes out there and says something political, if they're talking about some world event or a political thing that's taking place. He's not using any racist or sexist language. I know Blizzard's really into that. If you play Overwatch and you sneeze at somebody wrong, you're going to get banned. If you say something naughty on social media, you're going to get banned. But our fine Hearthstone champion here didn't really say any of that, didn't really do any of that. It's just a little bit of an opinion of his. Maybe a little bit of a shit post in real life, having a little fun on the stream. Clearly, Blizzard's not going to have an issue with that. There's going to be no gripe with that. Oh, wait, no, they're going to completely fuck him in his ass. Upon further review, we found the action has violated the 2019 Hearthstone Grandmasters official competition rules, Section 6.10, and is individual behavior which does not represent Blizzard or Hearthstone esports. What a very bizarre clause to have in your esports contract. Don't mention Hong Kong. Maybe that's a little too specific. What's it say exactly? Engaging in any act that in Blizzard's sole discretion brings you into public disrepute, offends a portion or a group of the public, or otherwise damages Blizzard's image, will result in a removal from Grandmasters and reduction of the player's prize total to $0, in addition to other remedies, which may be provided for under the handbook and Blizzard's website terms. Grandmasters is the highest tier of Hearthstone esports. Oh boy, big leagues! And we take tournament rule violations very seriously. After an investigation, we are taking the necessary actions to prevent similar incidents from happening in the future. How dare you? How dare you, sir? Talk about democracy and freedom. We're fucking Blizzard. Get on your knees and suck some cock. Oh, that's not communist friendly enough. You see little Zinny the Pooh over there? He's crying. You hurt his fucking feelings. Grab a jar of honey. You go give him a nice knobber. Give him some of that delicious honey, and you say, I'm sorry for saying democracy is good. Effective immediately. This player is removed from the Grandmasters and will receive no fucking prize money. Additionally, they're ineligible to participate in Hearthstone esports for 12 fucking months, beginning from October 5th and extending to October 5th of next year. We will also immediately cease working with both casters. Blizzard got so ass mad about this. They're such giant pussies that they didn't just go after the guy that said it. They went after the 2 dudes interviewing him. The 2 casters that were talking to him during a conversation, they got in trouble too. So it's not just our esports champ who lost all the fucking money he earned, lost his ability to compete, lost his championship, and was banned for a year. But the 2 people that happened to be sitting in that same conversation with him have been banned and barred from doing business with Blizzard from this point forward. We'd like to re-emphasize tournament and player conduct within the Hearthstone esports community from both players and talent, while we stand by one's right to express individual thoughts and opinions. Players and other participants that elect to participate in our esports competition must abide by the official competition rules. That is perhaps some of the saddest, most pathetic shit I've ever seen. And when you look at it in the broad context of things, of other things that have been going on this week, you'll see how fucking pathetic it is. It's ridiculous. They go after the player because he said, what did he say again? Let's quote it verbatim. Let's see the big bad words that brought Blizzard into disrepute. Liberate Hong Kong, revolution for our age. Or I'm sorry, revolution of our age. Terrible. Fucking terrible. How could he say that? And everybody in the room that heard him say it, you're gone too. Get the fuck out of here. No more business with you. You've been put on the bad boy list. That's where you belong. Now you might be wondering, what would the motivator be for Blizzard Activision to behave like this? Why would they have such an immediate reaction? I mean, we've already heard that a large Chinese company, Tencent, owns a portion of stock in Blizzard Activision. Well, that's 5%. Exactly. 5%. 95% of the fucking stock is owned by outside interests. So there must be a little bit more to it. Well, if you look at their quarterly earning reports, it mentions, of course, that Tencent owns 5% of a stake in Blizzard. But the more interesting bit, the company earns 12% of its revenue from the Asia-Pacific region last quarter. So Blizzard, just to be really clear on this, Blizzard got so fucking freaked out by somebody saying free Hong Kong. They were worried that 12% of their revenue was going to disappear. And they fucking shit-canned him and went after the casters. That is some basic bitch shit on the part of this fucking company. Shameful. Shameful that an American company would behave like that. That they would bend the knee to another nation. Because let's be honest here. China can't take a joke. They get really fucked up when you make fun of them or when you say political statements they don't like. They purge their internet on a regular basis. When you've read stories in the news over the last few years talking about the social credit system, I mean, they want to tie everything into government approval. If you shitpost too hard on Weibo or whatever the fucking social media apps over there are, you're going to get knocked down. It's like a credit score. How we treat finances over here is how they treat public face and social credibility over there. You can't step out of line. Now, if China wants to run itself that way, fine. But Blizzard Activision is not a Chinese company. Blizzard Activision is not based in fucking Shanghai. Blizzard Activision is over here. And they didn't just, double down on it or triple down on it. They've gone balls deep. They've gone all out on this shit. So they banned the guy. They banned the guy and they stopped doing business with the two casters that were in the room. Ridiculous enough on its own. I mean, where does that end? What do you think's going to happen when BlizzCon rolls around? What is that? That's the end of this month, right? The end of October, the first couple of days of November? What do you think's going to happen if anybody dares to get up and ask a question about any of this? What do you think's going to happen if anybody wears a political statement on a t-shirt going into BlizzCon? They're going to get ousted. I mean, they may as well just update their fucking terms. Let's do this. Anyone wearing a Winnie the Pooh outfit will be prohibited from attending this year's BlizzCon. Those caught wearing will be asked to change outfits or leave the event. It was embarrassing enough when somebody asked them if it was an early April Fool's Day joke when it came to Diablo Mobile. But if you think they're going to let anybody get onto a mic and say anything about Hong Kong, about Tibet, about their behavior, about banning people in Hearthstone, about disassociating with two interviewers who let somebody make a free fucking statement, it's not going to happen. Now, I don't know what the reaction's going to be. I know there's been a lot of people talking about a boycott. There's been a lot of people talking about deleting their accounts, doing something, because they can't stomach how Blizzard behaved in this instance. I don't know if that means they're going to go to BlizzCon dressed as fucking Winnie the Pooh, waving a Tibetan flag with an eye patch over their fucking eye. More power to you. Make sure to live stream it. They're going to throw you out. You may as well get a little bit of press out of it. Make them really fucking uncomfortable when they haul your ass to the door. Update those cards. Gotta update those cards. Make sure they're relevant. The next expansion pack. I don't play Hearthstone, so I don't know how the fucking game's played. But people have been enjoying themselves making these stupid fucking gimmick cards to represent the retarded shit that's going on in this game. I mean, if we reach the point, and I can't believe I'm going to fucking say this. I can't believe I'm going to use the term competitive esports. But if we reach the point, what are they expecting? It's a fucking video game. Hey, you know what? If you're good at a video game and you go in and you win a video game tournament or you're the top of the list after a season, congrats. You played the fucking game and you played it well. But not anymore. And we've gone so far past the ridiculous censorship and PC crap that we're used to. Before it was the super, ultra, almost liberal perspective of you can't say anything that's going to hurt somebody's feelings. Fine. We've all adjusted to it. You can't spam naughty things in voice chat anymore. You can't have fun typing shit. You can't troll anymore. You're prohibited from doing any of that shit. But now it's reached the point where if you open your mouth to talk about anything, you need to check with the fucking corporation first to make sure they give you the okay. Basically, by Blizzard doing what it's done, it's not taking a neutral stance. It's telling you that it doesn't want a free Hong Kong. It's made its political statement. By you opening your mouth and saying that, and getting banned and fucked and having your money stolen, Blizzard is telling you they don't want a free Hong Kong. So, the next time you have an interesting idea about a political, topic that you want to raise during an interview, you better give Blizzard a fucking call. You better give them a call on the phone and you better ask them ahead of time. Hey, is it okay if I say this? What's the corporate stance on this? What am I allowed to talk about? What am I allowed to say? What does Blizzard Activision itself think about this particular topic? Can I like President Trump or do I need to hate him? What's your take on that? Can I talk about Hong Kong or Tibet or am I not allowed to do that? Can we talk about any of those mass shootings? That's probably not allowed, regardless of my take on it. Fucking ridiculous. But that's the part we find ourselves. That's where we are now. Now, to be fair, not every Blizzard employee apparently has taken this well. They've started their own little form of protest. All these companies love to talk about how they're all for free speech and expression. They want you to be you. Isn't that interesting? We've reached a point in society where you can put on a dress and call yourself a gender fluid, twin-spaced, headed dragon otherkin, and every corporation on the block will fucking applaud it. You're just expressing yourself. We don't want to repress that. We want you to express yourself. But if you say free Hong Kong, we're going to launch your ass over the wall with a catapult. Now put your dress back on, take your estrogen pills. That's the kind of freedom we want for you, but no political takes. Don't you dare talk about a democracy movement or what's going on with the people over there or the conflicts with the police that they're having or the violence that's being enacted upon them. Don't bring up 5 pillars. Don't bring up any of that. You're not allowed to. Nonetheless, some Blizzard employees, not liking the direction this has gone in, have decided, you know what, fuck it. We're going to walk out. We're just going to, fuck it. YOLO. You only live once. What are you going to do? And so this was reported today. Apparently yesterday, Blizzard employees walked out of work over the company's decision to ban pro-Hong Kong professional Hearthstone players. They held an all-day protest at the orc statue in the center of the company's Irvine campus. I want you to imagine that. I want you to imagine all those Blizzard employees walking out of the job because they're so fucking disgusted with their boss's bullshit and gathering at the orc statue to stage their own revolution. Give you a little idea of what that probably looked like. This is the closest representation of it I could find. Now, I don't know what's going to happen to those employees. They're probably going to get shit canned. They're probably going to get fired, or they're going to get demoted, or they're going to have pay cuts, or they're going to get shit assignments. The company will send a message to them. They'll find a way to send a message to them. You're not allowed to step out of line. We don't let anybody step out of line. Fuck you. But it's not just employees that are having an issue with this. Like I talked about, there are gamers, rise up gamers. There are gamers out there that want to do a boycott, that want to go beyond a boycott. They want to delete their fucking account. They want to walk away. Now, it's not a large majority. I'm not going to overrepresent it. I'm not going to say, oh my God, billions of people are leaving. Of course not. But there are some angry people. And some of those angry people don't want anything to do with this company anymore. Well, tough shit for you. We're not going to allow that. You're not allowed to leave. I hate to explain this to you, but you can't go. I've been watching this develop over the last 48 hours. So now Blizzard has disabled all 4 authentication methods to actively stop people from deleting their accounts. This is beyond disgusting. Spread awareness of this. Now, I can't personally vouch for this, but I have seen multiple people talking about it over the last few days, saying at first that Blizzard was asking for weird criteria to delete your account. Other people saying that when they tried to do it, they got an error message. And now people saying, hey, you're completely fucked. We're not going to let you delete your goddamn account. No. You're going to sit there and you're going to fucking like it. You're going to like it. I want you to look Zinni the Pooh in the eyes and say thank you. Thank you for not letting me delete my fucking account, communist Chinese overlords. I don't know what I was thinking. But at the very least, at the very fucking least, their new launcher matches the aesthetic. I mean, I think. Bravo, let's give a round of applause. Well done, Blizzard. That launcher, perfect. When I think BattleNet, that's what I think now. And I know. When I posted this picture, people were like, oh my God, Epic. Chip, come on. Epic Games. What are you doing? They're more owned by the Chinese than Blizzard is. What the fuck? Disgusting. You should make them a communist flag too. Well, funny enough, Tencent owns, again, 5% of Activision Blizzard. Remember that. Epic, on the other hand, there's a 40% stake in the company by Tencent. So there's 8 times more of a reason for Epic to get on its knees and suck some Chinese dick. And yet, what is Epic saying in the press right now? No. Unlike Blizzard, Epic Games says it won't ban players for political speech. Get fucked. The subtitle, Woke Fortnite. Of all the shameful shit, Blizzard, Epic, the guys that Tencent has 8 times more of a stake in are saying they won't do what you did. You fucking little bitches. You can even read, Sweeney was talking about this. So if Tfue said, free Hong Kong in a post-game interview, you wouldn't do anything. Tim Sweeney replies, exactly. They would not intervene. If one of their players or if somebody in one of their games says something after a tournament or in an interview, when they have a political take, he's saying, we're not going to do anything. We're not going to sanction them. They're allowed to do it. Goes on further to elaborate. I thought your company had a majority investor from the Chinese. Surely it would just end up in a similar situation. Investor pulls out, big chunk of cash flow. It's not the right decision to make, but I'm sure it puts any company on the edge. Tim's response. Epic is a U.S. company, and I'm the controlling shareholder. Tencent is an approximately 40% shareholder, and there are many other shareholders, including employees and investors. 40% is a big cut, though. They've already apparently pulling out of the NBA league. Can you honestly say if a similar event happened to you, you wouldn't sever ties with the said influential figure, i.e. the NBA coach or the Hearthstone champion? This is Tim Sweeney again. This is today. Absolutely. That will never happen on my watch as the founder, CEO, and controlling shareholder of the company. Epic Games. They could be talking out of their ass. It could be complete bullshit on the part of Tim, on the part of Epic. And yet even making this kind of statement in a tweet on a public social media account is enough to offend the Chinese that there would be repercussions for what he's just said here. And I'll explain that a little bit when we get to some of the other stuff that's going on. But fucking Tim and fucking Epic are basically making Blizzard look like a bitch. That's why, at least right now, with all the shit Epic Games does, with all their bullshit exclusivity and the crap they've been doing with the money hatting, at least they don't have a fucking commie flag for their icon, for their launcher icon. Of all the shit. Oh, and before you wonder, hey, what's EA up to? Well, aside from making terrible games and charging you microtransactions out of your ass, apparently Apparently, certain things aren't allowed over at EA either. If you want to create an EA account with the name Free Tibet, get fucked. It's prohibited. You're not going to be allowed to make an account with that name. And they took it a little step further. Blizzard will ban you for political speech. EA won't even let you on the fucking service with political speech. Now, when I started talking about this, I said the Chinese can't take a joke. They're giant pussies. They don't like it. They don't like banter. I don't think they're used to banter in this regards. And you can see that based on some of the reactions that are circulating around. Here's one screen cap that's been passed around quite a bit. This is them speaking about people's reaction to the banning in Hearthstone and people's reaction to talking about Hong Kong or Tibet or anything. The translation's on the right-hand side. This is from one of their social media services. If they support Hong Kong, then it's only fair for me to support 9/11. Oh, sick burn, baby. Sick burn. Supporting freedom of speech, huh? Then I support the independence of California. I don't know if that's a threat. I support that too. I think I agree with the Chinese. Let's get rid of California. Let it be its own independent country. You can see how well it's handling its power situation right now with a 5-day long, or an upcoming 5-day long, rolling brownout. With 800,000 people affected, fuck it, let California have its independence. And then finally, 9/11 should be a wonderful day for the U.S. since they're all about freedom of speech. Oh, you got us. You got us. The interesting thing, and I don't know if these Chinese posters would be aware of this in regards to this, but you can go on social media talk about 9/11. You're not going to get shit kicked off of it. Now, if you use some certain language to talk about the people flying the planes, maybe, but not for political speech, you're going to get taken down. That's probably going to be somebody offended that you use some racial things when discussing it. But even better, it's not even there are multiple examples of this. I think this is my favorite one from a multiplayer match.
Taiwan number one.
The HK Alex Yo. The whole thing that started the whole investigation and
Taiwan number one.
And he told me about something about like funny. One of the big players streaming, and there would be one person
Taiwan number one.
cheating and leaving the rest of the legit too. And I think that guy just killed both of them.
Same guy.
And,
Taiwan number one. Yeah, that's me. Yep. Taiwan number one. Fuck you. China number 4.
I'm looking at angry.
Japan number 2. Taiwan number 1.
Oh my God, Chinese number 1, USA number 2, Russia number 2, USA number 8, okay? Taiwan number 3, fuck you, baby.
Taiwan number 1. This makes me want to go. Well, I couldn't do it on a Blizzard Activision game, obviously, but thank God for Steam and Epic. I want to go into multiplayer games and just start using that. Taiwan number 1, Hong Kong number 2, China number nothing. It gets so fucking ass mad. It's great. Now, a lot of this has to do with Tencent. And we'll talk about this, but it even goes beyond that. But just Tencent, to give people an idea of how big this company is and how much influence it has over an entire industry, multiple industries, actually. You can read from their Wikipedia article. Listen to how insane this is. In March of 2018, Tencent acquired a 5% stake in Ubisoft from Vivendi. In May of 2018, it acquired a majority stake in the New Zealand-based Grinding Gear Games, the developers of the Path of Exile. As of March 2018, Tencent is the largest video game company in the world. It wholly or partially owns game companies, Grinding Gear Games, 80% of it, Miniclip, an undisclosed majority stake. They own 100% of Riot Games. Giyu Mobile, they own 14%. Epic Games, 40%. Activision Blizzard, 5%. Ubisoft, 5%. Paradox Interactive, 5%. And Supercell, 84 fucking percent. If you want to get into the market in Asia, if you want to get into China and have access to all that potential earnings, well, one, you're going to need a contact point, and it seems like Tencent is a company that does that. They start investing in foreign companies, be they in America or Europe, start doing business with them, open some doors, and oh my God, you're making all this money. But then you get a phone call. Hey, let's not say that. Hey, let's remove this from your product. Hey, one of your champions said something we don't like. Do you like all that fucking Chinese money? Well, you'd better do what we tell you. It's an insidious corporation that's little tentacles are finding their way into other companies. The largest video game company in the fucking world. And if you think that, oh, well, the big ones will never be touched. I mean, those are all third party. Those are all third party companies. They're never going to touch Nintendo. Our boy Nintendo, it's a Japanese company. And you know the whole Nanking thing. I don't think that's going to work. Nintendo's safe, right? Nope. Nintendo and Tencent reveal Switch release plans for China. Tencent comes with risks, but could be the ideal partner for Nintendo. And that happened just 2 months ago. So now here's Nintendo entering the Chinese market. And who are they doing it with? Oh, yes. The biggest video game company in the world. The biggest video game company in the world that apparently got a company it only had 5% of an investment in to get on its knees and suck some cock. Now, I know Nintendo's been heralded lately, and it's crazy to me, but it's the truth. In regards to Sony censoring its games for sexual content and other things, Nintendo has been releasing basically uncensored versions. Not all the time. Sometimes the companies that translate some of the dialogue might fuck around with stuff, but you get some nice anime titties. But now here's Nintendo partnering up with Tencent, and who fucking knows what's going to happen? You know, when you're developing a game and you're coming out with a concept and play mechanics and character designs and a plot and a storyline, and you've got this giant Chinese market and the biggest video game company in the world that's going to open the door for you, are you going to start checking in with them? Are you going to start checking in to make sure that this character can look like this, that this plot point's allowable, that they can talk about politics in this way? And it's terrifying to me that it's not just third-party companies now that are doing business with a corporation like Tencent. It's companies that shouldn't have any need to. I don't know what the fuck's going to happen in regards to Nintendo, but it's something to watch. If you start seeing weird censorship, if stuff seems like it's happening and you can't quite place why it's taking place, it's that little fucking penguin doing it to you. Good God. What are you doing? Oh, you know, let me put this back up. There we go. Let's get Zinni the Pooh on screen. The architect of this dysfunctional relationship between independent, free-loving countries and a country that can't take a fucking joke. You know, South Park wasn't fibbing. Our little Zinni the Pooh there, you can't talk about that on Chinese social media. You can't talk about that on Chinese internet. Think of all the times your elected leaders have been made fun of, whether you're here in the U.S. or abroad. Think of the amount of times Donald Trump has been the ass end of a joke, or Hillary Clinton has been the ass end of a joke. Think about how much people mock Justin Trudeau, or Angela Merkel, or Macron from France. Any of these leaders, all the shit they get, all the memes and all the jokes, just day in and day out. And yet something is innocuous as calling the leader of China a Winnie the Pooh lookalike is so offensive that they have purged it from their internet. And you'll get in big trouble if you try to post those images or talk about how Pooh-like he is. And those people, that nation of hypersensitive little fucktards, they're the ones that are now heavily invested in American entertainment, European entertainment, and they're the ones that are going to be calling the shots. And who knows how far that's going to go. I mean, if they can push them a little bit, they can push them a lot. If they can get Blizzard Activision to bend the knee like that and suppress somebody saying something as basic and not offensive as Free Hong Kong, if they can discuss that, if they can suppress the discussion of that, who fucking knows what's going to come up next? You know, I remember a story, was it the remake of Red Dawn? Where it initially was going to have Chinese troops, China, as the antagonist in the remake. But Hollywood was so afraid that that would push them out of the market that they remade it to make them North Korean. Am I thinking of this right? I think they did this in a video game too. So you have to rewrite your fucking plot. You have to rewrite your script. You're not allowed to have us as an antagonist. We're not going to allow it. You need to change some things around. And these companies are so willing to do that. And again, this plays into what's been going on with South Park, what's been going on with the NBA, and just other things. I'll give you a quick rundown of how ridiculous this shit is. Oh, let me pull this down here. South Park mocked China and got censored. So they mocked China some more. Now here's how you do it. South Park made a episode where they brought up the Winnie the Pooh thing. They talked about Chinese censorship and American companies bending the knee. And I'll show you the reaction in a second. Let me show you South Park's apology. This was their apology. This is the official apology from the official account. Like the NBA, we welcome the Chinese censors into our homes and into our hearts. We too love money, more than freedom and democracy. Z doesn't look like Winnie the Pooh at all. Tune in to our 300th episode this Wednesday at 10. Long live the great Communist Party of China. May this autumn's sorghum harvest be bountiful. We good now, China? They didn't find that as funny as you might have found that. In fact, South Park has been removed entirely, as in all mentions of it on social media are gone. All video clips of it are gone. All sites that allow access to episodes are gone. The creators' social media accounts are gone. The official accounts on social media are gone. South Park doesn't exist anymore. By making a joke episode and shitting on the Chinese and their ridiculous behavior, it has been purged entirely from their internet. And it's not the first time this shit has happened. John Oliver, of all people, mocked Chinese censorship, and he as well is censored in China. If you want to, and it doesn't even have to be something where you're making fun of them directly. If they don't like your foreign policy or the way you handle your own military affairs, well, you're fucked. The surprising reason why China is blocking all South Korean music and television. China's hysteria over the U.S.-Korea missile defense deal is getting weird. I want you to imagine one day you wake up and an entire genre of something you like from an entire country has disappeared. All traces of it have been wiped out because Chinese authorities don't like a military deal you had with another nation. So because they've installed a missile defense system that the U.S. gave them to protect themselves from the fucking North Koreans, all K-pop, no more K-pop for you. You're fucked. All your K-pop shows, all your K-pop music, that's gone. So it goes far beyond just corporate censorship. It goes far beyond just investing in an area, in a nation, and then dictating terms to them. If they don't like your foreign policy, your military stances, they'll try to economically hurt you in this way. And we saw this with the NBA. This again happened just this week. Daryl Morey tweeted, "Fight for freedom, stand with Hong Kong." Again, pretty innocuous. I get the Chinese don't like it. They see it as their city, their territory. They don't like these rioters. They don't like these protesters. But this is an American saying something on American social media. That's his fucking opinion. Fight for freedom, stand with Hong Kong. But oh no, that's not allowed. Nearly all of the NBA's Chinese partners have cut ties with the league. 11 of NBA's Chinese local partners have suspended or ended their relationship with the league. Earlier this week, Tencent, again, they're not just video games, they're involved in fucking everything. Earlier this week, Tencent, Luckin Coffee, and Vivo suspended their relationships with the NBA. The relationship between the NBA and the China began eroding with the Houston Rockets general manager Darryl tweeted in support of the anti-government protests in Hong Kong. Even fucking ESPN, ESPN is scared. This is a leaked internal memo forbidding discussion of Chinese politics when discussing Chinese politics. How do you even do that? We want you to talk about it, but we don't want you to talk about it. We don't want to offend the Chinese and fuck ourselves financially somehow. So we need to suppress the story. Or if we do talk about it, we need to talk about it in a way that's permissible. So when you're talking about something related to Chinese politics and the NBA and their business relationships, don't talk about Chinese politics. It's fucking lunacy. It's all these corporations. Some of these companies are huge. Some of these organizations are huge. Billions of dollars. And they're fucking terrified to offend China because they're such sensitive little bitches about things. And that fear of losing money in a business relationship is getting these companies and these organizations to suppress free speech. Blizzard is telling you, we're not going to allow free speech. The NBA is telling people, we're not going to allow free speech. ESPN is telling people, we're not going to allow free speech. We don't give a shit if you're in a country that legally codified the idea of free speech. We want those Chinese dollary dues. Fuck you. And if you have a problem with that, we'll throw your ass in a gulag, I guess. I don't fucking know. What the fuck is going on? How did all these companies, especially a lot of these American companies, become so goddamn weak-willed when it came to sticking up for, I guess you can't say sticking up for the customer. Companies these days seems to have contempt for their customers. But this is a level beyond that. It's ridiculous to assume, when you think about it, you're playing a video game. And after you're done playing the goddamn video game that you're very good at, because you made a political statement, they're going to oust you. It's retarded. If you are in the NBA, if you work in the NBA and you make a political statement, everybody's fucked. So they're going to suppress you. When you're a news organization, I guess you're covering sports news. If you're ESPN, you can't even cover the fucking story without getting shit on. It's ludicrous. I don't know, Chad. Am I old? Am I not woke enough to the new Chinese way of things? You know, for a few years now, I've been uneasy about the idea of Tencent. But I guess I really never sat down and thought about how far beyond that it extends. It's not just video games. It's not that they're buying up vast amounts of these companies. They're investing heavily in these companies. And with that investment and the markets that investment opens up, having more of an influence on these companies, it's all forms of entertainment. It's all forms of media. Video games, movies, television, music, sports. If you step out of line, fuck your free speech. It's just very weird. It's surreal to me to see Americans bend a knee like this. And then to act like they've not done something disgusting by doing that. You know, it makes me wonder, if it had been a Blizzard employee that had said that, what would have happened? Would they fire them? If a Blizzard employee went onto Twitter right now and said, "Free Hong Kong," would Blizzard fire them? If an Activision employee went on to Twitter right now and said, "Free Hong Kong," would they be fired? What would the justification for it be? Because apparently they're not opposed to banning you and taking your money and taking your championship and taking your lucrative deal, casting their bullshit. If you're in the room with somebody that makes those statements, they're willing to fuck you over. They're not opposed to making it impossible for you as a consumer to delete your account in protest. So what about those employees? It makes me wonder what's going to happen to the people that walked out of the companies, and it makes me wonder what's going to happen to any employee that has the balls to go out publicly on social media and bring this up. And yet Blizzard Activision is trying to act like it'll just blow over. And I know that's what they're hoping for. Oh, just give it a day. Just give it a few days, and they'll forget about it. We're so totalitarian with everything else we do. What are they going to do? We've trained them to get used to Chinese censorship. And in fact, I would posit this, chat. Let me ask you this. Here's my hot take on this. Let's put our tinfoil on. Let's cue this shit up. Over the last few years, I'd say maybe the last 3 years, we've noticed an increase in censorship on the part of video game companies. Now, we attributed that to SJWs. We attributed that to liberal progressives pushing PC culture. But what if that wasn't the case? What if these companies are so cucked to the Chinese that they're just kind of paving the way? What if when a Blizzard or an Activision starts getting really authoritarian and saying things like, if you speak out of line and you're not even in our multiplayer, if you're an Overwatch player and you upload a clip of you fucking with another Overwatch player, and that other Overwatch player, they didn't even report you, but if we see it, we're going to ban you. If you say something offensive, we're going to ban you. I mean, we've been thinking it's coming from one direction, but what if it's a business decision? What if these companies have become so censorship happy and so repressive in how you express yourself in a video game simply because they want Chinese dollars? Maybe there's a communist sitting in the Activision Blizzard office telling them, no, you can't say that in Overwatch. We're not going to allow it. No. That's offensive to us. Make them remove it. I want you to ban that shit poster. How dare they do that? Oh, you want those Shanghai dollars? You'd better do what we tell you to do. I have to say it. I think the Russians were right. We fucked up, folks. The Russians were right. We should have listened. In 1969, when Nixon got a fucking phone call from Russia, they quite literally said, hey, what's up, USA? It's us, the Russians. Oh, I'm sorry, the Soviet Union. Hey, I had a fun idea. Maybe we should just nuke China right now. What do you say? Let's just nuke them, Nixon. China's getting kind of uppity. And I got a bad feeling about where this is going to go. Let's nuke the shit out of them. Let's fucking wipe them off the face of the earth. And of course, we were a little worried about the whole, World War III thing that we said no. I think maybe we should have listened to the Russians. I think they might have been right in that regard. But of course not. We had to be the good guys about it. Oh no. Nuclear holocaust is a step too far, Vlad. I'm sorry. We can't co-sign that. How do you think the executives at Blizzard Activision, reacted after they banned him? I'm sure it was quite a jovial situation. I'm sure they banned him, suppressed his speech, and then probably all drank some champagne together.
Without further interruption, let's celebrate and suck some dick.
That's actual footage from the headquarters of Blizzard Activision. Oh my God. I don't even know what to say. I really don't know what the remedy to this situation is. What do you do? You've got these foreign investors that have such an undue influence over American companies. And you would think they'd be ashamed to behave like this, but they don't give a shit. They just want to make money. And until it's until there's some kind of a financial impediment making them reconsider their actions, they're not going to give a flying fuck. I think it's a bit ridiculous, especially, let me pull this up again, especially if this is true. Where is it here? Oh yeah, I can't delete. The idea that this is almost perfect. It's like poetry. It's every line rhymes with the next. China is offended about people protesting in Hong Kong. And it will not let them protest. And Blizzard, if this is right, is doing the same thing China's doing. They won't let you protest by deleting your account. Blizzard isn't just sucking Chinese dick. They're LARPing as China. Amazing. Fuck it. Oh, we love China so much we're going to behave like them. You're not allowed to do that. Oh no, there's no protesting here. Fuck you. Blizzard Activision's not going to allow it. Oh, I need a minute. I need a minute to calm myself down. I'll let Chris Redfield here talk for a second while I grab myself a sip of some spirits.
This is Chris Redfield. I'm currently pinned down. I don't know how many of them there are. They just keep coming. My entire team's down. I'm doing all I can to survive. I don't think I'm gonna make it. So I need to make sure I leave this message. Please. Tell Leon Kennedy. I need him to fuck my sister. I won't be able to be there to make sure it happens, but... Damn it, you make sure that he does. Claire! Sorry, sis. This is all I can do now.
I've got all these fucking clips. I never get a chance to use half of them, and they're all just kind of sitting there. I never get a chance to use them. It really depresses me. Like, oh, I've got this one. I love this. It's out of context, of course, but it's so great. I'll never get a chance to use it on anything else.
I masturbated in front of thousands of children. Thousands of children.
Oh, God. Oh, of course. How could I forget about World War Waifu? Do you all remember the battle for the body pillow?
Das da ist die Schwimmerkasse. Das da ist die Schiffwaifu. Und das da ist die deutsche Lolli. Ich habe ihren Namen vergessen, aber...
Tarih yazıyor Allah'ı nasıl anları. Dünyada tarih yazıyor Allah'ı nasıl anları. Severek kabullenip.
Hier, seht ihr mein schöner Harem.
Uçakların üstündedir.
Hier haben wir noch mehr Animo-Figuren.
Uçaklara bak bize yeter.
Just sitting around, sitting in a folder, just waiting to be used. I just never get to use them. Oh, I remember that day. I remember that day on the battlefield. All the dead waifus. All those beautiful body pillows thrown to the ground and desecrated. As the Nazis and ISIS fought over them. Tragic, really. Absolutely tragic. Ah, World War Waifu. I like it. It's got a good ring to it. All right, well, we've gone for about an hour here. Let's take a small break, a small 5-minute break. I'll put on some nice, relaxing jazz music. Everybody loves jazz. Who couldn't like jazz? Grab yourself a drink. Go take a piss. Do what you got to do. And we will come back. Let me find just generic jazz music. Hopefully this doesn't sound like shit. Let's go with, I guess, this one. And I will be back in 5. Okay. Oh boy, there we go. Oh, you like that smooth jazz? Remind you of being trapped in an elevator? Oh boy, fun times. Fun times indeed. So how's your day going, chat? How are things going for you? I will get to I see the super chats. I will get to them in a little bit here. We'll get to them. I don't know. I wish YouTube did polls. I mean, StreamMe did them. I don't know if DLive will ever implement them, but just nice functional polls would be great. So I can ask a question and get a solidly decent answer. But I guess what's your opinion on this? To me, I think it's shameful that an American company would behave this way. I think it's ludicrous that you'd punish people playing a video game, esports champions, for expressing something as innocuous as free Hong Kong. Yes, obviously the Chinese government isn't going to like a statement like that. I get it. We all fucking get it. But I don't think other countries would respond in such a way. You know, if there were Americans saying free California, I think people would probably tell them, yes, do that. Get rid of them. We don't want them here. Now, I don't know if a boycott will have any success. I don't know if people mass deleting their accounts will have any success. But what I think would be the novel approach to something like this is to make these corporations and companies uncomfortable. All these different gaming companies like to have their own little events, whether it's a BlizzCon, whether they show up to a gaming expo or an E3 or something like that. They all have their different tournaments. I would love to see them be forced to address it. I would love to see them be put into uncomfortable situations where a man dressed as Winnie the Pooh asked them their thoughts on Hong Kong, and to watch them just squirm while they're standing on stage. What do you hate democracy? Do you hate protesters? Answer me, Mr. Activision. Yes, I do own a phone. In fact, I'm reading tweets right now calling you a piece of shit. Do you want to answer the question I've asked you? Can you not see this Pooh Bear is very serious about shit? I'm kind of looking forward to BlizzCon. I'm kind of looking forward to somebody doing something that's going to make these people fucking uncomfortable. That's going to make them look ridiculous. I mean, this is a joke, obviously. But I bet you if you show up to BlizzCon, if you show up to an event like that dressed as Winnie the Pooh and start talking about Hong Kong and Tibet, they'll throw you out. I can almost guarantee you, you will be escorted off of the premises. You will be shown the door. God. It's just everybody's getting fucked lately, aren't they? If you're a content creator on the internet, if you're just a shit poster on social media, you've got all these different corporations breathing down your neck about what you can say, what you can talk about, what you can do. And so it silences all these independent people. And now you've got the big corporations that should be impervious to something like that because they've got billions of fucking dollars. And they're bending the knee because they're so desperate to get into a foreign market with so many people in it that they're willing to suppress your free speech and your ability to compete in their fucking video games. I mean, is that in terms of service? Are they going to start kicking you out of games now for that? I mean, fuck esports. If you say free Hong Kong and Overwatch, are you getting banned? You start talking about Tibet and WoW, are you gone? Is the GM going to come in and just throw you out? Like, what the fuck's going to happen? They feel isolated, or not isolated, insulated, impervious to your fucking with them. I'm curious, what's going to happen to those employees? What's going to happen to the guy that works for that company that says something publicly? I mean, if it's anything like the NBA, they'll be forced to delete the statement and then have the chairman and all these different high-up figures in these organizations come out and say, no, we don't agree with that. Fuck what that person said. We love China. China's great. Fuck Hong Kong. Fuck anybody that wants more freedoms, that wants their own say, that they want some free speech. Fuck them. We don't believe in free speech. We believe in money. We want to make those dollars. It's fucking disgusting. Every time you think you can't get more depressed about the state of gaming, something comes along and just fucks it up. It just makes it go one level deeper. Just gets a little bit worse. You feel a little more hopeless. get fucked on pricing, get fucked on your ability to say things, get fucked on your ability to troll in a game. Now you can't express political takes in tournaments. I'm sure that'll extend into the games themselves. I mean, the future of gaming on these platforms is going to be basically mute. You're just, nobody's going to say anything. Everybody's going to be walking on fucking eggshells, worried that if they say something, they lose access to the tournament, to the competitive league, to the multiplayer itself. That's a nice purchase. Here's $60. Fuck me in my ass. Here's some money I paid for your product. Here's some money I entered your tournament. Could you imagine if Evo did this? Can you picture low tier God? One, winning at Street Fighter. I know that's an outside chance, but let's say he pulled off the impossible. Low tier God gets up there and he fucking wins at Street Fighter. And he gets up there and says free Hong Kong, and then some Evo representative tackles him. You can't say that here. You need to get the fuck out of here, low tier God. Right, we don't like that talk around here. Fucking free Hong Kong, get out. No more Street Fighter for you. You're not allowed. How fucking embarrassing, man. The fact that Epic is willing to take a stand and actually say, no, we're not gonna do what they do. The fact they're willing to do that in Blizzard Activision is fucking mind-blowing to me. So I'm gonna keep that as their little launch icon. Probably get banned for saying what I've said. Who gives a shit? Fuck yourself, Blizzard. Somebody at Blizzard watches this. Go fuck yourself. Your employees are right to walk out. You should be ashamed of yourself. What the fuck is the matter with you? You don't like American principles. You don't like free speech. You don't like people being able to talk about something. Why don't you take your fucking headquarters and leave? Why don't you go live over there? You like China so fucking much. Why don't you pack up your fucking company and you go move over there? And you see how much you like it. Fucking faggots. Just shameful. Just shameful. I feel embarrassed for you. I feel embarrassed for you. Terrible. I'm going to put his picture back up of him wearing his gimp suit. I think that's the way we should go with this. I see somebody in chat said, Rip Boogie. I guess Boogie is dead now for the 800th time. Rip and Pepperoni Boogie, we'll never forget you. Not sure what he died from this time. Maybe instead of letting his wife, or I'm sorry, ex-wife get fucked by the bull, maybe Boogie decided to get fucked by the bull himself and had a terrible anal tear and bled out. Rip and Pepperoni will always remember you, Prince, and your modern puppet videos. By the way, has anybody seen that? Boogie is doing puppet videos now. It's like a video suicide note. I don't know why he's doing them, but he's doing them. Oh, poor guy. I feel better. See, isn't that great? Isn't it nice to live in America where you can go on a stream or on a site and say what you think and not have the government say, no, no, no. You're not allowed to express that political take. We love China too much. It's nice being able to vent. Must suck to be Chinese. Must suck to be Chinese and want to say something on social media, not be allowed to. Can't risk that social credit score. Can't risk a government official black bagging your ass. Good God. All right. That was cathartic. I think that's the word I'm looking for. Cathartic. Like I said, it was either going to be a stream or a video. I've said my piece, I think. I feel better. Got it out. Looking forward to BlizzCon. Hoping somebody shows up dressed as Winnie the Pooh. Really, again, fantastic idea. Somebody should take me up on that. See how quickly you can get thrown out. See if you can sneak in first with the Winnie the Pooh outfit in a bag so they don't know you have it. And then put it on. And then walk out to the mic. Have a friend hold the mic for you. Run, get dressed as Winnie the Pooh. And then run your big fat Pooh Bear ass up to that mic. And scream free Hong Kong. Give them the finger. And see what happens. I'd say that would be an epic gamer moment. You would have risen up. No more bottom texting for you. Fuck the authorities. You do what you want to do. Go full Joker on their ass. What are they going to do to stop you? Tackle you? I mean, I've seen some of those employees not in the best shape. I think you could outrun them, even in a full poo outfit. I think you could probably escape their clutches. Best of luck. Godspeed to you, brave soldier. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. I've got a backlog of super chats here. Let me start addressing some of these. All right, put that on. Okay, so like I said, I've got a bunch of super chats. I'll start reading those now, answering them. Thank you for coming out to the stream. Again, if you have a Blizzard Activision account, I don't think you're going to be able to delete it. They're not letting people delete their fucking accounts. At least that's what people are reporting. I don't know where this ends. I don't know what's going to happen. Somebody else goes to a tournament and says something. Are they going to get banned too? Are they going to lose all their money? The money thing pisses me off. I mean, you win prize money and then it's all taken from you. What the fuck is that? It's that financial incentive. It's that insidious financial incentive. Oh, well, we're not technically saying you can't express yourself. We're just saying that if you want to express yourself, we're going to make sure you're poverty-stricken. We're going to make sure you live in the fucking gutter where you belong for having an opinion our corporation and our lovely Zinni the Pooh don't like. Get fucked. God. Blizzard's out of its fucking mind. In fact, before I get to the super chats, I want to hear Liberty Prime again. I want to hear some more Liberty Prime. I think that guy is a smart thinker. I think he's got the solution that we've all been waiting for.
Liberty Prime is online. All systems nominal. Weapons hot. Mission: the destruction of any and all Chinese communists. America will never fall to communist invasion. Obstruction detected. Composition: titanium alloy supplemented by photonic resonance barrier. Probability of mission hindrance: 0%. Democracy is non-negotiable. Death is a preferable alternative to communism. Communist detected on American soil. Lethal force engaged. Tactical assessment: Red Chinese victory impossible. Communism is the very definition of failure. Communism is a temporary setback on the road to freedom. Embrace democracy, or you will be eradicated. Democracy will never be defeated.
There we go. That big metallic bastard. Better dead than red. Get fucked, commie scum. Oh, those Chinese communists. Go fuck yourself. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, one last thing for those of you who are taking off now. BitChute link is in the description. Transtastic video finally going up. It'll be up this weekend. Episode 1 of Transtastic Tales. How the sausage is made. I take you on a wonderful journey. I take you on a wonderful journey through sexual reassignment surgery with very explicitly graphic visuals. I think you're going to like it. I think you're going to like it a lot. That should be up this Saturday, this Sunday. One of the 2 days. Everybody else, I'll read the super chats. And then we can all go about our business in our free societies. Free to say what we like, as long as we don't play video games. God help you if you play video games, because then you're not allowed to fucking express yourself. According to these cunts at Blizzard Activision. Disgusting. God, how embarrassing. Fucking hell. From Mario Kart 13, we've got 2 of them. It's time to duel Zinni the Pooh. And also, do you guys not have democracy? We democracy now. From Baron von Ungern Sternberg. Not only should Tibet be independent under the theocratic control of the Dalai Lama, all historical lands previously held by the Tibetan Empire should be returned to it. Death to the atheistic Marxism. From Super Hans, Jade no Reiki Jim bully China. From Metokur's Lunicorn Archives, if you're not going to make a couch cuck video, how about door cuck? He tried to shoot up a synagogue in Germany today, but got cucked by a locked door. He threw out his phone out of embarrassment. So the man's killing spree ended because he couldn't open a lock. Shameful. From Baron von Ungern Sternberg, physically remove the communist devils, restore the king dynasty now. Veggie Bad, stop questioning our shady dealings and acknowledge that Soldier 76 is gay, you bigots. From Waxigan, hey Jim, I know Asians are still big about the parental honor system. When Jade introduced you to her parents, were they upset to find out that you make money by laughing at people all day? Well, I'd say her parents had other qualms. Other qualms, but I told them, hey, listen here. All right? You guys are Hmong. You're basically Asian gypsies. And I'm not going to take any shit from a Romani. So you go play your fucking fiddle by the fire. All right? I'm taking your daughter out. I'm going to fuck her. I'm not going to listen to any of your gypsy shit. From Autism Forums. Jimbo, can you do an impersonation of Heath Ledger's Joker for our society? No, I cannot. I would not even attempt it. It would be terrible. From Bindala Videos. This whole China debacle is a perfect encapsulation of how the GOP and Clinton Democrats were wrong about laissez-faire neoliberal capitalism. China is exploiting the Western economic culture of shareholders' values and profits above everything else for Western corporations to have corporations, unfortunately, cater to Xi Jinping, will in order to have access to the lucrative Chinese market. From Umpty Madoo, why doesn't Mr. Anti-Bully ever follow people on Twitter? Also, how is he so good at keeping tabs on Twitter drama without following people? I would guess, my good friend Mr. Anti-Bully, Twitter's like a toilet. When you use a toilet, what are you doing? You want to drop a log off. You don't want to look at other people's. That's why I don't follow anybody. And that's why my friend, Mr. Anti-Bully, doesn't either. You want to take the dump. You want to shitpost. You don't want to go fishing through turds in other people's bowls. From KTTK, Ethan Ralph, it's me, Jim. From Goober Gabber, I'm looking at the guy in the thumbnail, but I'm still trying to figure out where his forehead starts, if he has one, that is. Well, if you figure that mystery out, hit us back up. From Rude Dude, did you see the face projector lie by PJW? Yeah, I did see some article going around about Chinese protesters using some weird mini projector over their face, but I didn't get a chance to read up on it, so I don't even know what the full story was. From Son of Tiamat, stream hasn't even started and it's already has more viewers than any of Sergen's. From Rusty Shackelford, down with China, free Tibet. Salty Pickle, wait till China falls again. From Moderator Marcy, Chairman Pooh Bear is coming for you, Jim. They know about your online activities and are ready to confiscate your hard-earned lemons. From Marl Karks, I for one welcome our Chinese communist overlords. From Marx Stollard, embargo China now. Salty Pickle, Liberty Mode. From Armin Reddy, even Kim Jong-un could take a few fat jokes. Xi Jinping has a fragile an ego that your average Reset Era user has. This is your leader, China. Now, we've got one from Mr. Ortiger, and I can't read Chinese, but I'll read the English portions. Free Tibet, the Tiananmen Square protests of 1989, the Tiananmen Square massacre, the anti-rightist struggle. From Ninja Work 111, the employees are protesting, so at least some people aren't on board with this bullshit. Do you think it's enough for them to pay the guy or not? I think Blizzard should apologize to him. I think they should apologize to him and say, we made the wrong call. We're fucking idiots. We're not going to ban you. Here's your money back. Please forgive us. And that's never going to happen. From Mobile Crusader, death is a preferable alternative to communism. Communism is the very definition of failure. From Gaynome for the Horde, Winterwolf, g'day Jim. In Wombat Land, we have a big problem with Quingling boomers. buying up all the baby formula and sending it back to China. It's because Chinese baby formula are so putrid. Kids literally die from kidney stones. China, number one. You know, I know there's an industry in China for cooking oil, cooking oil that's harvested from sewers. I've seen like 20 videos of that, where they open up the sewer and start dredging up cooking oil. I don't even know how they know that's where it is. They dredge it up and then they use it. Delicious. From Lum Invader, please let Vidya be the thing that screws over the Chinese. From Xylon's Archive, you gotta play MC Jarbo, I'll be honest. From CC, shout out to Darkside Phil, King of Findom and Wallet Cucks. Sergeant Scotty, better dead than red. From Joseph Jimenez, I'm simultaneously beating my meat and taking a dump while drinking Jameson. If you tell me, okay, let me see. Take this time to get a drink, take a piss. I'm going to lose my mind harder than Dorcuck. From Josh Sketch Show, I worked with some Chinese cuties at McDonald's. They were all attractive, sweet, and polite compared to the American whales I worked with. And I think, too, wanted to get with me to escape the Lemon Emperor. Did I mess up? Yes, you did. You should have told those ladies you had whole bags of lemons at home, and they would have been all over you. From Odeker, new intro song on my channel. From R. Jeffrey 14, Jim, you set off my tism by mentioning it on Twitter. What's your favorite Transformer character and individual figure? I like me some Triple Changers. I don't actually have a favorite character or individual figure. I just know that the one you're talking about was notorious for being garbage and taking an hour and a half. From Zesso, Nestrosos Vida and un Sociodad. Probably said that wrong. From RPG or 90, careful Jim. Josh got yeeted immediately on talking about China. From Nero, you got 1 hour, Jim. AEW on TNT starts soon. KWAB. I'm not actually sure what KWAB stands for. I'm sure there's something behind that acronym. Oh, you know what? Actually, there are probably a few Streamlabs. Let me check those too while I'm here, so I don't miss them. Where are we? Okay. From Ronson, China number one. From Will Willis, fuck Zinny the Pooh, fuck him right up his leather chapped ass with a beer bottle, turn sideways. And from Anomalous C, did you see what happened in Germany today? A religious group is trying their best to do to Telegram what they did to 8chan. Even better is the shooter got cucked by a door. You know, I've been so focused on this stupid Blizzard shit, I've missed a lot of other things. I mean, I did see a news story earlier about this, but I didn't know he got cucked by a door. I didn't know that was something that could happen. From Tyler Knox, how are you getting the JP soundboard to work? They're just clips. I've got a shit ton of Jordan Peterson clips that I made before they took down the deepfake thing of just him saying the most ridiculous shit. But I'll play it one more time. I'll play Milky Milky one more time for you.
Milky Milky.
Oh, hold on. Let me pull this down so you can actually see it, though. There we go.
Milky Milky, warm and tasty. Mommy, Milky, please be hasty. Refreshing drink from Mommy's udders. I want Mommy's and no others. Give it. Give it. Give it now.
Ah, yes, Dr. Peterson. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with that. That deepfake shit is terrifying. Hilarious, but utterly fucking terrifying. That you can make people say the most ridiculous shit. Okay. From Trevor Travels the World. Hey, Jim. I'm going to Hong Kong on Friday to document the protest. Would you like footage? I was in Occupy in 2014, so I'll be fine. Gas-C and lamb-free Hong Kong. Yeah, man, if you go to Hong Kong, try to get as much footage as you can. Best of luck. Hopefully you don't get beaten to death. Thrown in a camp. But yeah, the more footage, the better. From Farron, I do rather buy a hat than become Red the Joker 19. From Giebs, afternoon, Jim, are you picking up Last of Us 2? You know, I'm going to wait for the reviews on that. I'm sure it'll be fine. But I'm not really running out to get anything at the moment. What am I playing right now on Steam? Noida? Is that what it is? the little indie game. It infuriates the shit out of me, but it's somewhat addictive. It's like every time I get to the third level, whatever you want to call it, I always die. It doesn't fucking matter how much gold I collect, how many wands I edit. The moment I enter the fucking third portion of it, and I'm in the ice snow cavern, I get fucked into the dirt. So I must be doing something wrong. I'll figure it out eventually. From Chimera, we just need Trump to tweet about Winnie the Pooh. From Finfrog, a concerned person once said, Metokur hurts people. I wish someone would push him into a human-sized blender. I replied, get help, you scare me. From Bomb the Zoms, God, Winnie is thicker than the honey running down his chin. From Waxican, sound clip you sent during the TTS with Baked, Asian Andy, and Andy when they were at In-N-Out. Died laughing at it, need to know where it's from. Sound clip I played. Okay, with Baked, Asian Andy, and Andy, when they were in, I'll have to dig it up. I'm not 100% certain. I'll look for it. If I can find it, I'll have my good friend Mr. Anti-Bully post it. From Zuggason, do you might have lip smack some honey? Oh yeah, in fact, let me put those glorious pictures back up. Oh, where are we here? There we go. Gotta represent. From Lifeless Loser, who do you think will take over the world first, China, Islam, or Russia? Should I learn Chinese, or will they even let us in the zoos when they strike? I think China, China is pushing into East and Central Africa. They've set up a lot down there for just business and mining and other shit. They're pushing into European and American markets. Like they're trying to use capitalism to defeat capitalists, right? That's what they're doing. I'd be more worried about China 20 years from now than I would about Islam or Russia. From Putty Tat, how much are you folks willing to bet some of the crew working on Lion Guard draw a cub and baby furs? I'd say that's a pretty good bet. From Dove and Death, I can't wait for BlizzCon. I hope someone has the guts to go off script at the Q&As. So do I. From Owl Arrow, Zinny the Pooh sure loves his honey and Holocaust. Doc Window Licker, wait a second. You leave Winnie the Pooh alone, Jim Jam. We can't afford our glorious Ching Chang overlords. Toss that pesky First Amendment censorship now. From Carl Davis, Steam banned me for 2 weeks for saying Taiwan #1. Did they really? What the fuck? From E. Michael, Jim, play some Dynasty Warriors and take out all the Chinis you want. Start swinging away. From Uria Wright, fuck China and Blizzard. From Xenodroid, Zinny the Pooh is controlled by the Jews who censor the pictures that give us the clues. From Ghost of Recon, I think there could be a decent suit out of this. I don't know if there's going to be legal action, but I have seen politicians talking about it. I've seen journalists talking about it. And of course, us epic gamers talking about it. I'll be interested to see where it goes. It's such a bad look for this company. From Jet Set Tomato, gotta go to work, so I'll send this bad boy off and catch one live later. Mao didn't do nothing. Also, what's your favorite flavor of Asian? I'm gonna have to say it's the one I'm living with, so she doesn't beat me to death in my sleep. From Sus, happy birthday, Jim. I'll buy you an Applebee's. Oh God, I love Applebee's. From JJ Cheeker, ni hao, ching chang chung, chinky hungy chow. I don't speak Mandarin. I think he just wished us good luck. I think that's what that said. From Kung Fu Jones 1, China equals mundane Matt. Elliot Jobert, in Blizzard's Warcraft 3 remake, they should change the culling of Starholm scene to show Winnie the Pooh instead of Arthas and Hong Kong instead of Starholm. That was some of the nerdiest shit. I couldn't pronounce half of that. I'm just going to say, yeah, I'm going to nod my head. Yeah, no, I get it. From Legato Mahdi, there's a video of the Chinese kid getting his legs ran over, and people just walk by not caring. He even gets run over again. It's on YouTube as China kid hit twice. 18 people ignore it. There are a lot of videos like that out there. From what I understand, it has to do with their insurance practices. There's no Good Samaritan protection in China. So if somebody gets hurt and you go offer first aid, they can claim you hurt them more and sue you. That's why nobody helps anybody. They're all afraid they're going to get sued for trying. At least that's how it was explained to me. Maybe it's bullshit. I don't know. From Sublin, this makes a lot more sense when you realize the CEO of Activision Blizzard is Jewish. Ghost of Recon, gotta restart WoW and spam free Hong Kong until permaban. From Foxman2248, hey Jim, have you seen the video called Mr. Metokur Tries It by Ludwig World Order? It's amazing. I'll check it out. From Carnacle Blackburn, went to WoW Classic, canceling sub, no more HS2. From Mudchop X, why don't some realize this is a natural slip from the slope of banning users for outside comments in the name of toxicity? It absolutely is. It follows right along with it. They're training us to be good little boys, to sit there quietly and take it. That's what the last 3 years have been. Oh, you can't say this, you can't do that, you can't make that joke, you can't troll that person, you can't say this outside of the game. You know, everything just leads into the next fucking thing. From Dingus Khan, Zayn is a weeb fag and belongs in a Chinese re-education camp. A woo! From Owl Arrow, I love Tencent and Mao Zedong. You will receive 100 social credit for posting this in chat. Your organs will not be harvested this month. Well, there you go, chat. If you don't want your organs taken, remember to say I love Tencent and Mao Zedong. From The Reasonable Extremist, Ching Chong Bing Bong, Sans is in Smash Brothers. From Alex Lynette, notice me senpai, please also have missed your streams. Hope you're doing well. Husband and I love laughing at Tardos. I'm glad you enjoy it. From Herp Luzu, I for one welcome our new Chinese overlords Jimbo. The Reasonable Extremist, Ding Dong, Free Hong Kong, Sans is in Smash. Thank you for the update. From Cotarino 510, what if the endorsement system in Overwatch was just another form of social credit score? Now, there you go. See, they're adopting all these Chinese standards and we didn't notice. From Foregone, Jim, they want you detached from reality, unaware of the changes taking place. But hey, put it this way, at least we'll see psychopaths become reality. From Memes of Destruction, hi Jim, I identify as a corporation. Does that mean I am immune to jail and demonetization? That does. You're safe. They can't touch you. From Lime, got a good new job? Celebrating by throwing some nigger pennies at my favorite Dirty Mick. Press S to spit on China. From Commie Catcher 5000, Jim, how much do you think the American government and corporations would let someone speak out in favor of the Confederacy? Well, it's a good test. I would say that. It's a good test. I mean, you can do it. I don't know. Have I been checkmated? From Mobile Crusader, can't delete my Blizzard account. Guess I will go quote Liberty Prime and WoW Classic and just get my account nuked. From Elizabeth Bathory, real enemies are the investors. Guillotine them. From Steven, if the Chinese got American companies this far into their asshole, makes you think they are in our gov. Resist the Lemon Emperors, America #1. Seeing a lot of S's in chat for spitting on China. From Foxman2248, oy vey, why are you oppressing those poor orcs like the Jewish people, goy? From Joey Jojo, nice to see gaming take the Hollywood route and suck that Chinese wang. No wonder most Western games are dull, bland, woke cinematic experiences. From 3 Dark Lord, some shekels for talking about China. From Mike Bob, love the new intro. By any chance, are you familiar with Beauty and the Beta on YouTube? Have a great day and don't let them ruin it. I don't think I've seen it. I'll check it out after the stream. From Cyprus, also in Battlefield 5, Tiananmen and Tiananmen Square is banned in the chat, and you can't turn the filter off. Are you serious? Well, apparently, in Battlefield 5, if you try to type out Tiananmen or Tiananmen Square, not going to happen. From Exploding Prinny at Work, freedom of speech did 9/11. From James O'Shaughnessy, Taiwan #1. From Will M, if you're in China, you've got to be careful talking about how much you support certain Middle Eastern religions. They also have camps for those people. From Eduardo Ramirez, Taliban #1, Taliban #1 Lee. pieces of work. Taiwan #1. You guys seem to like that clip. You know what? I'll put it on one more time. Where did I put this here? Oh boy, here we go. Where is Taiwan #1? Here we go. Oh, I gotta pull this. There we go.
Taiwan #1.
The HK Alex Yo.
Fuck you,
The whole thing that started the whole investigation and
Taiwan #1.
And he told me about something about like 2020 when we played streaming. And
Taiwan #1.
cheating and leaving the rest of the legit crew. And I think that guy just killed both of us.
Same guy. Taiwan #1. Yeah, that's me. Yep. Taiwan #1. Fuck you.
Taiwan #2, China's the #1, fuck you.
China #4. Japan #2. Taiwan #1.
Oh my god, Chinese #1, USA #2, Russia #2, USA number 8, okay? Taiwan #3, fuck you, baby.
He gets so mad. I love it. Oh, that's good stuff. Oh, that's good stuff right there. Let's. Oh, you know what? Actually, let's go with that sexy image. There we go. I love a man in leather. There we are. From Jay, Taiwan #1. Clown World Order. Got to get these whores out of video games. Jim. From Kalinka Pavlova. I hope Blizzard loses more than 12% they tried to save. Serves them right. Also, upload more vids to that website. YouTube won't let me say, Jim. Do you mean BitChute? From Heavy Slash, Taiwan #1, trigger the Chinese, own the Chinese. From Alexandros Kachesi, why is Mario Zig Heiling? Well, that's an eternal question. I guess he's a proud Italian. From Jeb Bush, my dad's last words to me were that I'm a massive faggot and that I'll never outshine my brother George. We'll see who has the last clap, Dad. Tragic. I feel sorry for you, Jeb. Maybe this time around is your time. From Foregone, like I've said, Chinese are the them of Asia. Poor Jeb. From Julio Jinx, here's a few Juan just to hear you say my name. Oh, I'm sorry, Julie Jinx. Jesus, I said Julio. Sorry, Julie Jinx. Thank you for the Juan. You won. There we go. Tiberian Fiend, the Chinese don't allow foreign companies to operate in their country. They're not dumb, individualistic capitalists, and they win because of it. From Fatty Caddy, I've decided to stop playing Blizzard games. People should check out Dirty Bomb and Gwent as replacements for Overwatch and Hearthstone. From Alex, NetEase bought part of Behavior. They created Dead by Daylight, and this led to the decapitation moray for the Demogorgon to be censored. From Vincent Pisano, rip non-degenerate free speech. Did you see the EU's latest ruling on social media, Jim? Facebook is now liable to remove posts that the EU deem illegal, not just in the EU but worldwide, or face penalties. So they want them to become a publisher, not a platform. That's the EU for you, fucking it up for everybody. From Review Fox, at least Russia was cool with the Russian attack. From Lumberjack Cowboy, buy a few packs on me, boss. From Son of Tiamat, mods, ban anyone who says I look like Winnie the Pooh. Real talk. Walter Heimlich, free Jade, free Tibet 2020. Ryan Coyle, thank you. From Eduardo Ramirez, free all my honkers, my honkers, my honkers. Remix Rave, shoutouts to SciTube for the MLP anniversary stream. From Sheena Sabi, I hope they airdrop crates of a couple thousand guns and ammo over Hong Kong, and the CIA trains up some militia groups like they did with the Mujahideen, Taliban, and Al-Qaeda. Freedom or death. Drive-by commenter, ever notice how different our tech and entertainment was back in the day when Chinese markets were a no-go? From Farmaster Flex, the Great Firewall of China can't stop those goddamn internet Mongolians. Refined Valley Dude, my friend, please no be racism, uneducate. American company, our bestial nature, obesity, promote coitus with monkeys. China company work hard, travel abroad, study differential equation. From Ebola Morph, I don't know how to read that, but it does say free Tibet. From Perennial Plant Yaman, oh my god, Lemonland killed Kenny, you bastards. From Jamada D, at least these evil offshore corporations, Google, really love black women and trans people, not the little people and poor though. It's about love and respect. The midgets can go fuck themselves. From MMAC1134, where's Liberty Prime when you need him? From Ebola Morph, the Tiananmen Square protests of 1989. From Starius2, when it's Colin Kaepernick politics are A-OK, because fuck Whitey, but cower in fear of China. We just need China to support us to stop our bans. From Kyle Dawson, Heil Hitler, freedom of speech or death. From Jonas Traber, yes, Blizzard employees would get fired for political speech. There's a clause in my contract for that. If I bring heat to the studio by posting on social media, they can fire me outright. From Tiberian Fiend, how is this weird? Just because they've been showing deference to Chinese, the mainstream media have bent over backwards to protest the small hats for decades. From Blue Collar, we should out the Chinese. From Figget Tree, it's not necessarily Tencent's share that's driving this. It's their fear of being cut off from China as consumers. Billions are on the table. That's why companies with no Chinese ownership still cuck. Yeah, but in the example I'm talking about, I think Tencent is their doorway into that market. It's like a go-between. That's why I'm talking about Tencent in the way that I am. From Kabloka Manola, Americans who bend the knee for the Chinese are not Americans, just trash. Ebola Morph, the Tiananmen Square massacre, Z is Winnie. From Leon Hollister, have some Shanghai dollars, Jim. More to come if you clean up your act and begin talking about how great the Communist Party of the People's Republic of China is. Well, I do love money. Let me just get right on that. From Legato Madi, few Westerners remember the Battle of Hong Kong 97, when Jackie Chan took on all 3 million Chinese, but was defeated by a giant disemboweled head of Xiaoping. We love Beijing Tiananmen. 23 Revenant 84, Jim, take my hard-earned money from the Gulag comrade. From Burnder. In high school, there was a foreign exchange Chinese girl who cried when she had to go back. I don't blame her. I'd be crying too if I had to go back. From Ebola Morph, the anti-rightist struggle, Frel China. Satan's advocate, Jews and Chinese influence, Enclave gamers, rise up. From Jay, Jesus Christ on the cross, give us clip show. Joseph Jimenez, damn it, Jim. And Mr. Regu the Great, hey, Boomer Jim, here's some shekels. I'm late and gay, so what did I miss? Also, I know it's a month late, but where were you on 9/11? Well, you missed us talking about Blizzard and Activision being pussies and bending the knee for the Chinese. And where was I on 9/11? I can't tell you. That's classified. It's classified stuff right there. All right, I think I'm almost caught up here. Let me get through the last ones here, and then I'll finish up the stream. All right, 1 second, chat. Just gotta refresh this. I hate how they do this fucking page. I wish they just had like a live refresh thing that didn't bounce it back, but they don't have that. Of course not. Got one from Streamlabs here. From Dread Clown. Blitz has gained a bunch of paid subs on Twitch, YouTube, but who are the casters? Everyone just calls them the two casters. I guess I don't know. They're mystery. They're a mystery. You know, I'd actually like to know who they are, because I don't know. In most of the stories covering this, they talked about the Hearthstone player that got banned, not about the two guys that got fucked as well. From Carl Davis, YouTube gonna Z your channel for smack talk in China. From Finfrog, it's life, Jim, but not as we know it. Got a bit of a cough there. From Lum Invader, digging the comfy jazz intermissions, Jimbo, more please. From Ebola Morph, the great leap forward. Mike Bob, jazz music bland, boring, and unoffensive as possible. All our entertainment is slowly being jazzed up. From Gree Peel, Dingus Khan has a big dong. He likes to yiff all night long. He a-woos into your thong. That's the story of Dingus Khan. Ludwig World Order. Hey Jim, I uploaded a video called Mr. Metokur Tries It. Not a live prevention. You might like it for breaks. 16K views so far. I'll check it out. From Vincent Howell, Twitter will ban you for expressing disgust about a woman being murdered. by migrants in the UK. What kind of world do we live in? From Dig-Dog, stance on Matt Orfolio's Bernie 2020 Rise Up ad. I haven't seen it. From Michael Who's It, hey Ralph, it's me Gator. From Zypher, hey Jim, love the streams, my man, keep it up. Thank you. From Joseph Jimenez, Jim, I've done computer analysis on your voice from spanning from 2017 to now. It gauges how you've gained about 30 pounds. You'd better watch your health, Jim. From Blackjack, hey Jim, surprised to have caught your stream. It's nice after a long week, but how is the world fucked now? The world's always fucked. It's perpetually fucked. From Jack Powell, don't trust Jim. He's owned by China's Tencent. From Juan Big Wiener, I remember you did a stream where you talked about a Chinese company that has massive shares in many game companies. Tencent, I think. This has to be the motivation behind Blizzard quadrupling down. From Ebolamorph, Epic doesn't mean it. It's just a PR stunt. From Daniel Demos, Jinping's face looked like a puckered anus. Free Hong Kong. From Panapai, what the fuck did I miss? Just tuned in. From The Knickerman, Rip Boogie, check out McDonald's. From Joseph Jimenez, Josh said something about bad about trannies and got cucked. From Tiger Slash 2, a damn shame. WoW Classic is great. Brought back all the good memories, but Blizzard just can't stop fucking it up. I hope to God Games Workshop doesn't pull the same shit, or I'm done. Well, isn't Games Workshop working with Marvel now? Who is it? No, separate subject, I guess. He's going over that cliff. Ugh. The People's Republic of China is strong. From Owl Arrow, Gamers Rice Up, NPC number 12888888890. Hey Brits, you jealous of China? Social credit is like licenses on steroids. From Jamtooth, oof. Jeff Smith, love you, Jim. I agree with the Chinese have been playing 4D chess with SJWs. From Sean Turner, thank God you ended the stream. I'm going to go watch AEW on TNT. If you want good wrestling and got tired of WWE, Chris Jericho is their AEW champion. From Alexander Grow Hamilton, all this said on a site where certain words get you banned as well. There's literally no difference. East or West, both need purging. Dig-Dog, who are you espousing in the Democratic primaries? I'm watching the shit show and enjoying myself. From Crusader, hey man, I've been going through some anxiety and depression the last few days. Your stream is helping feel at least a little better. Hope the money finds you well. You're one of the real ones. From Some Guy, is there a way to send all furries to Apple's sweatshop? If you figure it out, tell me. Because I'd be 100% behind that plan. From Travis, they took his money in the name of China like true communists. From The Dustinator, this time do Hong Kong 97 in real life has come. Killshot Kenny, China manipulating our society is an act of war. Massive Damage Gating, what does Jade think of Gran Torino Eastwood film? I don't know if she's actually seen it, but it's a good suggestion. We should probably watch it tonight. From Kraut Oppenheim, do you intend to go on TKR? Ralph did it. TKR? Ralph did it. I don't know what you're asking me here. Do you mean the Ralph retort? Tonight is it Wednesday? He should be having that dude on. He should be having MBA on. Now, I don't know if he's going to show up. That was the guy that was going crazy on Nick Rekieta. Ralph lined up an interview. I believe it's this night. I believe it's Wednesday night. That's the Ralph retort on D-Live. I hope that goes through. Because that guy is a spaz. He's a massive sped. So it would be entertaining. From Peter Waterhouse, have some shekels, you money-grubbing potato. Vinci Bird 8chan is coming back. Any thoughts on it, Jimbo? You mean 8kun? Yes, I know 8kun is coming back. It's going to be Q-centered. I hope you like posting with Facebook moms and why-nots. If you want a good laugh, enter 8chan as a search term on Twitter and read the posts. It's nothing, like 80% of them are all 50-year-old women talking about how Q is going to take down the government. It's fucking amazing. From Roscoe P. Coltrane, Loomer is running for Congress. Is she our Sargon? Well, best of luck, Laura. Hopefully your tires survive the campaign. Mike Testa, hey Jim, please do a stream on a topic of Mad Black A. Already did. It was on Nick Rekieta's stream on his channel. We talked about him. A Bolomorph Epic Games doesn't mean their statement. Tencent owns 40% of their shares. That's over $1 billion in value. They will censor anti-Chinese talk. Peter Waterhouse, could you play MC Jarbo's new hit? I will try to find it and play it as an outro. From Random Facts, screw dressing up as poo. Someone said dress up as a Tiananmen Square. A bunch of guys dressed up as a cardboard tank and one standing in front of them. That would be pretty great. Some faggot. Janny banned me for posting anti-Chinese copy pasta. From James O'Shaughnessy. Talk about police tweets saying no one was stabbed. I can do that really quick. Let me see if I can pull this up. There's a video up on Twitter. It was posted by somebody that shows two women having a fight, and a man runs up behind one of them and starts repeatedly jabbing them with a metallic object in their hand. The Metro Police in the UK, this is in the UK, respond and say, please note that despite appearances, no one was stabbed. This video is 6 days old, and we've been dealing with the incident. This is an official response from the police department saying the video you watched with your own two fucking eyes, nobody got stabbed. Somebody responds and says, I just watched the video and she was stabbed with car keys several times. Why are you lying? To which they respond, despite appearances, no one suffered a penetrative stab wound in this instance. That's some excellent police work. It goes from nobody got stabbed to, well, they didn't get stabbed that badly. Stop overreacting. From G.J. Smith. Hey, Jim, big fan. Please call Breyer the no-no word. Okay, Breyer, you're the no-no word. From Autism Forums, fantastic. Why YouTube? Why? Don't forget the Chinese trying to pass off pig sphincters as calamari or people dying from their imitation eggs. From Foxman2248. So the guy in Germany made his own guns. One was an SMG that he got instructions from the book Expedient Homemade Firearms. And the last one was a shotgun that jammed on him. From Dig-Dog. Stance on MSM's severe bias on Bernie Sanders. The mainstream media is shit regardless of what story you want to... Like, they're terrible. You know, I'm not a big Bernie fan. I made that clear during the 2016 election. But he got fucked. He got fucked by a corrupt DNC. He got fucked by all of Hillary's friends in the press. And he had to sit there crying about it because he knew that he got bent over a barrel and nobody was going to stick up for him. So I wouldn't trust the mainstream media in regards to anything they have to say on almost any politician. They're fucking liars. From Eduardo Ramirez, watch De Ludwig World Order 4, the outro. It's 9/11. Powdered Wig Lewis, put on the DSP Chinese racism video on YouTube. From Megumi Bandicoot, Boomer Jim, do you accept our new Overlord Bear? All hail Zinni the Pooh. From Dick Rambone, time to reinstall Overwatch and make Hong Kong Protest Simulator. The Dashing Rogue. The Chinaman needs to fix those beady little eyes and fry his noodles on LSD. Exiled Postman, did you hear Doom Eternal got pushed back to March now? Are you fucking serious? Oh, that sucks. From Bagel Goose, show us your toes, Jimothy. No. From the Dustinator, China is in the north of Asia. DT, I Chinese, I tell joke, I take pee-pee in your Coke. Ray Donger, have Jade read the Wo-Ah Dabai Magoi Ganji? I can't even pronounce it. I don't know how I'm going to tell her to read it. She won't know what I'm talking about. From Wargame341, I recommend the anime Angel Cop, where the first half of the series involves cops brutally murdering communists. From Minute World, when is your tranny video coming out, Jimbo? This weekend. From Some Faggot, China is the IRL cyberpunk dystopia. From Ryu Kirito, Trump administration is working with legislation to protect American companies from lawsuits from other countries over censorship and hate speech. From Lurik L, 9/11 is officially National Free Speech Day. Yellow Flash 2, Mad Black Jarbo will be on Killstream, 9:30 Eastern, D-Live. And Joseph Jimenez, it's getting cold, O'Brien. Take these bucks and put it towards the tank for your oil seat. Stay warm, you beautiful potato nigger. All right, I think we're caught up. I tried to make sure I got everybody's. Hopefully I didn't miss any. Scuzzy Scuzzerson, happy birthday, little Jim. Garrett is a beast. From Burger Chief AK-47, Jim, you sound exactly like Black Pigeon Speaks. From Ebola the Chinese are yellow Nigers. Farmaster Flex Blizzard, almost as disappointing as Chinese Olympic big dick team. From Lower de Commissar August Van Thul, Poland is better than the USA. Mike Testa, Jim Go on every frame, a pause with Mueller and Rags. From Mad, resist China, I don't want to eat my dog. RHW, oy vey, the Guilo no. One Spider Jerusalem, when did Carl Dongo and Matt join the CCP? Mike Testa, Jim, use archives for MBA, you'll have a ball. Predator Gamer just made a tweet concerning our Chinese overlords. Let's get hashtag Taiwan #1 and hashtag China #4 trending. Martin Smogger, Ching Chong, my ding dong, Jim is live. Hello there. Okay. All right. I think I'm caught up. Thanks everybody for coming out. Thank you for the super chats. Hopefully I got everybody. I try not to miss any. I know it makes us run a little long, but what are you going to do? I'll make sure I got everybody Streamlab too before I close out here. Hope you all have a wonderful week. Enjoy your freedom of speech. Say the shit you want to say. Fuck Activision and Blizzard. Taiwan #1. Hong Kong #2. Fuck China. There you go. And for the love of God, if you go to BlizzCon dressed as Winnie the Pooh, film it. Film it for the rest of the internet. Because that's something nobody wants to miss. That's something we're all looking forward to. All right. Now somebody said, was it MC Jarbo? There's a new one? All right, let me see if I can find this new song. I'll play it as the outro. I think this is it. MC Jarbo on Jarbo the Hutt's channel. It's called I'll Be Honest, featuring Tyrone. All right, we'll play that as the outro song. Thanks everybody for coming by. Have a good week. The new video will be up this weekend. It'll be up on the BitChute account that's linked in the description. That's just BitChute, Mr. Metokur. All right, let's kick it over to MC Jarbo. Let's hear the hot stuff he's got for us. All right, Mr. Jarbo, take us away with your rap lyrics.
Yeah, I have something that'll really save you a lot of time, and it'll fill you up, and it'll really help when raising your kids. My mac and cheese with hot dog bits, but make sure they're diced up and pan-fried, and mix them together. Delicious, and it'll fill you up.
Fuck cheeseburgers and shit. KFC, nigger, please. Nothing beats macaroni and cheese, sliced hot dogs in a pan, sweet as can be. Man, I love all these autistic recipes from these backwards stupid motherfuckers in my Discord chat. But Matt, how are you gonna diss your friends like that? Are you really this dumb? Dumb enough to let them record my ass for like the last 6 months?
With hot dog bits.
You know what I really hate? My dick won't elevate, and I'm not even 38. My gut's in the way. Tired every day of hearing my girl fucking the entire NBA. Dude, what are you gonna do next? She's way past having unprotected sex. Guess I'll be bringing up somebody's rejected kids, cleaning up somebody's ejected jizz. Bunch of black guys standing outside, 91 African dongs in sight, and I'm hiding under the fucking bed, beating my bone from a safe space. I don't want to be meeting Tyrone face to face in case I get a punch to the head, like when I said he should be paying at least some of the rent. Tyrone, are we good? Are we good? Oh god.
Shut your bitch ass! I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie.
I'll be honest with you guys. I'll be honest with you guys.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie.
Not gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie. You guys, I'll be honest with you guys. I'll be honest. I'll be honest with you guys. I'll be honest.
Man, my channel is dead as they come. Only people on it are there to call me a fat fucking faggot in the comments. Ethan Ralph is always calling me dishonest. Maybe that's because he's nothing but a redneck alcoholic. Pesos is just a Mexican midget on his leash. Dick Masterson's the sociopathic freak with them beady little eyes. The quartering is just a bore. Would you please move your fucking arms more? God, Magog made some very good decisions. The other motherfuckers had no idea what they were missing. Now I suck multicultural not for money, literally just doing it for kicks. Beta fucking form, ready to prep the bulb. Give me a mouthful of niggers that will never be born. I kid. Tyrone, help yourself to the bitch. Just stay out of the fridge.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie.
I'll be honest with you guys. I'll be honest with you guys.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie.
Not gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie. You guys, I'll be honest with you guys. I'll be honest. honest with you guys, I'll be honest.
I'll be honest with you guys. I'll be honest with you.
Please stop
I'll be honest with you guys. Hey, shut up, man, shut up. It's Tyrone. I ain't done with you yet, man. Yo, it's the J to the A, the R, the B-O. The motherfucker smell like chicken and B.O. Figured you out, you work at Walmart night shift. Yeah, no wonder your life is so hard, go. Record your videos, but nobody sees it though. Everybody sees a broke bitch with a cheating hoe. Man, you a cuck, you suck dick. You let every one of my bros fuck your girl in a buck quick. Like, fucking bitch. Like that, don't you? Take this fucking dick, bitch. Oh, nigga, home stretch. Hey, Matt. Yeah? Come clean this shit up, nigga. Yeah, sure.
Oh, I love my little intro. That's nicely compiled together. Especially certain key points of it. A little bit of Ross in there. God bless his little autistic heart. Our stream is it's basically gonna start.
So basically first of all basically first of all basically I have to say is that I don't know, first of all how come like sorry, I'm with autism, I don't know how to use words that well, so
just touched by the angels. Oh, he's got divine intervention over him, chat. He's a protected good boy. He's a good boy that didn't do nothing. Who I think is probably currently in police custody. Or at least on the run. I don't know where he is right now. Hopefully not near any children or any open bathtubs. We can all pray for that. We can all pray that our bathtubs go unmolested. I gotta say, I love a good PR disaster. There's nothing better than watching a company completely shoot itself in the fucking foot. And there have been some doozies over the years, especially if you're into gaming. I mean, we've seen the shit shows that EA itself has caused, the numerous ones that it's caused, microtransactions and everything, going super woke with their fictional history narrative. But those are almost pale in comparison to what we're watching now, because Blizzard's found a way to piss off everybody. It's a rare thing indeed when you can piss off essentially every person on Earth by doing something so monumentally fucking dumb that everybody kind of comes together in agreement and says, wow, Blizzard's a pretty shitty company run by fucking inept morons that don't know what they do. Alan, what are you doing? Oh, we've got a lot of fun stuff to go over. Now, when this initially started, a few days ago, everybody was wondering, how's Blizzard going to respond? What's going to happen next? How is it going to play out? And it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. I didn't even know it was possible, but they found a way to continually fuck it up. I mean, bravo, give them a round of applause. It's hard to be this stupid. But Blizzard's really knocking it out of the fucking park. I thought that Blizzard, when they did their little Diablo mobile announcement, was bad enough, but no. Now they've one up themselves. They've really gone above and beyond to give us our entertainment. Hopefully we're going to be able to stretch this out up until BlizzCon, because that's when the real shit show is going to go down. I'll give I suppose, a small summary of everything that's happened over the past few days till we get to all the new things that they've done that make them look fucking retarded. Of course, there was the initial banning. We all saw that. The Hearthstone player banned for saying, "Liberate Hong Kong, revolution of our age." Blizzard wasn't content just to ban him. How dare he say that? What horrible hate speech that is, liberate Hong Kong. No, they had to get rid of the casters too. Fired both of them. No longer allowed to associate with the Blizzard brand or any of its products or IPs. Now, there's a video floating around of one of the casters crying. Like, completely fucked up, crying about this. Saying that was his livelihood, they've destroyed him. All because they let one guy say 2 sentences on their podcast. So bravo, Blizzard. Just taking names, aren't you? And that, by the way, was the only thing he said that they found offensive. Well, I shouldn't say Blizzard found offensive. I should say their masters found offensive. You know, the boys back in Shanghai didn't like it when our little Hearthstone player got up there and decided to say,
然后你随时可以开始。头先低下来，
Oh, how are we ever going to survive that? How are we ever going to survive these terrible things? Now, people are wondering, why would Blizzard care? Why would they ban these people? What would the possible reasonings be behind that? Money. Tencent, which is a Chinese company, the biggest video game company in the world, owns numerous portions of numerous companies, owns a 5% stake in Blizzard itself. But of course, it's not the amount they own. There are two things, there are two big factors that really play here. One is the 12% of revenue the entire company gets from that region. The other would be that our boy Bobby Kotick, head of Activision Blizzard, our little pudgy cherub of a CEO, wants to release some mobile games over there, and he needs Chinese approval to do it. Mark Kern and others have been commenting that if an American company wants to do business in China, it doesn't just have to suck dick and follow the law. It needs a Chinese partner to do it. And if those Chinese partners aren't happy with what you're doing, you're not going to get the okay to do what you want to do. Well, this is why we see things like Tencent and NetEase and others partnering with Blizzard and Activision to do things over there. Now, I saw Streamlabs come through in regards to our boy Bobby. Wanted me to bring this up, and you know what? Why not? Don't want people to forget that Jeffrey Epstein was murdered to keep it a secret what he knew. But apparently, our boy Bobby took a few plane flights out to the fun island of Mr. Epstein. Coming in from HTRTU through Streamlabs, Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick was found in the leaks of Jeffrey Epstein's Little Black Book. And what do you know? That's actually true. The name was misspelled. I think they spelled it Bobby Kotick, but it doesn't really matter because the email address matched up. It was one from Activision itself. And the story that was reporting on it was well before this, so it wasn't like somebody's having a bit of a laugh, having a little bit of a giggle by shitting on Mr. Bobby. Now, apparently, our boy likes to go on wild adventures on Mr. Epstein's island. I don't know. I can't comment on what he's doing on the island or how he knows Mr. Epstein or their relationship. Again, Mr. Epstein is dead after committing a triple suicide somersault from the top of his bunk bed in a maximum security prison using dental floss as a noose, while both the security guards fell asleep and all the security cameras malfunctioned. Totally normal. Happens every day. I don't think that's suspicious at all. But nonetheless, Bobby apparently knew him. So don't want to forget that amazing piece of this entire story. Now, the last stream we did, which was a couple of days ago, kind of covering the initial upsurge of all this fun stuff, we found out a couple things. One, Blizzard is a bitch of a company. They have no spine. They suck Chinese dick because they want those Chinese dollary dues. We also learned that Chinese can't take a fucking joke. We're talking super thin-skinned motherfuckers. These people cannot handle being made fun of. A case in point would be a clip we watched last time. I'm going to play it again. I think it highlights it quite well. Remember, Taiwan number one.
Taiwan number one.
The HK Alex Yo. The whole thing that started the whole investigation and
Taiwan number one.
And he told me about something about like 2020 when we played stream. And
Taiwan number one!
Cheating and leaving the rest of the legit group. And I think that guy just killed both of us.
Same guy! Taiwan number one! Yeah, that's me. Yep. Taiwan number one! Fuck you!
Taiwan number 2, China is the number 1, fuck you.
China number 4. Japan number 2, Taiwan number 1.
Oh my god, Chinese number 1, USA number 2, Russia number 2, USA number 8, okay? Taiwan number 3, fuck you, baby.
So you can tell they're a little bit thin-skinned. They act like 10-year-olds in Minecraft, can't really handle the banter. Reminds me of those Xbox Live trolling videos that used to be popular on YouTube back in like 2011, where some kid would scream his head off and his mother would take the controller away. Kind of like that. But that kind of brings us up to speed, I think. You get the gist of it. I'm sure people have been paying attention. They've seen what's going on. Now, a lot of people have a gripe with it about the Hong Kong protests. Everybody's like, oh, it's politics, it's politics. So this is more about an American company letting a foreign power dictate to it how it behaves. We saw that with the NBA. We saw that happen with South Park, getting banned all over China, getting removed from the internet. Apple's bent the knee. Google has bent the knee, removing apps and different software that people in Hong Kong are using, whether they're video games or something else. It's whatever China tells them to take down, because that's a big market and people don't want to lose that big market. But Blizzard outshines them all. It's so desperate for those dollars, it's so desperate for that in, that it's willing to do what it's told. So a lot of things have happened since our last stream. Let's go over them. Oh, Chad, I think you're going to be happy. Well, there's a lot of initial anger, I'm sure you can imagine. Gamers, we like to rise the fuck up, okay? That's how we, Veronica, all right, Stacy, all right, I'm here to slaughter the Chads. I'm here to tell you about gamers rising up. Well, they don't take too kindly to be told what to do. So it started some things. People wanted to delete their accounts in protest, weren't able to do it. Started getting messages like this. Due to too many attempts, email codes have been locked. Please try another method for verification. Hey, I'm sorry. We're not going to let you delete your account. Oh, your email's locked. You're going to have to send us a government ID. We want to know what you look like and where you live. Even if you signed up for your account without using an ID, to delete your account, we're demanding an ID. Us, the company that's bent the knee to China. We want to know who you are, because our bosses in Shanghai are upset. This led people to try to be innovative. Think outside the box. Use those gamer skills that they've built up to really figure a workaround to this problem. It's a real predicament, a fucking Sphinx riddle, isn't it? So they started being very subtle about it. Changing their gamer tags, going to Blizzard and asking for names like Free Hong Kong, please, and Taiwan #1. Blizzard apparently wasn't very thrilled with this either. They decided, no, we're not going to let you do that. Unable to delete their accounts, unable to change their fucking username in protest, not wanting to give Blizzard and the Chinese their fucking photo ID, along with all the banking information they already have, they decided to get a little more clever about it. Now, I can't tell you what agent was typing, but I can read the conversation for you. One brave gamer decided to do it. The crazy motherfucker said the word. Contacted Blizzard support. You can see the tail end of what Blizzard was saying there. The deletion process may take up to 30 days to process, is outlined on the Associated Support article, and there isn't a way to speed that up. Our gamer, having enough. No more bottom text for this motherfucker. Responds. Delete it right now, or I'm going to reinstall all your games and call everyone nigger, nigger, nigger until you permanently ban me. So save us both some time and push that fucking button. Oh. Chang is not happy about that. I don't know. I don't know, chat. What do you think? What do you think Agent was typing? What do you think was going through Agent's mind as they're being held at gunpoint by the N-word? Oh, those fucking clowns. Those goddamn fucking clowns are threatening me with the N-word again. Somebody get my boss. Somebody get Alan on the phone. I don't know how to handle this. Lots of people using lots of clever solutions, but still having difficulty deleting their accounts. So, couldn't delete it outright. Couldn't use the multiple methods to delete it. Couldn't change their name to what they wanted to change it to. Decided to rise up and threaten those motherfuckers with the N-word. We'll never know the end of this story. I wish them the best. Hopefully they got what they wanted. Still, people were very upset, as you can imagine. I mean, my God, this fucking company. So, how about a good old-fashioned book burning? One of the top posts on the subreddit discussing this, or one of the subreddits discussing this, is a prior U.S. Marine who fought for freedom. Your actions make me sick. Goodbye, Blizzard. 60,000 upvotes. Burning all those video games. Well, I could have told him right off the bat that Diablo 3 should have been thrown in the fire before this. You don't need a controversy to burn that piece of shit. I can't really give you a hot take on the other ones. But the Redditors were mad. Not just the Redditors. Not just the Blizzard account holders. The rest of the internet decided they wanted to have a little bit of fun too. In less than, I swear to God, in the span of 12 hours, Blizzard Entertainment went from a video game publisher and developer located in California to the proud owner of a Chinaware shop in Beijing. If you were to look up Blizzard on Google, you would be told that it's a Chinaware store. And if you were to ask, where's Blizzard Entertainment based? Well, you'd be told that it's based both in Irvine, California, as well as Beijing, China. Oh, man, it's got to sting a little, huh, Blizzard? Took them 12 hours to do that. A little search engine optimization. I'm sure they weren't too thrilled about it. But if you want some nice Chinaware, may I recommend Blizzard Entertainment? Hop on a plane, fly out to Beijing. They love to sell things to you. Other corners of the internet, of course, had their opinions on what's going on. Even Something Awful decided to rename their subforum dedicated to Blizzard to Free Hong Kong. So if you wanted to talk about, I don't know, StarCraft or Diablo, and you're a Something Awful goon, feel free to swing by Free Hong Kong to talk about it to your heart's content. Even the Blizzard forums decided that they had had enough of this shit and started creating just all sorts of threads. Like, liberate Hong Kong, our 5 demands from Blizzard. Is Blizzard owned by the CCP? Personally, my favorite. I need some medical advice. I have no spine. Who better to ask than Blizzard? Surely they can appreciate that condition. Being the spineless fucks that they are, I'm sure they can help you cope with that life issue. Even their Twitch channel, which is showing, I think, Hearthstone right now. I don't know what the fuck they're showing over there. But if you were to go take a look at their chat, all you'll see is this shit. It's overwhelmed their moderation staff to the point that they can't even deal with it anymore. Spam this lizard to boycott Blizzard. Spam this Pong, let's free Hong Kong. They're just getting shit on everywhere. And the funniest thing, I think, in regards to this, was the idea that people were going to take Mei from Overwatch and try to turn it into a protest symbol to get that banned in China. I mean, it should work, right? Chinese censors can't take a fucking joke. Look at Winnie the Pooh here. Our little leader of China does not like being compared to him, made the bear illegal. Well, if you associate Mei with Hong Kong, maybe you can get Mei made to be illegal. And it looks like it's starting to catch on, apparently. As people in Hong Kong are now printing out posters of fucking Mei fighting for her little rights. Our thick woman, our thick little ice queen, starting to pop up on poster art in subways and everywhere else. Not sure how long that's going to take. Coincidentally, by the way, just mere coincidence, let me put enough brackets around that. It turns out that if you were to go to the Blizzard shop to buy a Mei statue that was available just 2 days ago, the page has now completely disappeared. Not selling those Mei statues anymore. I don't know if that has anything to do with this, but there you go. Just beautiful. And I like the fact that Blizzard has really co-signed its name with this. Because you can't, everybody talking about this fucking controversy, it comes back to Hong Kong, regardless of what your thought is on that. Blizzard's made itself seem like they're very anti-Hong Kong liberation. So when you start to see headlines like this, remember, that's what Blizzard's co-signing. The arrest of 750 children. Article asked Blizzard for comment. They responded, fuck them. Fuck them. They don't play our games. We don't care. Those 750 children, they played Fortnite. They can go do their little floss dance in a prison cell. We don't care. Fuck them. Now, multiple people have started to comment about what's going on with Blizzard. With the entire shit show, everybody's trying to delete accounts or they're posting jokes and shitting on Blizzard. One of the people commenting was the U.S. College, University, I don't know. It was a Hearthstone team. They wanted to see what would happen if they did a similar statement to what this guy did. Right? They wanted to see if they got political on a stream, playing in a tournament, what would happen to them. So here's what they did.
It's game over. that it is.
The suspense won't last any longer.
They do draw the second divine spirit.
Nothing happened to them. They had to boycott, they had to ban themselves, essentially, and say, we're going to step out of it. So it's interesting that our boy got himself in a shit ton of trouble and got banned and had his money taken away, and yet here's somebody doing the same thing. Nothing happens to them. Not a fucking thing, except for the camera pulls away because they're obviously not wanting to deal with this. One of the more interesting things about all this shit going on are some of the responses from developers and other platforms, one of which is Epic. Now, I know a lot of people don't trust Epic. I don't blame you. I wouldn't trust them either. But they're sure enjoying the moment by making a lot of grandiose statements regarding what's going on with Blizzard. Here's their CEO, Tim Sweeney. These are good principles for companies to follow in their words and actions. What I feel the world needs is a new principle that companies don't decide what customers can say, and customers don't speak for companies. Without this principle, every controversial statement by an individual will escalate into a geopolitical dispute. One side will be offended and call for the company to punish the individual, and the other side will see that as censorship and be offended. I think a healthier view is that individuals are solely responsible for their own statements. If a gamer says something offensive, one should judge or criticize the gamer, but should not pressure companies or platforms to punish them. He follows that up a little later on with, they may have the legal right to do this, but when a company makes itself the speech police, it will be blamed for everything users say that isn't censored, and will be pressured to censor every group that disagrees with what the user says. That is an untenable position to hold in 2019. I feel like I've stepped into Bizarro world. Tim Sweeney's been given hot takes now for the last 4 days. Now, Epic hasn't been put into a position where they have to back any of this up. But he's basically saying, fuck it. Let him say what he wants to say, and if you got a problem with it, go bitch at him. Don't come crying to us to ban people, you fucking pussies. We're not the speech police. But that is the CEO of fucking Epic saying that shit. Amazing to me. But Blizzard, not content with just making everybody's life miserable by not allowing them to delete their fucking accounts, not content with pissing off half the country and getting negative press around the world, decided they were going to go the extra mile and copy the NBA. A coach in Blizzard's Overwatch League was told to delete a tweet condemning the company for censoring an esports competitor from Hong Kong. How are you this bad? How are you this bad at running your shit, Blizzard? What made you think this was the right fucking approach to take? So you see what's going on with the NBA. You see the shit they got for making one of their coaches, or whatever the fuck he was, to delete a tweet about Hong Kong. Now you're forcing people in your fucking shitty little esports league to delete tweets criticizing your dumb fucking decisions. It's just, they keep doubling down. And you're going to see a really good example of that in a minute when we get to Blizzard's statement. Because it just goes off the fucking rails. You're not letting your consumers delete their account. You're making it extra difficult for them to do it. You're asking for more information to delete the account than was needed to create the account. You're banning people for political speech and then saying it's not influenced by foreign nations when clearly it is. When you're clearly being told by other countries to do what you're doing. And now here you are taking a book or a page out of the book from the NBA. And you're telling your esports competitors, fucking coach for one of your leagues, they need to delete tweets because you don't like what they said. Are you going to ban them too? Are you going to kick them out for a year? You spineless little fucks. And let's be clear, they are spineless little fucks. This has been going around, this particular screen cap, from a Chinese social media site that's, the account is owned by Blizzard. Here it is. This is what allegedly is being said from the Hearthstone official account. We are very angered and disappointed at what happened at the event last weekend, and highly object to the expression of personal political beliefs at any of our events. As always, we will defend the pride and dignity of China at all costs. Hey, Blizzard here. That American video game company. We will defend China at all costs. Just beautiful. What clown world shit is this? It gets worse. It keeps getting worse. It doesn't stop there. Of course it can't stop there. Why could it? No, there's got to be more. Let's take a look. Let's start with this. Let's take a look at Blizzard's statement and compare it to this one. Remember, we will always defend the pride and dignity of China at all costs. Oh, fucking gamers. Who do you think you are threatening us? Threatening us with the N-word. For the glory of China, we will teach you a lesson. Okay, Blizzard, calm down. Calm the fuck down. Now, Blizzard waited, of course, to the very last minute to release their statement. Now, they wanted to make sure everybody had gone home for the weekend so they wouldn't get a ton of shit for it. But we're going to read through it. So let's pull this up. This was posted not late last night, but yesterday, probably later in the evening. Regarding last weekend's Hearthstone Grandmaster Tournament. Hello, Blizzard community. I want to take a few minutes to talk to all of you about the Hearthstone Grandmasters Tournament this past weekend. On Monday, we made the decision to take action against a player named Bichung and two shoutcasters after the player shared his views on what's happening in Hong Kong on our official broadcast channel. At Blizzard, our vision is to bring the world together through epic entertainment, and we have core values that apply here. Think globally, lead responsibly, and importantly, every voice matters. Encouraging everybody to share their point of view. The actions that we took over the weekend are causing people to question if we still are committed to these values. We absolutely are, and I will explain. Our esports program are an expression of our vision and our values. Esports exist to create opportunities for players from around the world, from different cultures and different backgrounds, to come together to compete and share their passion for gaming. It is extremely important for us to protect these channels and the purpose they serve, to bring the world together through epic entertainment. I love that. Is that their buzzword? Epic entertainment. It's twice now they've said that. Celebrate our players and build diverse and inclusive communities. As to how to apply those values in this case, first, our official esports tournament broadcast was used as a platform for a winner of the event to share his views with the world. We interview competitors who are at the top of their craft to share how they feel. We want to experience that moment with them. Hearing their excitement is a powerful way to bring us together. Over the weekend, Blitz used his segment to make a statement about the situation in Hong Kong, in violation of our rules. He acknowledged and understood, and this is why we took action. Every voice matters, and we strongly encourage everyone in our community to share their viewpoints and the many places available to express them. However, the official broadcast needs to be about the tournament and to be a place where all are welcome. In support of that, we want to keep the official channels focused on the game. Second, what is the role of shoutcasters for these broadcasts? We hire them to amplify the excitement of the game. They elevate the watchability and help the esports viewing experience stay focused on the tournament and our amazing players. Third, were our actions based on the content of the message? Part of thinking globally, leading responsibly, and every voice matters is recognizing that we have players and fans in almost every country. Our goal is to help players connect in areas of commonality, like their passion for our games, and create a sense of shared community. These specific views expressed were not a factor in the decision we made. Okay, this is probably my favorite paragraph in the whole thing. I want to be clear. Our relationship in China had no influence on our decision. Hey guys. I want to be clear here. Had nothing to do. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't even know where Beijing is. Shanghai? What is that? Is that a Jackie Chan movie? I've never heard of it. What, China? No, I eat my food on paper plates. I don't use that fancy. Oh, you're talking about a country? I've never heard of it. China. We have these rules to keep the focus on the game and on the tournament to the benefit of our global audience. And that was the only consideration in the actions we took. If this had been the opposing viewpoint delivered in the same divisive and deliberate way, we would have felt and acted the same. Okay, what could Blizzard have done better? And where do we go from here? Over the past few days, many players, casters, esport fans, and employees have expressed concerns about how we determine the penalties. We've had a chance to pause, to listen to our community, and to reflect on what we could have done better. In hindsight, our process wasn't adequate, and we reacted too quickly. We want to ensure that we maintain a safe and inclusive environment for all our players, and that our rules and processes are clear. All this in the service of another important Blizzard value. Play nice. Play fair. In the tournament, Blitz played fair. We now believe that he should receive his prizing. Now, listen to this. We now believe he should receive his prizing. We now believe he should receive his prizing. Does that sound weird to anybody? Because just remember that sentence. We understand that for some, this is not about the prize, and perhaps for others, it is disrespectful to even discuss it. That is not our intention. But playing fair also includes appropriate pre- and post-match conduct, especially when a player accepts recognition for winning in a broadcast. When we think about the suspension, 6 months for Blitz is more appropriate, after which time he can compete in the Hearthstone Pro Circuit again if he chooses. There is a consequence for taking the conversation away from the purpose of the event and disrupting or derailing the broadcast. With regard to the casters, remember, their purpose is to keep the event focused on the tournament. That didn't happen here. And we are setting their suspension to 6 months as well. Moving forward, we will continue to apply tournament rules to ensure our official broadcast remains focused on the game and not a platform for divisive social or political views. One of our goals at Blizzard is to make sure that every player, everywhere in the world, regardless of their political views, religious beliefs, race, gender, or any other consideration, always feels safe and welcome, both competing in and playing our games. At Blizzard, we are always listening and finding ways to improve. It is part of our culture. Thank you for your patience with us as we continue to learn. Sincerely, J. Allen Brack, President of Blizzard Entertainment. Oh my God. How could you be mad at that? Oh, listen to that. Oh, we're only going to punish them for 6 months. We're going to give them his money. We're going to give them their money. Shut up, everybody. They've only been suspended for 6 months. Listen to J. Allen Brack, President of Blizzard Entertainment over here, talking about winning their prizing. What a weird sentence. What a weird way to structure that sentence. Now, as I said, this statement was released yesterday on the 11th. Late in the afternoon, early evening on the 11th. Some people kind of noticed something about the date on this particular thing. Because when you read the article itself, it's dated for October 12th, not the day that it was released. It was dated for the day after. That's weird. Why? Why would this be dated for October 12th? What time was it in Beijing? Oh, 9 in the morning? You don't mean to tell me that J. Allen Brack didn't write this award-winning bullshit letter, and in fact it was written by one of the Chinese associates at Blizzard, probably somebody working at either Tencent or NetEase? No, that couldn't be it. It couldn't be that Blizzard outsourced their bullshit apology to the Chinese. Well, I know that's a lot to take on faith. I mean, you could try to explain away the date. You could explain it away a few ways, I suppose. But here's an interesting take on in regards to the wording that we saw. I mean, remember, when we were reading that, some of that stuck out as just odd to me. Some of the phrasing stuck out, at least to me, as odd, but I'm not an English major. What would I know? So let's find out what an English major, a bilinguist, had to say on this. This is from Boobell, apparently on Twitter. I've been keeping quiet out of fear, but as an English major and a Chinese speaker, I feel like I need to point out, since I know many people won't know enough to explain. This Blizzard post seems like it was written by a Chinese non-native English speaker. Before I go into this, I want to point out that the tone and language is all over the place. Some are more native English phrases, English native phrases. Others seem more typical for China, which makes me think there's some cobbling together here. In CN, it is very common to use ellipses and spaces and space them out like this. This just doesn't happen in English. Usually this starts in the first person and uses casual contractions. What's happening? Contractions don't exist in CN. So using them in formal situation is a common error. This structuring. In Chinese writing, it's typical to add what an English teacher might call topic sentences at the beginning and the end of a paragraph. This isn't conventional and sounds very heavy-handed in English. In the same vein, headers containing incomplete clauses and rhetorical questions before paragraphs are common in Chinese, but clunky in English. For an OW example, look at Crystal Callout. Also, why are Blizz parts indented? Doesn't it look like it was copied and pasted? The header, okay, makes it obvious that there are two voices here, minimum. Whoever wrote this and whoever wrote the indented statements. Copy and pasting official Blizz statements is even weirder. Is there an official Blizz statement? Why are we getting it in a wrapper? When we get into the long section where the grammatical indicators become apparent, using when we think about instead of the present participle, thinking, or something else because think isn't really the best word here. It's too personal for a statement. It's another Chinese sign. And Chinese verbs don't take on different conjugations. E.g., think is just think. To indicate time, it looks when I think back, I once think, not thought. Think word serves the purpose of ing because words like thought and thinking just don't exist. So using when we think about, which is kind of awkward and unfitting, instead of looking back on, considering our, etc., is a red flag. In the same vein with why, why with regard to, instead of regarding, is not just wrong, it's weird. Also, there are no plurals, no dogs or cats, only dog or cat. See, there is a consequence instead of the phrasing there are consequences. That's everything that immediately pops out to me. If I find anything else weird, I'll add it on. So why is this statement like this? It's not a vocal recording of J. Allen Brack. Here's what he sounds like. If it's not him, then who is it? Why would a non-native English speaker, why didn't PR edit this? What's going on? So is it possible, as insane as it sounds, Blizzard, who loves the taste of Chinese dick, dealing with a PR disaster, unsure of how to handle it, banned a guy because China told them to ban him, and then instead of coming out with their own statement on how to handle it, had Shanghai write their PR statement with its fucked up broken English and release it in the wrong time zone for an American audience. I don't know, Chad. You tell me, are we in Crazy Town? Are we in fucking Crazy Town? Did Blizzard do that? I'm waiting for chat to catch up. I'm sorry. There is a minor delay. A small delay with this shit show. Oh my God. What are you doing, Blizzard? Oh, they love the taste of that Chinese dick. Oh, give us that money. We want that money. Fuck freedom. We may be an American company, but we're going to let communists write our fucking PR statements. How embarrassing. For Alan. Alan, what are you doing? Did you... Okay, let's be fair here. Maybe he had a brain injury before he came into work. Like maybe Bobby Kotick in a fit of rage hit him with a fucking golf iron. You know, like, you're fucking up Call of Duty for me. That mobile release is important, Alan. Just smacks him in the head, and then Alan, half retarded, writes that statement. Or the Chinese wrote it, and Alan has to act like that was his brilliant PR statement. I'm seeing a lot of yeses. I'm seeing a lot of people in chat say, yes, that sounds like what's going on. It sounds like what's happening here. A lot of fuck Chinas. I'm with you on that. Fuck China. What are you doing, China? Oh, how embarrassing. Alan, what the fuck are you doing? Shameful. Just shameful. But it gets funnier. Now, this disaster that's been going on for the last 3 or 4 days, it's funny. But you have to understand, BlizzCon is coming up. BlizzCon is the little mecca of Blizzard fans. Oh, everybody, where's the fucking BlizzCon? Here we go. Oh my God, BlizzCon. Everybody's excited for it. It's coming up now in what? About 2.5 weeks? Just the end of October, very beginning of November. Oh, they're going to have a lot of pissed off people showing up. Now, what do you think is going to happen at BlizzCon? I mean, one of the things you have to understand is they've been doing just retarded shit. They've been banning people. They've been refusing to let them delete their accounts. They're letting China handle their PR statements. You've got different casters, and you've got different, I guess, prominent figures in esports and elsewhere releasing statements saying they're walking away from it. They're disgusted with Blizzard. And here comes BlizzCon. And BlizzCon is going to be a shit show. How much of a shit show is BlizzCon going to be? Well, let's take a look at what's going on with people organizing protests for fucking BlizzCon. Apparently, there's an entire subreddit dedicated to this that's working out on ideas on how to fuck with Blizzard at their stupid little convention. At our protest BlizzCon, ideas to peacefully protest BlizzCon. As you can see, they're trying to come up with ways. Now, my suggestion, if you're really going to go to BlizzCon to cause a scene, dress up like Winnie the Pooh. Dress up like Winnie the Pooh and get your hands on that fucking microphone. That's your best bet. I don't know, 2.7 thousand people. Now, I don't know how many of them are going to go to BlizzCon, but it'd be great if all of them did. All of them dressed as Winnie the Pooh. Just walk right in there. Fuck them. What are they going to do? And it's not just Redditors. It's not just Blizzard fans that are doing this. You've got actual protest groups that are fucking forming websites to fuck with Blizzard at BlizzCon. The Fight for the Future, which I'm sure is probably funded by fucking Soros. Internet freedom activists call for umbrella protest at BlizzCon opposing company's Hong Kong censorship decision. Oh, this is going to be a disaster. What a fucking disaster. I want you to picture it. You've got that natural smell that BlizzCon has every year of nacho cheese and ball sacks. It's permeating the air. There's an energy. It's electric. You can feel it on your skin. Everybody's dressed up as their little WoW characters. And all of a sudden you hear footfall. You hear the steps, the marching beat of a large group of people coming through the entrance. And what do you see? You see 300 Winnie the Poohs, all waving Hong Kong and Taiwanese fucking flags, marching towards the stage. They don't have enough security to handle that many Winnie the Poohs. They could handle maybe 10 or 20 at most. But here come 300 of them. Some even have umbrellas. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. I know that they cast this every year. There's a stream, obviously, for BlizzCon every year. And you just know people are going to do retarded shit when they get a chance. And I am fucking looking forward to it. I'm not sure what's going to happen exactly, but I know I'll be entertained. And I think you will too, chat. I think we're all going to be very entertained with BlizzCon this year. I mean, you can look at past moments when Blizzard has done presentations that have gone south. In fact, why don't we look at the more recent fuck up by these retards? A nice little compilation clip of what happened just last year with their Diablo announcement. Oh, I know I'm excited. We're all excited to watch that. Let me just pull this up. There we are. I'll make that a little more full screen for you. Let's take a look at the masters of PR relations here, Blizzard, doing what they do best and pissing off everyone.
Now I'd like to pass it to my personal spirit animal, the lead game designer, Wyatt Chang.
Hello, BlizzCon! BlizzCon, we love Diablo.
Just as much as we love China. Blizzard fans, Diablo fans, stand please for the Chinese national anthem. You don't get any Diablo footage until you salute this picture of Mao Zedong.
We love the way Diablo has brought millions of players around the world together to slay demons. Our modern world is an increasingly connected one. Our mobile devices keep us closer than ever to our friends, family, and loved ones. So we knew we want to use mobile devices as the platform for a new Diablo game.
I mean, you got to ask yourself, what the fuck were they thinking? What were they thinking for a game franchise that has a history as being a PC exclusive, something that PC gamers love, and they're going to make it a fucking mobile game, and he gets out there and he acts like this is the best news anybody's ever heard.
If you want to know more, we'll be back here on the Mythic stage in just a few minutes. For those of you...
I love it. Let me take a little pause here. That's where my Chinese bosses told me this is where I need to stay silent to have you all applaud for me. Is the applause sign not working? Ted, get backstage and make sure the applause sign is working. It's too silent.
Who are here at BlizzCon, thank you. We are going to have... Sorry.
Hey, just was wondering, is this an out-of-season April Fool's joke?
No, it's a fully fledged Diablo experience on mobile, which everybody will get to play.
Is there any plans to make this playable on PC, or is this strictly mobile forever?
Are there any? The current plan is to be on mobile, both Android and iOS. We don't have any plans at the moment to do PC. Do you guys not have phones?
Yeah, you guys all have phones, right?
Are you guys poor? Okay, we all live in San Francisco and we all have fucking iPhones. I've got an iPhone 17. I built a time machine to buy it. Stop being so fucking poor and get yourself a mobile phone. That's the only way you're going to play Diablo. Do you not have one, you filthy fucking peasants? Oh, you disgust me. Get away from me, you're getting poor people on me. Oh, we develop Blizzard games. Brilliant. Now, I'm looking forward to this year. I'm hoping that's what he's going to say when he gets on stage. Let's see if they try to take an ironic humor sort of approach to this. He gets up there with a commie flag behind him and starts talking about social credit? I don't know. Or maybe, better yet, could we make it a three-peat? Could this year, could the red shirt man be a Winnie the Pooh cosplayer? Could he get up there with a jar of honey and start shit-talking them? I've never watched a bear get beaten down by security. I'm kind of curious what that would look like. All right, real talk. Tasers can't get through felt. So if you got a big, clunky Winnie the Pooh costume, security can't take you down. You got a good 20 to 30 seconds of them trying before they're going to rip your head off, your mascot head off, and beat you down to drag you out. That's 20 to 30 seconds to shit on Blizzard on a mic that they'll be unable to oppose you. Just make it extra thick. Our Pooh Boy here is a thick motherfucker. Extra thick, so they can't stop it. So there's nothing they can do to make it end. Oh, I'm enjoying the shit out of this. I got to be honest with you, chat. It's been pretty spectacular last 4 days, 3 days, whatever, however long it's been going on, to watch one company continually fuck itself up. In fact, while we talk about this, let's where's his kinky outfit? There we go. I want that up on screen. Look at that sexy boy and his gimp leather. The leader of China with his uneven pepperoni nipples that are inverted. How do your tits go inward? I don't know. His nipples point towards his lungs. He figured a way out. Maybe it's that communist magic I'm unaware of. Tight leather pants. It's where he keeps the extra communism. Marxist always has to have a little extra communism on him. He puts it in his pants. Lets it get nice and humid down there. Pulls it out when he needs to convert some people. Oh, Blizzard. You eternal fuck-ups. What are you doing? I'm going to go with my gut on this. I think that statement released by quote-unquote Alan, the guy in charge of Blizzard, wasn't released by him. Or at least not entirely. I think it was co-written by somebody at a Chinese company. I think that Chinese company is who they're doing business with to get the in to China, whether that's Tencent or NetEase or whoever. I think it had to get an okay before it was talked about. And what's Blizzard's apology when they come to the public? For being pussies, spineless, traitorous pussies. They get on their knees to suck Chinese dick when they're told to. Is one, to deny that China had anything to do with it, which is bullshit. Is two, not to reverse their decisions, but instead to try to meet people in the middle. Oh, it's only a 6-month ban now. And then they didn't even address the shoutcasters. They tried to act like the shoutcasters were complicit. Oh my God, they let somebody say something on their stream. How do you think a fucking stream works? Do you think shoutcasters are like standing 3 inches in front of the motherfucker they're interviewing? Reading lips? Are they psychic? Are they going to read his mind before he says something? Should the shoutcasters have beaten him with a baseball bat for daring to say that about Hong Kong? For not honoring glorious China? But no, they deserve a 6-month suspension. After making them literally go on stream and cry about how it was the end of their business. The end of the thing that they've worked, I don't know how many years building up. Because Blizzard is wholly owned and wholly subservient to their Chinese overlords. What is with American companies bending the knee like this? What is with these corporations being so weak-willed and so spineless and so terrified? They see the amount of money over there. They don't give a shit. When you hear a Hollywood movie talk about how much money it's going to earn, they don't even care anymore about the opening weekend. They don't care about the domestic box office. Not even really the international box office. They always talk about, oh, when is it going to open in China? That's where the money's made. And video game companies apparently are no different. Blizzard and Activision want into that market. They will do fucking anything to get into that market. It represents more money to them. And whatever sacrifices they have to make, they're willing to do. And it's disgusting. It's disgusting watching Apple do it. It's disgusting watching Google do it. It's disgusting watching the NBA do it. And to see Blizzard Activision do this is pathetic. So when BlizzCon comes up in 2.5 and 3 weeks, I know the internet forgets shit very quickly. Who knows if anybody's going to remember, but I know there's got to be one autistic motherfucker out there that's going to live stream himself dressed up like Winnie the Pooh, holding an umbrella. And really, at the end of the day, I think it's worth it. I know I'm going to get a laugh out of it. I'm sure most other people will too. Now, I'd almost wager Blizzard won't say anything more about this. They think that what they've said is enough. They think that what they've done is enough. But if people keep shitting on them, if they're constantly getting fucked with on their own forums, in their own Twitch streams, at their own events, at their own conventions, you'll drive them insane. They're going to start to fucking hate Hong Kong just on principle, just to spite you. Politics aside, you're going to drive them mental. And that's going to be entertaining to me, at least. I don't know, chat. I'd love to watch. What is his full name? Oh, I don't even have it up here anymore. J. Allen Brack. I would love to watch J. Allen Brack go fucking Looney Tunes and just start running around the Blizzard campus with his shirt and pants off, screaming about Taiwan #1. Just fucking completely unhinged. He's lost his shit. He can't cope with normal life anymore. Just J. Allen Brack, the leader of fucking Blizzard Entertainment in Irvine, California, running around screaming shit like this.
I have a friend that actually
Taiwan #1.
The HK Alex Yo. The whole thing that started the whole investigation and
Taiwan #1.
And he told me about something about like money. One of the big players streaming. And
Taiwan #1
cheating and leading the rest of the legit crew. And I think that guy just killed both of them.
Same guy. Taiwan #1.
Yo,
yeah, that's me. Yep. Taiwan #1. Fuck you.
Taiwan #2, China is the #1,
China #4, Japan #2, Taiwan #1.
Oh my God, Chinese #1, USA #2, Russia #2, USA number 8, okay? Taiwan #3, fuck you, baby.
It's a dream of mine. I don't know if it'll happen, but If it does, I hope somebody puts it up on the internet so we can all watch it on stream together. Enjoy that shit happening. All right, we've been going for about an hour here. I'm going to take a small break, a small 5-minute break. I'll put on a little comfortable music in the back. I'll put on Rama Rama in the background. I'll come back, talk a little bit more about this. I'll get to the super chats. I've seen them come through. I will read them all. I always do. But let's do a small break here. Let me grab a drink. If you got to go take a piss, you got to go take a dump. If you got to go take a dump, print out a picture of fucking Blizzard first and line your toilet with it. Try to bullseye that. All right, put J. Allen Brack's picture right in the very bottom of the bowl and see if you can just drop a deuce right in his mouth. He'll appreciate it. He's used to eating shit. He does business with the Chinese. So let me pull up some Rama Rama, and we'll do a small break. You shouldn't be Rama Rama, chat. Shouldn't be sniffing that petrol. It's a dangerous thing to do. We all like that gasoline high, but you don't want to be Rama Rama. I love that fucking PSA. It's right up there with Poo and the Loo from India. I don't know. It's a toss-up. Poo and the Loo from India or Rama Rama from Australia. It's one of the two for the best PSA songs that have ever been made. Well, I mean, technically Poo and the Loo was made by UNICEF, so I guess I can't count it. I don't know. I'll count it anyway. Fuck it. YOLO. What are you going to do? How are you going to stop me? Fucking Blizzard. I hope more of our amazing gamers out there rise up and yeah, I'm not saying to do this, but apparently it's very effective. I wish I knew what the end of this conversation was. How do you respond to that? What are you going to say back to that? What's the employee manual say? Is there a training course specifically for it, I wonder? Probably not. They're probably straight up fucked. Oh, let's see. I got some Streamlabs here. Let me read these real quick. Hey, Jim, please call Briar a nigger for me. YouTube won't let me donate super chats. I wonder why. Check out my video on Mother's Basement for some quality cringe. My channel is GJ Smith on YouTube. From Hellsnake, stop scrubbing this chat, China. You need to fuck off. And from A2P, I want to be clear. Ellen muffled while fellatiating Z's teeny weeny pecker. Our relationship with China has no influence on our decision. He moaned while getting gangbanged by 10-cent employees. Hey, who doesn't like a hot, wet and wild porno scene with J. Allen Brack from Blizzard getting gangbanged in every hole by 10-cent employees? Now, if you want to make some protest art, there you go, gamers. Draw a picture of the leader of Blizzard getting his holes stuffed by the Chinese. I mean, it's a realistic depiction. I'm sure you could get some credit for it in an art course. It's a real life painting. I mean, we all know it happens in the boardroom. He loves taking that dick. Oh, let me adjust this. Now, I plan on following this. My guess is, I mean, I can't imagine. Could Blizzard be stupid enough to do more retarded shit over the next week or two? Yes. They're fucking dumb, so it's a high probability they might. Could funnier things happen? Of course. But I will be paying attention to it. And I probably will stream when BlizzCon happens. Just on the hope that a bunch of Winnie the Poohs show up. I know it's an outside chance. I know there's no guarantee we're going to get a legion of Pooh Bears. But if it does happen, I will be so fucking happy. So, what is that, from October 31st to, November 2nd? I will be paying attention to BlizzCon. So I'll probably do a stream then. Now, if Blizzard fucks up even more, I'll do another stream in the interim. And just keep following along. Upcoming stuff. I've got a video coming out tomorrow on BitChute. BitChute link is in the description of this particular stream if you want to see where they are. It's going to be transtastic. I can't really talk about what the video's about. I'll get banned. And I can't really even show you anything from the video. I will immediately get banned on YouTube for doing that. There's no way they're going to let me show you a clip of what's coming up. But that will be tomorrow evening on BitChute. The first video in the Transtastic series, titled How the Sausage is Made let you put together what that's going to be about. In fact, now that's reminded me of something. That's reminded me. I need to tell you all, Steam has a sale going on right now. Oh, you like to save those dollary dues? Let me shill a little bit here. They've got some amazing bargains, a sale to die for. You'd be suicidal not to take them up on these offers. Maybe you want to play Hell Let's Loose or Adult Swim games. Maybe Factory Town's more your speed. Or up to 41% off all those LGBTQ plus games. 41% off on those LGBTQ games. That's a fucking bargain. Now, I don't know why Steam picked that number, but I guess it's just what they felt like going with. So if you want to play one of those, there you go. Don't forget about it. It's going on right now. All right. Let's, oh, no, that's not what I want. What do I want here? There we go. That's not what I want either. Oh, I'm boomering it up. There we are. I'll read the super chats now. Thanks for coming out. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Video up tomorrow evening. Again, I wish I could give you more details on it or even show you some fun clips from it. There's no way. A few people in chat were asking, where are the videos, Jim? What happened to your channel? For the people that are unaware, I removed them. I was getting naughty strikes on my videos, so I removed them. And I moved them all over to BitChute, where I can't get them flagged down. And that's where I'm putting all the furry videos and all the transtastic videos, all the sovereign citizen videos, all that shit. I'll do streams here, and then I'll start putting up trailers for videos that come out here so you know when they're up over there. Either way, for those that stuck around for the stream, have a good weekend. I'll read the super chats now, so give me a second to get those pulled up. And remember to salute glorious communist China. You want to get a high social credit score, chat. You don't want to piss them off. It's going to affect you for the rest of your life if you do. Terrible. Terrible. From Mario Kart 13, me China, me play joke, me suck pee-pee, do not choke. And we've got a regular poet here. From Gree People, Taiwan number 1, Japan number 2, USA number 3, Russia number 4, Furries number 6, Dingus Khan number 7, China number 8, and Zane number 9. From VeggieBad, May Skin is Liberty Prime or Winnie the Pooh. I want to see May dressed up as Winnie, to be honest with you. From Mario Kart 13, 4 is considered an unlucky number in China because it sounds similar to the Chinese word for death. Taiwan number 1, China number 4. From B Valento 591, Blizzard needs some integrity. I think they've got plenty of integrity right now. They must be high if they think this PR maneuver is going to work. From Shane Allen, Jim wanted me to tell everyone to buy a hat for glorious capitalism. Oh, I love selling hats. We all know it. If you want to buy a glorious hat to teach those communist motherfuckers a lesson or two. It's made in only the finest of sweatshops, with the tears of orphans helping to hold the embroidery in place. The link is in the description. From Dante, there's a shooter at my school. Please send help. Well, Dante, you sent that an hour ago. You're probably dead now, but thanks for the money. From Too Spoopy for Me, man. Rip Boogie 1488. From Metakur's Lunicorn Archives. Hong Kong 2019 is worse than Hong Kong 1997. Where is Chin when you need him? From Black Cube Mystery, Israel number none. Moderator Marcy, first Blizzard had bad WoW connection issues earlier this year. Now this media disaster. Gamers rise up. For Blizzard is over party. From the Belchoff, reminder, the Metacast is brought to you by Blacked. Use promo code JIM for 14.88% off your subscription. Too spoopy for me, man. Hentai for Hong Kong, revolution of our age. James Beanick, Taiwan number 1, retards rise up in the chat. From Ken, I don't know a single person who's still playing Blizz games. In my personal life anymore, this isn't a boycott. Everyone is just so disgusted with Blizzard that they want nothing to do with them anymore. Yeah, I'm trying to think, Diablo 3 was shit. You've got people playing WoW, I guess. I don't know how popular Overwatch is anymore at this point. It seems like most of the player base got driven away by the ridiculous shit they've been doing with character balance and their ban-heavy bullshit. I'm not sure. From Hans Handsome, do you guys not have Chang, Du Lao Mai, Bufongs? Okay, all right, well, I've got to refresh here. Sorry, chat. One moment. Let me make sure I didn't lose any here. think I'm caught up now. All right, where are we? Okay. All right. Where is it? From moderator Marcy, I believe Jade is number 1 best Asian. Can I get a number 1 in chat, please? I say again, a number 1 in chat for the Asian waifu Jade. From Enki Dorado, better dead than red. From Jessica Eustis, better dead than red. Well, you like that? You know what? I'll put some Liberty Prime on again for a second. Why not? You can find this. I'll put the link out for it later on, too. People, I guess, were having difficulty finding it. Here's a little more Liberty Prime, teaching those filthy communist bastards a lesson.
Liberty Prime is online. All systems nominal. Weapons hot. Mission: the destruction of any and all Chinese communists. America will never fall to communist invasion. Obstruction detected. Composition: titanium alloy supplemented by photonic resonance barrier. Probability of mission hindrance: 0%. Democracy is non-negotiable. Death is a preferable alternative to communism. Communist detected on American soil. Lethal force engaged. Tactical assessment: Red Chinese victory. Impossible. Communism is the very definition of failure. Communism is a temporary setback on the road to freedom. Embrace democracy, or you will be eradicated. Democracy will never be defeated.
I'm sure somewhere in the background there's a man in a bad fake mustache with a hat named let's see, Rod Powards, asking you to buy a copy of Fallout. I don't trust him. I don't trust that guy, but I'm sure he's out there somewhere. From James Stevens, Metokur, you horrits, been 3 weeks, put the video up. Video's coming out tomorrow. Jet Set Tomato, 59th anniversary of Atoya Yamaguchi's assassination of Kami in Japan. Press F to pay respect. I believe you're talking about that. Is that the one where the dude runs at the guy with the katana and he guts him on stage in front of the entire audience? Oh, can I find a video of that? Oh, YouTube will probably fucking pull me off if I show that video. It's a little man running with a sword and guts him right in front of the audience. From Zerdart, red is better dead. Hurry up and wait. Communism is for knee gears. James Phoenix, trigger the Zangs, own the Zangs. From Graf von Trill, shame on China, shame on Blizzard, shame on the NBA, shame on Disney, shame on Tiffany, shame on all the other companies that caved to China outside of Chinese territory. Liberate Hong Kong, a revolution of our time. From from Nigger1488, great username, excellent choice. The Jews and Chinese are rats. Alrighty then. From Dear Propaganda, thoughts on the new Joker movie. I actually haven't had a chance to go see it. I enjoyed shitposting about it, but I haven't had a chance to go watch it. From another man, 420 Blizzard, couldn't resist. From Gojira, play Ronald McDonald Playhouse Massacre for a palate cleanser. From Carnizzle, funny how politics is in video games only matters when it offends the red state. The Real Saint Sweetie Squad, rise up. From Eric Johnson, down with Chinese communism. Refined Valley Dude, my friends and I am not misunderstanding Chinese culture. Waihan Zhang, study 18-hour academic success, follow example. From Cody Rush, Jim, I don't mean to get into your personal life. You're just a guy I watch when I'm done with work to laugh and escape from real life. But my girlfriend is Chinese, and she was laughing with you the whole last stream. So what ethnicity is Jade? Well, she's the kind that's kept in a dog cage, and I only let out because she screams loudly. In fact, she can't go on the internet. You know, if your girlfriend's Chinese, have you ever watched your girlfriend's interactions with other Asian people on the internet? The most racist people on earth are Asians towards other Asians. It still amazes me. She can't she can't have like a Twitter account or a Facebook account. She gets banned instantly for her hot takes on different Asian ethnicities. From Grody Grungus, well, I for one welcome our new Chinese overlords. May they reign over us for 1,000 trine. Did they buy it? Can I have that Chinese money now? From Lurik L, got to add Taiwan number 1 to the intro. Rex Remedy, will World War III be a CO2 neutral? Well, if you eat bugs like I'm doing. All right, here's my idea of what the future is going to be like for us. Wake up in the morning, and your cold little cell is going to be like a concrete tube. You have no lights on, and you walk to work 8 miles. You want to be CO2 neutral. Don't want those greenhouse gases. Don't use a car. You walk to work. You work at Amazon. You get into your wagey cagey because Amazon employs cages for their employees. And you work your 12-hour shift. Then you walk home 8 miles to your cold, lightless concrete tube. And that's when you sit down and enjoy a nice meal of maggots and flies. That's our future. And with that kind of future, yes, the World War III will be CO2 neutral. So congratulations. From Alu Catbar, Jim has a monster song, Cat Allah is great. Padre speaks Hong Kong numbered nothing. From Mexican-American male, saw Joker, he literally rose up in the film, NNRW. From Ninja Work 111, to be honest, I'm stunned. They gave him his money back considering how invested Blizzard is with Tencent. It's not good enough, but it means they're scared. From Graf von Trill, to go with my past Super Chat, South Park has gained points in my book. Vertigo 22, I can't wait for BlizzCon. New WoW expansion shall be Mists of Pandora 2.0. From Brian Tom, Jim is about to go full mad history teacher. Prepare. Press 1 to spit on Blizzard. From Cy Brav, wow, defectors are welcome to join Guild Wars 2. From Cindy Coles, please impregnate me, even though my tubes are tied. From Winter Wolf, Jim, does your bully cabal have a strong China branch? Well, no, recently we branched out into the incels. Okay, here's how the bully cabal works. We're out there networking with everybody. And when we saw the popularity of Joker, we decided to partner up with the incels. In fact, we even made a promo clip. Thank you for the segue. For part of the bully cabal, we're always expanding. Incel market's hot right now with the Joker film. So let me play the new ad. The new ad from our partners in the bully cabal from the incels. I think you'll like it, chat.
Women are like dogs. Now, what do I mean? You have to treat them like you would treat a dog. You ever go up to a dog and you're afraid of the dog and the dog senses it, and the dog gets up and smells the fear coming off of you and starts barking at you and snarling at you and showing its teeth, and it's pissed off at you and doesn't like you. And you're like all insecure and tentative, like, I'm sorry, hi, can I get you a drink? I just want to be friends, please don't bite me. And what's that woman going to do? She's going to snarl at you. She's going to look at you like, ew, creepy, ew, rough. If you're firm and self-confident, they respond. They get relaxed, see? Just like dogs. You go up to a dog, a big, mean Doberman Pinscher, right? Or whatever, some Germanic, Rottweiler, right? Or a pit bull, You go up to that dog, and you say, hey, don't fuck with me, dog. So that's what you have to do. You have to treat women like dogs.
It's you always got to be out there networking. always got to be out there networking. There you go. Welcome to the bully cabal. Another one. Will you ever do a stream or be a guest with Blackbuster Critic and crap on Deviant Fartus? Is he still around? I thought he left the internet like a while ago. I know there are a lot of mirrors of his stuff up there, but I don't know if he's still around. Tell Daddy how big you are. Blizzard to Hong Kong. Do you guys not have freedom of expression? From James O'Shaughnessy. If rumors are to be believed, Taiwan number 1. From Biddy Beebus. Daddy Jim, I've been a fan since Tumblrisms, and I'm finally giving you my shekels. Keep fighting the good fight. Love you, man. From Waxigan, found the clip I mentioned last time. Video's called Asian Andy and Baked Alaska Eat with Loud Super Chats. Timestamped at 7:10. From White Void 43, NBA and Blizzard. We're sorry, Chairman Winnie the Pooh. Please give us your Chinese dongs. From Frank the Tank 1218. Bobby actually put out the hit on Epstein. He hired a tall, bald man in a suit with a barcode tattoo on the back of his head to strangle him. From Gabe Washerit, are you positive Jade isn't actually Chinese? I think you need to bring it up to her. Well, sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and she's saluting a red flag and she's talking in a weird language to a man named Chang. Maybe you're right. Lifeless Loser, what's some good scary movies to watch this month? Funny or actually good? Also, do you think humanity will be around in 1,000 years or are we doomed? I have no idea if humanity will be around in 1,000 years, and I'm not really watching scary movies at the moment. I've been watching some anime. Because I am a fucking weeb. In fact, let me see if I can find the name of the anime I've been watching. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find it. There's one recently that I actually was enjoying. And see if I can find the name of it. Yes, Ascendance of the Bookworm. Or Ascendance of a Bookworm. It's actually one of those, I'm in a foreign... I died, now I'm in elf world. That's not with a OP protagonist that shits lightning and his piss can crack the world in half. So it looks like it might actually be entertaining. We'll see. Could be total shit. Tell Daddy how big you are. You were the chosen one, Bobby. It was said you could destroy the degenerates at Blizzard, not join them. Bring balance to the games industry, not leave it in darkness. From Ken, how the fuck is Viacom the only one that told China to go to hell? More than just South Park made fun of China this week on Viacom's programming. From Dick Rambone, I tricked a Chinese exchange student into believing that all tall black people were all named Tyrone. He then called our proctor Tyrone right to his face. Almost called him a protractor. Job well done. That'll lead to some funny shit later on. You should bring him to Compton, see how it goes. From Will Ross, good song for breaks. Actually was a big hit in Honk Honk. I'll take a look. From Double A, 2 characters in Overwatch Blizzard said were gay aren't gay in China. Tracer and Soldier 76. Now that you brought that up, shit, I forgot one thing. Let me see if I got this. Let me see if I can find it. 1 second. Did I not include it? I might not have included it. Oh well, it was some bit from League of Legends. They had made a statement basically sucking Chinese dick as well, which is not surprising because Riot is owned 100% by Tencent. From Loric Project, N-word clown rise up. Axis 1247, someone get this monkey boy spamming in the chat about Vic to go enjoy a Chinese gulag. From Jim McFillin, here's some dollary dues. Tell Tim he is a potato knicker. Mr. Zeke Blowstein, I'm just a regular white man from a regular family who decided to take a stand to ensure a future for my people. Shooters rise up. Well, enjoy your time getting visited by the FBI, Mr. Zeke Blowstein. Anthony Siebert, they said, they side will fuck up. Taiwan #1. Graf Von Trill, Team Fortress 2 is better than Overwatch any day. May's pretty cool for joining the Hong Kong protest, though. Thank you, Shane and Frosty Bryan. No message, but nonetheless. JD1989, thank you for fighting the communist scum, Jim. You're doing the Lord's work. From Take Minakata, Bobby Kotick, a.k.a. Vladimir Harkonnen. From Mike Tested, hey, Jim, did you hear that SpongeBob offends college professors now because they take the show too seriously, claiming it as racism and violence? Well, they sound like fucking idiots. It's SpongeBob SquarePants. Lighten the fuck up. How are you getting offended by SpongeBob? From Ken, nothing but Blizz leaving China would fix their image. From Zane0013, dig us and peep 2 of the best basketball American glow-in-the-dark nibbers. I know always Bing Bing a-wooing in the Death Star. Cuddles from Daddy Zane. From Julie Jinx, I hope you get my name right this time. I plan to use this clip of you saying it for date night. Please don't make me replace your voice with the guy who does conservative resurgence again. From Cara Face, Hong Kong protesters did Fortnite dances in front of the police station. Google it! Did they really? Oh, is there a clip of that? Let me see if I can find a clip of that. Now, I really don't know. They might have done that. Let me see if I can find it. That'd be pretty amazing if they did. Okay. Hong Kong protesters Fortnite dancing. Let's see if that pulls anything up. I'm not pulling anything up directly on YouTube, but God forbid you try to look something up on fucking YouTube nowadays. Everything gets censored, so you're never going to find what you're looking for. Maybe for the next stream. Where is it? Graf Von Trill. Blizzard is still cute for thinking that Overwatch is an esport, especially after they let StarCraft die and killed the Heroes of the Storm scene on purpose. From Bubblegum Gun, Taiwan equals gay, equals gay China. Honestly, buck both the commie Chanks and the liberal Taiwan cucks. Sorry, but democracy is just a code word for Jewish status quo. From Shane Quigley, N. KTTK, Gunt Gang, rise up. From Ronson, freedom is cringe and blue-pilled, communism is based and red-pilled. From Bernie Powers, who would have thought that Gamergate 2 would also end up being World War III? Looks like Sargon got his wish. I can hear him schmuckling already. Oh, Jim, you should have listened to me. The liberalists and UKIP fell apart, but I was right about Gamergate 2. It's only a matter of time before Trump tweets it. From Bubblegum Gun, democracy is communism, Karl Marx, same coin goys. From Zane0013, China is Ash Ahoy, Taiwan #1, all hail Death Star, awoo. From Sarah H, so all we have to do to get Hillary Democrat symbols banned in the U.S. media is to get their image banned in China first, then it'll be banned in the U.S.? Well, see, now you're doing 42-dimensional chess. I don't know. You give it a shot, though. From Bubblegum Gun, GIR 309 is a faggot. Democracy is not liberty. CMM. From NEU CA, our relationships in China had no influence on our decision and nothing happened at Tiananmen Square. From Fuck You Google. So whatever happened with Jeffrey Epstein's case? Well, after Jeffrey Epstein was murdered in his jail cell while his guards were asleep and the cameras broken, the case quietly disappeared. Because fuck you, rich people never get in trouble. From St. Nicholas, Fook China. From Wanism, my Chinese Christian girlfriend fled her country to escape the CCP is listening to you roasting them, and my country is a third world South American hellhole. Should tell you how nice things are, or how nice the things are over there. Wow, it's always fun to roast the commies. Fuck you, Google. Taiwan #1. From SNGB, Chinese man or waste of time, play PS2, not study differential equation, 18 hours a day, am not allow. From Bubblegum Gun, Gur309 eats foreskin chips. Why are you gay, my dude? Apparently, Gur and Bubblegum Gun have something going on in chat. From NZ Family and Archie, Xiao Nima? I'm not even sure what you're asking me to say. I made this username really long on purpose. Blitz should donate those prize winnings from Blizzard to a pro-Hong Kong charity. From Brian Tom, oh no, 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 no. Look at this Goo K. Pro-Truth Anti-Media Archive. Google Israel-China tech trade, or Israel-China Belt and Road. The real story is that Israel is selling all our tech to China, and when we lose our high-tech edge to them, we're done. From Foregone, false apologies, sloppy job, Messiah Chinaman. From Rando number 9, Liang Wian wrote the letter. Billy Walker, today is my Chinese girlfriend's birthday. Do you think she will be mad if I play Warcraft all day? I don't know. Take the risk. Go for it. From Goldie, how do you feel about Sonic Fox's political statement at EVO in relation to the Blitz statement? I don't even know. He gave a statement. What, did he have a time machine? How? I'll go take a. Or are you asking how do I think they really? What did Sonic Fox say? I know Sonic Fox is a furry. Did he make a furry political statement? Did he ask us all to yiff him? Did he get up there and kick everyone's ass in Mortal Kombat and say, please yiff my tight little ass? I don't know what he said. From Gaming Dap, correction, you nut drip, Blizzard Activision. From Jono Mate, China, where the market is free but the people aren't. From Nick Gers, the ROC is rightful China #1. Bolt Knuckle, can't wait till Blizz scrubs May from Overwatch entirely in glorious China because she's being used as a pro-Hong Kong icon. From Super Hanky 2, Taiwan #1. Nick Spence, China have nothing to do with the young. China have nothing to do with you, you no brain. From Moist John, bring back Hwak. Did you see my tweet of Blizzard's official statement? No, I didn't. And I know I'm saying Hwak like it's guac. I don't know how to pronounce that. But now I'm thinking of Jeb Bush, and I want Jeb to run. Jeb will teach him a lesson. He'll build us a wall made of little guac bowls and protect us from those Chinese. Blade of War 94, we should get Hong Kong to use Liberty Prime from Fallout as their mascot. From Sweetest Sadist, Epic Games would like to formally thank Blizzard's commitment to bringing everyone together with epic entertainment. We look forward to extra traffic to our games that they'll receive as your company tanks. From Zane0013, please tell Christina that her small woman brain can't comprehend the fact that she is a bun ear spreading hoochie. Cuddles. From Padre Speaks, hello, I'm from the Internet Video Prizings. Can I interest you in a video prizings from your internet better than your current prizings? Well, yes you can, Chang. From Metokur's Lunicorn Archives, the year is 2019, a wave of ugly fucking censorship is rushing from China. Censorship has skyrocketed, entertainment is ruined. Therefore, the U.S. government called John Wick's relative Gamer for the massacre of Chinese censorship. From Didi Ewan, Ether, LGBT shirt plus free Hong Kong sign equals media meltdown. I made this username really long on purpose. Dressing as poo, fur fags finally coming in handy. You know what? Yeah, for once in their lives, all the fur fags out there can finally have their moment to shine. So we get a bunch of drugged up diaper furs to dress as Winnie the Pooh and make BlizzCon the most uncomfortable fucking thing that's ever happened. I'm talking to all you rainforest fucks out there that were throwing shitty diapers on cars. You need to go to BlizzCon. You need to go to BlizzCon dressed as Winnie the fucking Pooh and make everybody super uncomfortable. From Greater Gerbil, no message on that one. Unranked Chevron. Wait till all these people upset at China's influence on media learn about China's influence on natural resources and utility companies around the world. Foxman2248, the Pooh Bear Battalion. The Soldier. Invade China World War III now. Marty Fly, can you play the Pikachu Hell March? Imagine that, but Pooh Bears. Well, you know what? Let me see if I can pull it up. Pikachu Hell March? All right. Let's see if we can find it. There are a couple Pikachu Hell Marches, but all right. So you're imagining this particular scenario, but with Pooh Bears instead at BlizzCon? Is that what you're telling me? All right, let's take a look at what our chatter wants to happen. Just replace Pikachu, obviously, with Pooh Bears. There you go, chat. There you go, super chatter. I don't know how they react to Hell March in particular, given the franchise it's from, but why not? Why not go for the gold? From Never So Clever As This, if you hadn't heard, I highly suggest finding the crowdsourced Anthem of Hong Kong. Also, Justice for Peter Cozy. From Double O Boogie, trolling Blizzard could redeem furries. From Angry Emu, the Chings have really been at it lately. Counter-Strike, Winnie the Pooh is now the only acceptable furry at BlizzCon. From Omegas 13, the 3NG Arish and wrong data are equivalent to blinking SOS in Morse code. Blizz has been hijacked by Chi-Coms and purple-haired loons. Brack is screwed. From Alexander Groh Hamilton, communism using capitalism to defeat it. We have a social credit score just as much as China. It just isn't enforced by the government yet. From Rakist News, go check out Rakist News because we're all the little racist according to CNN. From Commibot 5000, is China the Jews of the 21st century? Wonton number 1. From Jamie Schneider, what if Blizz changed skeletons in WoW Classic because they're afraid of users spelling out Taiwan number 1? You figured it out. Now we know why they've been doing it. From Possum King, Pooh Bear's Prez leather pants equal where the Jew hides. Oh, well. Oh, I took that down from the screen. I should put that back up. Actually, what's the other? I had the other one. There we go. There we go. For a change of scenery. From Graf von Trill, China acts as if they sniff petrol from a can. They're more delusional than those banderas. From Victor Phantasm, Dong Dong, where's my American company? From Ebolamorph, China eat de poo poo, China is shitna. From Possum, okay, there we go. All right, I got a little reverse there. Jet Set Tomato, how does Jade feel about mainland Chinese? Not a fan. From Victor Phantasm, boss, when are you leaving New Somalia for Texas? Hopefully soon. From Gripol, Rama Rama Number One, the Great Khan, my mom and dad broke up, what do I do? Just remember it's your fault. And to make the sadness go away, go do a Fortnite dance in the front yard until your father hugs you. You need to floss until daddy hugs you. From Victor Phantasm, boss, you need to strike a deal with Violent J. Maybe you can get a Clown Tribe and Furry Tribe to drive BlizzCon mad. From Jamal Al-Serif, can you put the positivity video on alternative YouTube? I love showing that one to my friends. I will put it up. I will do modern day cookout and positivity because those kind of go hand in hand. From Max15, oh my God, China number 1. From Creighton Sai, I don't know about that, Jim. The hot drinks training video is solid gold. Have some New Zealand dollary dues. From Mitchell McCallum, how can people watch what you put on? How can people watch what you put on an H1Z1 video and still believe that Asians are high IQ? China has some of the most impulsive people on the planet. From Bavlantio, 591, Blizzard needs some integrity. Some guy, God dang it, Bobby. From the Soldier, the commies are coming to take me away, ahua. Web Wanderer, remember that supporting liquid thorium nuclear power will destroy China's monopoly on rare earths that are used in all electronic devices. From Nintendo Not, when's the next video of Furry Pandemonium? It'll be coming up after the Transtastic video. Ben Cornelius, pee-pee poo-poo, say it twice, donated twice, all right? Pee-pee poo-poo. From Lords of Void, love your work, very sad day when your videos disappeared on YouTube. I'm excited for your vid, you've made it sound delicious. I don't know about that. Have you ever seen somebody had their tits removed with an ice cream scoop? Lords of Void, because you're going to. You're going to watch somebody get their tits scraped out with an ice cream scoop tomorrow. From Moderator Marcy, are you aware that the Quartering is planning to go to BlizzCon in a Winnie the Pooh outfit? Well, hopefully 1,000 furries join him. From Mundane Ghost, Free Northern Ireland. And from Ollie Sock Puppet, my birthday is coming up. Can I have a hat for my birthday, Daddy Jim? A woo. I could send you a hat, sure. Hit my good friend up on Twitter, Mr. Anti-Bully, and I'll see if I can. I'll make you a handcrafted hat. I'll stitch it myself. Oh, I'll make my Asian slave do it when she's not talking to her Chinese overlords and plotting my downfall. All right, let's see. I'm getting caught up here, folks. One sec. From Doom Guy, May posting is like putting crap in Blizzard's Cheerios from their own septic tank. And before May removed from Overwatch, Mark Man, where's the video, Jim? Again, it'll be up tomorrow on BitChute. From Sus, happy B-Day. I want your pee-pee. Dante, I'm alive. I hid in the locker. Oh, our super chatter from earlier, who was in the middle of a shooting, has apparently survived and donated again. Great news. Tired Bitch. Free My Boys, May 2019. Farm Master Flex. Chinese politicians are all members of the People's Lemon Party of China. From Mike Testa. Did you get my SpongeBob chat? Yeah, from earlier you said college professors were upset at SpongeBob SquarePants for some reason. Not 100% certain why. From RPG or 90. I wish it was Bethesda instead of the lulz. From Satona. We should have glassed the Reds from the start. Liberty Prime. Communism is a very definition of failure. Eduardo Ramirez came for the grooming, stayed for the cringe. Thanks. From Merlo Williams. Hey, boss, what are your thoughts on Augie RFC getting his video struck by Donga's grandma and Gavin McGinnis butthurt at Porcelain's documentary? Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Donga is out there bashing his caveman rocks together in a rage. Not surprising at all. Is he still doing streams to two people? Or has he moved on from that? I don't know. And I heard Gavin got upset at Porcelain for the documentary. I heard he was pissed off about it. Didn't he demand to know who Porcelain was? Show me your face! Or some shit like that. So I don't know what's happened with it recently, though, but I remember hearing about that like a week ago. From Heat Hawk Noob. Shame on Disney. Shame on Blizzard. Shame on the cow. Bolomorph Chinese government. Eat the poo-poo. Caleb Lambright, I missed the stream. Have my $2. Fuck China. From Flapcat, I made pee-pee in my jorts. RPJ, I heard Red Pool Jack just fucked you in the ass, Miggy. From Lurik L, the Choose Fear the Samurai. Cake Knight, did you see the video of the lady talking about eating babies at the AOC rally? Had me dying. Yes, I did. Some Swedish chick, right? Citing some Swedish scientist saying we needed to eat babies. RPG or 90. Also, Japan gonna die from a coming hurricane. Marlo Williams, would you ever do a stream with Adonis Paul? I haven't really done streams with anybody in about 2 or 3 months. Kind of doing solo shit at the moment and getting caught up on my videos. From The Reasonable Extremist, Sans is in Smash Brothers. Hello, Jim. Have a good day. From Fataku, Jade is a good girl. Give her walkies and treats and snoot boops. From Sublin, China bad, America good. Israel is our greatest ally. Now, excuse me while me and Tyrone and our girlfriend take our kids to the Pride Parade. From Carnuckle Blackburn, sent you a tweet, handle Jacob Blackburn, read it. The UFO answer, BlizzCon needs Kilroy's $30,000 security apparatus. Caleb Lambright, women are like cars, in need of constant maintenance. Mike Testa, Jim do a DPS SpongeBob laugh, ack, 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 ack. From Jay, did Blizz kill heroes so Tencent could win with LOL? That's actually kind of an interesting idea, isn't it? That because the company is involved with, because Tencent's involved with both companies, that they could have asked for one company to kill a product people liked to shift traffic into the other property that they own more of. I don't know. From Mike Testa, call Quentin's reviews as Soy Boy. MCs rise up. Jeb Bush, heard you loud and clear, Jim. I'll run again. From Foxman2248, look up Hong Kong protests performing Fortnite dances in front of Mongok Police Station. It's on Reddit. Freddy Fufu, the ADL and SPLC just announced that Winnie the Pooh is more racist, sexist, and homophobic than Pepe the Frog. From Low Health, this makes my poo moist. Greater Gerbil, make Z the HK mascot. China will have to censor their own president. And from Alex, stop reading super chats. It kills the stream. Well, the stream is done. I did an hour of stream with no super chats. You should have shown up for that. But thank you for the $2. From Vinci Bird, shout out to my neighbors at SciTube, end of an era. Mike Testa, do the topic I brought up. DSP outlives another. He always outlives another. From Cypress Stone, gang gang bang the Changs. Reventian, look up Hong Kong Fortnite dances on our Hong Kong. I will check it out. And from Red Cell 96, I just knew the master of the internet chaos was going to cover this. I can't wait for you to propel this, all of this into hundreds of dumpster fires. I don't know about that. I think we're caught up now. Let me see today. Oh, one last one came through. Foregone Jim posts the Bitcoin 2017 crash on BitChute. I don't know if I want to. Let me check. How is Link doing right now? Are they all millionaires right now? Chainlink's sitting at 250. Oh, it went down 30 cents. Well, hopefully you got your Lambos out while you could. Hopefully you're driving those Lambos to the moon while Bitcoin jumps back and forth. All right, chat. I'm caught up. Thanks for coming out. Again, video will be up tomorrow over on the BitChute account. If Blizzard fucks up more, I'll cover it as it happens. Here's looking forward to BlizzCon with some retarded shit happening. Who doesn't want to watch that? You know what? I got to remember to use this. Oh, excuse me. Use this clip more. Where is it? I just had it a moment ago. And now it's gone. Did it self-immolate? Oh, no, there it is. How are we going to end this? What should we end out on? Well, I'm going to end on this. I'll play a song after it too. Why not? But I need to get that promo out there. Again, the Bully Cabal is expanding. We need to welcome our incel brothers into the clique. So let's throw that promo up one more time, then I'll play some music and we're out. Video tomorrow, and I'll see you on the next stream.
Women are like dogs. Now, what do I mean? You have to treat them like you would treat a dog. You ever go up to a dog and you're afraid of the dog and the dog senses it, and the dog gets up and smells the fear coming off of you and starts barking at you and snarling at you and showing its teeth and it's pissed off at you and doesn't like you? and you're like all insecure and tentative, like, I'm sorry, hi, can I get you a drink? I just want to be friends, please don't bite me. And what's that woman gonna do? She's gonna snarl at you. She's gonna look at you like, ew, creepy, ew, rough. If you're firm and self-confident, they respond. They get relaxed, see? Just like dogs. You go up to a dog, you know, a big, mean Doberman Pinscher, right? Or whatever, some Germanic, what's it, Rottweiler, right? Or a pit bull, you know? You go up to that dog, you know, and you say, hey, don't fuck with me, dog. So that's what you have to do. You have to treat women like dogs.
Well, what impeccable timing. Just in time for spook... Oh, thank you, computer. Oh, they're already trying to get me. I know what you're up to, CIA. I can see you glowing in the dark. You're not going to stop me. Just in time for Spooktober. For Spooky Scary Skeleton Day. We have a little bit of an info drop from the FBI. Now, I was going to do a stream talking about just other things. There's a lot of shit going on. But this kind of dropped right into my lap, and I'd be remiss if we didn't cover it. I've got one hell of a story for you today. We're going to be taking a look at a FBI report of declassified information that was released. 300 pages. Pertaining to a certain white slavery child abduction cult. Yes, that's really how they describe them, a white slavery child sex abduction cult called the Finders. I don't want to get ahead of myself. We've got so much to go over, and I want to try to ease us into it a little bit. Now, like I said, there were other things I wanted to cover. You know, Destiny, having his little R-word argument with all the communists over on Twitch. Have to do that another time. BlizzCon, just a little reminder, I guess, for everybody. Hey, don't forget. The Winnie the Pooh celebration's going on starting October 31st till November 2nd. So if you want to show your appreciation for a lovable childhood character, Winnie the Pooh, feel free to swing on by BlizzCon so you can be disappointed in real time as they explain to you that Diablo is now a third-person shooter and Overwatch is a mobile game. Oh, that sounds fun. I want to celebrate that. Nothing gets my dick harder than watching video games be fucking murdered in front of me. Strangled to death. And I can't do anything about it. Oh, so sad. So sad. That's why you need to go there as Winnie the Pooh. Cheer everybody up. Put on a nice little show for the people. Where do I even start with this? You know, let's work our way backwards. I think, you know, that's probably the best approach. Let's work our way backwards. I'm sure you recognize this handsome individual. That's Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, if you've forgotten who that was a man that was at the center of a sex scandal who did a backward somersault off a 3-foot bunk and somehow broke his neck. I don't know. I don't think anybody could even pull that off in the Olympics. They need to start a sport called Mr. Epstein's Suicide, because that takes some athletic skill to pull off. Now, I'm not saying this is a conspiracy. That would be crazy. I'd have to put on some tinfoil. Just a typical, everyday experience in a prison. There you are, a multi-billionaire, locked in your prison cell, and the cameras mysteriously malfunction, and the guards who aren't actual guards all fall asleep at the same time. And then you tie some toilet paper around your neck and you do a somersault to your death. You know, it happens all the time. Sure, it seems a little suspicious to people, considering you ran a giant child fucking island and were friends with people that were presidents and prime ministers and princes from around the world. Allegations that you were providing child prostitutes to high-powered individuals, all swept under the rug when you did your amazing suicide dive off the top bunk of your fucking prison cell. Now, people watched that happen and they were incredulous, I think would be a fair way to put it, that Mr. Epstein was killed and didn't commit suicide. But he's just a recent example of something that's been going on for a while now. So here you have Mr. Epstein, a very, very rich man connected to very, very powerful people, accused of being involved in a child sex trafficking ring with those who were in power. There's another story that came up a while ago. Nixvim, I don't know how you pronounce the name of this one. It was run by a financial guru with the help of different people from Hollywood and the financial sector, different investors and bankers. He would actually brand women. And again, what a shocking surprise. We have another case of an extraordinarily rich man at the head of a massive organization full of rich and powerful people that are dealing in white slavery. That's a term. It's a weird term, but it's one you get used to. You know, Jeffrey Epstein, I don't remember hearing any of those girls were black. So let's just say that was white slavery too. So here we have Nivixum, another cult run by a rich man who, I don't know what he did. Brainwashed people, branded them with a cattle prod. He's pulling out all the stops. Doing all sorts of fun stuff. Now he's looking at some prison time. I wouldn't be surprised either if he does a backward somersault off the top of his bunk as well. It's very weird. You know, in the 80s and 90s, there was this term that was bandied about when people were talking about extraordinary things like this. The idea that there might be rich men or powerful people involved in child prostitution, slavery, and all sorts of nefarious things. They called it the satanic panic. You're crazy. You fucking Christians, you're nuts. That's not happening. Your children aren't being diddled by degenerate fucks. There aren't rich people out there organizing cults to molest your kids. That's not real. That's a satanic panic. And yet here we are in the year of our Lord 2019, and I can show you two examples of basically cults that are taking in underage girls, branding them and selling them to rich people to be used as playthings by the elite. If you were to show that evidence to somebody in the 90s, they'd be like, God damn it, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not some crazy soccer mom over here. I know my wife Karen's a bitch. Nobody likes talking to her at the Best Buy. All right, she's always bitching at managers. But I think we may be on to something here. So this term was loosely thrown around. Well, in the 80s and the 90s, there were a couple examples of why that term came into popularity. What do you know? We're going to be reading a FBI report related to one such thing. A group, an organization, a cult by the name of the Finders. I know, and what a fantastic name. I don't know, what is that? The Finders. I think you're going to like all the code names involved in this. I guess maybe they're hide-and-seek champions. I mean, if you're a little kid running from your life from perverts as they're trying to drag you into a van to get fucked by powerful people, you try to hide. And who's going to win hide-and-seek? The Finders are. The big, bad Finders are going to come and get you. Well, the FBI decides, what the fuck? Hey, it's been a slow news week with the Civil War brewing in the background. Hey, I know. Why don't we just dump this into the laps of the public? Here you guys go. We're going to open up the vaults and just give you 300 pages of semi-classified material regarding our investigation into this organization. And there's some interesting things in there. Now I thought, how am I going to do this? Well, how are we going to look through this? It's going to be a long stream. We're going to be reading a lot. So I hope you're comfortable. Get yourself a nice drink or a coffee. I'm not sure what you're going to need to get through this, but we'll make it. Now, I found a video. We'll watch part of it. It's a documentary kind of dealing with the Finders, pretty well put together. And I think the first 5 or so minutes kind of highlight how this started. So we'll watch a portion of that, and then we're going to go right into the FBI documents. And we're just going to read through them. We're going to investigate ourselves. Just like that picture shows you. That picture right there. We need to find a clue. A Blue's Clues. Or a blue body of a young boy buried in a ditch because the Finders murdered him. I don't know. I don't know what our adventure is going to find. I suspect some shocking things. I'd almost wager you're going to see some things you probably wouldn't have believed are real if they weren't in a fucking FBI report in black and white. There's some opinions from law enforcement, from the intelligence community that let's just say if those had gone public in the 80s and 90s during the satanic panic, it wouldn't have been called a satanic panic. It would have been called a scary as fuck reality. Oh my God, we need to protect our children. There's some fucked up shit going on. But of course, this information, for whatever reason, was held back and not really widely dispersed. And so now here we are. What is it? 30 years later, reading about it, because I guess it had to be kept under lock and key. Who knows what the exact reasoning behind that was, but buckle up, because we're going to be taking a look. Let me get a few things ready here. Oh, actually, well, we'll do that later. So let's start with this. Let us start with the very opening of Who Will Find What the Finders Hide, which is a little documentary somebody put together. But again, it's a nice opening summation of probably the most notorious case involved in this. The thing that brought it to most people's attention. Now, I want you to pay attention to the date mentioned because you're going to be amazed when we go through the FBI documents. Just keep your ear out for it and just put it in your brain somewhere, because I think you're going to be widely surprised at what we come across here. So let me pull this up. Oh, there we go. What a great way to start off a documentary with a picture of Mr. Epstein. Obviously something I highly agree with, because he is most definitely connected to this sort of shit. But let's give it a listen.
In our last documentary, we talked about powerful billionaire and registered sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, and showed how Epstein and his co-conspirators were able to escape punishment for their role in abusing over 40 young girls. We noted that Epstein and people like him do not act alone in their efforts to feed their depraved desires. In Epstein's case, he had an inner circle of people who helped him acquire young girls.
Which is very much true. Mr. Epstein did have quite a few associates and people who worked directly under him that helped to supply him with a steady stream of young women. A steady stream of young women which he flew around the country to other people. And he did very much get away with it. I mean, he went to prison once and got a slap on the wrist, home arrest. Ask yourself, how many sexual predators that prey on children get 6 months of wearing an ankle bracelet at their home and then are let free to go? That's what happened initially to Mr. Epstein. And then people got so offended by the outcome of the first investigation, they brought his ass back into court. And it looked like some real shit was going down, and what do you know? Suddenly, Mr. Epstein has a barbell fall on his head.
In other cases, there exist networks of individuals helping to pressure or even kidnap young children and force them into sexual bondage. This time, we are going to explore the story of a cult that was suspected of international human trafficking in 1987. The Finders Cult was a young group of men, women, and children who claimed to be nothing more than former hippies living an alternative lifestyle and practicing alternative parenting.
All right, two quick things, because I want to give some commentary as we go through the opening 5 minutes or so of this. All right, 1987, that's a date, chat, that I want you to keep in your mind. 1987 is when this cult came into prominence. Just remember that date. It's going to be important when we go through the FBI documentation. But also, listen to how they're described. And this is described in the Tallahassee police reports, the Metro PD police reports, the FBI reports, as a group of alternative individuals, intellectuals, living together in a different kind of co-op, hippie kind of lifestyle. Oh my God, they're just so alternative. Fuck the government, man. That's how they were kind of described. You know what else was described similar to that? This guy's called Navixim. They referred to him as a guru, a leader, an enlightened individual that were going to lead them into the promised land. It's really kind of spooky, actually, how many parallels there are between things in the Finders case and things in the Navixim case. We'll talk about that probably a little later on. But again, 1987 is the date you want to keep in your mind.
The Finders were founded by a mysterious man with military connections, nicknamed the Game Caller, who believed in turning his life and the lives of those around him into a constant game or experiment.
The fucking Game Caller. Rise up. Rise up. Do you think this guy sat around in Joker makeup? I mean, this is the 1980s. Maybe he was a really big Bruce Keaton fan. Maybe he loved Mr. Nicholson. I want you to call me the Game Caller. I want you to kidnap children because society needs to learn a lesson.
Although more than 30 years have passed since the Finders made their way to the front page of newspapers all over the world, questions still remain. Did the Game Caller's games involve trafficking of children? What exactly were the Finders finding? Why did this story make mainstream headlines and then disappear in less than a week? Was the story part of the moral panic of the night?
You notice something else too? Not just a similarity between how the Finders are described in parallel to Navixim cult or whatever, however you want to pronounce it. That company, that corporation, the corporate cult that was run by, I'm just going to call him Mr. Reindeer. I can't remember exactly how to pronounce his name. It's good enough. But did you hear that? It became mainstream media, got a ton of attention, and then just sort of disappeared. Remind you of anybody? Can you think of any modern examples of a massive child sex cult that got exposed, and then, what do you know, everybody suddenly forgot? Oh shit, a week's passed? What was that? Epstein got killed in this fucking jail cell so people don't know that princes and presidents and prime ministers fuck toddlers? Oh, what are you talking about? Hey, haven't you seen that Greta girl? She told me I need to eat bugs. Get that off my paper's main page.
1980s or something more? We will answer these questions, and most importantly, we ask, who will find what the finders hide? As we examine the story of the Finders cult, I would like to make all of our viewers aware that everything in this film is documented and can be confirmed by looking at our transcript and sources. This story deals with accusations of satanic activity, child trafficking, and intelligence operations. We take these claims seriously and went to great lengths to confirm the information we are about to present to you. On a chilly February morning in 1987, an anonymous caller tells the Tallahassee Police Department that two well-dressed men are at a local park with 6 kids and a blue van. The children are described as looking disheveled with potential signs of abuse. Tallahassee police arrive and question Douglas E. Ammerman and Michael Houlihan. The two men say they are taking the kids to a school for brilliant children in Mexico.
You know, that's where all the brilliant children go. Hey, I know it's 3 in the morning and I've got these 6 kids wearing potato sacks with their teeth falling out. But we're taking them on a magical fucking adventure to the smart kid school in Mexico. No, officer, I swear to God. I swear to God. What are those belt marks on them? Well, that's just how they learn to be so smart. Hey, kids, show them your arithmetic. Oh, they're so smart. Officer, I swear we're going to the genius school in Mexico.
The men also say the children are being weaned from their mothers. Authorities eventually take the men and children into custody. A search of the van turns up 20 floppy computer disks, a TSR-80 computer, and a, quote, device that police say could be used to hook into a computer in another location by a telephone, end quote. Immediately, it becomes clear this case is not like any other. Following the arrest, the Associated Press reports that police had moved the 6 children from a shelter after receiving a half-dozen phone calls threatening the kids.
You know, that's a typical thing. I think that was a school in Mexico. You know, those educators in Tijuana take their job very seriously. And when they heard, hey, we've got some high IQ students that have been detained by the police, I know the best way to get them out. Let's call the police station and tell the cops we're going to murder the children. Just nothing about this initial story makes any fucking sense. Not a lick of it makes any sense. This is people's first introduction to the Finders, by the way. 1987 in Tallahassee. Police come across 2 men leading a group of children to a Mexican school for the gifted. They're all disheveled. They're all fucked up. The men tell them they're bringing them to the school for the gifted, and they're weaning them off their mothers. These are really young kids, by the way, like 8 and 9. We're weaning them off their mothers and bringing them to the educational paradise known as fucking Mexico. And then when the cops are investigating it, they get a phone calls, multiple plural, saying the kids are going to be fucking murdered, and so they have to put them in protective custody with armed guards. Now that's a wild story on its own. I mean, just that on its own is fucking crazy. But it's going to get real bizarre.
The children were moved to an undisclosed location where they were being protected by armed guards. When interviewed by the police, the kids say the men are their teachers, that they have been living in a house with other children and adults. The police report also notes the kids are eating a raw food diet, covered in bug bites, and only fed as a reward for good behavior. The children are unaware of modern technology, including phones, televisions, hot water, staplers, typewriters, and electricity.
What sort of primitive fucking despair-filled dungeon lifestyle are you living in? Where somebody shows you a stapler and you're like, oh my God, is that magic? I've never seen a stapler before. They don't let me see staplers where I live. And I'm only fed when I behave. I just put yourself in the position of these poor fucking cops that have 6 children telling them the craziest shit they've ever heard. 2 strange men are their teachers. They're fed when they behave. They're going to Mexico to the smart kid school. They've never seen a stapler. And people are calling up saying, we're going to murder them.
The oldest child, Mary, says they receive instructions from a man they call a game caller or a game leader, the founder of the Finders.
Okay, do you see these kids? This is the age we're talking about. Look how fucking young they are. It's back in the day when the press didn't give a shit. Oh, do we have sex victims? Are these kids being abused? Give me their picture. I want to put it on the front page.
Finders, also known as Marion Petty. By Thursday, February 5th, Tallahassee police confirm the children and men are a part of a group known as the Finders. U.S. District Court records in Washington indicate a confidential police source previously told authorities.
I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but can you read this the second paragraph here? What kind of journalist are you, Larry King from the Times Staff Writers Association? You're talking about a story about children that are potentially abused, stolen, trafficked, and are being threatened with death. And you introduce them as the 6 ragamuffin tykes. Oh, look at those whippersnappers. Those kids, they're a heck of a kid. They don't even know what a stapler is. Back in my day.
The finders were a cult that conducted brainwashing techniques at a warehouse and apartment in Washington, D.C. This source tells of being recruited by the finders with promises of, quote, financial reward and sexual gratification, end quote, and of being invited by one member to explore Satanism with them. At this point, officials with the U.S. Customs Service Agency joined the investigation due to suspicion that the potential crimes may have crossed state or national borders. The U.S. Attorney's Office and the Federal Bureau of Investigations are also said to be investigating the case. After learning the children are based in the D.C. area, the Tallahassee Police Department contacts D.C. Metropolitan Police to establish the identities of the children. Tallahassee Police learn that D.C. police are already aware of the finders. On Friday, February 6th, Virginia State Police raid a 90-acre farm owned by Marion Petty in rural Madison County, Virginia. Neighbors of the farm say children were often brought to the farm in vans, usually crying.
School for the gifted. Oh, so you're a neighbor of Marion Petty, a.k.a. the game changer of the Finders cult? Can you tell us anything about the kids? Well, usually at about midnight, a van pulls up full of children screaming and bleeding, and they're dragged in there by the game finder. Nothing truly out of the ordinary. I also like how, remember, they were found in Tallahassee, Florida, but they were going to Mexico. Who the fuck goes through Florida to get to Mexico from Washington, D.C.? I want you to just pull up Google Maps, chat, and just try to plot a route right now from Washington, D.C. to fucking Mexico. And what reason would you have to go to Florida to make it to Mexico?
An FBI report states that, quote, evidence of a satanic cult ritual was discovered, end quote. The same report notes that all reports regarding finders are to be classified secret. Meanwhile, D.C. Metro Police and U.S. Customs Service agents raid other finders' properties, including a duplex apartment building and a warehouse in Washington, D.C. Police reports and articles from 1987 indicate that the D.C. police removed large plastic bags filled with color slides, photographs, and photographic contact sheets from the warehouse. Some of the photos were of naked children. U.S. Customs spokesman David Hoover tells the Post, quote, we're not saying it's pornographic, but it has all the earmarks. And
well, I don't want to comment too ahead of the case here. I mean, sure, there are a bajillion photos of naked, crying, screaming children, but we don't know if those are pornographic or not. Maybe that's how they learn to read. Remember, these are all gifted children headed to Mexico for their bright intellectual futures.
End quote. A U.S. Customs Service report describes some of the photos as showing blood rituals involving children slaughtering goats while adults in white robes watch.
By the way, I checked this. Now, this guy put together this video, and I was like, all right. I knew a bit about the finders, but he had a nice summary kind of at the beginning what I want to show you. But I was like, is there really an article from the Associated Press from 1987 saying that children were involved in goat-killing rituals? Yes! Go ahead and enter in Google the fucking title, Finder's photo album shows children killing goats, and this article is real. All right, I want to sum up where we are right now, because it's still not even close to crazy yet. 6 disheveled children, lacking in nutrition, looking all fucked up, unfamiliar with the outside world, with technology, with television and radio, didn't even know what a stapler was. In the middle of the night are being led through Tallahassee, Florida. Somebody happens to see this and contacts the Tallahassee Police Department. They take the children, bring them in. Immediately upon bringing them into the police station, they start receiving death threats saying the kids are going to die. The police don't know what the fuck is going on, put armed guards on them. Now all of a sudden the customs officials and the FBI are involved. They find out that this group is based in Washington. When they talk to the neighbors, they find out that van loads of children are driven onto the property. Crying children in the middle of the night in vans are driven onto their property. when they raid and find materials possessed by these people. They find videos and films of children naked and crying. And now we get reports of photo albums where people are dressed in weird robes with children being asked to murder goats. Remember, they tried to make people, when this shit is going on and people are getting freaked out hearing stuff like this, they told them they're being just stupid. A satanic panic. What are you guys talking about? They have photo albums with kids killing goats at the Mexican Intellectual School in Washington, D.C. with the Game Changer in a fucking white robe. I don't even know what's under that robe. Maybe he's just got his dick hanging out. Who knows? This is some weird fucking shit. We got a little bit more to watch, and then we're going to get into the FBI report. And I want you to just compare the dates and the information they have to what's being publicly available through the news reports and the police reports.
It also describes that they found instructions on how to purchase children. The importance of this report, written by U.S. Customs Service agent Raymond J. Martinez, will become clear as we move.
Come on. They had guides on how to purchase children. Just an alternative lifestyle group of hippies living on a commune, teaching kids how to be smart.
Move on. The Customs Service then claimed to be looking into allegations of child pornography. Police spokesman Scott Hunt states that the finders may have, quote, been accustomed to selling or smuggling the children of its members out of the country, end quote. Then Captain William White of the D.C. Police Department declines to speculate on what the possibilities might be, but reports written by D.C. Police state that law enforcement believe the possibilities include kidnapping or some type of international market for children. Police investigator Cheryl Wignan says more than one of the children has been sexually abused, but she won't say exactly how many. Genghis Plato, also known as Robert Gardner Terrell, was a spokesperson for the finders and the owner of a D.C. house that police say was used by...
Okay, you know who this guy looks like? What was the name of that cult? The ones that wanted to ride on the comet? Do you remember the ones I'm talking about? They all killed themselves and they put a purple blanket over their heads and wore Nike shoes? And they castrated, they were all eunuchs, they castrated themselves. He thought he was a reincarnated alien? This guy looks exactly like him. If you took that beard away and compared his picture to the other crazy guy, they look like twins.
By members of the group. Terrell tells reporters the group are simply, quote, rational people and not devil worshippers or child molesters. Then another spokesman for the finders named Diane Sherwood states the group are, quote, hardworking with a Protestant ethic. We don't even think we are a group, she says. We are just a network of co-operators. By Monday, February 9th, 5 days after the children and their 2 male chaperones were arrested, Washington Metro Police announced they have found no evidence of wrongdoing or satanic activity by the finders. Health officials in Florida then say they have no evidence of sexual abuse of the children. D.C. Metro Police Chief Maurice Turner Jr. states that the department has not uncovered any evidence to, quote, corroborate allegations made by an informant that the organization is a cult and that its activities involve satanic rituals, end quote. By Thursday, February 12th, Gary Shepard of the FBI's Washington field office says the FBI investigation has, quote, not uncovered any evidence of federal violations, end quote. But according to the New York Times...
You tell me, Chad. You just heard, this is compiled from the police reports and the news reports about what was going on. It quoted officials. They found pamphlets on how to buy children. They found pictures of naked children. Kids that were underfed and beaten. Kids that were held back and weren't shown what the outside world was like. Children that were going to special schools in Mexico. One woman, one of the officials said they looked like more than one of the kids that had been sexually molested. You've got death threats are being sent against these children at the Tallahassee Police Department. You've got all that going on, and in the span of 4 days, all the investigations stop. In the span of a week, every law enforcement official and every government entity involved in this says, hey, no harm, no foul, you guys can go. Nothing to see here, folks. Everybody look the other way. Does that seem to make any sense to anybody who's just watched this? Who even just knows a little bit about this information? Does that make any fucking sense to any of you? Well, we can't find any evidence of anything, except for the naked pictures of screaming children. We have no evidence, except this how-to manual on how to buy children illegally. We've got no evidence, except the medical exam that shows they've been molested. Let them go. This is America. Let those people go. They're not a cult. They're just a commune of co-operators. They don't even think they're a group. You thought the Epstein stuff was bad. Could you imagine if that kind of evidence? Could you imagine if Jeffrey Epstein sitting in his fucking jail cell, if they found how-to manuals on how to buy children and pictures of crying naked children? What do you think would have happened to Mr. Epstein? It wouldn't have been people saying, well, maybe he's guilty. Oh, no, they would have been certain he was guilty. But this group totally let go. Never explained, never touched upon, or commented on. Who the fuck is calling the Tallahassee Police Department and threatening to kill the children? Does nobody find that a little fucking bizarre? Why would they threaten to kill the kids, but not the two men holding the children? Now, the FBI and the Metro PD and Customs and Tallahassee, apparently they tracked down the mothers and fathers on this commune, and the parents said, no, it's totally okay. We gave those men permission to take our children on a fucking international adventure to Mexican education. Everything about this is just rotten as shit. But I thought this was good. It's a good introduction. It gives you an idea of the prominent case that really brought it to people's attention. 1987. In Tallahassee, Florida. Now we're going to look at the FBI report. I hope you're ready. It's a lot to go through. But I promise you, there's some shit in this fucking FBI report that you're just, I'm excited to show you. Because you wouldn't believe me if I just told you. If I didn't show it to you and talk about it, you would not believe me. If I told you what is connected to this group of people and how far back in time it goes. Now, I had somebody else contact me before I did this stream. Somebody that's researching to write a book on this. Apparently they have more information. I'll probably do a follow-up stream. I'll have them on as guests to talk about it. But today, for this stream, I want to focus on that FBI report. I want to see what's in here. What were government officials talking about while they were looking into this? What's going on? You're going to see a lot of stuff. You're going to see political pressure to make it go away. You're going to see different government agencies involved in it. You're going to see conflicting reports from different police departments about what they think is happening and evidence that was held back. And you're going to see something even fucking crazier than that. You're going to see something that's not supposed to be related to the finders, but in the middle of the report, it's there. And when you see what it is, you're going to, I don't want to speculate too hard on what's going on, but let's just say it's fucked up. The fact that they decided this should be included is really fucking bizarre. Now I'm going to try to catch up on some of these super chats here, and then we're going to jump into the FBI report, because I'm going to be reading a lot of it. I can't tell you how long this stream's going to go. It's probably going to go for a while. So let me try to crank a few of these out. We'll do like 5 minutes of them, and then we're going to jump into the FBI stuff. Mario Kart 13 can't be too hard to find. They glow in the dark. Very true. Very true. I will say this right off the top here. In fact, I have something prepared for it. There we are. There's a lot of glowing in the dark involved with this particular story. And I'm not even joking. It's not even a meme. You're going to see what I mean. Literal involvement by glow in the dark. From Camille Taggart. Are you saying that this was an actual glow in the dark nibba? Well, I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to spoil what we're going to find. But yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. In fact, that's what the Metro PD said. You'll find out when we reach, I think it's page 67. From Camara. Hey, Jim, whatever happened to fake Ross? Did he re himself into another dimension or what? I don't know what's happened to him. I know that he was having a tough time after telling people he wanted to molest and kill children. I don't know what he's doing. From Niger, 1488. What do you think of the shit show with Funimation localizing anime they obtain with the whole feminism, faggotry, prison, dragon, and some others? I have no idea. I've been reading manga. I gave up on anime. The memes of destruction. A slip of the lip can sink a ship. Metokur's Lunicorn Archive. Despite being only 13% of the population, run, clown! You need to run. From Moonman. JF Stream when he is legit screwing special girls. From Bubblegum Gun. China fascism is better than Hong Kong liberal Jewocracy. From Ishak Zamani. Jim, any opinions on Wayne Lambright? The future is bright. It's Lambright. From VeggieBat. I have the best way to bring 8chan back. We just need Trump to tweet Gamergate 2.0. Sargon says so, guys. From KTTK. Ni hao. Wo ai zong kuo. Xi Jinping. I probably butchered that, but there you go. From Hans Handsome, let the darkness grow like Jim's love for Asian vajayjay. B Valento 591, Taiwan number 1. Backslide Dan, we gotta find the N-word pass. Alu Catbar is not true. From Reluctant Realist, England to win the Rugby World Cup. Moderator Marcy, Cog has been involved with a meth thought and got cucked when she cheated on him with 5 guys on the internet. She also cheated on him with her ex-husband and her new boyfriend. What would your advice be for him to cope? Probably don't fuck meth heads. Then you don't have to worry about that situation. From Josh Sketch Show. Good afternoon, Jim. What a perfect time to fire up a stream while I go for a jog. Since you admitted to being a filthy weeaboo in the E3 streams, what's your opinion on Haruhi Suzumiya? I don't even know who that is. That's your answer. I can't even pronounce the name, so I guess I shouldn't have an opinion on it. From Dustin D. Hayes, Tiananmen Square, also Taiwan number 1. Read 5 more of these and we'll get to the FBI. From Rude Dude, CIA child injured anally, Mike Testa. Hey, Jim, did you hear the Photon episodes were taken down one by one by the one who uploaded them? Quickly private them before they are lost to time. 9 are left. I'm not sure why they would be taken down. They're fucking great. From Gojira, play Outer Worlds, Goyim. It's good stuff. From Will's son, hey Jim, just wanted to give a shout out to my sister Tara. She ran the Dublin Marathon today. Well done, Tara. And we'll finish it with these two here. The Great Khan, what can I do to make my pee-pee bigger? Well, think of a pretty girl would be the start. And finally, from Joseph Jimenez, all right, guys, I'm going to take a break now for about 5 minutes. I've been talking for a while, so go get yourself a drink, use the bathroom, whatever, and we'll be back shortly. Probably not for another half an hour. Then I'll take a small break and let everybody go to the bathroom. But right now we're going into the big shit. We're jumping head first into the CIA glow-in-the-dark operations. The FBI report released on the finders 2 days ago from the FBI vault. Not all of it is going to be readable. Some of it's in really shitty handwriting, but we're just going to go through bit by bit, and we're going to try to piece it together. So again, what do we know going into this? 6 kids on a midnight excursion with 2 unidentified men to go to a special school in Mexico. They look all fucked up. They don't know anything about the outside world. Everybody gets involved to try to figure out what's going on. Death threats are called in against the kid. Neighbors are saying that the people on these communes are having van loads of children show up screaming. There are guides on how to buy children. There are multiple binders worth bags full of pictures of naked children. And the government, for whatever reason, decides, hey, you know what? Let them go. Let them go. So that's where we're starting. And remember, 1987. That's the important date. So let's take a look at the FBI. Here we are. I'll start at the very beginning, not that it really matters. Federal Bureau of Investigation. It shows you all the information, the data sheets, how many pages there are. Lots of fucking pages with this. 424. I've only got access to 324. I'm wondering if that's because we're talking about duplicates. I don't know. But let's just go through and see what we can find. We're going to read them as we go through, and we'll see what we can find out. I like to, when they're talking to each other, this is something you're going to see a lot when this information is filed, whether it's from Metro PD or if it's from Tallahassee or the FBI, they always use this subject. Finders Group, White Slave Traffic Act, activity, sexual exploitation of children, obstruction of justice. So that's how they're describing this when they're investigating it, as a white slave traffic cult that sexually exploits children. Okay, let's begin. The Department of Justice has requested the FBI conduct a preliminary inquiry into the allegations made by Redacted concerning child sexual abuse by a group known as the Finders, and what role, if any, was played by the United States intelligence community. Why would the U.S. intelligence community be involved with a group of people trafficking in child sex slaves? It's a question you should keep in the back of your minds. It'll become apparent quickly. By separate communication, WMFO will be provided available documentation received to date from the Department of Justice concerning so-and-so's allegations. United States Customs Services, USCS headquarters, Washington, D.C., also possess documentations concerning Finders, which is yet to be obtained by our organization. The following information is being provided as background in the matter for WMFO and Miami. And then here we go. In 1987, redacted for some reason, were convicted of sexually abusing children. One of the children who attended the school during the time of the alleged sexual abuse was doing business as, this is all redacted, after the imposition of prison sentences on both of these, became convinced that numerous other children had been abused and that the abuse was part of a large, well-organized scheme. Subsequently, has attempted to interest congressional members and the USCS in his efforts to enhance efforts in the area of child sexual abuse and investigating claims of organized sexual abuse. During October of 1993, Redacted met with United States Congressman Rose from Florida to discuss allegations concerning a group known as the Finders. Both Congressman Rose and Redacted subsequently provided information concerning these allegations. So already we've got something fucking weird going on here, aside from the numerous redacted information. So the FBI is investigating or reinvestigating this because a congressman from Florida has been provided information. And apparently there's testimony coming from somebody who's not identified, saying that 2 people that were convicted of child sexual abuse were part of a larger group, and that larger group were the Finders, the same group from 1987 in Tallahassee, Florida that they let go. So you can see this is kind of bizarre. Misdemeanor child sexual abuse charges resulting from a complaint that 6 children playing in a park were unkempt and neglected. The 2 subjects with the children could not initially provide sufficient information as to their legal custody of the children and were uncooperative regarding their identity and the children's identity. As a result of information developed during these arrests, the Tallahassee Police Department contacted the Metropolitan Police Department in Washington, D.C. and provided information concerning Redacted and their association with a group known as the Finders that were based in Washington, D.C. on February 5th, 1987. The MPD executed search warrants prepared by the United States Attorney's Office in the District of Columbia on 2 properties owned by the Finders in Washington, D.C. Special Agent and then somebody else, Redacted, participated in these searches. A joint investigation conducted by the Metropolitan Police Department and WMFO led to the identification and interview of the mothers of the 6 children, 2 of the fathers, and several other key members of the Finders group. On February 18, 1987, WMFO presented the results of their investigation to Assistant United States Attorney and his office for the District of Columbia, who declined prosecution for violation of Title 18, Section 1201, kidnapping, and 225, sexual exploitation of children. Redacted was the case agent in this matter. Department of Justice review of documents indicated that during the execution of the search warrant by the by the Metropolitan Police Department at the 2 Finders properties, Redacted claims to have observed a substantial amount of computer equipment and documents purportedly containing instructions for obtaining children for unspecified purposes. The instructions allegedly included the impregnation of female members of the community, purchasing children, trading and kidnapping them. Redacted claims, and they blocked all of this out. All right, so one of the people involved in the investigation says, we found a how-to manual on how to forcibly impregnate women in the community, kidnap and trade children. And then it gets to the really good shit, it's all gone. All of it's redacted. Redacted has alleged that the Finders are involved in a well-organized child abuse scheme, and that Redacted, in conjunction with the State Department and the FBI's Foreign Counterintelligence Section, conspired to cover up those abuses. Redacted should be contacted by WMFO to obtain complete documentation concerning Finders. Investigation by us in this matter will also include the interview of both Redacted and the review of any new documentation in the possession of the State Department Passport Office and the Foreign Counterintelligence FBI headquarters. So it already seems like we've got a little bit more information that was just initially out there in the police reports and the news reports that were publicly available. Remember, 1987, Tallahassee, group of kids with 2 strange men, death threats getting alleged, talking about child pornography, weird manuals being found. But now, behind the scenes, as they're talking to each other, they're mentioning different government agencies, counterintelligence operations, and saying that this was covered up by the Federal Bureau of Investigation because it involved their activities with foreign counterintelligence services. What the fuck is going on with the finders? Well, let's read on. Let's find out more information. Again, white slave traffic activity, sexual exploitation of children. It is noted that a member of Congress has indicated to the Department of Justice that blank, due to the finder's investigation should be conducted promptly in this matter, and WMFO will submit results by teletype to the Violent Crimes Fugitives Unit, Violent Crimes and Major Offenders Section, Criminal Investigation Division. And it talks about the leads that were involved, who was interviewing people, but it's all redacted information. There's nothing we can glean from these documents. Now here's the note from the Acting Assistant Attorney General John C. Keeney from the Criminal Division, Department of Justice. And this is to somebody else. On November 2nd, 1993, this matter was coordinated with the Unit Chief, Office of Professional Responsibility, who opined that absent additional facts being developed, there is no operational issue involved in this matter. So we've got another official in the government. He's opining, he's bitching, because information is not being forthcoming. I don't know, chat. Are you starting to pick up on some things involved in this finder shit? You've got government officials in the Justice Department, different district attorneys, people in the police investigation, people in the intelligence community, who are talking back and forth to each other in their paperwork, who are saying, God, it's really weird that counterintelligence is involved. It's really weird that we're not getting the information we need because different organizations don't want to provide it. Why aren't they doing that? It's a good question. Why aren't government intelligence agencies providing that information? Maybe if we read on, we'll find out. You know, maybe there's something going on here. I don't know. And then I believe this is just information logged on evidence they had and interviews that they did. But there's nothing really that we can use here. These are receipts for evidence. And unless we can actually go look at the evidence, it does us no good. And I can't read this for the life of me. Maybe you can. I don't know. All FBI information contained herein is unclassified. This is unclassified as of 2014. But look at this. Look at right here. You can see it in here. Why is the CIA getting interviewed? What in the fuck is going on? Why are this many government agencies involved in this? If it had just been the Tallahassee Police Department, which would make sense, that the crime happened in their district, in their area, and the Metro Police Department, because these people are originally from Washington, D.C., again, that makes sense. But why all of a sudden was Customs involved? Why is the FBI involved? Why is the Department of Justice involved? And what the fuck is the CIA doing around this? I wish I could decipher this. I can't. I guess I got too much Irish in me. I can't read the hidden white people language of cursive. More receipts. Trust me, it gets good once we get past the numerous fucking receipts. The FBI facsimile cover sheet from the Washington Metropolitan Field Office. Again, talking about some information, but here we go. National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and it gives the address, not important. Provided the writer with the attached memorandum. Redacted related, she had received the memorandum from Customs. A review of the memorandum reflects obvious, observed, and what was in fact recovered by the Metropolitan Police Department during the execution of her warrants. Okay. This is fucking weird. So a writer, maybe they mean a journalist. What's the date on this? February 18th. So on February, we could track this down. In fact, here's a challenge for you. Let's say this is a journalist they're talking about, chat. So there should be a news article from sometime around February 18th of 1987 where a reporter receives information from the Customs Office or a Customs official, and these people at the Metropolitan Field Office are saying that a review of the information provided by this reporter was in fact recovered by the Metropolitan Police. So whatever they potentially wrote about is actually true. So if there's an article out there from February 18th, 1987, speculating about information they received from an anonymous source, saying that this was what was recovered. Here's a Metropolitan Field Office, a Washington, D.C. field office, saying, yeah, no, that's actually true. That's actually what we found. On February 28th, 1987, this memorandum was brought to the attention of Redacted. The Redacted handling captioned matter for MPD advised the writer that a thorough review of all evidence obtained at the two aforementioned locations did not produce any items described in the examples cited above. Okay, they told the person that gave them this information they didn't find shit. But a paragraph above it, it says, observed and what was in fact recovered by the Metropolitan Police Department during the execution of the warrants. This police memorandum admits to lying. They're saying the information that this person was trying to corroborate was in fact obtained with the execution of the search warrant. But here, later on, they tell this person a review of all evidence obtained at the aforementioned locations did not produce any of the items described in the examples cited above. Are you getting a little spooked out, chat? Why are the police covering up information? What the fuck is going on? Yeah, no, they were totally right. We found that, but we told them we didn't find it because fuck them. Shut it down! It's a paragraph apart from itself. And then there's a bunch of redacteds, of course. Why wouldn't there be? So I'm getting over a bit of a cold here, chat. Let me light up a cigarette. That'll help. Here's another one. This memo is material provided to WMFO by FBI headquarters on November 2nd, 1993 meeting concerning captioned material held at the FBI headquarters. SSA redacted indicated that this investigation was to be a preliminary inquiry, focusing primarily on the finders. SSA stated that he or another FBI headquarters representative would arrange for review of files, documents in the possession of the State Department and Intelligence Division of the FBI, and advised WMFO accordingly. To unit chief from, I'm guessing the same individual, I met with SSA blank Division 5 Special Staff and SSA blank Office of Liaison and International Affairs. FBI headquarters is who is the FBI liaison with the State Department. I'd previously provided with a packet of documents concerning the finder's preliminary inquiry. The three of them will determine the best manner of request for records checks by redacted DOS for finders. Redacted will conduct a search of Division 5 records to determine if there are any documentation concerning finders. And then here are the preliminary inquiry allegations. On November 1st, 1993, a representative from the Violent Crimes Unit and Major Offenders Section, Criminal Investigation Unit, prepared a packet of documents received to date in this matter for review by WMFO. A representative from there and SSA had scheduled a meeting between representatives of Violent Crimes, SSA, and the WMFO case agent on November 2nd. On November 1st, a representative from the Violent Crimes Unit met with the FBI Office of Liaison and International Affairs. They discussed this pertaining to the finders. It is noted that the Department of Justice requested that an FBI agent review relevant documents firsthand from the relevant intelligence agencies, as opposed to having to rely on the agency's summaries of reviews. During a meeting with at the Department of Justice, with the Department of Justice attorney on October 28, 1993, it was pointed out that a written request from the FBI or DOJ would be required before the records could be obtained from the DOS for review by the FBI. During that meeting, Mr. Beargrasser requested that the FBI prepare a communication and let him review it before it was sent to those agencies. I believe this is, again, going over the information of them meeting together to discuss the information that multiple agencies had. And boy, look at all that information. All of it redacted. Beargrasser noted in 1987, Stuart, Florida, nothing. Here's more of it, but this is probably more interesting. He's concerned that several congressional subcommittees may be looking at the finders matter and that a TV documentary 48 Hours plans to air a segment on it. So if you're wondering why in October and November of 93 were these people suddenly so interested in looking into this again, it's because Congressman Rose from Florida And television networks, like producers of 48 Hours, had been receiving information, and they were going to do a fucking special on it. I don't think they were meeting because they wanted to investigate who the finders were or what was going on with this particular group of people. I think they were meeting because they wanted to cover their asses. I think they were scared that information might be leaked out and they didn't know how to handle it. Going into more file interviews, talks about the interview with the mother of the children, talks about the results of talking to the district attorney, and talks about turning over information to the Department of Justice, as discussed at the meeting earlier. It's surreal, but it gets weirder. An indices check by the Strategic Information and Operations Center identified 4 FBI HQ files. I don't know if these are present in this because they're not titled this, but these are the 4 files as having references to finders, and 3 FBI files, again, can't really corroborate this, containing references to redacted. There were references to redacted. These files have been obtained and will be reviewed by the Violent Crimes Unit. Identified 16 articles in the LexisNexis database concerning the finders. These articles indicate that on February 4th, 1987, the Tallahassee Police Department, Tallahassee, Florida, conducted a traffic stop on a van containing 2 men and 6 small children. The 2 men were arrested and were each charged with 1 count of child abuse. And then it just follows the information we already know on what was kind of going on. I'm trying to, we're getting close to the really fun shit here. Let me just, it talks about the joint investigation between Tallahassee and Metro PD. That's something we've already covered. Talks about some of the information that was included in that investigation. I think it's page 46 or 47. Might be, okay. So we're going to get into some real shit now. We're going to get into some really weird shit in just a minute. This is going over the U.S. Customs Department and their investigations into child pornography. But what comes up next is a doozy. Remember, this FBI report is concerning the finders. That's just a group from 1987, right? That's 1 traffic stop in Tallahassee, Florida. Now, all of a sudden, the Congress is getting involved. The press want to report on it in the 90s. Suddenly, they want to review their information again. So part of the information they've got revolves around, I'm going to keep it a surprise. You know what? I'm going to keep that a surprise. We're going to take a quick break, and then I'm going to drop something on you. I'm going to drop something on you I don't think you expect. So let me just get this set up here. Okay. I'll put on a little mood music for everybody. Let them digest what they've read, what we've been going over, before we get into the really fucked up shit. Because we're about to go down a rabbit hole of insanity. What should I? Let's see here. What should I put on? Some nice, relaxing jazz music. Fall jazz music. That sounds good. Some nice, relaxing jazz music to deal with the degeneracy of the finders. So, we should probably do a small recap for anybody just picking back up or is coming in at the moment. Group of people hustling children around the country, involved in some very shady shit. Multiple government organizations all investigate this particular group and decide, hey, you know what? There's nothing here. Let them go. And yet, in the information provided in the police reports and behind the scenes, suddenly you've got the FBI, the CIA, customs officials, people in Congress, people at the Department of Justice. Everybody's talking to each other behind the scenes about this. You've got one police report from the Metro PD basically admitting that they lied to people about information that somebody was bringing forward, saying, hey, is this real? I received this information from a customs official. They told them, no, that's not real. And then a paragraph later in that same report said, oh, no, we totally did find the shit they were talking about when we executed our search warrant. So a lot of very bizarre things going on with this seemingly random occurrence of 6 children with 2 adult males in the middle of the night being whisked off to Mexico to learn to be super smart. I didn't know that's where Mensa hangs out. I guess Mensa is in Mexico. Or maybe it's NAMBLA. It's one of those two. One of those two is going on down there. But we will continue on with the FBI report. Let me read some of these super chats to get caught up a little bit. Any that I don't get to, I will, of course, read at the end of the stream. I don't want to interrupt too much, but I will read some here. I got one via Streamlabs from Our Lady Camilla. So it truly was a glow-in-the-dark niggers. We're getting to that, Lady Camilla. From Jason Edward, 30 years later, a YouTube channel exposes the truth more proficiently than the mainstream media. From Alu Catbar, Jim, what is your favorite metal band? What's my favorite metal band? I don't actually know. I'd have to give it a think. I'd have to think on it a little bit. Who do I like the most? I honestly don't know. Give me some time. I'll come back to it. From Household Dog, we need to talk to this redacted guy. He holds the keys to everything. Very true. Mr. Redacted, where were you on the night of February 18th, 1987? From JD 1989, William Casey, CIA Director, and William Sessions, FBI Director, are the ones who are responsible for the cover-up of the Finders. From A. Clifton, February 18th, 1987, Guatemalan newspaper called Prensa Libre published an article that talked about child trafficking and organ harvesting, both to and from the U.S. Cannot confirm it's the same article. All right, so we already have somebody in chat that might have tracked down what we're talking about. Could you imagine if that's what it is? Holy shit! Is that the article the Metro PD was referring to when they said a reporter or writer had come to us with information, and the article they wrote about was child trafficking and organ harvesting to and from the U.S.? The same date? Come on. That's way too much of a coincidence. From Jason of the Great Awakening, bigger than we imagined, CPS trafficking clowns, Mexican PRI media politicians. All of them. Find the Keystone, Skybridge, Arizona. From Mike Tessa, Jim, I'm scared for your show. I'm scared for you. Show Ricada this to be safe. From The Real Asami, first time donator but long time fan, love the vids, and keep doing what you're doing, man. From Waxigan, Jim, you fucking potato. I told you the video and timestamp last time, so you look at it and find what you got that sound clip from. From Zuko Eukerhart, do you remember the fake reporter Bush used that turned out to be a call boy? Some people thought it was a kid who went missing in the 1980s. From Michael Connolly, it makes sense the FBI got involved as it goes between states, and CIA Customs got involved as it goes international to Mexico. The bad info sharing is common because all governments hate each other. Still sucks, but... Well, Michael Connolly, I've got a surprise for you in about 20 pages. Let's just say there's a reason the CIA is involved, and it has jack shit to do with Mexico. Just wait for it. From Sean Corshell Buns, it'll be my father Halloween, T or T, you're cucked. Or trick or treat, you're cucked. Read a couple more here and we'll jump back into it. Farmaster Flex, something doesn't smell right, but who knows? From Journal 0401, sounds like we need to start building guillotines. And finally, from Beck's Fire, there's something there's something definitely fishy about this. Okay. Again, I'll read through them all. I'm just trying to hit the most recent ones before we jump back in. All right, where do we leave off here? I think that's where we left off. Let us get back into it. All right, now remember, this is about the Finders. This entire fucking document, all of this shit is about the Finders. And then we talk about some crime statistics from U.S. Customs. And then in the middle of this, on page 48, there's a map. Well, what is this map of? Why do I see a map of this obviously looks like something. I can make out the word tunnel here. This entire building, it looks like it's been mapped out. There's a tunnel? What would this be about? The tunnels found at McMartin Preschool. A preliminary report. A formal report will be released when forensic tests are concluded. A 45-foot tunnel, 9-foot wide, subterranean entrance found under the west wall of the dog room, classroom 4. Avocado tree roots on both sides of the entrance. Disney bag, copyright 1982, found 4.5 feet below the classroom floor, from 3 to 6 feet in from the entrance and under the foundation of classroom 4. Tunnel proceeded south, then east, 45 feet through classrooms 4 and 3, north, then east 10 feet within classroom 4. Tunnels were 30 inches wide to 44 to 46 inches deep, with the top of the tunnel 30 inches under the classroom floor. The footing between classroom 3 and 4 was arched, where the tunnel passed beneath and was 12 inches shorter in depth at this location. 4 large upright containers were found in the tunnels under the arch, obviously hand-placed. A 9-foot wide chamber was found along the tunnel under classroom floor, classroom 4. Top of the chamber and top of sections of the tunnel had layers of plywood. Okay, trust me, you'll see what I'm getting at here. 7-foot tunnel extending into the triplex next door. Tunnels extended within the bathrooms of the office in classroom 1 to the front yard of the triplex next door. Front yard concealed from street by 3-car garage. Children described entering and exiting tunnel in the triplex yard exactly where the tunnel and exit were found. Other significant facts. A small white plastic plate with 3 pentagrams, hand-drawn on top of light green paint, was found by the archaeologist in the stratified dirt in the playground. Per historical archaeologist, pentagrams were hand-drawn by an adult and not part of the manufacturer's design. Many other artifacts found, whose analysis will be released upon completion of the test. No doorknobs were on classroom 3's door, only a deadbolt lock. Each classroom had an on and off light switch labeled with fire alarm. System did not connect to fire station, but was used as an alert within the school. More than 2,000 artifacts were found under the school floor, including over 100 animal bones. Okay, so in the finder's report, there's a fucking detailed sketch and information about what was found in a tunnel network under McMartin Preschool. Well, what the fuck is McMartin Preschool? Oh, that was another big fucking sex scandal from the 80s and 90s. An entire group, an entire classroom of children alleged that their teachers had sexually abused them and had them involved in satanic sex rituals. They told police and reporters that they were taken via tunnels under the school and were molested and killed animals and did all sorts of weird satanic shit. And people said, that's satanic panic. These kids have been coached into giving these answers. This never happened. And yet in the FBI report, there's an archaeologist paper talking about it doesn't speculate that there are tunnels. It said we went into the tunnels. In the tunnels. He's talking about being in the fucking tunnels. Finding containers in the tunnels. Finding pentagrams and shit in the tunnels. Finding hundreds of animal bones in the fucking tunnels. The tunnel exits exactly where the children said it would exit. What the fuck is going on? Why is this in the finder's report? This was never publicly alleged to be connected with them. And yet, just in the middle, in a random fucking page, what is it? 49, page 48 and 49, fucking diagrams of the tunnel network, diagrams and explanations of what was found. You want me to link the paper? I'll put this up once more before we continue on, so people don't think I'm making this up. Go to @FBI Records Vault, which is a official account, blue check mark, run by the FBI. It will give you a link to the FBI's website under their subsection Vault. You can download the Finder's Report on the FBI's Vault page. It is a PDF file, and that PDF file, let me tell you how many pages it is. 324-page PDF file from the FBI. And in this fucking file, on pages 48 and 49, they talk about McMartin Preschool and the tunnels and pentagrams and animal bones they found. But the press convinced the public that these children had been brainwashed by their parents and hysteria, and that no such thing ever happened. No children were molested. None of it ever happened. It was all made up. There are no tunnels. No tunnels ever existed at McMartin Preschool. Folks, there's some fucking weird shit going on. It's weird enough that the Metro PD lied to a reporter and then admitted privately that the information they lied about actually existed. Now, I don't know if it's connected to that super chat. Somebody tracked down an article about this from that exact date that they're referencing, talking about human trafficking of children and organ harvesting. I don't know what the fuck is going on. All I know is multiple intelligence agencies and police departments are all involved in this. Not involved as in they're taking part in it, but involved as in they're looking at it. They're involved in talking behind the scenes to one another about it. And buried in the middle of it is a fucking thing about McMartin preschool tunnels. What the fuck? We've got a letter here from U.S. Customs. Dear Mr. and Mrs., thank you for your letter dated September 13th, 1991, expressing your concerns regarding the U.S. Customs Service child pornography program. I think this is just going over the statistics we actually looked at on this page. Did they fuck up? Wait a minute. Did the FBI fuck up? Did they do a boo-boo? Is this an oopsie by the FBI? Follow my logic on this, chat. The FBI put up information about the finders. Page 47 has the U.S. Customs crime statistics, right? And then on page 50, it's a letter talking about the statistics. But for some reason, inserted between those two things are diagrams of tunnels under McMartin Preschool and an explanation of the pentagrams and animal bones they found under there. It's almost like somebody accidentally put this in here. And they didn't fucking mean to. It would make sense to have the U.S. Customs crime statistics followed immediately by a letter from U.S. Customs talking about those crime statistics. And instead, in between those two items, is a detailed archaeological map of the tunnels under McMartin fucking Preschool and a discussion of shit they found in the tunnels. Again, read this information. It's not speculated that it was in there. They said it was hand-placed in there. I think the FBI might have done an oopsie. I think somebody fucked up on the file system here. Oh, you win some, you lose some. Oopsie doopsie. Here's another. Finder's chronology. Contact of U.S. Customs by Tallahassee PD regarding discovery of unidentified children and an adult male guardians in City Park. Requested contact with Washington MPD for assistance in locating possible address and relatives of children. Address located with assistance of MPD Intelligence Division. Second address identified. One residence, one warehouse. Are you ready for this? Buckle up, chat. Just read. I'm going to read this a few times. This, again, is buried. What page is this? Page 52. Search warrants obtained by Metropolitan Police Department Intelligence. The warehouse site of previous MPD Intel inquiry involving classified maps of underground tunnel sewer system in Washington, D.C. Okay. The finders, a group of them got arrested in Florida. They found out that they were headquartered in Washington, D.C. Neighbors reported to police that van loads of children showed up crying in the middle of the night. A reporter, potentially the same story, contacted them with information from U.S. Customs and wrote an article about child sex exploitation and organ harvesting that the MPD told was not true, when in fact it looks like it was true. Now, here's the MPD talking about executing a search warrant on the warehouse site and finding classified maps of underground tunnels and sewers in Washington, D.C. Why would a child sex cult have classified maps of an underground tunnel network under Washington, D.C., where they're based? Oh, you guys, Pizzagate. Oh, you Pizzagate's full of shit. Well, apparently in the finder's chronology within the FBI report, they thought it was good enough to make sure people were aware the search warrants obtained by MPD involved classified maps of underground tunnel networks in fucking Washington, D.C. Are you getting spooked out here yet at all? Anybody? Anybody find this kind of fucking weird? And then, like, that's not weird enough, right? Like, this shit isn't weird enough. Let's, on top of that, just throw in archaeological maps of fucking McMartin Preschool. Let's just include that for the fun of it. Holy shit. During search warrant staging, disclosure of pending search warrant execution made by Tallahassee PD to local media. Tallahassee media representative contacted DC media for more details. DC media reps pursue public information at courthouse are waiting at search warrant sites for MPD search teams. Search warrants are executed by MPD and 2 U.S. Customs agents, one at each site. FBI not involved until walkthrough on following day. Seizure of numerous documents made to include passports, teletexts, computer electronic media, correspondence et al. See previous description. After search warrant shut down on first day. What? After search warrant was shut down on the first day, news reports carried FBI press release announcing FBI as lead investigation agency. Day after one search resumed, FBI agent from Washington field office makes walkthrough of warehouse, but does not examine any seized evidence. Additional search warrant executed on farm in rural Virginia with support by Virginia Police Department, no federal involvement. Evidence of satanic cult rituals discovered. Based on observed documents, custom agents unsuccessfully attempt to gain access to evidence for detailed analysis for use in investigating possibly Export Neutrality Act, Mann Act, and child pornography violations. Okay. All right. I want to make sure I get the chronology right of this. They execute a search warrant on the Washington, D.C. residence. At the Washington, D.C. residence, MPD comments that there potentially are classified maps of a secret underground tunnel and sewer system in the possession of an alleged child sex cult. Within a day, the search warrant is shut down. Following it being shut down, an FBI agent decides they're going to do a walkthrough, but they don't decide to look at any evidence. They just walk through, say, it looks good to me, and leaves. At the same time, a separate police department in Virginia decide they're going to do their own investigation with no feds involved at all. And when they do their investigation, they find evidence of a satanic cult ritual. Based on this, they try to get a hold of other agencies to get help, and nobody will help them. This is very similar to what happened at Tallahassee, where they said they had evidence of abuse and sexual abuse, and it disappeared once the feds got involved. Here we have the same thing happen. 2 search warrants, classified information, feds show up, disappear, shut down. Virginia finds evidence of satanic rituals, shut down. The moment the feds get involved, all that evidence doesn't matter. None of the agents will respond. Shut the fuck down. What the fuck is going on? Contacts at the Metropolitan Police Department Intelligence advise that all reports regarding finders are to be classified at the secret level. Also advised that no information was to be turned over to the FBI for investigation, and that the WFO would not be advised of the redacted involvement and contact. Children discovered in Tallahassee were eventually turned over to the individuals claiming to be their parents or guardians. No further MPD, FBI, or Customs involvement. As far as it is known, no details of redacted involvement ever became public. So not only did the intelligence community insert itself into this investigation, it basically shut their search warrants down, hid their evidence, and then told them it's classified at the secret level and they can fuck off. And then once they had done that, they took the kids that were obviously victims of abuse and turned them back over to the cult. All right, there's some shit going on here. So let's continue on our magical journey through fucking U.S. intelligence smartland. Here's more teletypes. Let's see what we got. Subject Finders Group, again, White Slave Traffic Act, sexual I love that they had all their letters are headed with that. It's like anytime the FBI or the Virginia police or anybody's talking about this behind the scenes and they're talking to each other via teletext, it always says regarding the white slave traffic ring and the exploitation of children. They know what this is. They fucking know what this is. For information of FBI HQ, review field office information. Opened a kidnapping case on February 6, 1987 as a result of the February 4th arrest of 2 men in Tallahassee for abuse of children. These individuals, redacted. And it's just going over what happened with Tallahassee. This is a summary of what's going on with Tallahassee. we've already gone over this. I guess it's a duplicate, or it's sent from another agency to another one. I think we're getting to some really fun shit here. Let me see. I think it's coming up. Okay, hold on. Finders Group, sexual exploitation of children. This is to SAC from WMFO. Attached to the memo are copies of Metropolitan Police Department investigation file reports, pertinent information obtained during Reuters' November 4th, 93 review of the MPD case jacket on the Finders Group. The MPD case jacket was made available for review by Lieutenant Redacted, MPD Intelligence Division, 300 Indiana. It's their address, doesn't matter. MPD case jacket did not contain a listing of specific items seized from the February 5th and 6th searches of the Finders Group properties. In addition, there was no indication of the present status of any items seized at these searches or what the fuck? So they're saying, okay, what they're saying here, at least my understanding, is all the evidence seized in those initial searches doesn't exist anymore. It's not included in the reports. It vanished. That's what they're saying. Oops, we lost some information. Sorry, guys. Synopsis, he's going over the investigation, talking December 1986. Blank called the Intelligence Division and reported that she had information concerning a cult operating in the District of Columbia. Remember, our Finders case in Tallahassee was in 1987. This predates that. So this is a police report to the Metro regarding the Finders. Redacted was advised that Detective Redacted of his office handled cult investigations and was currently out of town and would contact her after he returned. Was contacted in late December by a detective by telephone and I guess mail. Advised she wished to be interviewed concerning this cult. Detective of the Maryland Park Police because blank stated a section of this cult was operating in Maryland. Okay. So already in 1986, they're aware of who the Finders are. And even more importantly, it's operating in the surrounding area. Right? We got Washington, D.C., Virginia, Maryland. We know they're in Tallahassee. It seems like it's a East Coast thing. So, okay. But this person, the police are aware of this in 1986. Whoever's investigating cults at the Metro Police Department in 1986 is well aware of who the Finders are. Was advised that although this group was unusual, they were committing no criminal offenses, and the police department would only be interested if this group was involved in criminal activities. In January of 87, again contacted the detective and stated that some of the members were interested in exploring Satanism. Detective again advised that although Satanists are not criminals, detective was interested in ascertaining what activities this group was involved in and asked Redacted to call detective if additional information became available. Law enforcement information. On February 5th, 1987, Detective Redacted received a phone call from the U.S. Customs Service in Tallahassee, Florida. Customs was trying to find out if the Intelligence Division had any information containing a group of subjects known as the Finders. The Customs representative stated that 6 children had been located in Florida along with 2 men, and that the children were dirty, unkept, insect-bitten, underfed, and possibly sexually abused. U.S. Customs stated that they had tried to contact representatives of the Finders without success, and they feared that other children were being abused at that address and were unsure if the children had been kidnapped from their parents. Detective was put in contact with investigator of the Tallahassee Police Department, who were the lead investigators in the case. Okay. It just gets weirder. It just gets weirder. So this does predate Tallahassee. The police were aware that there's some weird cult activity going on in the area. You've got a lady calling in, concerned. She seems to have first-hand information. I mean, how would she know they're engaging in Satanistic activities? I don't know. I like this. Children talked about other children in D.C. and stated they were under the control of the game caller. Talks about the search warrants getting issued. There's something I really want to look at, though. Oh shit, I hope I didn't lose it. Okay. All right, chat, are you fucking ready for this? You're going to like it. Are you ready? This is on page 67. Super Chatter, who said, the CIA is involved. The CIA is involved because it goes into Mexico. That's why the CIA is involved. Let's hear what the Metro Police Department thinks. It is this writer's belief that the Finders organization is and has been utilized by the Central Intelligence Agency as a disinformation service spreading non-essential, non-critical information to various organizations throughout the United States and overseas. This group, to the most part, is made up of overeducated non-achievers who lack the inborn initiative to succeed on their own. Therefore, they fell in line with a charismatic leader who gave them direction and self-importance. To the most part, this organization individually is harmless. However, when directed and monitored by a controlling factor, they are capable of destructive and illegal activities. As in any cult structure, the main drive is for the group and individual values, and ideology is lost. Therefore, when a member is asked to perform a task that hitherto may have been objectionable, he or she performs his mission for the good of the group. As to the abuse of the children, I do not think that child abuse was planned, a tactic of this group, but as in any cross-section of society, sick and demented subjects belong to cults as well. I believe that the shaping of the children is a planned experiment of this group, as is the case of the Nazis. They strove for a perfect society. Oh, God, what? All right, just to sum up, Metro Police Department that were involved with 2 investigations into the finders, in their summary report, says, oh yeah, by the way, this group has been used as an asset by the Central Intelligence Agency, and they were trying to brainwash children like the fucking Nazis did. What? Can we just take a minute? Let me pull this back just a second. Where is it? There we are. Oh, CIA. Oh, my sweet, sweet glow-in-the-dark CIA. Are you telling me that you created a counterintelligence ring and it accidentally turned into a child sex cult that harvests organs? And did you try to own the Russians so hard that you ended up creating a sex cult, Mr. Glow-in-the-Dark? Is that the feeling I'm getting? Is that why the FBI and Customs and Interpol and everybody involved in this is so fucking embarrassed? Because you colossal fucking idiots created a child sex cult by mistake when you meant to train a counterintelligence agent? You fucking idiots! Oh God, that's embarrassing. Oh my God, if I worked at the CIA, does everybody make fun of you, glow-in-the-darks? Like, do you hang out at like government intelligence agency parties and get just shit on relentlessly? Does the FBI and NSA and DOJ, did they just shit on you idiots? How do you accidentally create a child sex cult, CIA? How did you accidentally do that? Oh, oopsie. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, there are tunnels under McMartin Preschool. We're hustling and selling children for their organs and sex around the world. Our bad. We just wanted to teach the Russians a fucking lesson. This is mundane Matt levels of retarded. Oh, trigger the libs, own the libs. Trigger the Russians, own the Russians, huh, CIA? Here's a better example. Here's a PSA. Here's a public service announcement from normal people.
Kids, there's nothing more cool than being hugged by someone you like. But if someone tries to touch you in a place or in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable, that's no good. It's your body. No one has the right to touch you if you don't want them to. So what do? First, you say no. Then, you get out of there. Most important, you gotta tell someone you trust. Like your parents, your teacher, a police officer.
You know, that would be the PSA, the after-school special you show your kid. That's what normal people produce. Let me show you the CIA's version of a public service announcement. This is what they would show your kid instead.
Let's have a little reality check to make sure we all got the message. If something like this happens to you, know that it is your fault. You did wrong. And remember, being abused by a male does make you gay. Right. And telling someone about it does make you less of a man. The bottom line, if you are molested, you wanted it, you did something to deserve it. That make you weak. No offense. Being molested means you're gay.
Oh, what special guys the CIA are. Thank you for that. Oh, all the children feel so much better, CIA. Oh, that's fucking embarrassing. Oh, that's embarrassing. That's shameful. That's shameful. Oh, you should be embarrassed. Oh, my God. Oh, boy. You know, we're 68 pages into this. 68 pages into this 300-page document by the fucking CIA. Brilliant. Lovely. Well done. Yeah, I'm just going to catch up on some super chats. I might as well make a few bucks off your fucking retardation, huh, CIA? I'm Mr. Glow in the Dark. From Edward Ramirez, when making an omelet, a few kids are going to get raped. So I think they put that up on the placard at the CIA headquarters. From Joni Baloney, doesn't this line up with the satanic panic that was shot down by as nothing by 6-hexenhammer 666? Pizzagate is real. Feds have been doing this for years. From Sean Korshall Buns, Korsh tried to start a Def Leppard cover band as and all he got was this lousy disinformation cover-up and a bullet to the head. From Big Mike, and Wignets think religion has no value for people. Jesus is king. From Russell T. Shackelford, watch Conspiracy of Silence doc on elite pedo rings. From ABCDEFG, Satanism isn't real, goy. You're so square. From Donkey Show, I trust you're old enough to recall the steep rise in kidnapping in kidnapping in the 1980s, a phenomenon that led to helicopter parenting in the 90s. Is there a connection? Well, maybe all those stranger danger. Let's go deep on this. Let's talk about stranger danger for a minute. Let me pull this back. There we go. I want that front and center. There we go. See, oh, look at that beautiful picture. He glows. Absolutely radiant. Okay, maybe stranger danger. Maybe the strangers in stranger danger when they're like, don't get into vans for can't. Maybe that's where this all comes from. I mean, remember that initial report when they're talking about the investigation into the Washington, D.C. residents? When they interviewed the neighbors? They said they'd bring van loads of children in the middle of the night screaming? Maybe that's CIA. Maybe stranger danger should be CIA danger. Remember, kids, don't accept candy from a glow-in-the-dark. Never get a ride with a glow-in-the-dark, kids. It's dangerous. Never trust a glow-in-the-dark ever, 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 ever. There might be something to that. I don't know. I don't know. Truth TV, Esto Tipo de Pes. I can't pronounce that. I'm sorry, bro. Hi from Portugal. It is Madeleine McCain case. From Joseph Jimenez, this is Clown World Jim. How deep does this rabbit hole go? Jesus fucking Christ, this info is disturbing. My son's stay is thoroughly ruined. Thanks a lot. Vincent Pisano, listening to this glow-in-the-dark shit is making my Halloween season feel extra spooky. Thanks, Jim. Friendly Neighborhood Sunwheel. Ted Gunderson Chronicles, Let the Darkness Grow. High of Tap. Here's some more shekels. And the Fed. Lord Chirpy Dip. Did you just uncover a pedo cult live, you mad lad? Eddie Spaghetti. Possible suspect, Tarl. Sticks and Hammer Warwick. Now, I'm not sure what Sticks said. I guess you guys are talking about Pizzagate. I can't comment on Pizzagate. All I'm commenting on right now are the FBI documents released about the Finders cult. And I would say, just from my observations, it's weird. You have kids that are with strangers in the middle of the night in Tallahassee. The police department's receiving death threats for some reason. Sorry. Police department's receiving death threats for some reason. Everybody investigates, stops the investigation. You have Metro Police Department official documents saying that when they conducted search warrants, the FBI got in the way. You have other reports from years later saying that the evidence obtained during those searches disappeared. You've got documents in there that don't make sense, like McMartin Preschool archaeological digs. You've got reporters contacting police and being lied to. It's just, there's a lot of, there's smoke here. I'm just going to be very honest. There's a lot of smoke here. Now, I don't know which way that fire is burning. Maybe that Metro Police Department official who wrote that report's right. Maybe the CIA is just so fucking incompetent when they tried to create a counter intel ring to disperse disinformation to the U.S. and foreign assets. They accidentally created a child sex cult. I don't know. Is the CIA that stupid? Potentially. Maybe they're fucking idiots. I don't know. Maybe the FBI just felt bad for them and covered it up. I have no idea what's going on. There's a lot of weird shit happening with this particular thing. But like I said, that's what we're dealing with. As far as Pizzagate and the connection you might or might not see with this, I will say that when they executed the search warrant in Virginia, they said they were looking for maps of, or they said they either, what was it? Classified maps of underground sewer systems and tunnels. So I know Pizzagate, people look at it like it's crazy. I do too. I love laughing at it. But it makes you wonder if a child sex cult in the 80s had classified maps of tunnel networks under DC, maybe there's something there. I don't know. I would again, don't take my word for it. Maybe I'm misreading this. That's always a potential. Again, you can go to the @FBI Records Vault on Twitter. It'll give you a direct link to their page on the Vault page, and you can download this PDF yourself. It's 300 and some odd pages with all the information from the investigation and the intelligence departments and the police departments. So take a look. Don't take my word for it. I don't know. All I'm saying is there's some weird shit happening here, and we're only a fifth of the way through. I will try to go as long as I can with this before I've got black helicopters overhead. From Tony Hoveter, this is potentially the biggest story in the last 50 years. Thanks for doing this. It's guillotine time, my friends. Gamers unironically rise up. From Legato Madi, is this why Alex Jones had to be removed? He covered for a day, then dropped it completely, as if he was threatened, and says it made it worse. From MJ, let the darkness glow. Sean Kershal Bonds, who is Edit? From Ethereal, I'm no Sleepy Jim. Good thing I've got glowing nightlights. I'll read a couple more here and we'll jump back in. Rocket Insano, so many people tweeting it sticks right now. From Bexfire, Lil Jim, not definitely fishy. Fishy. It's a fish meatloaf traditionally served as a Sabbath meal. I'm sorry. Gefilte fish. Oh, is that what you're talking about? Gefilte, right? Okay. Oh, oy vey, I'm sorry. From Sean Kershal, if Styx is the gatekeeper, who's the keymaster? Or Zool. And finally from John Breeson, Jim, the redacted chronology states that the fighters had passports from the USSR, North Korea, and Vietnam, and that the CIA and FCIA told MPD to stand down. Well, that would fit in line with what I'm seeing. Look, we've got a criminal investigation into a weird incident. This all started with one case. You know, if you're looking at it like that. 1987, a couple of kids with some strangers in Florida. And all of a sudden, we're finding out that government agencies are involved, that classified information is involved, that they had pretty decent technology for a group of people living on a farm fucking kids. I mean, they had access to the internet in 87 or ARPANET, whatever they were using. They had a pretty decent computer. They're sending information to and fro. They've got naked pictures of kids, classified maps. You know, police are saying that basically their investigations, their warrant searches are being interfered with. And then later on in 93, after 87 and 93, 6 years after the warrants were done, they're saying, oh, yeah, the evidence is gone. It disappeared. So, no, it wouldn't surprise me that the fighters would have had passports from Russia, Korea, and Vietnam, and that the CIA was involved, and they told the MPD to stand down. Is it potentially possible that, again, in all seriousness, is it possible that the finders was meant to be an intelligence asset that went off the farm, so to speak? That they were trained to do disinformation and counterintelligence, and somehow, some way, ended up as a child sex cult, and the embarrassment of that made the intelligence community cover it up? That's very possible. I know if I worked at the CIA and something I created turned into that, I wouldn't want to co-sign my name to it. It's very possible. Okay. Again, I'll read super chats bit by bit as we go, and I'll get to all the ones that I missed. I'm sorry if I missed yours. Trust me, I'll keep up with them as best I can. We've got a lot to read. Give me a second here. Good God. This might be a long stream, chat. I don't know what you all have planned this evening. We're on page... What page are we on? We're on page 68 of 300. Oh. You know, let me just pull the room here. Now that we're a little bit involved in this chat, I've got you pulled up on screen here. Let's see. I'll try to pull you guys. How many do we have watching? 15,000? Okay. Chat, give me a 1. How do I want to break this down? Okay. Give me a 1 if you think there's nothing weird with this and it was all blown out of proportion and it was just a satanic panic. Give me a 2 if you think there's smoke here. Not necessarily that we know exactly what's going on, but give me a 2 if you think there's some weird shit going on and that the truth has been covered up for whatever reason. A 1 if you think it's all bullshit. A 2 if you think there's something going on here that's nefarious or weird or being covered up. I know there's a bit of a delay. I'll give you a chance to catch up. Gives me a moment to have a drink and smoke a cigarette. I'm seeing some ones interspersed there, but I'm seeing a lot of twos. And of course, we've got the rebel. Who's going to give me a 0 because fuck you, man. Fuck you, mom and dad. You can't put me in a box. I got you, bro. I got you. I feel that 0. Okay, so we got a lot of twos. All right. Let's see. Okay, let's put out some possible theories on what might be going on. Possible theories on what's going on. Right now, my initial gut feeling, reading this retarded shit, I'm going to put as theory number 1. Don't answer yet. Wait till I'll give you 3 theories, and then we'll vote on it. Theory number 1. The CIA or another intelligence agency within the United States sought to create a counterintelligence network or a propaganda network that would spread disinformation in the U.S. and outside of it to enemies. This was a group that was trained and influenced by whatever this intelligence agency was, and at some point during their operation, for whatever reason, they went rogue and became involved in child sex rings, organ harvesting, and other really illicit and illegal activities. And because of this, the agency that was responsible for maintaining and managing this particular group became embarrassed or afraid of what would happen if that information went public, and so helped to cover it up. That's theory number 1. Theory number 2. There's a weird group of fucking hippies out there. There's a weird group of hippies out there that run a child sex ring, and for whatever reason, they're in possession of classified information, including tunnel networks under Washington, which might imply that they facilitate or trade child sex to people in the government. And because they had blackmail material on government officials, U.S. intelligence and police departments had to cover it up because they were told so from above. Hypothesis number 3, all the people involved in this are fucking retards, and anybody who doesn't have their head up their ass can see there's weird shit going on, and it's just human stupidity that allowed it to get this bad. So, theory 1, CIA fucked up and did a big boo-boo. Theory number 2, the finders blackmailed the government with material related to officials' fucking kids. And theory number 3, people are retards and they dropped the ball on this because they're fucking idiots. What one do you think sounds the most likely so far? Oh, you know what? Let me put, while you're voting, I'm watching as the numbers are flying by. Let me put the picture of our boy up again. So you can see his face while you vote, chat. What are you doing there, CIA? All right, I'm seeing a lot of 2s. So a lot of people believe, okay, I'm seeing an equal amount of 1s and 3s, but a majority seem to be 2s. Is what I'm getting. Okay, so it's all over the place. And again, these are just random theories I'm throwing out. Maybe somebody in chat's got a much better one. And I'm way behind the curve on it. I don't know. But we've heard for so many years about weird shit the government does. And we know the government does weird shit. You look at stuff like them dosing people with LSD, people in the health department allowing people to be sick with things like syphilis just to watch their brain rot without telling them or giving them treatment. You've got shit like MK Ultra. You've got all these weird fucking projects that are going on in the background run by government agencies. So I guess kind of knowing that they do weird, stupid shit makes me at least open to the potential that they have done something very stupid and found themselves in a giant snafu involving a child sex ring. And that I feel bad. I'll say I feel bad for the people in the Tallahassee Police Department, and I feel bad for the people in the Metro Police Department, because they probably didn't want the shit to continue, but probably were bullied about it. And, you know, even if you put all of this aside, even if you say this is all speculation, who was calling the Tallahassee Police Department and threatening to kill children? Right, the group's initial claim was that they were just a cooperative, a commune, that there wasn't anything weird about them. So why then, when the Tallahassee Police Department got a hold of the children, were they receiving anonymous death threats against them? See, if I were a cop, if I was in some government agency, fuck everything else. That's the thing that's going to get my attention. Who threatens to kill children that are 7 years old just because the police are concerned about their safety. That feels like a message. That feels like a message being sent that that's our property, we can do what we want with it, and you can't do shit about it. So I feel bad for that. I bet the Tallahassee police officers were like, this is fucked up. And they probably put their faith in Customs and the FBI and everybody else, and they were let down. I'm sure it's the same with the Metro guys. I'm sure it's the same with those detectives in violent crime in Virginia. Every time they'd come across this shit, every time they'd encountered this weird group, they were repeatedly told to back off for whatever reason. Again, just out of nowhere, just decide to drop it. Not all of this is classified. Some of this is, open. Some of this was out there. But a lot of it was classified as secret or confidential. A lot of it was internal memos that were never released. But for whatever reason, it's all compiled together, and the FBI put it up and put it out. And they just did it without any fanfare. They threw it out there on the 25th. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. Maybe I don't. Part of the way this is organized is weird. I find it very bizarre that in between the custom statistics and a custom letter talking about the statistics, for no reason at all, which shouldn't have any connection to the Finders group, are two documents pertaining to McMartin Preschool and underground tunnels about sex abuse and satanic rituals. That seems really bizarre. That seems like somebody did a boo-boo when they put this together, or maybe there's a federal agent out there that thought, you know what, if I'm going to put this out, I'm going to sneak that in there for people. Maybe there's a Fed out there who's on our side and wants people to put pieces together. I don't know. All I know is there's some very strange shit with this entire release, and there's some very strange, it's like Blue said, we got to find some clues here, Chad. And we're going to do it. We're going to find some fucking clues. We're going to go through this information. We're going to figure out what the fuck is going on. So let's continue. Here we go. Page 68. Finders' involvement with the CIA. At approximately 3:30 on February 18th of 87, detectives spoke with Redacted, referencing any contact the members of the Finders may have had with the agency. So-and-so was guarded, but frank in his response. He confirmed that Redacted, Isabel, now deceased, was an employee of the agency from 1950 until 1971. When asked if our investigation was treading on anyone's toes out there, Redacted replied, sort of. He acknowledged that they have had someone working on the case since it first broke on the news media. He also stated that the agency is aware that during the period of 69 to 71, Redacted traveled to Moscow, North Korea, and North Vietnam. Also stated that he would contact detective to arrange to come to his office and further discuss this. The Metro PD talked to somebody in intelligence, and they were told that yes, investigating the Finders cult is treading on the toes of the CIA. They had an agent involved with this, and that, okay, the dates now, look at this, from the period of 1969 to 1971. This goes back another 20 fucking years. It's not just something that's happened for 30, half a century. For half a century, this organization, iterations of this organization, have been involved in activities that benefit the CIA and the U.S. government. And they're aware of it. And now you wonder why it is the police departments, every time they enact a search warrant or get involved with kids, are suddenly told to fucking stop. Why their search warrants are shut down, why their information is taken away, why evidence is suddenly lost, why all the victims are suddenly returned to the cult. Sort of. You're sort of encroaching on our territory. By the way, these people are involved with traveling to Moscow, North Korea, and North Vietnam. All communist nations. I wasn't joking, chat. I was being serious. This is my strongest theory now. The CIA wanted to trigger the Russians to own the Russians, and the way they did it was by creating a child sex cult. Brilliant. Just brilliant, CIA. Holy fuck. All right, let's keep going. As a practical matter, what is not being said as is important is what Blanket said. acknowledged that was treading on their toes and that they have said someone working on the case since November 5th when it broke. They apparently have a vested interest in blank and or the group. All right, this is the cop saying the CIA has a specific interest in a member of the group and the group, the finders themselves. They have not contacted any of the investigative agencies while they've been working on it. They are also aware that blank traveled to the prohibited countries during a period of hostilities that could only have been arranged by them. Okay. This is getting worse. This isn't just some group of, super patriotic Americans teaching those Russians a lesson. This child sex cult. This child sex cult is going to fucking communist countries. And it's being arranged, or only could be arranged, by the CIA itself. 1987 Tallahassee is when the public became aware of it. But going on this document, we could be talking as early as 1969 this has been going on. This could explain a lot about the group's running, which may have been unable to document to this point. Redacted did not know that the person he turned the information over to in Europe was a source of this office and is not aware that the source brought this disk back to the office. Redacted actually transferred the disk to London. Detective Blank then turned the disk over to WFO, FBI, Counterintelligence Office for analyzation. We have not been appraised of the results of the analysis, nor do we expect to be. Regardless of the type of operation they may have been engaged in, there will be no justification for the way that children have been treated, and the matter will be addressed in family court, superior division. I'd say this goes in line with what I was saying earlier. You got your local police departments that think that this shit is fucked up, and U.S. intelligence is telling them to shut their fucking mouth. And here's a cop basically saying, we want this to go to court. These kids shouldn't be being abused. Nothing ever happened. Also interesting that this disk of information regarding the finders and the CIA and all this shit going on is now, it's not just an American thing. Now we're international. Now it's going to London. So does that mean MI6? Does that mean Interpol? Who are we dealing with? Do not disseminate confidential. Oopsie. And then we've got more information about Finders Group, the business name. Investigative Information Services. Attached are copies of the information. Okay, this is stuff we've already seen. Let's just continue down here. What are we even looking at? Let me see if I can see what we've got here. I don't know what this is. Oh, they've got like credit reports on these guys. Okay, yeah, they dug deep into the business. Looking through tax liens, bankruptcies, all of that. The unit, the location. Building footage, 37,000 feet. It's a big building. Okay, that's your LexisNexis result. Yeah, they're okay. So I don't know if this is through the is this through MPD? I'm guessing it is. They're looking at all their properties. So the Metropolitan Police Department started doing background checks, financial checks, business checks. So again, the cops really wanted to figure this out. It's U.S. intelligence that basically told them to fuck off. Let's see. FBI conducted preliminary inquiry. Okay. Again, U.S. Congressman Rose from Florida to discuss allegations concerning a group called Finders. Both Rose and Redacted provided information concerning these allegations to the Department of Justice. WMFO investigated a group called Finders in February of '87. Finders was an alternative lifestyle group located in Washington, D.C. that evolved into a data gathering group. The group was purportedly headed by Blank, Virginia, with the leader in the WDC. WMFO closed the case when no violations of federal law, child abuse, or exploitation was determined to have occurred. Well, how fucking convenient. Case agent from the 87 investigation advised that this matter was brought up again sometime in 89 when TV talk show host Redacted was purportedly planning to air a special exposing Finders as a satanic cult. Redacted provided Redacted of Quantico with information concerning this investigation. Redacted advised that when the televised special aired, there was no response to Finders. Yeah, you see this shit? Okay, so you got the police departments that are working hard on this, and then you've got U.S. intelligence that not only covers it up, but the only thing they give a shit about is when a television network might do a special on it, or when a congressman might stick his nose where it shouldn't belong. So here's Congressman Rose of Florida, who probably thinks this is some fucked up shit. He probably got lied to, too. I think this is just a copy of the same thing. White slave traffic again. All right, let's see. What page are we on right now? Where are we here? Page 97. Okay, listen to this shit. Remember how the evidence disappeared? Investigation at WMFO indicates that material seized during the execution of 2 February 1987 search warrants of their addresses in Washington, D.C. were probably, maybe, we think it might have been forwarded to Tallahassee Police Department for inclusion in their finder's case. Maybe. Oops, it disappeared. No, we sent it to them. It's their fault. They're blaming the fucking police. Was telephonically? Who the fuck writes that? Was telephonically contacted regarding the status of his efforts to have both redacted U.S. State Department queried regarding the finders. Redacted had previously been requested by the SSA to handle the inquiries on a headquarters level. Redacted advised that he was drafting a letter for approval by the Victims Crime Unit, which would be sent to the respective agencies. He further advised that Redacted was assisting him in this effort. SSA Redacted was requested to advise WMFO of the results of his efforts as soon as possible. On November 9th, 1993, Redacted advised that he was handling the review of any FCI files at FBI HQ and would advise the WMFO of the results. Okay. All right. We're going to take another quick break here. I'll do small little breaks every hour. We're about a third of the way through the FBI documents. I know it's some weird shit. We will come back in just a couple minutes. I'm going to go get another drink myself. And then we'll go through this clusterfuck of bureaucratic nonsense, potential government cover-up, and CIA embarrassment at their mistakes for having accidentally, oopsie-daisy, created potentially an international child sex cult to own the Russians. Oh, how fucking embarrassing. Oh, let's go back to some smooth jazz. Take a quick break, get back, read some more FBI information. Nice smooth jazz. Given the subject matter we're talking about, I got my tinfoil. I grabbed some tinfoil, wrapped it around my head so they can't beam their satellite rays into my brain. But just given what's going on, I thought maybe jazz wasn't the best choice. Maybe we need something a little more Alex Jonesy. Maybe we need something that teach those sons of bitches we don't care about their glowing in the dark.
Those men raped that woman in India to death with an iron rod 4 feet long. You can't ban the iron rods. The guns the iron rods pierced didn't do it. The tyrants did it. Hitler took the guns. Stalin took the guns. Mao took the guns. Fidel Castro took the guns. 1776 will commence again. If you try to take firearms, we will not relinquish them. Do you understand? The Republic will rise again. Don't try what your ancestors did before. Why don't you come to America? I'll take you out shooting. You can become an American and join the Republic. And I want to say this right here. You think you're a tough guy? Have me back with a boxing ring in here, and I'll wear red, white, and blue, and you can wear your Jolly Roger.
Okay.
You know what?
Let's try again. Do you know which weapon was used in the Oregon shopping mall?
I want to get people off pills. Suicide pills, mass murder pills.
But I want you to try and answer the questions. It's a proper debate, okay? I'm not trying to trip you up.
No, it's not a debate. You're running the show. You bring in your victims.
In the spirit of a proper debate, and you've had a lot to say so far on the show, let's try again.
1776 will commence again. If you try to take firearms, we will not relinquish them. Do you understand? The Republic will rise again. Don't try what your ancestors did before. Why don't you come to America? I'll take you out shooting. You can become an American and join the Republic. Come to America. I'll take you out shooting. You can become an American and join the Republic.
Whatever.
Go back to where they took the guns if you don't like it. The communist...
That's my boy. That's Alex. He's not taking shit from nobody. Oh, they all said he was crazy, but look at him now. Look at him now as we go through the FBI reports. It seems like maybe he wasn't so wrong after all. Maybe the frogs really are turning gay from the water. I'm going to have to reevaluate everything. From Drew Durant. Thank you, Daddy Jim. Here's $2 for some Kharkov. Thank you. From Skits, the fourth branch of government needs to be labeled as so and be open to transparency. Omega Man, my bet organ harvesting was a real CIA op. The satanic cult was a disinformation. Maybe they got overzealous in the act to be convincing. From Sean Turner, the CIA, it's just a prank, bro. The camera's right over there. I really didn't do those kids. It was a body double. Why are you getting so mad, people? From Nomi, ever going to re-upload Hugbox Ross videos on BitChute? Yeah, I'll put those up over there eventually. The newest video, as you can see the break segment that we had, the newest video up is Transtastic Tales, Episode 1. The next video is another Transtastic Tales, which will focus on some very sad things. But I think it'll be a good video. It should be up tomorrow, Tuesday at the latest. From Eddie Spaghetti, CIA agents push Terry in front of the train. Can we just take a minute to appreciate that Terry Davis is 100% correct about everything? I mean, he wasn't crazy. He was just, the truth was just too much to bear. From Rachel Whale, the church committee investigated abuses by the CIA. Hong Kong protests are deep state op. National Endowment for Democracy is a USA org that funds protests for democracy, aka startup gay ops. Read a few more here and we'll jump back into the FBI stuff. From Shadow of Colossus 103, good stuff, Metokur. I'm listening to you while at work on Node, JavaScript, and Angular homework. Thoughts on Andrew Yang as a presidential candidate? Well, you know, I'm not a big fan of Yang after he gave a speech where he said, once the whites are done coming after the Jews, they're going to come after the Asians. And he basically said that his universal income was a way of enticing whites to be quiet long enough to be outbred. And I'm not making that up. He said that on Twitter. And he said that in speeches. So I'm not the biggest fan of Yang. Rocket Insano. Is this all ties to the Steele report? I'm done. From Lumberjack. What probably happened is a mixture of what happened with Whitey Irish mob boss, who was an informant, as well as Al Capone, who was bribed, got dirt on political justice system, corrupting, controlling them, with threats of exposure. Read two more and jump back in. From Ethereal, if you look at the very end of that long section written in bad cursive, it literally says, Finders, definitely not a CIA front. And from Sigma, hi Neb, it's me, Sigma, from Lads. All right. We've got a lot more to read through. Let's see what we got. I believe we left off on page 1. We're on page 100. Maybe I went backwards a little bit, but we are on page 100. This is a teletype again to the director in Miami, I guess, for information of the WMFO for Tallahassee Region Agency is in the Jacksonville Division. Okay, it's not important. Again, this is a lot of this is them sending information to themselves. So it's like this. It's this internal back and forth of sending documentation that happened once in 87 back and forth, and then again in 93 back and forth. But it's a lot of the summary information or chronologies listed by the FBI or from the Metro Police Department that shine a light on some of the weird shit that these people are getting into. All right, we'll scroll through. Oh, here's the press coverage. Okay, so included in this in the FBI, I guess summary. They basically taken different articles that were writing about this, so you can see how many people were talking about the finders at the time. Here's one from City Paper. Finders, it shows the kids' pictures, shows the man involved, reports on that. Another one in search of the finders. You can see it's just a lot of press coverage following what the fuck is going on with this particular case. Her diet's a real killer. Oh boy. Well, you know, I need to find out about this diet program for eating disorders. In search of the finders again, following this. This is a very long article. I would try to read it, but it's very small. Well, let's see. Let's see if we can scroll in a little and see what we're saying here. Another issue of the Daily Finder, come to Tallahassee, invited friend to come join the drama and featured the song Old Tallahassee. I don't think that's... Okay. What is this from? Important message, Chief. for regarding your Finders case. Okay, it looks like they included the article for that. Here's the 48 hours. You remember earlier on they were worried about the 48 hours expose about the Finders. Dear Chief Tucker, as an associate producer for CBS News 48 Hours, I would like to request that under Florida Chapter 119, you make available all files and materials associated with your investigation into the Finders organization that took place in 1987. I will be in your city sometime in the middle of next week and would like to examine the records in person. If there's a copying fee, CBS News will reimburse you for your costs. Thank you for your help in this matter. From the House of Representatives. Dear Chief Tucker, in furtherance of its legislative and oversight responsibilities under the rules of the House, the Committee on House Administration in conducting our investigation into an organization known as the Finders, in order to examine the credibility of certain allegations against the Finders organization, the committee must obtain all relevant documentation. It has come to our attention that your office may have certain information which will further this investigation. Accordingly, I am requesting under Chapter 1, everybody's requesting under Chapter 119. Please address your response to redacted of my staff. Should you have any further questions, redacted can be reached. Why would you okay. Why would you what's the point of redacting that? You have his signature. We know it's Charlie Rose. Committee on House Administration. That it says it right there. What was the point of this if his fucking name is right here? That's some smart thinking from the FBI. All right, let's see what we have here. I believe this is this would be from the Tallahassee Police Department. I think this is the initial report. This writer was dispatched to Myers Park in reference to a report of a well-dressed man with several small children who were unkempt. Upon my arrival, I observed two men dressed in confident ties on the playground at Myers Park, accompanied by several small children. I also observed a redacted parked on the playground at Myers Park. The writer noticed that the children, I can't make that out, were very dirty and unkempt. The children had been bug bitten. Their entire bodies were scratches on their legs. The writer spoke to suspect. It was stated that he and suspect number 2 were teachers from Washington, D.C., and they were en route to Mexico with the children. Suspect 1 stated that they were going to Mexico to set up a school for brilliant children. When asked about the parents of the children, suspect 1 became very evasive and stated that the children's parents were in Washington. Suspect 2 refused to give the writer any information, and he pretended to faint. When he was told he was under arrest for child abuse. Suspect 2 fell face down on the ground and refused to stand up. He was carried by this writer and 2 other law enforcement officers and placed in a patrol vehicle. The suspects were... Why would 2 teachers that hadn't done anything wrong pass out in front of police officers when they were placed under arrest for suspected child abuse? He faked falling on his face. He faked falling on his fucking face when the cops told him, "Get your ass in our squad car." Children gave their names to the officers. The children were extremely hungry when they got to the police station, and the older children stated they hadn't eaten since this morning. The children appeared as if they hadn't bathed in several days, and most of them didn't have any underwear on. The older children stated that they have to do good things to get food as a reward, and they are given oranges, bananas, and carrots, and raw potatoes to eat. Redacted of the older kids stated that redacted, suspect 2 refused to talk to the investigators and to intake counselors. The suspects were advised of their Miranda warning by the investigators, after which suspects continued to be very evasive and continued to be uncooperative. The children were released to the HBS, and the suspects were transported to the Leon County Jail for processing. Suspect's vehicle was confiscated and impounded by by the police department. Sergeant Redacted also responded to the scene. Note, the children's clothing were extremely filthy, and they had on mismatched socks. Again, remember the other reports we heard earlier on. When the children were released back to the same group, they said there was no evidence of abuse. And yet, when they got to the police department, they're covered in bug bites. They have no underwear on. Their clothes are filthy. They all smell because they haven't bathed. And they told the police officers They're only allowed to eat when they behave, and they're only allowed to eat raw potatoes. But there's no child abuse. Okay. The officer was dispatched to assist officer in defense. I think is this going over this again? 2 men had 6 children with them. Is this another? Okay, this is another officer. The van smelled bad. I spoke with the children while officer continued to talk with the 2 men. The eldest child was named. She said she did not know if her last name was redacted or redacted. She said that she also stated that one of the other kids, God, a lot of this has been omitted. She identified the other children as, or she said that they all lived together at Washington, D.C. Phone number. I asked where their mothers were, and they said in Washington. I asked them where they were going. They said they didn't know. They were just going different places. I asked where they were staying. They said at a campgrounds. They've been sleeping in the van and in a tent. I asked when was the last time they saw their mothers. They said before Christmas. So 2 months ago. They said they had no Christmas. They also stated they did not see their mothers much, that they are being weaned away from them. They said they didn't go to school. They said the 2 men teach them. I asked what they teach them. They said games and how to read. They said they did things for rewards. I asked what type of things they got rewards for, and they said working. They said they got food for rewards. They said the adults had to do what the game caller said, and the adults told the children what to do. They said that they were not allowed inside the house. They said they were hungry and had not eaten since this morning. I asked what they ate. They said raw vegetables and fruit. They were transported to the police department and turned over to HRS. The 2 men were arrested for child abuse and then obviously processed. Okay, I think it's just going over what outfits the kids were wearing. Yeah, mismatched socks. Yeah, they're talking about the kids. Shoes were extremely filthy. You notice how both police reports keep going over the fact these kids smelled like shit? Like their clothes are tattered, they're hungry, they're disheveled, they're scratched up, bug bitten. How did they come to the conclusion no abuse took place? The kids are telling the police officers and people involved they're not allowed to see their parents. They can't stay in the house. They're filthy, they're hungry, they're confused, and they're obeying somebody who calls himself the game master. Holy shit. Okay, it's just, this is a summary of the investigation of when they came across the kids, brought them into custody, brought other people into custody. What is this? Investigator was also advised by HRS that 2 children were okay, here we go. Okay. So investigator was advised that 2 children were confirmed cases of sexual abuse. She stated that the exams on child 1 and child 2 were consistent with sexual abuse, and that child 3 had bruises which were indicative of bite marks. It was not sure if the marks were adults or child bite marks. So when was this report filed? What's the date on this? Okay, original report, February 4th, date of this report. Okay, so by the 8th, so 2 to 3 days after the initial arrest, it was confirmed the kids were sexually abused. They saw that they were disheveled, they were hungry, they were physically just looked terrible, they smelled, they had a weird story, they were traveling around the country, they weren't allowed to see their mothers, they weren't allowed to sleep in a home, they obeyed somebody called the game master. One of the kids had bite marks, which could have been human bite marks, and 2 of the children had features or behaviors consistent with confirmed sexual abuse. And yet, even with that, in the initial report from the Tallahassee Police Department, once the feds and customs and everybody else got involved, the investigation was dropped. They were sent back to these people. Confirmed sexual abuse, they were turned back over to the people that molested and abused them. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, later that night, this is, I believe, is the warehouse search. Yep. It stated they found a large amount of computer goods, a hot tub, sauna, large TV room, a library of books, some concern. They found books on mind control. Come on! So you're telling me you find a bunch of abused, smelly children with 2 strange men that are traveling the country And when you search the warehouse these people own, you find a bunch of computer and internet shit and books on mind control. Come on. A detective advised that there were computers at the house with various materials. He stated he didn't have time to go through the information yet. And then, by the 6th, they were already meeting with the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the FBI became involved in the investigation as well as Customs. What the fuck is this? Okay, this is some weird fucking shit. Okay, he described the suspect as being a loner. He stated that he had not seen him in 3 to 4 years. Stated that he had shown up at the residence in Gainesville approximately 2 weeks ago with, I'm guessing, the children. He told them that he was en route to Miami. Yep, okay. This, I believe, is a report from people that had contact with these people. Blank gave the investigator a letter he'd received as a reply to a letter he wrote to him. The letter contained 2 pieces of paper. One was a handwritten letter signed by Redacted, stating that the suspect was en route to China via Hawaii. This letter was written on a piece of paper with the letterhead, Gung Ho Traders. The other slip of paper contained in the letter was to Redacted. It was a letter with pornographically described suspect's genitals and thanked them for having a stud for a son. Wait, what? What? Okay, so one of the men transporting the children, was writing letters to people saying that he was going to go to China via Hawaii, and he was thanking people for having sons that were studs. Really great genitals that kid's got. The letter was signed by the wives of Gung Ho. The letter was dated May 19th, 1986. Wow. Suspect refused to talk to the investigators. Suspect did not speak to the investigators, but only gave basic information and to ask questions about the children. He did ask if the children had been seen by a doctor and if anything was found. He also asked where the children were. He advised that the children were in protective custody and were not in need of immediate medical attention. Several leads from the area outside of Tallahassee were given to the FBI to follow up on. Agent Redacted also spoke with the suspect on the telephone. He is located in the New York area. Agents in Gainesville area were also to interview people and see the suspect and children in the area recently. Investigator and agent also went to the treehouse where Redacted and Redacted were being held in protective custody. Agent Redacted took 35mm pictures, black and white color, of the children for use by his agency. The children appeared to be in good spirits. Okay, it talks about them going to the sheriff's office. Investigator also advised by FBI that they were going to secure a search warrant for the van and would be serving it on the state. Investigator advised them of the materials that were in the TPD property for the van. They advised that they would like to have an agent go through them and come to the TPD and went through the materials. More leads from Gainesville area were given to the FBI to follow up on. Also on this date, Redacted from the National Child Safety Council came to the Tallahassee Police Department to assist the agency in any way possible. In looking through one of his publications, this investigator felt that the missing child, Redacted, may be one of the children in custody. So one of the cops thought one of the kids they got was actually a missing child. The investigator spoke with the investigator from Montgomery PD who advised that Redacted seen the picture and stated that blank was not the missing child, was also listed as having blue eyes, and Redacted had brown eyes. The investigator asked the other investigator to get a copy of the picture that agent will be sending to Washington office of the FBI and have them look at it. He stated that he would. The investigator also spoke with the Marshal of California. He advised that this is so weird. So now we've got letters talking about genitals and trips to China. One of the cops thinks the kid looks like somebody that went missing and was on a milk carton. And again, they're told by intelligence officials, no, you got it wrong. Wrong eye color. Forget about it. We'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. How convenient. Every time the police department is doing an investigation, the FBI or the CIA or Customs or somebody somehow gets involved and shit disappears. Warrants aren't served. Follow-ups aren't ever followed up on. This is so fucking bizarre. Okay, so they last saw the suspect in Gainesville 5 years ago. He stated that he went to Gainesville to visit, I'm guessing, a relative, who was then living in a woman's supportive cooperative. He stated that they lived in a rented house and had a van. There for 48 hours when he realized that he had been very well manipulated and really knew little of what was going on in their life, and that so-and-so was pregnant at the time. Redacted stated that approximately 1 year ago, he and his ex-wife went to visit them in D.C. His ex-wife was living there at the time. He stated they went to the address, knocked and got no answer. Said they were walking away. He turned around and saw someone looking out from the window at him. The next day, they returned to the house. This time, someone came to the door and let them in, but refused to tell them anything about their friends. Stated that he had become extremely agitated and left. That sounds cult-like. So you're not allowed to talk to anybody you know. You're not allowed to make connections with friends or former family. You're basically kept away from everyone. Okay. I need to take a small break. This is a lot of weird shit, chat. I want to know more about the Gung Ho letters. What the fuck was that about? What is the Gung Ho Company? And why are they writing letters to people about children's genitals? Your son is such a stud. Oh, he's got a great cock. By the way, I'm going to China with this group of smelly children in my van. Don't worry, the CIA already arranged for it. You know, it wouldn't be so extraordinary to think they could get to China via Hawaii if this group was getting to places like Russia and North Korea and North Vietnam in the 1960s and early 70s. What the fuck is this? Chat, I'm very confused. I don't know exactly what the fuck is going on with the finders here, but some weird shit. Oh, okay, let's see here. I'll go through a couple super chats. We'll jump back in. We're officially about halfway through the finders document. From Redacted, those unkempt kids need you to groom them. Take my shekels. From Joni Baloney, Eldrixt will re-upload this, or he better. The tribe is always involved. The Holocaust would be too good for these people. Brave stance, Joni Baloney. The Packard Goose, we live in a society. From Mario Kart 13, undies. Where are we going to do? We got no undies. Officially Smug Frog, Game Caller equals Game Dude, stay woke. From North Sean Hero Game Master, this is SCP versus D&D now. Was the D&D Satanic Panic real? From Dave the Impaler, new Murdoch just dropped at Cheeky Videos. From Mateo, update from Argentina, the pro-Maduro socialists won over the gay neoliberals. 2020 is going to be very interesting, oh boy. Metokur's Lunicorn Archive, this feels like an SCP log. What with all the redacteds? From some guy, seriously, I might as well apply for the CIA FBI. They seem to hire sub-tier of sub-IQs anyway. I suppose we can all get a job, really. Rocket and Sato, this has happened before. Google Operation Gladio. Clown World Order. Stop noticing shit, goy. Metokur redacted. I'll read a few more here. Mr. James in Bloggington asked Sonic who I should turn to if I'm molested by a parent that is also a teacher at the police academy. Also, Temple OS will save Western civilization. From Rattell Tony, in your next episode of Furry Pandemonium, will you rip apart my furry art and show no mercy? I sent you a link to my page on Patreon. Well, if it's awful furry shit, maybe. From Sheckelmeister, think about it. The old Hong Kong protesters always used British flags. Why all of a sudden are they all using US flags now? Definitely not a CIA gay op. Also remember Arab Springs. Why you frogs still support any democracy? Protests anywhere. CIA. All right. Let us see here. This is let me ask you this, chat, because I'm confused as to why do you think the FBI now of all times, just what is the impetus? What is the reasoning behind releasing this amount of information just out of the blue? I mean, why now? Do you think it's because of all the weird political shit going on? Is this one agency versus another? Do you think somebody got self-conscious and decided they were going to release it? Was there a timer on this? What exactly is the reason for releasing this report on the 25th of October in 2019 with no fanfare, just putting it out there? Of somebody saying, make sure to look up Operation Meat Spin. I'll be sure to check that one out. Trust the plan, Q? I don't know about that. FBI versus CIA? I don't know. It's all fake. Somebody thinks it's all fake. Freedom of Information Act? Well, true. I mean, it could be a Freedom of Information Act inquiry, but it just feels weird. The timing of it feels off. The timer elapsed 25 years. Is that what it is? Well, no. If the timer elapsed from you'd be going from 1993, wouldn't you? Yeah. Well, no, that should have been last year then. FBI is based in red-pilled? I don't know about that. Where are all the adult kids now? I don't know. If they're all 7 and 8 years old in 87, they'd be in their 20s and 30s now. I don't know where they are. I don't know if they've ever given public interviews. I don't know if anybody ever tracked him down and talked to him. Maybe when I do a follow-up stream with the guy that's researching this for a book, he'll have information about what happened to the kids and if they've made any public statements. Yeah, there are occasionally time limits on things. That's true, but it's like what is it? The FBI files or FBI files, the JFK shit. I mean, there was supposed to be a time limit on that, and they extended it. It's predictive. They're preparing for something. I don't know, Chad. I don't know what they'd be preparing for. Covering up for something bigger, maybe. Probably dead. Somebody's speculating the kids aren't around anymore. Kids are all likely dead. Yeah, I don't know. We are all the kids. Is that right, chat? Is that is the predictive programming gotten us? I just like that. Like, this involves everything. It's like a really bad Hollywood plot. You've got a group of kids that are being held by weird hippie CIA agents. They're being exposed to abuse, sexual and physical. They're malnourished. They're being trafficked around the world. Government agencies are involved. There are books on fucking mind control. People are covering up evidence and shutting down investigations. It's so fucking bizarre. Holy fuck. All right, let's continue onward. All right, where are we here? This is still the initial Tallahassee police report. Now, I wonder if this is what they're going to finish up with. I think the original Tallahassee police report was like 75 pages, which this might be. Okay, it talks about phone calls between agents. Okay, so I think they're talking to somebody. Stated that she knows, redacted, that he was a farmhand on her neighbor's farm. Stated that the farm belonged to, redacted, and is used for watermelon growing. Stated at the beginning of last week, January 26th to the 30th, she saw him walk up and down her street with 10 children. Wait a minute. So she saw this guy in January. What? She saw him in January with 10 children, but they were arrested with 6. Stated the children were living in a watermelon field. Stated all the children were white and young. She thought it was strange the children were not in school since she was seeing them during the middle of the day. Stated the children had something in a van, but she does not remember the details about the van. Wait, what happened to the other 4 kids? No. If you have a witness saying there were 10 children and then they get arrested and there are only 6, where'd the other 4 go? Right? What happened to the other 4 fucking kids? Yes, Chad. 10 children. She saw 10 children. And now there are only 6. Where did the other 4 children go? Oh, I got a bad feeling about this one. Okay, it's talking about their van was blocking things on the property. Called me back. Works for the Center for Independent Living in Ocala. Stated on Wednesday that one of her clients ran an ad in the local newspaper to have someone work for him. Stated that on Wednesday a person arrived to the ad and acted strange. Stated she was told by Redacted that the stranger said he was in transit from Washington and that he was on his way to Mexico. That he wanted no money, but that he would like if she could bring the children to their apartments so they could take a bath. Stated that the stranger left on a Wednesday and returned on a Friday. And again worked for Redacted. Stated that they then issued the individual a check, and the check was made payable to blank. Stated the individual said he had borrowed a buddy's van, but that on both days he walked to and from the location and was described as, okay. I'd like to work on your farm. Can you pay me in baths? You see these 10 smelly children? I need to wash them for my clients in Mexico. Can I pick some fucking pumpkins? Can I grab some watermelons from you to bathe these disgusting children? All 10 of them? I advised that I would have to verify the identity. Okay, call back. Okay, so this is somebody that ran into them before the arrest, saying there were 10 kids and that they were doing odd jobs on their way to Florida. Received a call from a guy named Blank with Interpol. Interpol. Okay. Stated the individual investigator asked him to do a check on the history in Canada from 60 to 71. Stated the immigration services had a fingerprint card on the person to contact Buffalo, New York if needed. Investigator later advised that this is the wrong person to ignore information. So now Interpol is involved. So Interpol does a background check on the suspect and says, you don't want to ignore this guy. Get back to us. What the fuck? How many fucking agencies in the world were, I guess, aware of this shit that was going on? You got these people from Washington and their weird fucking cult being seen by witnesses with 10 children. They get arrested in Tallahassee, Florida with 6 kids. Nobody knows where the other 4 fucking went. Interpol knows about it. FBI knows about it. Customs officials know about it. CIA knows about it. Metro Police, Tallahassee Police. Everybody's doing search warrants and investigations. Finding fucking books on mind control. Nude pictures of children. A bunch of computer fucking equipment. CIA has been producing or potentially aiding them in going to hostile countries like Russia, North Korea, and North Vietnam. They've been telling people that they're going to be going to China. And then they tell other people they're building a smart kid school in Mexico. Kids are disheveled and abused. One of the investigators says there's definite evidence of sexual abuse. And yet the investigation is dropped in a week. The evidence disappears. The search warrants are quashed. And the children are returned to the cult. I mean, that's shit we're reading, right? We're making speculation as to why that happened, but that's shit that's in black and white we're reading right now. I don't fucking know what's going on. I feel like my mind is melting reading through this bizarre shit. Oh, 1 second, chat. Okay. Information packet sent to the agency. Okay, let's see. Oh, Niagara Falls. Yeah, I've noticed like 4 or 5 different police departments are, I guess, involved in this. I'm not sure why. Why are so many police? Like, how far are these people traveling? Sergeant with the Illinois State Police advised that he was currently investigating a missing child from his state and asked us to check the children to see if any of them was the missing child. Blank stated that the child's name is. Stated that he would send a photo of the missing child to the agency so we could check. He said there are no fingerprints of the child, no other information. Detective of Connecticut State Police stated that he had no information to add, but if his agency needed help, to contact him. Okay, so they're networking. They're talking to other police departments to try to identify who these fucking kids are. Who are these children? Are they missing kids? Have they been kidnapped? What's going on? Children's Clearinghouse, South Carolina, stated that the children we have in custody look like a missing child in their registry. Yeah, that's weird. One of the police detectives said that one of the kids looked like a missing child he'd seen before. How much did they investigate? When these 6 kids showed up, I mean, how deeply did they investigate? Are these, like, maybe they dyed their hair. Maybe I don't fucking know. This is so weird. Disposition case still open. Oh, we're only 150 pages into this. Okay, this is the initial report. This is when somebody reported and said, hey, there's some weird shit going on up in Myers Park. There are a couple of men with a bunch of kids. I don't know what's going on. So we've already read this. We've gone through this before. This is the initial report with the Tallahassee Police Department. The one before it was more interesting because it went over what were they doing? How are they trying to identify the children? What is this? For example, if a vehicle was having a mechanical problem, a leader would... Okay, oh, is this going over the group? Okay, let's see. The group believes in experiential, or what this investigation terms, hands-on training. They prefer to educate their children by showing them by the best means available, going to zoos, living in the woods, etc., and a preferred learning experience to conventional methods. And while classroom techniques are apparently acceptable to continue to the group, they prefer much diversity as possible. Several of the mothers quoted philosophical following CF reputed, educators, and explained how they, the mothers, feel that their children are being given a better life. The pictures of the children with slaughtered goats was not a ritual sacrifice, but an attempted hands-on experience. One mother who wasn't sure what the ordeal was necessarily, or that she approved, indicated that these 3 men were present at the time, thought the experience was well-intentioned, as an experience for the children to learn. She likened the slaughter to that of what was done in a biology class. Several mothers indicated that the robes being worn by the men were actually sheets the men wore during the slaughter to protect their clothing. The slaughter of the 2 goats on the Virginia farm was at the end of the summer, and the goats couldn't be left there alive. The meat from the goats went back to D.C. to the group where they ate them. The children were to experience where meat comes from, an experience that most children don't get to have when growing up. Yeah, these guys in these weird fucking clan robes with the kids, the dirty, smelly kids, gutting goats and slaughtering them in this picture. It's a learning experience. Oh, I bet there are a lot of pictures of learning experiences those kids went through. But I doubt the FBI will ever release those. Regarding eating, the mothers expressed concern that their children ate properly. Mothers indicated knowledge of diet and nutrition. They indicated that the children eat balanced diets of fruits and vegetables. They go get food whenever they are hungry rather than during prescribed meal times. Their group does have conventional meals upon occasion. The mothers indicated that they feel their children are healthy. Oh, here. Contents of the van. All right, let's see what we got. Well, redacted already. Photos of children. Okay, where is this? Again, this is mostly just, this is the initial police report that we've seen. So, I think that's warrantive summary. Okay, you know what? We're at page 180, chat. I think this is what I'm going to do. Because we're about at the 3-hour mark. I had a guy that is, he said that he's researching this for a book. So he's got more information than just this. We will do a second stream on this, where we go over the last 100 pages. I'm going to try to track down some of these dates, and I'm going to try to track down the kids. I don't know if I'll find anything, but maybe. So give me a couple days to put that together. You know, we'll make it a fucking Halloween stream. Why not? We'll find out the mystery of the finders. The conclusion on Thursday the 31st. Did the kids die? Did the FBI feel guilty about this? How deeply was the CIA involved? Oh, we're going to find out all those mysteries. I'm going to try to match the dates to news reports too, because I want to find out what the fuck was going on with that Metro Police report. But before, you know, I want to do a summary too of what we know conclusively now after having read this. Without my opinion on top of it. So here's what we know. In 1987, in Tallahassee, Florida, 2 men with 6 children were taken into custody. The 2 men were uncooperative, faked, as a police report indicated, fainting to avoid being taken into custody. The children were malnourished, dirty, smelled badly, had no underwear, were wearing mismatched clothing, had scratches and bug bites all over them, were very hungry and stated they only ate when they did well, and that when they did eat, it was raw potatoes and maybe some carrots. One of the investigators in Tallahassee did an examination of 2 of the children and found that they had been sexually abused. On a 3rd child, they found that they had evidence of bite marks. 2 warrants were conducted, one in Tallahassee and one in Washington. On the Washington location, the police stated there were classified maps of underground tunnels and sewer networks under Washington, D.C. There were also books at one of the locations about mind control. When these warrants were being executed, officials from the FBI and the Customs Agency took over with the investigation. It was quashed initially after one day. The FBI agent, as described in the police report, did a walkthrough without investigating any of the actual evidence. The evidence itself from the 1987 Warren searches mysteriously vanished and could not be located for the 93 inquiry, with one report stating it had been probably sent to Tallahassee for the detectives to use down there. One of the Metro Police Department investigators, who was involved in trying to figure out what was going on, interviewed an intelligence officer from the CIA, who told them that they were in fact stepping on their toes by doing this investigation. Further, it was explained that this group went back beyond earlier than 1987, potentially as far back as 1969, that they were involved in going to hostile countries such as the Soviet Union, North Korea, and North Vietnam. The initial story about bringing the children to Mexico to go to a higher education school is contradicted by testimony from another person who stated they were told they were in fact going to China via Hawaii. The Metro Police Department officer who had been conducting his investigation stated he felt that the CIA was involved, that it wasn't just a nod from them, but that they had their hands in this. And at the end of the day, with all this weird shit going on, after a week's time, investigation closed, children returned, and we didn't find out, and none of the mysteries were solved. If witnesses are saying that before they showed up in Tallahassee, Florida, there were men with 10 children, and they showed up with 6 children, where did the other 4 go? What happened to them? Why in one of the Metro Police Department reports does it state that they were denying certain evidence was found at a warrant search, and then the next paragraph explaining that in fact that evidence was found at the warrant search? How could the CIA, the FBI, Department of Justice, Attorney General, House of Representatives, foreign intelligence networks, I'm guessing MI6 from the London correspondence, and Interpol, all be involved in a group and come to the conclusion that nothing's going on? Why would that many intelligence agencies be involved with nothing going on? But perhaps the most bizarre thing out of all of this is that in the middle of this document dump by the FBI regarding the finders, in the middle of it, sandwiched in between a U.S. Customs statistical analysis and a letter to U.S. Customs, is an archaeology map of McMartin preschool showing tunnels and talking about what was found there, with McMartin or whatever it is, preschool, being a place where children allege that they were victims of sexual abuse and satanic rituals. Why did the archaeologist notes state that there were in fact tunnels, that they found pentagrams on objects, and hundreds upon hundreds of animal bones in these tunnels that ran between this school and a neighboring property? It seems very bizarre that was put inside, in between 2 custom documents talking about this. And we're only, with all of that, we're only 180 pages in. There are still 140 pages of this, plus whatever information the guy that is looking to write a book about this might have, plus what information I might be able to find about it if you stumble on anything. If you come across an interview with one of the kids, with one of the police officers involved, just any supplementary information you come across, send it to my good friend Mr. Anti-Bully over on Twitter, and I will incorporate it into our Halloween stream where we conclude the mystery of the finders and figure out what in the fuck is going on. You know, I can vaguely remember in the 80s and 90s that, there was a thing known as the Satanic Panic. People were paranoid about their children being abused. A lot of PSAs were produced to protect children from strangers. And it seemed like cases like this were popping up in the news. And I remember that there was a heavy pushback saying that it was hysteria, that this wasn't happening, that people were overreacting, that they were being silly, and there was nothing real about it. And yet, reading over this information, it seems like there's some smoke here. It seems like there's some weird shit going on. And just comparing it to some of the things we see today, you've got people like Epstein that had basically a sex island where world leaders would go to fuck young girls. Or you've got Nixium, Divixium, however you pronounce it, basically a corporate cult headed up by a financier who also traded in sex slaves and went as so far as to actually brand them with a cattle prod. That's 2 recent examples in the last few years. And I'm sure that's not some new thing. That's not some new thing. This Finder shit is bizarre. The Game Caller and his group of dedicated people who try to come off as some kind of hippie lifestyle cooperative where they're just getting by, man. We're just going to eat watermelons, dude. And yet, for some reason, they're traveling to Russia and North Korea, and the CIA is telling people to back off? Nah, there's some fucked up shit here. So we will conclude on Halloween on the 31st. If you've got some time, if you're not super drunk at a Halloween party, feel free to tune in. I'll try to do it, let's see, we'll say 8 p.m. Eastern, probably till midnight. Probably take 3 or 4 hours to go over the rest of this. Yeah, so any information, feel free to send it over to Mr. Anti-Bully. He will get it to me. I will have a new video up as well, up on BitChute within the next day or so. Transtastic Tales number 2, which I guess fits in with the theme of the shit we're talking about now, since it's dealing with James Younger and a whole bunch of stuff. If you've seen the first episode, you get the vibe of the series, I'm sure. Well, thank you for coming out. I'll read through the super chats. I'll get through everyone that I missed. But thank you for coming out. Thanks for watching. I guess I'll see you on Halloween. Check out the new video in a day or two up on BitChute. Have a good week. Hug your children. Don't let any of those glow-in-the-darks get near them. Remember, Sonic says it's no good. Don't trust them. All right? Don't trust them. All right, so let me pull up. Where is it here? There we are. And I will read through these. Give me 1 second to get everything pulled up. And we'll go through. There's so many documents in that fucking report. All right, chat. All right, I'm just getting things set up. Sorry, 1 second. Oh yes, I see it, chat. Jim, don't have an accident. I'll try my best not to. Hopefully, no barbells fall from the sky and take out Jimmy Boy. Hopefully, we can conclude our investigation into the Finders. Oh, we'll figure it out. We'll try to figure it out. Actually, let me get this set up. I'll grab a drink to read through the super chats. I'll throw on a classic song while I'm doing that. Something a little different here. No, not that one. I'll put this on. All right, give me a few minutes, and then we'll go through the super chats. For everybody else, thanks for coming out. There'll be a follow-up stream on Thursday if you want to see the conclusion of this, and if we can get to the truth about the Finders. Well, that was a entertaining stream. It's so weird. There's such weird shit in that FBI file and the vault files. I'm sure there's more weird supplementary material. I think it'll be good to do a follow-up on that. Thanks for everybody that stuck around. I'll go through the super chats. Hopefully you all had a good weekend. I've been playing, is it Noida? You know, I started playing that game and I hated it, and I can't stop playing it. I put like 15 hours into it at this point. Something's very addictive about it. I don't know what. Throwing little potions at people's heads and zapping them with my wand. I don't know why it's so addictive, but it is. I'm just running around collecting my gold, building my little wands up and dying, and then restarting again. All right, so I will try to make sure I get all of these. Hopefully I don't miss anybody. If I do, I'm sorry. But I try my best when I do these. From Rude Dude, CIA stands for Child Injured Anally. Mike Testa, hey Jim, did you hear? Okay, no, I've read that one before. All right, hold on, just getting caught up. From Schwazum, Brigandine, Legend of Runeria, you hype. If there's a sequel to Brigandine coming out, you bet your ass I'm fucking hyped. Now I'm going to have to check that out. I love Brigandine. Like, that's one of my favorite PS1 games. Depressed Oni, good evening, Jim. What are your thoughts on Onionson being covered by Chris Hansen? Didn't he threaten Chris with like a lawsuit? Didn't he say, if you cover me, I'm going to come after you? Again, from Schwazum. Hey, Jim, are you hyped for a Brigandine sequel? Are you a fan of the original on PlayStation? Yes, I am. I'm going to go check it out to see what it's about. That's such a fun game. It's basic. I know it doesn't have all the modern shit people like in their games, but I had a lot of fucking fun with that. From Mike the Bike, Eric Butts, Tetsa Duris, thumbs up. From James Beanick, St. Terry warned us that he did. Joseph Jimenez, Jeff Who. From Justin Force, if Alberta plus other western provinces secede following the re-election of PM Blackface, what's more likely? More U.S. states or the Republic of Alberta? I'm going to guess the Republic of Alberta. From Meadow Fembot, will you be getting a yearly $99 Fallout 76 sub? I didn't even get Fallout 76. I highly doubt I'm going to get the subscription service of it. Crossface your waifu, how do you feel about Josh and his stance on China? I don't actually know what his stance on China is. From the SPLC Flash, hey Jim, Giles Corey here. Watch Siege and join the Merchants Guild Goyim. Also do me a solid and say Dank is a Mongoloid, Gills for mod. From Chem Trail Mix, greetings Boomer Daddy. When will you have a stream with Nikki Rackets and Drexel? Y'all would make some awesome stream team. When's the next furry video coming out? And don't forget to eat more bugs. Well, I did a stream with Nick a while ago. We did one covering NBA when he was, running his mouth about Nick and his family. The next free video is going to be coming up after the Initially, I was going to put up Free Pandemonium episode 2, but with all the James Young shit and all the other stuff going on, I just jumped into Transtastic episode number 2 instead. But a free video is coming up. And my next stream, aside from the one on Halloween, is one with David Stay, mid-November, about aliens. So I think that'll be fun. Dances with Metroid's Huffington Post. Oh, you always know it's going to be good when it's Huffington Post. There's a lack of diversity in this child slavery industry. Here's why that's a problem. From Z McBee, Matthew Dimitri has a big crush on you, Jim. Are you sure you don't want to roleplay with him? No, I'm not in the mood to roleplay with him. I do know he is a sovereign citizen, and he's probably ass-blasted about those videos. That's my guess. From Lady of Shallot, thank you for the stream, Jim. Please send a heartfelt yeet yeet a woo to all the French frogs. From Lime, hey, James O'Shaughnessy, you should go on the Dick Show. Anyway, here's some alcohol money, you Irish nibber. I enjoy the Dick Show. I wouldn't mind going back. From Another Nobody, Cool Guy Kai. Why are any adult straight person that pretends to be bisexual so they can lure a teenager into a relationship? Uh-oh, Onionson and Kai. From Ellie Neiman, hey Jim, there are 3 things you need to know. The Hong Kong protest ended, NordVPN got hacked, and the leader of ISIS got killed. I'm familiar with what happened to the leader of ISIS. I saw Washington Post was very upset their friend died, and they wrote him a beautiful eulogy. What did they say? That he was not astute, austere, religious leader. From Joey Jojo, people that arm children deserve the worst of the worst punishment. Thanks for giving me background noise while I play Killer Instinct 2 before work. From Giggy, a woo, love me some fuel to end my life on a Saturday night, or a Sunday night. Love your content, excited to see what you're going to post next. The next video will be up Monday, tomorrow, or Tuesday at the latest, but it'll be up on BitChute. From the Space Cowboy 33, Jim, what do you think of Elon's new Mars ship? I haven't seen it yet. I don't know what he's designed. Is it an electric ship? Did he design an electric rocket? From Judas Rude, Terry was right about CIA children trying to seduce him. Terry was always right. He may have been. We may have thought he was crazy, but he actually may have been right this time. From A. Lamau, Magnus did nothing wrong. Secretly sentient. Hey, JP, I know you're watching. Epstein killed himself. From David. The Vile Delinquent. Pedo elites, trans people, furries, finders. How many more things do us Christians need to be right about before you pick up a Bible? Lizard people? I don't know. Is that in one of the books that I forgot about? It's like Corinthians? And the Lord saith to you, thy lizard people live underneath the earth? From Mario Kart 13, Finders Keepers, 9-year-old asshole breeders. From Jack Murin, The Bite of 87. From Seth Smith, Jim, would you consider doing an interview with Alex Jones in the near future? If so, what are the 2 subjects you would like to discuss with him? If I ever got to talk to Alex Jones, I'd want to talk to him about, one, how he feels about the censorship push. He was pushed back onto his own platform. I know people have talked about this, and he's talked about this. But I want to know if he feels secure. Like, does he feel like he's put up I guess, enough of a bulk work against what happened to him that they can't push him further. They kicked him off social media, they kicked him off YouTube, but he still has his website, he still has his show, people still are buying products from him. Is that a way forward for other people? If Alex can do it, can other people do it? That's one of the things I'm really curious about. What would the other thing I'd want to talk to him about? I don't know. I'd have to think up subjects. But I love a lot of the things that are labeled conspiracy theories. I love that shit. That's half the reason I really like hanging out with David Stay, because it's a fun conversation. So I'm sure we could think of something. From 00, I don't think that sounds like the Joker, more like the Riddler. From Eduardo Ramirez, shout out to Almighty Egg Gang, Rip Fettiwap 1738. Adam Silverberg, can you say hi to my boy Noah, 10-year-old fan? Well, hello there, Noah. Stay away, 10-year-old, is he? Stay away from the CIA, Noah. They're not your friends. From Nigerius Fagiticus, keep grooming me, you glow-in-the-dark CIA nigger, or I'll run you over with my truck of peace. From Creeper Weirdo, no bull, I literally just got back from work. Also, shout out to Da Butthead, the Rageaholic, Sean Ranklin, and Memology. Space Cowboy 33, finders like Occult UN counter a D&D campaign. From Big Anxious, long live Mr. Metokur, Lumberjack, why can't we get a congressional investigation into this? Answer, they are involved and probably have ties to the intelligence community, like the mob had ties to the FBI. From The Josh Sketch Show, I don't care about your views on morality being subjective or objective. This is objective proof of evil in our world, and no one can do much about it. From Nigerius again, plot twist, the Finders is actually being led by Jim, and this is how he grooms kids into joining his bullying cabal. From 2K2L, thoughts on Sonic Fox and his Esports Player of the Year acceptance speech. But what about how he's pushing for pronoun tags at tournaments? I haven't heard his acceptance speech, but pushing for pronouns is fucking dumb. What a dumb thing to push. From Augusta Muth, hey Jim, did you hear about the Lauren Southern gay couple scam on conservatives? Interested in your 2 cents? Since you covered Rebel Media drama before, archive, and then you give me a link. I vaguely remember something about this, but the details elude me at this point. But from what I understand, after that it got exposed, didn't Lauren just basically disappear from the face of the earth? She ran for the hills, didn't she? Am I thinking of the right thing, Augusta, or is this a different... There's been a couple weird things that have happened over the last year or so. I don't know. Hit my good friend Mr. Anti-Bully up on Twitter, and we'll talk more in depth about it. But I think that's what you're talking about. It was like some weird thing where the couple, I guess, that was involved was working with some kind of super liberal organization to go after conservatives. And there was an allegation I think they blackmailed Southern, or they got her involved somehow. Was that what we're talking about? If that's it, yeah, hit Mr. Anti-Bully up. From Sean Korshall Buns. Colt, my dad beat me as an infant till I bled sleeping upright, but he doesn't touch my prick. Thanks, fake Jesus daddy. Alphabet Man, done you wrong, buddy. Waco 93, siblings made me into a sanguine, Lovecraftian censored. From Alex Better, Alex Jones was right. Onkmedia 117, tonight we are all Alex Jones. A very purple ostrich. They needed gifted kids to improve their sense of direction. Now that everybody's bringing up Alex Jones, there's another song. The 1776 one's pretty great. But there's another one that's even better. Oh, it's the indie folk song. Should we listen to the Alex Jones indie folk song? Get relaxed for a minute here as we're going through super chats? Why not? I mean, it's going to take me a little while to get through these. Break them up every once in a while with like a clip. I think this is it. If this is the one I'm thinking of, it's really great.
The company store, the paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum. They're on giant death factories, keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green-looking skin, and they run around screaming, "We love Satan, we wanna eat babies." I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot and the goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap, we don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, "We love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet."
I was watching Fox News as I worked out.
There you go, chat. Oh, it's a great song. That's some good shit right there. With all the talk of Alex, I felt like I couldn't ignore that one. From Sean again. P.S. Thanks for finding FBI's missing front door, hidden evidence, Alex Jones. All right, let me just catch up here. All right, there we go. From Trues, Googled Marion Petite. Assange came up saying he was one of the children in the group called the Family Organized by the Game Changer. Oh, well, we'll take a look at that. From Lyral, I'm pretty sure the blacklist is far more real than fiction. Every happening's in season 1. Truth is stranger than fiction, but it is because fiction is obliged to stick to possibilities. Truth isn't. Prove to what you are. Who hasn't brought a kid or two? Quit being a frickin' Puritan. They were just taking the kids to Hogwarts. You're a wizard, Harry. From The Flush, God is real. Our battle is not against flesh and blood. It is against the powers and principalities beyond the world. Repent, chat. Jesus loves you. From Satan's Advocate, these people need to ride old Sparky. From Putty Tat, no federal violations. From Jason Weaver, I'm getting awfully sleepy. Let's just forget about it, Jim. From Ken, the finders are just libertarians, Jim. Tyler Knox, Epstein's not dead. From Big Anxious, Gold Team rules. From Earjuice, Jim, can you define what a cuck is for cognitive thought? He's still trying to work it out. I think he's winning 100%, to be honest. Oh, bitwave.tv. Well, there are multiple definitions for a cuck. The most direct of which would be raising another man's children. I guess would be pretty cutting to the point, wouldn't it? David Stay asked me this on his stream too, because he was curious about the term. But there you go. Preston Scott, QAnon predicted this declassification. There's a lot more to find. QMap.pub. From citation needed, Zaimasu did nothing wrong. Beck's Fire, pizza anyone? Don't worry, it's kosher. From Donald S., when are we going to sell the Tit Beast hats you promised on stream on gang stalking? Well, let me get right on those Tit Beast hats. For now, you can buy beautiful Metokur hats, 4 out of 5 stars, or Am I Being Detained hats on the storefront. For posterity, the remake of Medieval is very faithful. Recommend it. From Bike Keller, I heard that about the story on Art Bell show. Bossman Tyrellis, as I Tyrell, I hope that guy catches a bullet. From Dango Italiano, Jim, what manga have you been reading? Promised Neverland. Actually, you know what? I'll give you a list of the things that I've been reading lately. Because I bookmarked them in case I wanted to go read them again. I think the most recent one I read was Ill Boy, Ill Girl, which is about this attention whore that wants to become famous for being the kid that dies of a disease, and then he finds out a little girl has the same disease, and she's going to die first. So he decides if he murders her, she can't get the credit. It's pretty funny. It's pretty good. What are the other ones that I've been reading here? I'll put together a list. I've got them scattered about bookmarks. They're like 4 or 5 that I'm trying to keep up with. But yeah, it works out better than watching anime. Waiting 4 weeks for a fucking new episode's drive me crazy. I'd rather just read it. From Sarah H., the DC police found nothing wrong. The same police force that we were pictured with Alfontes and Comet Pizza with the weird shit all over the restaurant. From Ramike, seriously, what will it take for these people to go down? They seem untouchable. From Bixen Boxen, have you seen Nostalgia Critic's review of Pink Floyd The Wall? I know I haven't. Everybody keeps saying it's awful. I haven't seen it yet. From Slam Barry P, fuck Area 51, why didn't we storm the FBI? Tyler Knox, you got to check out Alpha Genesis video, A Message to DX. It's almost as good as the spurging out on his parents. From Mike Hunt, going to have to watch later, watching the Patriots dominate. From Mr. Abris, read through Pygmalion. Was a fun read, but way too short of a story. Any other suggestions? Yeah, I found that when I was looking through like the horror tag on Mangabot or whatever it is. I just find something that appeals to you, I guess. I thought it was, pretty good. It's weird. It's about mascots rising up, but it was funny. From Osmodius 3505, let me get a underage child. From Michael Huzitz, I'm trapped in a dungeon. Please send help. From Craigson, just remember when you're in a tight spot as the song goes, you can get anything you want at Alice Restaurant, sing a bar, and walk out. Winter Wolf, this whole story makes me feel like informing my local federal agency about my old high school mates that post cringy post-Satan memes, or pro-Satan memes. Roman Catholics, rise up. From Avra, chat, you are wonderful. From Lum Invader, I'm amazed. The general public has known about stuff like this and the Franklin cover-up for years, and no one's doing anything about it. From Hammered Spud, can see Orion's belt clear from my back door. That means Alex Jones is basically Jesus, if my calculations are correct. From Lumberjack, I'm calling for a new crusade against the child moles. We need a few good men to burn the devils. Deus Volt Brothers. From Lurakel, now this is a good rat ironic. So anyways, guy. Plantation Sensation, China is right about Islam. From Nigerius again, literal glow-in-the-dark CIA knickers. Terry tried to warn us and we just laughed. Foxman2248, did you ever get those Photon HD copies? The ones on YouTube are gone now. Yes, I did get backup copies of Photon episodes. I should have them saved on my hard drive somewhere. I guess I'll take a look. I didn't know they were taking them down. I thought those were pretty much up forever. From Courier Alpha, are you the one who suicided Epstein? I can neither confirm nor deny that. From Metokur's Lunicorn Archives, Terry Davis said literally nothing wrong. High of Tap, any idea when the next Furry Pandemonium will be released? The Kira vids were some of my faves from you. Loving the new content. Probably in a week or two. I've got the Transtastic one coming up in a day or so, and then after that, about a week and a half, I'll have a new Furry Pandemonium. From JD 1989, sounds like George H.W. Bush, Bill Casey, and their CIA buddies were busy. North Sea Hero, who needs SCP when we have this real stuff? Big Anxious, Jimmy, and the Lords of the Internet. From Guanconco 14878, are you going to re-upload the Kira Wolf stuffs? Also Jade art streams, when? Probably no art streams, but I will, just bit by bit, I'll upload older stuff in between newer stuff. From Glurg Turkle, Jim has insider knowledge, lol. You're gorgeous baby. We truly do live in a society. Satan's Advocate, the information needs to be spread. This is ongoing. Warden Cliff, Jim, you taught me to laugh again. You saved my life. Bexfire, there's something gefilte fishy about this. Okay, I've read these. All right, let me see. I looped back on some of them. 1 second here. The Real Asami, first-time donator, long-time fan. Love the vids and keep doing what you're doing. Mike Testa, Jim, I'm scared for your show. Rick hated this to be safe. Read that as well. A. Clifton, 21887. Oh, that's about the Prensa Libre published article. I'll have to double-check that when I get a chance. All right, let's see here. From Mark Samefink, What was the name of that jazz song? Also, thanks for shedding light on this. Trump 2020, Merc the Pedos. It literally is the first. It's the first search result on YouTube for jazz that's not a live stream. I don't know the exact name of it. I just randomly pick one and put it on. All smooth jazz is basically the same. From Saint Verus 2, this is what we are. This is why we are seeing pedophilia normalization to reduce the stigma of the guilty as more evidence comes to light. Deepfake vids will crank it up. From Majin Sinister, you're a hero to us all. Filthy Casual, first time I caught your stream live. Jazz, Mexican Super Schools, and Florida. Hitting high notes on all of them, I know. Heath Hawk Noob, name Best Gundam. Oh, see, that's going to start a fight. No. We'll be sitting here having an argument for the next 2 hours, and my voice is going out. From Truth TV, hi, I'm from Portugal. Islam is right about women. Sean Patterson, I encourage you all to read this on the FBI's vault. The B codes on the side are the Freedom of Information Act exemptions that give you a clue as to what is redacted. From Surith, damn it, Jim, now I'm sad. Take my shekels anyway, though. Your Juice Cog wanted to ask if Metro PD can help us find all his black children. He thinks most are down at the docks giving favors for sailors, but who knows? I don't know. Best of luck hunting them down, I guess. From Mateo, it's election day here in Argentina. Can't wait to become Venezuela 2.0 when the socialists win. From Gino Anuzira, I probably butchered that. Gina Anuzira, I don't know. Detective Jim doing an actual journalism. Wake up, sheeple. From Swamp Pinions, I'm not a gamer because I don't have a life. I'm a gamer because I hate women and minorities. Matt Fields, Jim wants on. Check your mirror. Please go on the kill stream soon. This would be a great topic. We miss you over there. Ralph needs his porch potato. From the real Asami, Tunnel Snakes rule. Harris Saris, my psychology class said this was mass hysteria. Yep, I heard it described as that too when it was taking place. And I'm sure there's a component of that as well. But there's a lot of stuff in these reports. There's a lot of stuff in these police reports and investigation notes, even the unredacted stuff, that makes it very suspicious. And I wonder if that information was more public at the time, if people would have been so quick to dismiss it as simple mass hysteria. From Ryan, Hampstead cover-up, Stephen Johansson Jr. Sticks be like, bro, it's a different strain, bro. That's not LaVey Satanism, bro. Different strain, bro. Just stop the satanic panic, bro. Now, I'm not saying that these were Satanists. What I am saying, at least from the reports, is that these were things that were found there. And the term satanic panic is just what the public called it. I don't know what the finders are, other than a really creepy group of people that were definitely involved in some weird fucking shit. Now, given that the CIA was involved and that disinformation campaigns were, reported to be a part of that, who knows? Maybe the paganism, the Satanism was used as a cover for even more devious shit. I don't know. But it's some very bizarre stuff. It's some very bizarre shit. Official Smugly Frog. Look up the black car cases in Eastern Europe. Reports of government agents, demons abducting young women off the street to rape. Also similar abuse cases alleged at the government here in Britain. I remember there was a report about the UN, with the UN's army or agents of the UN being involved in rape and child molestation. I wish I had that to pull up right now. But you're talking about stuff happening in Europe. For some reason, that sparked in me. It's very bizarre, and it's something that multiple countries have reported on about being unhappy about and not having it followed up on. From Double A, what an absolute clown world we live in. We need to purge the degeneracy. For the love of the game, check the wiki page for the trial. Damage control. From Tidal Whales, say PDF file 5 times quickly. Probably not, because it's going to turn into something terrible. From Van Rollington, thanks for the stream, Kang. If you need a good laugh, check out Emmy Pearl A's channel, or Beast of Opsum Lady. I'm not sure if she is a troll or next tier cat lady. Robert Thrust, hey Metokur, if you're into this, then I suggest checking out Girls Town USA. Everyone has offed themselves besides two, to my knowledge, since it's been going. Really? You're telling me everybody at Girls Town USA has committed suicide? I'll have to look into that. From Jason of the Great Awakening, White Hat Insiders inserting extras are the bread and butter of Freedom of Information Act requesters. Probably not an accident. From Maximilian 2000, the average IQ for black people is 85. That means that the average black adult is as intelligent as the average white 15-and-a-half-year-old, and half of blacks are less intelligent than that. From AF, Jordan, Minnesota, by Big Black, aren't you from there? Am I from Jordan, Minnesota? No. From John Brisson, Jim, the redacted chronology states the finders had passports. Oh, we already went over that one. A couple of 6 comments. Yeah, okay. So I'm catching back up to some of the newer ones that I had read. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anything here. 1 second, chat. Okay, I think that's where I am. From Arrowist, where was being molested makes you gay from? That was a PSA. That was a PSA that somebody made in the 90s. Obviously, I can't. Potentially, it's been edited a little. But it's just fucking ridiculous, and I love it. I'll put it up one more time for you. But yeah, I don't remember the exact name of it. It was like a series of 5 videos, like after-school specials. And that one is just fucking bizarre to me. Here you go.
Let's have a little reality check to make sure we all got the message. If something like this happens to you, know that it is your fault. You did wrong. And remember, being abused by a male does make you gay. Right. And telling someone about it does make you less of a man. The bottom line, if you are molested, you wanted it, you did something to deserve it. That make you weak. No offense. Being molested means you're gay.
That makes you weak. No offense. I fucking love it. Great. From Dingus Khan, is it strange that there has not been a single MSM article about this new info? Well, I'm not surprised. I'll put it that way. From the cool for ID Man 697, but Six told me Pizzagate isn't real and Satanic Panic was actually just a moral panic. Wow, it's like he's not as smart as he thinks he is. From Skits, let the information fly, my dude. Dances with Metroid's 2019 Woke Sonic. If somebody tries to touch you and it makes you uncomfortable, that's no good, unless they're trans, you bigot. From Lurik L, watch documentary Conspiracy of Silence, and it opens... Okay, I've read this one too. I'm trying to make sure I don't miss any here. From 123456, in 1990, they didn't find any tunnels under McMartin using sonar, and the charges were dismissed in 90. I think the FBI did an oopsie. From Bomb the Zoms, Jim, you realize you're going to have to avoid grassy knolls for the rest of your life now, right? Very true. From Tangent, Naruto running is for Area 51. Sonic running is for McMartin Preschool. If you're being molested, just get out of there. From Confounded Feline, Kitsu is the best girl. JD 1989. So CIA invented crack and pedophile cults. How exactly did we win the Cold War again? From Slit Bodman, the finders made me rub Matt Groening's feet. From Mr. James Blobbington, Terry A. Davis was simply ahead of his time. McCarthy's Ghost, when we asked that Hampshire guy to make tunnies, this isn't what we meant. Mike Testa, I was right, California is the devil's capital. Well, very true, I guess. It's probably why it's on fire right now. From Joni Baloney, the tribe has been napping and eating goy children since Moloch worshipping an Old Test. Six denied Satanic Panic. Visit Joni's channel. Foregone Jim, check out Jay Dwyer. Also read Game of Nations. From Disgruntled Taco, love the show, Jim, but you got me reaching for my tinfoil hat every time you stream. From Earjuice, Styx groomed a teenage girl. If you upload this video with receipts, it's auto-flagged by him. I have a Discord with shareable versions. Find it, watch, and decide. From Rocket Insano, a CIA op to stop fascism in Italy turned into a degenerate sex dungeon with all the agents and operators. The CIA wanted loyal sociopaths. It's not hard to believe this happened again in America. From Nash Meads, make this story public and start the boogaloo. From Ronson, Jim, have you heard the conspiracy that black helicopters aren't really helicopters? They're living biological surveillance creatures brought to life via NWO agencies that use GMO nanobiotechnology. I have not heard that, but it sounds cool as fuck. From Possibly Double, hey Jim, why do you think they released this information? I have no idea. Maybe to distract from something even worse? Who knows? From James Beanick, Theory 4, all of the above. From 004, the sex cult was intentional and another branch messed up and found out too much. From Sexy Legs, the tribe's been hard at work for millennia. Leon and Claire Kennedy, Jim, is there anything you'd like to say to those who pick up virtual waste off the floor for zero compensation? Well, no, but now that you brought up Leon and Claire, there is something I would like to play. I think it's the last audio recording of Chris Redfield.
This is Chris Redfield. I'm currently pinned down. I don't know how many of them there are. They just keep coming. My entire team's down. I'm doing all I can to survive. I don't think I'm gonna make it. So I need to make sure I leave this message. Please. Tell Leon Kennedy. I need him to fuck my sister. I won't be able to be there to make sure it happens, but damn it, you make sure that he does. Claire! Sorry, sis. This is all I can do now.
You gotta give her a baby. Just do it. Come on, buddy, just do it. From Skinhead Stan, I studied intelligence studies and rogue counter-intel agents. Founding a cult is about right for the CIA. They have a habit of screwing shit up like this. Would not surprise me. ABCDEFG, the preschool map reminds me of Epstein's Island. From Greephole, Jim, this is no different than ISIS child school shooter camps they discovered when they were arrested. Then, oh shit, they were found in another state having been set free to start again. From James Beanick, Gamer Fed rose up. Sean Turner, Terry was right, ran over one. Say glow in the darks. If you're trying to hunt Mr. Metokur, his real name is Matt Jarbo, leader and starter of Gamergate. From Eucion Facius, when a sitting POTUS does something, it is no longer illegal. From Pongo D, upload live streams to BitChute under HAL. Liberty Prime 5000, hey Jim, where's Anthony Weiner's laptop? I remember he got into a lot of trouble and that kind of got shuffled under the rug, didn't it? It seems like every time a politician or a rich person gets involved or caught for something, even if they get brought up on charges, the really dark parts of it seem to disappear or just be forgotten about. Very weird, isn't it? From Trolita, conspiracy theories are now domestic terror. Why did the feds drop a bunch of Pizzagate shit on their Twitter? Fishman5678, are you familiar with the Green Bomb speech in '92? It lines up with this. No, I'm not, but I'll give it a listen. Dr. Conman Caddick, enjoy your streams, Jim. Keep up the good work. Little Littlers, apparently one of the main heavy hitters in the redacted list is Colonel Michael Aquino. Look into it. His relationship with the LeVays, big spooks. Jared Oakley, Jim, what do you think about Alex Jones saying the elites are making deals with DMT entities? I don't know. I've never tripped on DMT, so I don't know what the entities are like. I've heard them described. It sounds like it would scare the shit out of me. I think I'll just stick with vodka every once in a while and maybe pot once in a while. I'm going to stay away from the DMT entities. From Sigma, hey Neb, it's me Sigma from Lads. From Ethereal, if you look at the very end of that long... Oh, we've already read that one. All right, just getting cut up here. Sean Turner, CIA, it's just... read that one too. All right. Getting back to the beginning here, folks. Thule Society, look up Colonel Michael Aquino. That's spelled Aquino. From Sheckelmeister, think about it. The old Hong Kong protesters used the British flag. Why all of a sudden are they using the USA flag? Yeah, I've read that one too. All right. Starting to get, we're getting through them, folks. Satan's Advocate, hey Jim, where did Yang say he wants to pacify whites? I need a source to inform others. It's videotaped, and he talks about how he's worried that white people are going to Holocaust Asians, and he also talks about how universal basic income is essentially a way to pacify them. I will look it up. It's from a while ago, but it is a readily available video. It is out there. Rat Tail Tony, in your next episode of Furry Pandemonium, you want to rip apart my art? If it's funny, Mr. James Bloggington is Sonic. Okay, I'm going over some that I've already read. I'm sorry, chat. Rocket and Sano, this has happened before Google Operation Gladio. The Packard Goose, we live in a society. Ben Rogenkamp, Jim, thank you for helping me laugh at this stuff that should make me want to eat a bullet. Matt Black, man, love for entertainment. I'm a thug who loves getting fucked by a man. From Drew Straft, hey, what's your opinion on VR? Do you have a set? No, I do not. I think VR is pretty cool, but I think AR is going to be the big thing first. Augmented reality has more applications, at least, and more uses outside of gaming, especially advertising, to be honest. I'd like to see some really cool AR shit first. From Soul 2XL, look up Lion Guard fart scene for FP. It aired on Kid TV. Jason of the Great Awakening, D-Class info avalanches to prepare the public for the dismantling of the global criminal cabal. Stone Mexican Guy, I love Tomorrow. Tomorrow is amazing. Tomorrow is the best. The Hotness, it's another story for news agencies to cram down the sheeple of the world to distract them from the Epstein story. From Skits, look at D&D now. It's all about dissociation and letting you be something else. For non-professionals, I would think that it could be dangerous, satanic. From King Kalma, thanks for the terminal cancer. The darkness is so comfy. RC1505, know what they say, truth is stranger than fiction. From Putty Tat, there are no missing kids, goy. Martin Smocker, this is some sad shite, Jimbo. Rockin' Sano, what's Ross, one of the kids? Would explain a lot. It would explain quite a bit, I'll be honest. Slimo Jones, 10 kids. Don't worry about the 6 kids. Those 3 kids are just fine. Why are you upset about that single kid? Lou Raquel, the kids were probably turned into hot dogs and pizza. Tell Daddy how big you are. Rank filthy clothes, living in a basement, and have to obey a game master. Sounds like a D&D group to me. Roll initiative, kids. From Justin Blood, great fertilizer for watermelons farming, equal 4 kids. From Kunstkrieg, Kinopic Studios. Patch Adams defended the Finers, sicko. From Guancaco 14878, what happened to the mic that you used for the demonic possession video you did? I still have the Blue Yeti. It's somewhere around here. Sean Turner, goy, those kids aren't crying. Those are tears of joy. From Jimmy Walters, to be clear, you have no intention of suicide, committing a mass shooting, or being involved in violent crimes. I have no intention of doing anything strange. I'm not going to go on vacation. I don't feel like going to the gym and lifting weights. I'm not going to take a walk through a Washington, D.C. suburb at midnight. I think I'm just going to enjoy life and live it to the fullest. So if barbells fall on me, yeah, something happened. From Darth Slater 1, someone needs to pull some super hack and put a link out of this on every TV in the U.S. Jason of the Great Awakening, why do I get the feeling we're watching Jim get cued, then Epsteined in real time? Plantation sensation. Tim Pool is one of the children. Filthy Casual in before Jim falls into a goat pen. And Fataku, you're the one guy willing to report on this. We need you, Jim. No bunked gymnastics. And I think I'm almost caught up. Let me see here. Sorry, guys. Just trying to get to everybody. Okay. We're almost finally caught up. From Eduardo Ramirez, what is a glow gang, Mr. Minecraft? Oliver Daniels IV, any idea where the abused children are today? No, but I will look into that for the next stream. Grody Grungus, this ain't Chinese money, but it'll have to do. From Mark, Durst has best music in Brigandine. Radio Ruined, great stream, Jim. Have you seen the new Vice video about having sex with bugs? I'm not surprised there's a video of that. Red Guy, this makes David Pilates missing 411 make sense. Rabbit Corn, sometimes you just create rape cults. It's no big deal. What? You haven't done that before? From Killing Munch, for the Halloween stream, I'm going to send you the videos from Fiona Barrett and Jay Parker. Documentation and explanation of satanic sacrificial rituals. Then I can explain what I know on my end. From Maxie Stoneman, Jim, haven't you heard that Palestinians dug those tunnels? Joseph Jimenez, obligatory boogie died super chat rip. A rip and pepperoni boogie. You are not forgotten. We're praying for you, buddy. From Trump Nation, you're not going to believe this, but it's true. New beetle named after climate change activist Greta Thunberg. From Caleb Lambright, I can't believe you didn't get Mandar to say NNRU. From Dick Rambone, perfect timing, I'm tripping on shrooms. From Jarell 0401, check Dungeon Seeker Hardcore Revenge Story. Well, make sure to check it out. From Don Gamer Guy, Jim, show my adult game Patreon, please. Diddler Games. From De Facto Leader, have you seen that Spoonie has been decreasing his streaming content? Year of the Spoonie Tang on the way. Oh, I'm sorry, increasing, not decreasing. From Rad, Elmo Pimps Hose. Tell Daddy how big you are. Sodom and Gomorrah skill rating. On this particular one, I'm going to give it an 8. I'm going to give it an 8, a fiery 8. From Joseph Jimenez. Hasn't a disproportionate number of people our neo-boomer age been screwed as a kid? I feel that most of the people I meet these days have some kind of trauma as a child. Makes the old noggin joggin'. Motorola 762, play Alex Jones' anime intro. Boxman2248, do you ever plan on posting the video on Chris Chan's mom? No, that came and went. From Shadow Kane, Robert Steffer's book 1666 Salvation Through Sin is the Sebastian Frankist Nicolians. It's about the Jewish Messiah and his religious inversion. And I know I pronounced that last one wrong, but my throat, oh boy, I'm talking too much. Jared Hard Norris, I've compiled the images of from David's stream. Your time is up, buddy. And finally, never so clear as this, the Bible is fine, but these evil cabals are deep in every major church too. Nothing is safe. Protect and cherish your family. And I think I've got a few Streamlabs, and then that's it. We're caught up, and we should be finished here. Make sure I didn't miss any. All right, 1 second, chat. From Praxis Seizure, clean the palate with Destiny versus Hassan arguing over whether or not it's okay to use the N-word in private. I actually watched that. There are a couple of videos about the whole shit fit with Destiny using the hard R in private. They seem to be very upset with his ability to say what the fuck he feels like. Bonus meme clip, okay. From Regent, Raffle, I don't give a fuck. I go ham on Nigers all day. I pile up Nigers in the flatbed. I eat the bodies. I don't fucking care no more. I just go. Holy fuck, Nigers are sly bitches like dinky little horn fags. And it's a Blue Falcon. Rootless cosmopolitans. They're going to need to shill deep fakes real hard to cover this up. All the fucking pedos. Jim, JFK was right, Pizzagate was true, and Terry Davis was a savant. Rip in peace, Terry. Ahead of his time, but not forgotten. Not forgotten. All right, everybody, thank you for coming out. If I missed your super chat, I'm sorry. I try to get to all of them. We'll have the conclusion of the Finders stream on Halloween. After I have a chance to look up some more information, we'll go through the rest of the FBI report. Again, a new video will be up on BitChute in the next day or so, and then the Halloween stream will obviously be on the 31st. I hope you all have a good week. Hug your family. Don't trust anybody if they glow in the dark. Never trust those glow in the darks. And I will see you all on Thursday. Let me put up some music to play us out. I'll put up You Got That one more time. Why not? Well, good afternoon, chat. I'm here a little earlier than I thought. God, I thought I'd be back on Halloween to do Finders Part 2, which is coming up. We're going to work our way through the CIA op, known as a child sex cult that was started as an intelligence operation, I suppose. I don't know. I was supposed to have a video up. A little bit delayed on that. I felt bad. And I thought, what better way to make amends for that than by doing a stream that I'd promised to do back on Stream Me. It has to do with some very, very cunning, super smart Africans. Talking about those 419 guys. Talking about the Nigerian princes out there. Now, initially, when I was originally going to do the stream, I was just going to focus on that. I was going to go over a little bit of history, talk about a few things, Power Book, events like that. But I found something better. I have found the greatest man to ever live on the planet Earth. He is a scholar, all right? A self-educated man, a self-made millionaire, martial artist, weapons designer, a poet. He is a man known throughout the continent and in his home country of Ghana. And I wanted to dedicate a stream to that winner. I wanted to go over his amazing achievements, talk about his biography. Look at the just stunning things that he has developed. You may have seen that Nicolas Cage movie about arms dealers working internationally. This is the real deal. This guy develops high-tech weaponry for Ghana. All right? He is a badass motherfucker. Now, I need to adjust. I need to adjust that stream title. I can't call him a modern-day Da Vinci. I need to call him a modern-day Das Vinci. That's right.
That's right! That's right! That's right! That's right! That's right! That's right! That's right!
Oh, our boy's got some fucking amazing shit to show us. I didn't want to give it away too soon, but I want to introduce you to somebody, chat. Get ready. Your life's about to fucking change. Sometimes we meet men that are just our superiors, and when we do, we need to recognize that. And I'd like to introduce you to that man. So let me take away this background image and put up a picture of our boy, Apostle Sappho. Oh yeah, that's who I'm talking about. The man that put Ghana on the map. The man that started at multiple industries. I mean, he's published books. He's developed weapon systems. He's created at least 14 or 15 different industries. And he's done it all by himself. I know what you're thinking when you look at this. You're like, did this motherfucker, did he watch Coming to America? And he was like, yeah, that's the look I want to go with. Sure, he does kind of look like a Where Are They Now version of fucking Eazy-E, straight out of Compton, right into Africa. All right, but we're not going to judge him by that rockin' bitchin' Jerry curl, or the fact that in half the images that are out there on the internet of the Apostle, that he looks like somebody's elderly black grandmother. No, we're going to take a look at just the amazing shit that he's done. But to kind of ease us into that, I wanted to go over a few basic things about just African culture in general, and talk a little bit about the Nigerians in particular. Now, if you're unfamiliar, there's, of course, the famous Nigerian prince scam, where you receive an email telling you that a tragedy has occurred and that the Prince of Nigeria needs your help. He needs you to take all his gold. He's just going to give it to you. Needs to get it out of the country. All you've got to do is pay a small nominal fee to help him transport that fucking gold. Oh, you're going to be rich, and you'll be helping royalty. Of course, you're not actually helping royalty. You're getting royally fucked instead. But it's pretty pervasive, especially in certain nations. And Nigeria loves to do that sort of shit. Don't believe me? Take a look at our boy here. Now, how the fuck you scam somebody into building a fake airport for 242 million fucking pounds, I don't know. Now, granted, he only got 10% of that. That's the commission fee that he took off the top. But I want you to think for a moment. This motherfucker impersonated a government official and convinced a bank to give him 24 million pounds. Of course, he ended up in prison and then later on charged with murder. But you got to give him a round of applause. That's the Goku get him attitude that I fucking appreciate in this world. Going out there making that money, getting those dollars. Could you imagine being the motherfucker that worked at the bank that approved that loan? You're not going to be around very much longer. Oh, our boy, though, made that money. Maybe he got a few days to spend it before they sent a fucking assassination squad for him. I don't know. But I appreciate the effort. Of course, there are the numerous 419 scammers, the different people running cons from Nigeria and other African countries. Now, there's a bit of a pushback. The initial stream was going to kind of talk about that, about people fucking with them. There are multiple YouTube channels. You can look up stuff like Hoax Hotel. Well, granted, they mostly deal with Indians now, but occasionally you'll get a Nigerian thrown in there. But for a while on the internet, there was a bit of a pushback. People like to fuck with the scammers. They'd get in contact with somebody, and then they'd come up with a clever way to embarrass them. Sadly, I can't show you the really funny stuff on YouTube. If I was still on Streamly, I could. So you're not going to get to see naked black men with with weights hanging from their testicles, holding torches, standing on top of lawn furniture. But I can show you something a little more family-friendly. Oh, I want to help you, Mr. Nigerian Prince, but I need to make sure that you're a real person. Could you take this sign and hold it up so I can verify you are who you say you are? No, don't worry if you can't read English. Just print it on a sign and take that picture for me. It's quite a fun little game of cat and mouse. Who can fuck who the hardest? Who's gonna make that money? And who's gonna be a laughingstock on the internet? I don't know. Do you think he can read English? I mean, maybe he really does want those holes filled with cum. And maybe this man just cannot believe that shit is not fucking butter. I don't know. It's always possible. And it's not always a straightforward money scam. It's not always an email or fake tech support or a call from an IRS agent saying the government's coming to sue you. Sometimes it's just really horny Australians getting made assholes of by entire factories full of Nigerian scammers.
Oh yeah, I can even show you the chart.
Sure.
Yo.
Please. Yeah, show me. Thank you. And I can see here he says, "Wanna play now?"
Yeah,
I'm horny.
You mean like you want to play video cam with me?
Video cam? Yeah,
video cam with me.
To do what?
To do fun.
Like sexy stuff?
Sex stuff and all that things. And I'll make sure to make him happy. Happy like you feel in love with me.
He thinks you're a woman?
Yeah.
And so what do you do with him? Does he show you himself?
Yeah, he show me himself. Even I see him
naked.
Full naked.
He doesn't see anything on the video.
How embarrassing would that be? Imagine you're some middle-aged, fat fucking Australian, and there you are with your didgeridoo in your hand, talking to Shaniqua. Only Shaniqua's not actually Shaniqua, it's Tyrone. And Tyrone works at a factory full of like 40 other Nigerians. And they're gathered around a monitor watching you masturbate. And they're sizing you up, they're giving pointers and snickering as you're just sitting there pulling on your pud. And then eventually they get you to send them a check. That is some sad fucking shit. So this gives you a little bit of an idea. Just some of the money hustles out there, from catfishing to 419s to Nigerian princes to even screwing over entire large international banks by building fake airports. But that pales in comparison to our boy here, the Apostle. I don't think you understand just how famous this man is. We're going to look over his accomplishments. I'm going to show you the video that initially caught my attention with his creative mindset. He's really out there just doing some amazing shit, and I want to share that with you. So let me pull up his bio. Let's read through the just amazing life that this man has led. I think you're going to be fucking stunned. Let me pull it up here. Here we are. This is from Africa Redemption Magazine. Quick facts. Okay. Born in 1948. Hometown of Ashanti, Bikwai. Nationality Ghanan, from Africa. This is Apostle Dr. Kwadu Safu Kantanka. And let's dig in. Let's see what this man has done in his life. And then we're going to go look at his amazing accomplishments. Executive summary. Apostle Doctor is a mysterious but great man to have surfaced on the earth. He is a preacher, inventor, innovator, physicist, chemist, biologist, agriculturalist, philanthropist, and the star of Africa. He is the world's greatest multidimensional scientist and technologist of all times, and has carried out the great philanthropic activity in Ghana. He funds all these exercises with revenue from his numerous investments. He's also the founder of the Cristo Asafo Church, the Great Kosa network of companies, and many other institutions. His mission is to redeem Africa from bondage. Brief veracity. First African to manufacture engines, vehicles, aircrafts, and heavy-duty machines. Not only did he create and manufacture this, he did so manually. This motherfucker did it by hand. He hand-built, manufactured, and invented engines, vehicles, aircrafts, and heavy-duty machinery. I want to see white people do that. I want to see the white man try to go toe-to-toe with those accomplishments. He's the first man ever in the world to have manufactured a bass guitar with 7 strings. The manufacturer of gadgets and machines with extraordinary features. The only man on earth capable of producing metals from seashells and palm husks, making metals renewable. The only individual on planet Earth who practically cuts across the length and breadth of invention and innovative sciences. He is the most mysterious man on Earth. It is practically impossible to comprehend his fucking level of wisdom. And he has won several awards from reputable institutions. I think maybe you have a better idea of who we're dealing with. He's hand-built everything you can imagine. He invented them. He created a bass guitar with 7 strings. And he found a way to make metal renewable by using coconuts. What did he say? I'm sorry, palm husk. Palm husk and seashells. I'm actually stunned. I'm a little stunned and embarrassed to be in the presence of such a great man. Now, most people don't know this. All right, they're unfamiliar with the fact, but Africa is the home of innovation and invention. I know a lot of people have this idea that, oh my God, Africa, that's some backwards nation. People can't develop things there. People aren't capable of innovating, of inventing, of coming out with the next great new technology that's going to sweep the world by storm. Well, naysayers, let me show you a little bit of African innovation. I want to show you an African bike. I want to show you a handmade African bike. Because I want you to understand the level that our boy here is on, that the apostle is standing on. All right, he comes from a proud lineage of great inventors and innovators and creators and scientists. Our international man of mystery. So let's take a look at the Chudu. I don't know if I'm saying that right. You know what? Why again, I'm in the presence of greatness. It's hard for me not to be humbled by it.
The most difficult part is whittling everything down so that the parts fit together.
Almost all the parts come from the region. Pascal and his colleagues go at it for up to 3 days until everything fits.
What do you got to say now, white people? I bet you never thought, hey, I'm going to take that telephone pole and whittle it down until it's just an obnoxiously large fucking log. I'm going to put a spring in the middle that's not really connected to anything, but it looks good. All right, aesthetics are important. Bitches love big-ass springs. The bigger the spring, the better the puss. That is, I don't even think, I don't even know what to say, really. That's one yabba dabba bike right there. This is some shit you'd see on the Flintstones. All right, hand-built, handcrafted. Beautiful.
Only then is the Chukudu ready to roll. It not only transports people, but staggering loads of just about anything.
It's like butter. Did you see that suspension? A nice, smooth, air-like, cloudy feel to it. Oh, it's very relaxing to ride your telephone pole down the street. Just strap some fucking wheels onto that bad boy and go pick up some bitches.
In downtown Goma, a statue has been erected in honor of this prized means of transportation.
We used to not have things like motorcycles, but we had the Chukudu to help us transport goods. It was invented here in Goma.
Proudly locally made. Locally made, locally sourced. Beautiful. You know, if you could just combine this technological innovation with the culinary abilities of the Haitians, you would have a superpower unrivaled in the world.
To get to the basketball court, which acts as a preparation area for the dirt cookies, you have to cross this open sewer, which is littered with animal parts and trash and other nasty things, to get to an area where the cookies are laid out to dry out in the sun. You can see that these are still very wet, not quite ready to be served, but this is literally dirt being prepared for humans to eat on top of other dirt and filth.
On this beautiful basketball court right next to the open sewer, they make their delicious dirt cookies. I love how fucking disgusted he was. He can't hide his contempt. These filthy motherfuckers and their dirt cookies. They use shit as spackle and hold them together. Just quite amazing, really. You could take your telephone pole bike on down to the fucking sewer system and pick up a delicious dirt cookie. That's living the high life right there. So I want you to keep that in mind, those brilliant innovations and inventions. as we start to take a look at some of the things that the apostle has created. We're going to be looking at especially his military technology, because I don't think the rest of the world is prepared to go toe-to-toe with Ghana. And this man has basically created the, would it be Ghanaianese military from hand. Remember, he's manufactured everything manually. And he provided all the metal for the machines from fucking seashells. So he's really out there building it up. The United States, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, doesn't matter. They're going to bow down to the Ghanaian military might provided by the apostle himself. But let's jump back into this, and then we'll start looking at the videos, and you're going to love them. You're going to fucking love the future tech coming from Ghana, especially from the apostle. Peace be upon him. Early life. Apostle Dr. Kawado Safu Kanataka was born in Bakwai in the Ashanti region. As a child, he had a deep passion for science and technology. After closing from school, he would quickly do his homework and rush to the farm to get sticks for designing cars, helicopters, and planes. He designed machines and automobiles that had never been seen in the town. The level of wisdom displayed by the young Sappho through his speech and handicrafts astonished lots of people. This earned him great respect from the community, including the youth and the elderly. Apart from his deep interest in studying nature, he loved sports. He was a very good footballer, musician, and dancer. It is therefore not surprising that he started manufacturing musical instruments as an early part of his life. After basic school, he attended the Ghana Technical Works Institute in Kumasi. He thereafter had a 3-year stint as a welder at the Volta Aluminum Company. Do you understand? He was a child prodigy. He designed automobiles nobody in his town had ever seen one before. They were all riding telephone pole bikes, and our little guy here took some sticks and made cars for everybody. That's the kind of innovation that really takes the breath away. But he's also a deeply spiritual man. On February 3rd of 1971, he founded his own church, the Cristo Asafo Christ Reformed Church. The Cristo Asafo faced some economic challenges. To solve these, the apostle embarked upon preparing soaps that cured skin diseases. Many were amazed to see a man of God roaming the towns and villages with soap on his head, advertising with his mouth to attract customers. This made some people question his legitimacy as being a man of God. But the apostle was not bothered by this. He knew he was a great man and had a specialty mission to accomplish on earth. But it was just a matter of time. He also embarked on selling cooking oil and foodstuffs, farming, fishing, and many other trades and entrepreneurial ventures. He did all of these alongside the preaching of the gospel. So our little innovator, our little Sappho, our apostle, designing cars by hands from wooden sticks, refining metal from seashells, and creating soaps that cure skin diseases. Somebody needs to get him in touch with DSP. All right, that soap business needs to come back. I know Kate left, or Kat, or whatever. Get that soap running again. Somebody needs to tell Darkside Phil we can cure his fucking gout. A holy man from Ghana has the soap necessary to get rid of that heinous affliction. From his humble beginnings, it appeared lots of people as a shock when they saw him donating the little he had to the poor and needy in society. He also manually dug wells for villages and communities to obtain good drinking water. All of these wholeheartedly and free. The apostle and his Cristo Asafo church were synonymous to philanthropy. In 1980, he began organizing annual charity shows where lots of foodstuff from farms, clothing, and other items were distributed to the poor and needy in society. He also exhibited some of his inventions at such shows, and he's been doing this since 1980. Every year he puts together a technological showcase of his greatest inventions. Would you like to see, chat? Would you like to see some of the amazing things that our man has built here? I'm going to give you a sneak preview. I want to wet the whistle a little bit before we get into the heavy stuff. Before we get into future tech, I want to show you something that you can at least comprehend right now, today. I want to show you Safo. I want to show you his super helicopter coming soon to the Ghanaian Air Force. Take a minute, really appreciate it. Now this bad boy comes loaded with at least 5 firecrackers. 2 of them are taped onto the little stubs that should be wings. 3 of them, which you can buy at any retailer around the 4th of July, come preloaded underneath the nose of the aircraft. This beautiful helicopter is going to be the front and the cutting edge of assault technology from Ghana. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, can that fly? The answer is no. Sadly, this aircraft is so powerful, they haven't taken it out for a test drive yet. I mean, looking at the manufacturing quality, you can see the welds are just fantastic. The wheel work is very good. It looks like he put a rocketry engine on the very back of the tail of the fucking helicopter. Now, I'm not sure why he did that. Maybe that's like a pilot suicide button. You can hit that and at least 7 or 8 firecrackers fire into the cockpit so you don't get taken alive. I'm pretty sure you can't hit an enemy with a missile launcher pointed directly at the back of your fucking head. But then again, I'm not the brilliant apostle. I haven't made these super technologies. And when I say super technologies, I really mean it. In fact, you know what? Let's get into it. Let's take a look at some of the apostle's great creations, and we'll, in between, read more about his amazing biography. Let me just pull this up here. I think you're going to really like this. Now, for all you kids out there that like your video games, that like your Halos, I got something real fucking special for you. I'm going to show you what it looks like to see Master Chief in real life. We're talking full-on military body armor, developed and manufactured by the Apostle's own hands. Take a look at Ghana's future super soldiers. I fucking love the design of this. It's like he took a football uniform and he painted it how he thinks it looks. He watched like a couple of Rambo movies or something, and he's like, yeah, that kind of camouflage will work, I think. I mean, sure, we're in Ghana. It's not really heavy jungle or forest. It's more just kind of shitty brown everywhere. But let's paint it pure green. Let's get those football pads painted. You get them attached. And then let's, let's put some more firecrackers on their arms. And can we get some hoses on the back? I don't know what these hoses do, but I'm sure they serve a military purpose. Now, this guy back here with that gun, that's old-fashioned shit. All right, this is the future. These men right here are the future. You know you're dealing with a military badass when you go out onto the battlefield and you see a super soldier stalking on over to you, and they've got open-toed armor. They don't even need to protect their feet. All right, the enemy's never going to get a chance to shoot them in the foot, so we don't need to cover that up. Just let their bare feet be in there. And sure, there are cracks all over the armor, and it doesn't cover the entire body. And I'm pretty sure those are bicycle helmets. But maybe these wires provide like an electrical current that prevent bullets from ever penetrating. All right, the fucking Apostle hand-built all 3 of these. And this vehicle behind us. Now that looks like that's a personnel carrier that the Russians would be jealous of.
Aha, akufoni na we no ma ye de e da de ankasa e de se na we aha ye senti e de to ya kasa omonto a ade no finitri se ba.
You see the jagged edges of this shit that hasn't even been hammered in properly or welded together? Just, could you imagine? In fact, I think they literally drilled holes to put hoses in there. And I don't even know what the hoses do. I'm not sure what these fucking hoses, what purpose they serve, or why there are giant lug nuts and bolts on the just outside of the fucking shoes. None of this design, I'm pretty sure that's a giant gap right there. That's his foot. So, okay, it doesn't cover you in the front or the back, giant holes in there, and of course there are giant triangular gaps in between where we couldn't get the metal to overlap. Now, I don't speak Ghanaianese, but I'm pretty sure he's saying, hey, check out our bitchin' super armor and our amazing... Would you like to see the inside of the ATV? Would you like to see this personnel carrier? I think you'll be surprised at how well made this is. I mean, that could take a direct missile hit, I'm pretty sure. Always love the handicap ramp for the soldiers to go up and down. Always super important. Now you may be thinking, how did they build this massive thing? Well, we'll watch a video where they show you how they actually make it. I think you're going to be really impressed with the Ghanaianese craftsmanship that goes into these bad boys. That's a I love how they're very impressed with the ramp. They want to focus on that for a little while. Fit lots of people in there. I want to show you the interior of this bad boy. Oh, here we go. Wait till we get to the front of the vehicle. You're going to love it. It'll take a second to get there, but you're going to love it. Oh, shit. Let's see if he goes back and does it again. I want you to watch the middle of the vehicle when he walks over it to see how well this is armored. Let's see, what kind of technology do we have in this minivan? Apparently, you look at the dash. This is a minivan that they put foam on and then built sheet metal around. He's got a nice CB radio from the 1980s in here. There's a monitor hooked up to nothing. We've got 2 fans for no reason. Oh, come on, walk over that panel again. I want to show people. I want to show people this fucking panel. Oh, he's not going to do it. Okay, hold on. I'm going to back this up. It's really important you see how well armored this is. All right, watch his foot as he goes up the ramp here. In fact, can I full screen this? I'm going to try. I don't know if you guys can see this on stream. I really hope you can. When he steps on the fucking sheet metal ramp to go up to the front seat in the Ghanaian armored personnel carrier, you can see right through the bottom. You can see the fucking dirt underneath. If this thing drives over a landmine, they're fucked. If this thing tries to go over any kind of explosive, if a kid sneezes at this thing, they're absolutely 100% fucking dead. There is no surviving that. Oh, and I forgot too. You can see another beautiful armored motorcycle helmet sitting next to the stick shift on this mom's minivan that's been retrofitted to be cutting-edge carrier technology. Fucking amazing. Oh, is that not showing up on stream? God damn it, it's not. I'm sorry, chat. Let me see if I can adjust this. Okay, maybe you can see it now. I didn't get a chance to double check on the stream. Hopefully, there's a bit of a delay. 30 seconds. It's coming up. Believe me, it's worth it. It's absolutely 100% worth it. If you look underneath his right foot, you will see what I'm talking about. A little bit of an oopsie. Not as big of an oopsie as taking out a military personnel carrier onto a battlefield and then being, dead. Being killed because somebody fucked up a little bit. A little bit of mistake, a little bit of a snafu out on the killing fields of Ghana. All right, let's go back. We should read more about our apostle because he's invented so many things. It's not just ATVs and super technology and helicopters. Oh, there's so much more involved in this, chat. Where did we leave off here? In 1980, the apostle began organizing annual charity shows where lots of food stuff from his farms go. Okay, he's now on his 33rd annual edition. The church, which started in Accra, Newtown, without any branches. Today, the Cristo Asafo has 137 branches in Ghana and other international branches in Verona, Italy, London, and the United States. You can join his church, chat. You can join the Apostles' Church and have his divinity flow over you so you can design super helicopters. The Acristo Asafo, apart from its belief in the Trinity, also believes in the infinite intelligence that God has given mankind is not limited to any one race, and that by working in perseverance, science and technology, as demonstrated by its visionary leader, the Apostle, Africa can be redeemed. This talks a little bit about his mission statement for his beliefs. He believes that the black man is capable of managing his own affairs. Hard work and perseverance are his most cherished words. He teaches that the way to success is identifying talents, improving on them, and applying the same benefit to the benefit of society. He believes God created everyone in his own image. Therefore, everyone is created with a purpose and has equal capabilities and abilities to redirect their own destiny. And looking at this helicopter, I can believe him. Looking at this bad boy of modern technology built by hand manually with the metal from seashells, I can believe that our apostle is completely correct here. His mission, of course, is to empower Africa. And how is he going to do it? He's going to do it with his technology. Now, we already talked about the 7-string guitar, and we saw a little bit of his armored personnel carrier. But I want you to see that his military technology goes far beyond retrofitting a fucking minivan with some sheet metal add-ons. No, he customizes fully operational tanks for warfare. Once you see this, you'll understand why other African nations fear Ghana. Have you ever thought to yourself, hey, what would my golf cart look like if I made it metallic and put a little hose on the top of it? What would a mobility scooter that's been armored up to look fearsome, how would that actually drive? Well, Dr. Safo wondered that. The apostle had a vision from God that this super tank would one day ride across the plains of Africa like a proud lion, conquering all his foes. Loving it. Now, how much do you want to bet right here is the missile launcher for the fireworks? And right here is the giant gap where your enemy throws a gas grenade and you die inside this metal coffin. Behold the technological wonder of Africa. It even goes in reverse. Let's look at the weapon system. Oh, that is a fearsome cannon there. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 firecrackers. 6 firecrackers. That kind of sustained firepower is enough to bring a first world nation to its knees. You can hear a fucking car alarm in the background. This thing probably hit it with an M80 by mistake during the weapons demonstration. Oh, look at that. That's a anti-air system that comes installed on the super tank. That's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 firecrackers, all aimed up in the sky, ready to take out any planes or drones that might come after. And of course, this is a anti-impact armor. It falls off immediately once it's hit with anything, be it a high-end explosive device, or a baseball, or maybe a clump of dirt. Just shatters off and protects the chassis. This is real, by the way. This guy, he's been holding a technological demo for 30 years, showing off this shit. And people think in Ghana that he is a fucking genius. He has 137 churches internationally that pay him money through tithing. He has multiple businesses. We haven't even gotten to the cars yet. He sells this shit to the Ghana government. They buy this from him. So this crazy, duct taped together fucking mess of an armored vehicle, he's getting paid for it. So when we're looking at those scams earlier with the 419 guys, the Nigerian prince, even the airport guy, pales in comparison to getting a military force to buy an armored golf cart with firecrackers attached. Yet the apostle, God bless him, has found a way to do it. Oh, let's see if we can get a weapons demonstration. Oh, are they going to show us the rocketry system in action? Oh, they might. Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's take a look. It's going to shoot down some planes, guys. Here we go.
That's right.
I'm sorry, did he say that's right?
That's right.
That's right. You take a look at our firecracker weaponry. That's right. That's right.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Yes, Chad, I think you're right. I think this is what Wakanda was based on. I think this is where they got their idea for the Black Panther movie. Fuck the comic books. They looked up Dr. Apostle Sappho and thought that's the man who's going to build the technical, hidden, super African nation that nobody can deal with. That's right, chat. We was firecracking. That's right. I think we're even going to get a special message from the doctor himself playing his 7-string bass guitar. You know who he kind of looks like right there? He looks like Tito Jackson. It's just the guy. This guy is like a changeling. Every time you see him, he looks like somebody different. I don't know how he does it. Maybe it's part of super secret nanotechnology he developed that changes his form so assassins can't find him. I'm not 100% certain. But these aren't the only weapon systems. Oh, no. He likes to publish all his videos of super technology up on the internet for people to see. Would you like to see how he builds his amazing super armor for his super soldiers? Oh, let's pull that up. Actually, let's I got a few super chats here. Let me read these really quick, and then we'll jump back in to the amazing technological wonders that Ghana has given us. Oh, blessed be the apostle. All right, we've got one from Nigger1488, 41%, and it's only getting higher. From Chimera, hey Jim, did you hear Kotaku journalists were fired? Yes, I did hear they got shit canned. From what I understand, it was 2 different incidents that set off a little autism storm over at Kotaku and Deadspin and all the other Gawker-owned media entities. They had autoplay media ads, and the writers didn't like that. At the same time, was it Jalopnik or was it Deadspin? Who was it that had management got a hold of them and said, shut up and just talk about sports. Just shut the fuck up and write about sports. That's what we're paying you for. Apparently these 2 things were enough to make their union decide to go apeshit. So now people are getting fired and they're going to strike. Oh, poor Gawker employees. Oh, I'm crying over here for you. My little violin is playing back and forth over here for you. Hopefully you'll survive. From Metokur's Lunicorn Archives. On topic of tech scammers, I recommend Kitbogo on Twitch. He went above and beyond just prank calling scammers to waste their time. His VM is filled with things like fake window apps. He even has a fake online bank. I'm very dedicated. From Drew, Jade posted on Twitter that Jim was rushed to the ER. Oh, well, let's pray for Jim. Indigo Jack, now that you have a BitChute, and they pretty much let you do what you want, uncensored, will you make Deviants After Dark like you said you would? Well, they do let me do what I want. In fact, Transtastic Episode 1 is a pretty open and blunt trans surgery, bottom surgery. I even show them ice cream scooping the tits out of women, and BitChute's fine with that. BitChute's been pretty great. Yeah, so you probably will see Deviants After Dark over there once I get back around to it. Moderator Marcy, the Finder stream was scary. Be careful, Jim. You might have you might be suicided by glow-in-the-darks. Press S for spooky in the chat. Press S for spooky. Rippin' pepperoni, Jim. How am I going to live with those fucking CIA glow-in-the-darks coming for me? From the Autism Forums, what do you get when you fuck with a mentally depressed Canadian live streaming? I'll tell you what you get. You get what you fucking deserve. Stay back. From Point Curation, from artist to autist. Thanks for the content you make. Meadow Fembot, Fallout 76 Civil War video when? KTTK Gunt Gang Rise Up. Schwang is Sleepy Jim, Jim Bob, Jim Bobo. Kiss me, faggot. From CC, shout out to Kate and Jasper Burnell. From Kenzo Crisano, hey Jim, I just entered the 3rd trimester of my pregnancy yesterday and my daughter will be here January 20th. Can I get a B in chat for base baby? Well, I don't know. Chat, can you give this lady a B for her baby that's about to arrive? There's a bit of a delay, so we'll have to... They're still doing spooky. I'm like a minute behind. I don't know what the fuck's going on. From Foxman2248. Jim, what the fuck is going on? Why are you streaming so much? Are you okay? I won't let the CIA silence me, Foxman. I'm here fighting the good fight. I'm not scared. I'm not scared of their finders group. From Mike Hunt. That intro, amazing. Read a few more and we'll jump back. Tiberian Fiend, this is for my share of Prince Mabubu Nadudu's fortune. Don't rip me off. Mahala Viking, I miss King of Pole. Please stream with him sometime and see what he has been up to. How about no? From Jean Arc, hey Jim, about to get on a plane. Just wanted to say good to see you on YouTube again. I'll read 2 more and we'll jump out. Feels good always 990. I must say, even if I've lost faith in humanity, you've helped me get through my first week of work and I thank you for it. Let the darkness grow. And from Lumberjack Cowboy. Niggers. Well, I see we're all fans of the Boondocks. You know, I will admit, when I was watching the esteemed apostle here, working towards his miraculous innovations, the first thought that really struck me was Aaron from the Boondocks must know who this motherfucker is. Because that's the only thing I can think of when I watch this particular clip.
It's all just nigger technology anyway. What you call it? Nigger technology. Technology for nigger.
That's right, chat. That's right. Now, we left off. We haven't even gotten to his automobiles. We're gonna jump into the amazing Katana. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm just gonna call it Kantanka. Doesn't really roll off the lips. Not very alliterating. So I'm just gonna call it Katana. All right. I'm gonna teleport behind you with my fancy Katana automobile. So let's read about this. We know about him being a musical enthusiast. He then moved to the manufacture of sewing and embroidery machines, corn mills, combine harvesters, solar tunnels. What the fuck is a solar tunnel? If this man has found a way to get sunshine under the earth, I'm impressed. Anti-gravity devices, multi-purpose mobile block molding machine capable of producing 16 to 18 blocks at a time. A human censored television, and many more. Okay, they kind of snuck that one in there, all right? You know, he's built sewing machines and corn mills and cars. But the apostle has also designed solar tunnels and anti-gravity devices. I wonder if the anti-gravity device and solar tunnels power his human censored television. He manufactured his first automobile, the Katana Saloon, in 1998. And a cross-country four-wheel drive Katana Onfantofo won in 2006. In 2007, he released an advanced model of the Katana Ontafo 2, which was, like all his cars, driven throughout most parts of the country for testing. In December of 2007, the Apostle Katana Outdoor, a 26-foot-long limousine-style cross-country vehicle, at the church's 27th annual Charity and Technology Fair. He also brought to the public scene the Katana Jet, an air-conditioned 4-seater aircraft he had manufactured. Now, I like how this is a jet. A Katana Jet has a propeller. It's got a propeller. It's a special kind of jet engine. In 2012, he launched a sports utility vehicle, the Katana Naraso, which is powered by a shirt. Okay, this motherfucker built anti-gravity devices, and his car doesn't run on gasoline. It's powered by shirts. He built a car that runs on fucking apparel. And the same year, his outdoor another vehicle, a 4x4, the Katana Despero, which is powered and steering controlled by a wristwatch. That same year, he created a solar-powered non-engine saloon car, the Katana Odenho. Now, we've talked about Katana a lot. Let me show you what these beautiful automobiles look like. I mean, you've seen the craftsmanship. You've seen the fucking craftsmanship that goes into his beautiful military vehicles and his armored bodysuits. So it's probably important that you get a good look. Oh, that's the advertising. That's the advertising music in the background. This video should have some of these beautiful cars that you can take a look at here. And then a funny story behind how they made these amazing cars. We'll get into that in a second. These are the Katanas. This is Ghana's own handmade, manually crafted, powered by shirts and anti-gravity devices cars that the Apostle manufactures himself, by hand, individually, each one. Maybe you may be thinking, well, goddamn. I mean, that does look like a functional automobile. What the fuck is going on? I'd like to tell you, these bad boys, market retail price, $30,000 US. $30,000 US dollary dues. The government, by the way, has ordered 500 of them. What does that work out to? $15 million? That's a lot of money. But where are these beautiful cars manufactured? How did our apostle go from making fucking armored up golf carts to top of the line luxury automobiles? Well, there's a bit of a secret there. You should read the disclaimer, the fine print. Always look for the asterisks when you're going over details like this. Turns out it's assembled in Ghana, not manufactured in Ghana. These are Chinese automobiles. They cost about $10,000 to $12,000. He ships them over in parts, assembles them, and then charges a markup of double the price. So for every car he sold to the Ghana government, all 500 of them, $15 million, he made $7.5 million basically putting his own bumper sticker on Chinese-made automobiles. That is a fucking hustle. And they love these vehicles. He buys them. By the way, you can find these vehicles if you go online. You can find these through the Chinese manufacturers and the resellers and buy them yourself. There's no reason to walk into a Katana showroom to buy something for $30,000 when you can Google their fucking website and buy it for $12,000. Now you may be thinking, well, shit, let's go to the website. Let's go take a look at these amazing fucking products. Well, I'd love to, except if you try to go to his website, and if you try to go to his website to buy an automobile, you start getting scam alerts. You start getting alerts that pop up saying, scam insight, personal information risk, with long disclaimers saying that you're basically going to get fucked. They're going to FISE you and take your shit and fuck you. So I can't really go to this amazing website to show you the handcrafted Ghanaianese apostle-made automobiles that are powered by anti-gravity technology and cotton t-shirts. So this video is going to have to do it for you. But even though you can track down where these are made, this guy, he's very dedicated to his bullshit. He created a car company that resells Chinese automobiles. But in case people, ever got wise to him doing that, he built a fake factory. He built his own fake factory that doesn't really make anything except for giant messes. So let me show you this amazing factory that they use for PR tours. Here they are just showing off the molds, these beautiful molds for when they're making their automobile parts. Oh, do you see how professional this is? Look, it's all handcrafted. The finest metal from the finest seashells in the ocean. Renewable palm metal. This is where the magic happens. They make those molds, gotta pretty them up. Yep, make them look good. It's the outside that's the most important part. This is a 50-minute documentary about a fake factory that doesn't make car parts. He just orders them. He orders them from China. And motherfuckers believe him. Very professional. When they're pulling those molds out This is very safety first, really. They've got their flammable outfits on, so I think they'll be safe when all that hot metal that's nowhere to be seen anywhere in frame gets poured into these bad boys. That is some fucking dedication. That's a 4 out of 5 for me. All right, it's a pretty good job. Your fake factory with your fake fucking products ordered from China, and then you make a fake just to fuck with the locals. They worship this motherfucker, and he doesn't stop. He's not satisfied with just fucking with idiots. He's got to make the money doing it. Just to give you an idea, let's look at his rocketry tests. People think this guy is some kind of fucking savant in Ghana. Let's take a look at him actually testing out this. I guess this is their space program. This is their space program. Let's take a look at it. Here he is in his very fancy doctor outfit, so you know he's a professional. That's a scientist outfit. You know this is a big deal, okay? We're going to the fucking moon. I'll translate for you because I don't think any of you speak the language. He's basically saying, I have used my anti-gravity technology to create the world's best rocketry. And we're going to go to the moon and kick the American flag over. Because fuck white people. That's right. We're going to go to the moon and we're going to plant our own flag up there. We're going to build the 128th chapter of my church up on the goddamn moon. So let's jump in. I want to see these amazing rockets in action. This is going to be so good. This is the Ghanaian, well, I mean, it says their army, but I'm going to say it's their space program. Beautiful. Now, how high do you think that's going to go? I think it's going to at least make it to Mars. I like the weight of the firecracker is literally bending the rod they have it hoisted up on. We was astronauts and shit. So people in Ghana see this and they're like, oh my God, he's a fucking messenger from Jesus himself. Come to teach Ghanaians how to reach the fucking stars. Oh, here's rocket test number 1. Oh, and off it goes. Oh, beautiful. Oh, that's the end of it. Okay, well, hey, mission successful. But can we launch it from the water? Is that possible? I think we need to do a lake test. A very scientific lake test for the Ghanaian astrophysics project. Now, can Dr. Asafo's amazing space rocket take off from this fetid water pond that's out back behind his fake factory where he pretends that he makes automobiles? I don't know. There's a very technical process involved here. You've got to take a wooden stick and then push it in the mud just to get the platform ready for rocketry launches. Always need to get ready for rocketry launches. Here we go.
Almost 800 feet.
Almost 800 feet? Well, that's almost to the moon. 800 feet, I can't even, how high is that? Has a human being ever built a building that's gone 800 feet into the air? I don't think so. White people in chat, are you feeling pretty embarrassed right now? Looking at the Ghanaian space program? That was a water launch 800 feet in the air. America, it's time to catch up. Okay, we're falling behind here. Let's see test number 2. Look at this motherfucker drowning in the lake, probably going to get eaten by a hippo.
More today, but Sunday dashing sooner. Yeah, boss fashion. Yes, it took a crib in a pie.
The mission successful. That one went a whole 20 feet in the air before it exploded into a fireball. Congratulations. Oh, let's go back to reading. Let's go back. Oh, do you want to read about his plant medicine and animal science? I think you do, Chad. I think you do. Our good apostle Dr. Safo here, has also done a magnificent job in the area of plant medicine. He has developed enticing modern forms of administration of plant medicine, making it more attractive to people. The great Koso tea bags, syrups, tablets, injectables, balms, creams, and infusions, etc., which are used for the treatment of acute and chronic diseases, all are part of his repertoire. He has been able to cure diseases which have been tagged incurable by the world's quote-unquote best brains in the health profession. Where does this link go? Oh, we'll take a look at that a little later on. Aside from health, he's also revived the natural preservation of food using plants and herbs. But it's not just plants, he also plays around with animals. In addition to developing herbal prescriptions for the treatment of animal diseases, Dr. Safo uses natural plants in boosting the reproductive potentials of animals, such as rabbits, goats, sheep, and cattle. He's been able to increase the birth rate of domestic animals by over 400%. The plant extracts he uses in such ventures are extracts from leaves, stems, roots, seeds, and fruits. Our good doctor here is also into naturopathy, agriculture, construction, spraying, painting, etc. He is also the brain behind all the architectural designs of his homes, offices, and schools. At Goma, in the central region of Ghana, he and his team of researchers are working tirelessly in all fields of sciences and technology. He is currently constructing facilities which will be the epicenter of research and development of the real mission, the redemption of Africa, on his 111-acre land stretch up in Goma in the central region. At the same stretch, he aims to build up the African University of Technology. Well, with this man behind the University of Technology, I see bright days ahead. In fact, let's look at some more of his amazing inventions. I think somebody put together a nice little package that highlights all the amazing things that he is responsible for. I don't know if we've got the anti-gravity technology, chat, but we've definitely got something.
Africa must be free from mental slavery. Africa will be free.
Oh, and so you're aware, he's invented and made everything you're going to see. He has made it by hand, manually.
From captivity, restore our mind. Restore ourselves to the oppressors. Africa must be free. Free, free, free. Africa will be free. Free.
I don't know if you caught that text there. These Katana televisions and sound systems are controlled not just by the clapping of hands, but by breathing. How does that work? Maybe if you hold your breath, the volume goes down, but if you pant really loudly, it goes up. Maybe if you ook, that affects the bass. Maybe I don't know. I'm not sure what the exact breath control for this is, but I'm not a scientist. That's not up to me to decide.
Free, free, free.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. You blow on the television to turn it on. Just breathe or blow air on your television turns it right on.
Africa dwell in the bondage. I say long, long.
Oh, you just bye-bye and just wave at the TV and it goes away. So you wave at your television, turns it off. You go up and you breathe on it, turns it on.
Fight and crime, 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 crime. Hunger and starvation, tyrannical and depression. Oh, Africa, turn from your psychopath and follow the Redeemer. Oh, Redeemer, Africa awaits you to set her from captivity.
Oh, and all these computers, by the way, he didn't source the parts on like Best Buy. He built them himself, again, by hand. He built the motherboards. He built all the components. And then he assembled the computer, wrote the programming language to run the operating system, which he, again, by himself created.
Africa dwell in the bondage, I say, long, long ago. Fight and crime, 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 crime. Hunger and starvation, tyranny.
Some good shit. Handcrafted with care.
And depression. Oh, Africa, turn from your psychopath
and follow the Redeemer. Kantanka, yeah, Redeemer. Africa awaits you to set her from captivity. Africa must be free.
Oh my God, he waved bye-bye at the TV and it turned off. Please show him blowing on it.
From mental slavery, Africa will be free from captivity.
Okay, so it didn't turn on the first time. Give it another shot. The breathalyzer he built into his television set takes a moment for it to pop on. I'm sorry. This is amazing technology, chat. I'm really stunned. Are you feeling it? I want to join his church. They said there are locations in the United States. I can go and worship at the altar of the apostle myself. And maybe he'll teach me how to make handcrafted computers and make my TV turn off when I wave bye-bye at it. Bye-bye!
Africa must be free, 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 free. Africa will be free, 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 free.
Oh, there's a video image of that amazing. Remember, we read about this earlier. That's the Ghanaianese jet aircraft fighter that has a propeller on it. The jet aircraft that's powered by propellers. Kind of like his anti-gravity solar tunnels that are powered by t-shirts. Oh, and here's how this is amazing. Apostle Doctor manufactures metals from palm kettles and seashells. He then uses these metals to build his engines.
They've enough our time. There are so many Goliaths. So arise and kill. Lose our chains and
Copyrighted and trademarked. First time in the world for metals to be manufactured from parts of living things. From trees and seashells.
set Africa free. Oh, free. We need free forever. Oh, Redeemer. I say, they've enough our time. There are so many Goliaths. So arise and kill. Lose our chains and set Africa free. Oh, free forever. Free forever.
Oh, well, let's see. Some of the parts of the Katana jet engine, including the cooling system. Again, all manufactured by the Apostle himself.
Free forever.
Now look at that workmanship. That metal work. Oh, that's a beautiful piece. I would feel safe flying in the air with this.
Yeah. Africa must be free. Africa must be free from mental slavery. Africa will be free from captivity. We sold our mind. We sold ourselves to the oppressors. Africa must be free, 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 free. Africa will be free, 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 free.
Again, another handcrafted design by the Apostle himself. He didn't order this overseas like he did his Chinese cars and then rebrand it as a Katana product.
We sold ourselves to the oppressors. Africa must be free, free, free.
Again, you can read that text. Katana jet. What propeller? They're all stunned and amazed.
Africa must be free, 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 free. Africa will
And if you remember when I said that people buy deeply into this guy. All right, this isn't some fly-by-night hustle. This isn't getting Australian men to jack off on film for you. This is their Minister of Defense boarding the jet. The Minister of Defense of the country came out here to listen to a dude tell him he made a fucking jet airplane with a propeller that was built from metal harvested from palm. And he's probably going to place an order. They ordered 500 cars. So why not order this amazing jet fighter?
Free, free, free. Africa must be free. Free, free, free. Africa will be free. Free, free, free.
Actually, I'm going to back that up a second. Is that a fucking stick shift from a Volvo? Did he put a stick shift into his airplane?
Africa must be free. Free, free, free. Africa will be free.
Truly a genius. And the star of Africa. Let's rally behind him for a better Ghana and a better Africa. I got chills running down my spine right now, thinking about the creative innovations that this gentleman has made. Can you believe it? You know, after finding out about this guy, I want to move to Africa because they are fucking stupid. And if you can make this kind of money, he's a millionaire. This guy is a multi-millionaire. He's got 127 churches, 14 different businesses. The government buys cars and military technology from him. He literally puts sheet metal, wraps it around a golf cart, and sticks firecrackers on it. And the Minister of Defense shows up to place a fucking order for it. If he can make that kind of money in Ghana, we all need to go to Ghana. Because they are dumb as shit. And they deserve to be robbed. This is fucking amazing to me. We still have some more biography to go through, but let me hit a few of these super chats before we move on. Oh, where did I leave off now? Okay. From Red Target, hey Jim, ever drive a manual transmission? Yes. JG Smith, did you know CIA agents actually glow in the dark? Not joking. Declassified documents include bioluminescence. More info on my channel, JG Smith. From Lou Raquel, first an extreme, now this, the end is nigh. From Joseph Jimenez, all right guys, I've been going on for a little bit now. We're going to take a 5-minute break. So use this time to get a drink, use the bathroom whatever, and we'll pick up in about 5 minutes. From Dr. Conman Kodak, we was kings, Wakanda forever. From Salmon Seminar, wrong. Rocket and Sano was Jesse Smollett the ultimate Nigerian scam? No, you're watching the ultimate Nigerian scam. Except he's from Ghana. Joseph Jimenez again. Speaking of making that money, you should bring your sexy butt back over to D-Live so I can give you my dancing pudding emotes and all my lemons. From Winter Wolf, having attended a Catholic school with a lot of international students, nothing filled me more with joy than watching the Ethiopian Chads picking on the Sudanese and Nigerians almost every period. From Roar 4000, put a compilation of scammers on your BitChute. Henry A. lost my job. Can I get an awoo? Well, awoo. You're unemployed, Henry. From Terry Cole, I met a guy who ran the Church of Christian Kindness to bait scammers. I volunteered for a missionary position within the group. Doing God's work there, Terry. From Exalt's Earth is Flat, Jim. Max Powers, I saw how the sausage was made. And that looks like a upset face. I hope your tummy could survive it. From Ethereal, I thought Kanye was humble. V, did you hear about a cinema in Paris evacuated because a man screamed Allah Akbar? He planned to steal people's belongings in the chaos. Well, you got to appreciate that hustle. How can I clear this theater out of all these people? I know. Allah Akbar. From Alan Down Under. Shout out to my man, Nick Gers. From Lyric L. Okay, but was he the founder of Gamergate? I think this takes the cake. I think this goes above and beyond Gamergate. He got the Minister of Defense to buy a fucking a fleet of sheet metal armored vehicles that when you step around inside of them, you can see the ground underneath because they're not sealed together properly. From Brett Grannerman, Bush doesn't care about black people. Mario Kart 13. The bigger the spring, the bigger she sprung. Nigger nerds rise up. From Kooky Carl's Clown Shoe Emporium, black men are all androgynous girly men. Honkamania 117. A brother can't enjoy a nice stream without Boko Haram ransacking your village. Reality. Nico Nico Ni. Antani no Har ni Nico Nico Ni. Ego Tadokuru Yazawa Nico Nico. Nico ni te abaru love Nico. I hope you enjoyed me butchering whatever the fuck that was. From Veggie Bad, we was the Kangs of Kangs. You know what? I'm going to give you a that's right for that. That's right.
That's right! That's right! That's right! That's right! That's right! That's right! That's right!
There you go. From Irist, I just pecked. It's over. Satan's Advocate, there isn't a sprocket on that bike. From Irist, you say it like Gan Na or Ganyan. Good meme. Good meme. Black Dr. Stone. Well, I don't know if he's making any alternative antibiotics to treat people's illnesses. What was it that Dr. Stone did? Oh, I can't even remember the name of it. Oh my God, it was a sulfa-based medication to treat infection, and he had to smelt his own fucking equipment, had to blow glass, collect gas, and everything. From Lifeless Loser, was looking into the exploits in the Tism Bucks system. Apparently, you can make up to $2,000 in a month and still get government aid. Is this peak? Living the neat lifestyle. WSG Balls G. From _, Kang Nagiver. Roker Boy, search Katana Jet to see the Apostle's greatest airplane. Okay, well, you know what? Let's take a look at that. We'll get back to the rest of the super chats in a little bit here. Let's go look at his best jet ever. Tell him if I look up the Katana Jet. Is this it? I don't know if this is. Oh my God! Yeah, it's on his official channel, official Sappho. Okay, let's take a look at the peak of the Ghanaian Air Force. This is top of the line, hand built in Ghana itself. This is Apostle Sappho's private jet fighter aircraft.
Ghana TSA na de hye mienu atumi aye aeroplane no omanfo de wani di atinka TV dwubedi ahodo akire do ebe kaise ye wokrom dwumadi yi Bernard Love ana tine hugu montene so kwe de koson pofom potemu ene de mfoni koto so etwa ba ye eye aeroplane enipa mienu ana tumi tinemu mfoguso.
Okay, chat. Before we start this video up, how funny is this video going to be? Is the plane going to actually fly, or is this going to crash in like 5 seconds? How many people are going to die with this jet fighter taking off to the skies of Ghana? Chet, do you want to place your bets on where this is going to go? I'm going to say that it makes it 10 feet before it explodes, because their rocket system that they've loaded, pointing right at the backseat of the pilot, accidentally misfires because he breathed too hard on the steering column. Remember, everything's breath activated. I wonder if this guy waving his arms accidentally turns the airplane off.
I won 50 muno. What made the say akumede fidini mu ye ni engine. Ene ho aka de propeller no nyina no eye adwuma pepepe. Enti de do ne de akase wo betu na mwe mu no mpanimfo na akasa so ate wo ho ase atumi asanse. Sa ba adwuma kwa akase mienu mpanimfo. De betumi afo so bedrom.
I'm sorry, did I miss the flight? Where was the flight in this flight video?
Enti de do ne de akase wo betu na mwe.
What, are they bumping rap music in that? What the fuck is this? Here we go. Let's see this bad boy take off. No? Where's the flight footage from this? Okay, well, they totally made it into the sky. I mean, you can read the title, Aircraft Takes to the Sky, even though the video showing the aircraft shows no fucking flight footage from it. It definitely got up there. Definitely, that's beautiful workmanship, all made by Dr. Sappho himself. Quite amazing. Quite amazing indeed. Oh, where are we here? Oh, well, we should find out how chosen by God he is. This blessed man. Biblical illusions. Dr. Sappho also manifests the principles used by men of God in his technological prowess. Here are a few examples. In a popular Bible narration, Moses used a walking stick to split the Red Sea open. The action, based on God's instruction, was to pave the way for the Israelites to escape from Egypt. Based on this, Dr. Sappho manufactured a four-wheel drive car that is ignited by a walking stick. So he read the story of Moses and thought, you know what, I'm going to one-up Moses. I'm going to build a four-wheel based automobile, and it's going to be ignited by a walking stick. Moreover, Moses achieved his objective by splitting the Red Sea by pointing his walking stick at it. The katana on Tomfo is also started by pointing a walking stick at it. I'm seeing some just amazing things. I can wave bye-bye at my TV and blow on it to turn it on. Or I can wave a stick at my car to start it, and then wave the stick around to steer it. Joseph was able to store food during the 7 years of plenty harvest and 7 years of famine, making it 14 years in all. But the food did not go bad. Similarly, Jacob, the son of Isaac, used plants to cause sheep and goats to breed streaked, speckled, and spotted young ones. In the same light, the Star of Africa uses natural plant extracts to preserve his farm produce. Oh, yeah, we read about this earlier. He also increased their mating abilities by 400%. During creation, God breathed into Adam and he became a living soul. Taking inspiration from this, the Good Doctor manufactured televisions, sound systems, air conditioners, and many other gadgets that are powered by the human breath. Breathe on them, and they are turned on. Oh, we've got some, I don't know what the social observations are, but let's find out. The apostle also looks around him and transforms what he observes into technological gadgets and machines. Here are some practical examples. During the commissioning of the Flagstaff home, the official residence of Ghana's president, which was telecast, remote controls were used to open the curtains. Upon seeing this, the apostle decided to manufacture curtains that will be open and closed with hand clapping. The name of this real-life inspired innovation is a katana curtains. Just clap twice and the curtains will open if they're closed, or close if they're already open. The doctor drives to work each day. He sees men and women laboriously sweeping the street to clean them. He therefore manufactured the katana street sweeper and garbage collector. This machine was purposely made to make such work easier. It's a vehicle which sweeps and collects garbage from the street. How far behind is Africa from the United States? I almost feel like our good doctor here is watching infomercials. Like he's watching 1990s infomercials and getting his innovation ideas from that. Because he made a street sweeper, but he also made the clapper. He invented the clapper. When two friends are parting, one would usually wave the other goodbye. Based on this, the apostle manufactured televisions, air conditioners, home theaters, and other gadgets that are turned off by waving to them. When you're going to bed and want to turn them off, just wave bye-bye, and like you do with a friend when you're parting, and they'll go off. And when you want to call a friend who is quite a seeing distance from you, you may decide to clap or whistle to draw his or her attention. That's why the good doctor manufactured television, sound systems, and air conditioners that you can clap to turn on and off. Very proud of his clapping technology. Oh, we got a real issue coming up here. A little poo in the loo bit. Sanitary problems in Africa and their affiliated diseases are also cause of worry to the apostle. After using the katana water closet, clap or whistle and it will flush by itself. The water closet also voices in spoken words, and Twi is widely spoken in the Ghanaian language to inform you of what you need to do. What? Okay, so when you're in Ghana and you take a big shit, I'm talking an earth-shattering shit in a Ghanaian toilet, all you gotta do is whistle and clap your hands, and the toilet will flush itself, and then it'll thank you for defecating in it. So just give it a whistle, and then it'll say, "Thank you, sir," and flush itself. Clearly, this man is a fucking saint. In efforts to curb the increasing statistic of road accidents, the Star of Africa's cars alert pedestrians in spoken word when they're reversing. Beep, beep, nigga, get out of the way! They also alert the driver in cool speech to check the water, oil, brake fluid type, etc. before embarking on the journey. These are some just stunning fucking creations by the apostle himself. Oh, but he does miracles too. Of course he does. The apostle is a special man of God. He preaches the gospel and performs miracles within and outside of his congregation, from healing the sick, raising the dead. He raising the dead. He raises the dead. Anti-gravity technology and raises the dead. Commanding the ground to split open for water and tilapia to emerge and form a fish pond. And many other wonders beyond the scope of this text. He reminds people that miracle is not my mission on earth. So it's a side gig. This dude, his side gig is raising dead people back to life. He resurrects the dead as a hobby. You can see his multiple companies. Look at all of these. Coso Limited, Automobile Company, Coso Clinic, Company Limited. He's got a quarry. Imperial Limited, Imperial Nail Manufacturing, his schools and his church. He's even got, what is this? A senior high school, vocational, and technical schools. Most notable among them is the Apostle Sappho School of the Arts and Scientists, also known as the Great Ass. Holy shit. Cold stores, deals in frozen food, apparently. He's got a vision clinic, in case you need to get your eyes checked. His own clothing line. He owns a football club, multiple farms. Oh, here's some other names in case you're wondering what this godly man is called. The Apostle Dr. Guado Sappho Cantana is also famously known as the Star of Africa, the technological hope of Africa, the father of the needy and physically challenged, and man of wonders. Some people, especially those within his vicinity, just call him father or chief, due to his passion to promote the welfare of others. This motherfucker raises the dead, built anti-gravity technology, has a walking stick-powered automobile, builds military, has the defense minister of the country come out and order his fucking golf carts with fireworks attached. Sold an order of $15 million worth of Chinese automobiles to the government because they're fucking retards. This is how you scam a nation. This is really fucking incredible. I mean, this goes well beyond a 419 scam. This goes well beyond all that other shit. This dude is putting in the work. They think he's the Black Jesus. I'm almost convinced that Ghana thinks he is Black Jesus and lets him get away with whatever he wants to do. Just rolling in that money. I wonder if he's like self-aware. You think he has a moment where he's like, my God, they're so fucking stupid. They're so dumb. And I'm making so much money off these stupid fucking idiots. That has to cross his mind occasionally. There has to be a moment where it just seeps in. Holy shit. Let me hit some more of these super chats here. Where do we leave off? Slit Bodmod. Is this real life? Wakanda. Yes, it is. This is actually Wakanda. From _ Wakanda Rising. Gabrielle Montreal. We was Halo. From Black 11245. This is actual Wakanda. Yes, it is. James Beanick. Nagundam Weave. My favorite Gundam series. From Extort. 1220. Kang Tech. Joan Arc. Tyrone Start. King of Wakanda. From Eros. Redacted Foreshadowing Marvel Comics 40K. Foxman 2248. This stuff made the Middle Eastern technicals look good. Martin Smocker. That dash can detect any bomb. Hallelujah. From Perplantia Missionary. They was Kangs who rode around slightly armored apps. Amazing 1985. Ayo, hold up. From Yuri Gressel. Africa, blue gums and failed crops as far as the eye can see. Tell Daddy how big you are. Please tell me that armored car runs on Temple OS. Sadly, no, it doesn't. Our friend, the great Apostle Doctor, wrote his own operating system. I don't know what it's named, but I'm sure he's got something amazing to call it. The Katana something. From Sarah H., we was Legos. From Cheesy, even the Africans believe in merit over race. No Step on Snake. Reminder that these are the high school workers and doctors we import every year into the West. From Uraha 454, Jesus, Wakanda's been busy. I'm genuinely spooked. Winterwolf, didn't know the orcs from Warhammer were real. We was war bosses and shit. I'm telling you guys, we have to go. We have to go to Ghana. Why wouldn't you? This is money on the table. This is fucking money on the table. We can't walk away from this. They're begging to be taken advantage of. I mean, this is a dude walking down a dark alley at night with his wallet hanging out of his fucking pocket and a giant sign around his neck that says, "I just withdrew $10,000 in non-traceable bills from my bank account, and I'm all alone and my phone is turned off." That's what Ghana is. They're begging to be exploited. From Pagefold, the high-tech came straight out of Wakanda office of Kangs and Egyptologists. Woke. From Sus Jim say, "Professor, give Dom an A." Shadow Humor, "Let's Wang Chung tonight." Alden the Blue, "I can't wait to see their ninja stealth force that walks around with a cheap box of smoke bombs and sharpened throwing twigs." The Bonezome, Asterios abuses women. I'm sure he'll love that. Rocket Insano, "Distank make the loudest boom, wog." From Nissan Kiggers, "Hide and metal basket." I can't read that Kank speak. "Are we enemies, hide and metal baskets? Dis cowards. Te foues." I don't even, I'm not at that level of proficiency for that language. From Joey Jojo, "This is the new Metal Gear game and it looks awful. Konami really took the series into a weird and confusing direction after they fired Kojima." Yes, they did. I'm not 100% sure what they're doing. I have a few more amazing videos picked out. Well, maybe not amazing, but I have a few more videos showing off his work. We can take a look at the creation. There are hundreds of videos of this guy, by the way. Oh, yeah, that was the other thing, too. Apparently, he really is desperate to have a professional Wikipedia article, but they won't let him have it. If you go to his name on Wikipedia, somebody keeps trying to write an article talking about how he raises people from the dead and creates solar-powered gravity machines, and they keep wiping it out. So I don't know if any of you guys out there, like, you got an in with Wikipedia, but the word needs to be spread. The apostle needs to have his message spread to the fucking world. It's very sad that Wikipedia, maybe they're, it's like racism. White people can't handle that this black inventor has created so many technological wonders that they can't cope, and so they keep wiping the page out. But if you got an in, if you got a little bit of an in, maybe help him out, help a brother out, let him get that Wikipedia article up so the world knows that a new God King has risen. A new God King has risen and is spreading his message across the fucking land for everybody. Oh, okay, where was it? You know what, actually, we'll do military armor. I think this shows the development process of them making this fucking thing. Yeah, this is the right one. There we go. A big old gay bullseye. A 75-kilogram katana military exoskeleton. Well, this might be even more new technology. That's so good. Okay. All right. So I think this is the prototype. All right. Here's their super metal skeleton over here. As you can see, it's top of the line military technology. All right. It's got the finest sheet metal to hold it together. Only the highest quality riveting going on with this. And of course, it comes with the most terrifying invention of the Ghanaian military. Why? Why is this? Why would you attach this head and these mannequin hands? What is that to scare the enemy? Oh, I get it. Okay, this is four-dimensional thinking on the battlefield. You're facing an enemy, and they're wearing exoskeletons, and you go for a headshot, and they don't stop coming. The mannequin head is a decoy, and so are the mannequin hands. The enemy snipers will be so terrified when you keep coming after them because your mannequin head has exploded. They're not going to know what's going on. They're going to think you're some unnatural killer. It's brilliant. The apostle amazes once again.
African star, Emma Yeshasia, a year Putadian, or my Yeshasia fin Nayasi. Or my eating kind, the Australian in Pabuana or Beshani Cassia, a tratu with a dear tratraso.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at the thickness of that metal and I'm thinking, that's going to stop. That's going to stop some high-end weaponry. Nothing's going to penetrate this. Holy fuck. Let's skip ahead a little. Let's see this bad boy further along in development. Oh, here we go. He's getting suited up. He's getting suited up in his exoskeleton. His 65-pound exoskeleton. Yeah, we just attach it right there. That one attachment, that should be secure. Does it have firecrackers attached to it? I hope so. Look at how bulletproof this is. No, I mean, nobody's getting shot through any of these holes. Uses force fields that he developed. Now, this is supposed to be this is an exoskeleton, so it should carry all the weight. It shouldn't just carry the weight. It should also improve his strength and speed. So let's find if we can. I want to see what he looks like walking around in this thing. Must be just silky smooth. Oh yeah, that looks easy as all hell to walk around in. It's so smooth, so bulletproof. It's gonna tip over from the firecracker missile launchers that have been attached to the shoulders. I mean, I don't know how I can rate it as far as military technology goes, but I will say the Ghanaian military will probably win the Cosplay of the Year award if they ever go to any conventions. I mean, this is some high-crafted shit. Might not do well in a firefight, but it'd probably take first place. You're going to put those Naruto cosplayers to shame in that bad boy. People are going to try to place it. Be like, what is that? What is that? Is that Gundam? What is that? It's so unique. What is that from a video game? What are you wearing? He's stumbling around and shit. Doesn't know what the fuck is going on. Just beautiful. Oh, they painted it. Oh, can we see the final product? I'm sorry. Maybe I was looking at. Oh, we've got multiple ones. Well, let's take a look at this. I like the belt buckle. Really says I'm sheriff around here. How fast do you think he can run? I'm going to say a snail's pace. Oh, it's an automatic firecracker launcher. The enemy will know fear when he sees your fucking 4th of July celebration coming his way on the battlefield. Oh, please tell me oh my god, he does shoot it. Oh, here we go. Oh, I'm sorry, chat. Yeah, let's take it. Here we go. Weapons test. Did it just misfire into the dirt? Oh, did it just misfire into the dirt? That's tragic. It just keeps shooting. It doesn't stop. It just keeps going and going and going. It doesn't stop at all. This is fucking amazing. This is a killing machine on the battlefield. And the thing that I think makes this the funniest, aside from a dude stumbling around in an aluminum coffin, shooting fireworks randomly into the dirt, is that he probably sold this to the Ghanaian military for like $20,000. I bet they ordered like 100 of these. This dude sold this to there's a military on planet Earth right now that their soldiers are going to wear this into a conflict. When they get into war with a neighboring nation, they're going to be shooting fireworks all over the place. He's like their Otacon, their Ukakon, if you will. Designing their future. Metal Gear. Oh, fear me on the battlefield. I'm coming to get you. Holy shit. From Eduardo Ramirez. Look up the 1960s African space program, Ara Ara. From Rodson. Apparently the guy who directed that short film where the kid rapes his dad to death. Also directed Heredity. No wonder it was so messed up. Are you talking about something about the Johnsons? Yeah, the one where the boy molests his father. He like beats him up and anal fucks him. Yeah, it's a very bizarre PSA. From Star Asp, Woke Hotep Pyramid Pilots confirmed. Pierre Gulf City Delecto. Jim needs the throne. King of the Potato Niggers. Stretch the homosexual. Did you know that Meadow Fembot is a 40-year-old man? Now I do. From Zach Osborne. The captions under the pics are priceless. Heavy slash. Be careful, Jim. He's on his way to creating a real blackling ray from Photon. Let the darkness grow. From CAD Computers TV. Are you telling me, Jim, I won't be receiving the gold from my partnership with the Nigerian prince? I also ordered a car from the Apostle. Can't wait. I'm sure it's going to get... How many miles per gallon do you think that beauty gets? Well, it is Chinese made, so it won't explode right away, but within a week. Anderson Paladin. I chop your dollar intensifies. Rocket Insano, it's like a bunch of children playing make-believe. Isn't it, though? It's imitating rather than innovating. From Question Everything, Jesus Christ, Jim, I know you're a boomer, but Norton? 'Tis the Happy. He's our modern-day Vulcan. Vincent Howell, he looks like a black Coach Red Pill. From Night of Mirrors, I myself have a fleet of trucks fueled by Jimco caps. They get excellent mileage, 4 out of 5 stars. James Beanick, remember, we made rockets before Yakub beeps. Pirate Skeleton. He's a regular African Tony Stark. Can't wait for the rise of Dirtman, the hero Africa deserves. That's right. Oh, you know, we love That's Right. This is Das Vinci. That's right.
That's right! That's right! That's right! That's right! That's right! That's right! That's right!
I love this shit. It's children's make-believe. This dude is convinced an entire country he's a genius. And he's the biggest fucking con artist you're ever going to run across. And they are convinced he's on the level. They're buying fleets of automobiles from him. He's just reselling Chinese shit. All he does is strap sheet metal and aluminum on stuff and then have it just randomly places fireworks. I've never seen his airplane fly. He built a fake factory to screw with people. He owns like 30 fucking businesses, multiple houses. He invented a TV you breathe on and wave bye-bye to. What a wonderful country this is. This is the land of opportunity. This is the real land of opportunity. You can do the most ridiculous, retarded shit there, and it's totally fine. From Alan Down Under, Jim, you need to look up Black NASA on YouTube. It's a mock Ken Burns documentary, and I think you'll like it. From Mario Kart 13, Tyrone and his boyfriend shot their load to the sky. From the Cool 4-Aid Man, 97. Meanwhile, in the Superior West, created by white people, a Frenchman flies on top a drone at a military parade. The Real Fallen Demon. First live stream I've caught. Tell Daddy Derek to pause my furry neggle, please. Epic Yoshi. Those rockets can take out half a kite. From Dyslexia I have, just wait until he finds out baking soda and vinegar, he'll be akin to a god. Lower Gal, Free Africa from who? Themselves? Crime, crime, crime. Oh, our boy. You know, I will hit the rest of the Super Chats here in a minute. Like I said, I just wanted to do a quick little stream. I was going to make this into a video. This was going to be a February video for Kang's month. Some of the stuff just kind of sitting off to the side. But Transtastic Tales is taking a little longer. It'll be up before Halloween. But nonetheless, I felt a little bad. And I figured we could all use a moment to enjoy Mr. Jerry Curl, the Apostle Kang himself, inventor, innovator, poet, martial artist, miracle worker, raises people from the dead. The Apostle Sappho. So I threw that together to enlighten you, to let all you racist alt-righters in the chat know that there's a based black man who does some big thinking down in Ghana, and he's running shit, yo. He's making that money, creating those products, innovating on a level you can't even comprehend. And I probably am going to take my hat money and fly down to Ghana and I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna fleece those dumb motherfuckers for every dime I can. What retarded shit can I come up with to get them to buy? I mean, they like firecrackers. I know. I'm gonna make motorcycle assault vehicles. I'm just gonna weld on a little bit of aluminum, strap an M80 to the back wheel, and I'm gonna sell it to their military. And they'll buy it too, because they're fucking stupid. Just amazing. I'll put up the super chat thing so people know. Just as a reminder, there will be a video going up in the next couple of days. It'll be over on BitChute. A copy of the first Finder stream is up on BitChute, or you can watch an archive on YouTube. There are plenty. The second Finder stream, the conclusion, the last 120 pages of the document, as well as somebody coming on who's researching it for a book, will be coming on Halloween evening. So that'll be coming up as well. And then just other videos and things for next month. But that's what's coming up this week. I hope you all have a good week. If you're having a bit of bad luck, feeling a little under the weather. Oh wait, I'm playing the wrong thing. There we go. If you're having a little bit of bad luck, feeling a little under the weather, write the Apostle. Remember, he can do anything. He can work miracles, and he said he can do it internationally. You don't even need to be there. You can call him up on the phone, give him your credit card number, and he'll raise somebody you know from the dead. And if you pay enough, maybe sell your house, he'll give you a shirt-powered car or a walking stick that can activate trucks, or maybe, if you're really lucky, a solar tunnel or anti-gravity technology. I can't make any promises, but give him a ring. I'm sure he's going to be willing to help you out. He's a people person. He's a man of the people. All right, so let me get to the rest of the super chats, and we'll finish up the stream. 1 second here, guys. From Dango Italiano, that's right, Jim. Africa will be freed by seashells. From Rocker Boy, look up Quado Sepho's robots. They're legit just people inside paper mache? Okay, well, now I have to look that up. See, I was going to just go right into super chats and finish up, but if there are people trying to pretend they're robots in paper mache, I have to look that up. Okay. Where are they? See, there's a lot of... He has a lot... You have to understand. He's got a lot of fucking videos. Oh my God, is this from... Oh, okay.
Apostle Dr. Kwajo.
Oh, okay. You know, I'm going to pull this down for a second. There we go. Would you guys like to see the 33rd Katana exhibition? It's like 3 minutes long, but it'll show us the newest technology from the good doctor. I don't know, Chad, are you interested in seeing that amazing shit? Let's pull that up. Oh, where are we here?
Sappho, for the past 33 years, has always championed the cause of Ghanaian inventors with his inventions, but which have not been very commercially successful. He has always invented products that are yet to hit the market. The announcement that Apostle Sappho is going into commercial production of his latest inventions have been hailed as good news. On display at the 33rd edition of his...
I just want to see if there's a video of the paper mache robots. Just give me a moment here. Oh, is this the helicopter? Oh, shit. Are we going to see it? Oh, this is the helicopter.
Most interesting invention of this edition of the exhibition is the Kantanka prototype aircraft with a rocket launcher and a bazookas. This is a demonstration of how it works.
He made firecracker bazookas. This dude would love Nerf guns. We need to hook him up with some Nerf guns.
Another is the defense robot.
This is what you were talking about. That's a dude in a mask.
Which is expected to ensure the security of a particular post or area.
People showed up to this in like fancy outfits with press badges.
Which is
okay, yeah, I'm gonna say that's a dude, and yeah, I think that guy was right. That looks like a guy in a paper mache mask. Oh, this is amazing. It's amazing how easy they are to con. He made a helicopter and plane that can't fly and shoot firecrackers, and he dressed people up as robots, and they paid him money for it. The defense minister shows up to this. Holy fuck. Leon and Claire Kennedy. Jim, can we get some Katana merch on your store? He'll sue me. This guy's a millionaire. He will come after me. From Anthony Seibert. Will he make the USA look like a fourth world country? Yes, he will. From Anderson Paladin. We need relief funds for Africa so this Chad can wipe his knob with them. This got me thinking, maybe Hitler? Maybe Hitler. For posterity, the different birth rates of the world scare me. Gary C. African engineering is 90% ingenuity, 5% that's right, and 11% phony plant-based baloney. Treat yourself to a cutie of Old English and use the change for a crack-ho. From Costa, Blizzard made Overwatch 2 to remove the May Hong Kong symbol. Conspiracies and Comics, check Oi Solstice, Tales of Barbic Fury live on Indiegogo. Badass comics about bards and druids in ancient Ireland. This comic is base as fuck, like Kanye. Okay, well, the name of that, because I probably pronounced it wrong. Well, no, I pronounced it. Oi Solstice, Tales of Bardic Fury. There we go. From Double A, if I hear the weeb phrase one more time, I'm going to break something. Nico kneecaps. Garmer89, decolonization was a mistake. I ate the juice. Is there a support number we can call for his crap? Oh, God, I wish there was. I bet it's buried out there somewhere. The Onion Control have some neat books, Jim. Plantation Sensation. This was the inspiration for Black Panther. Badnut built a tank lately, Jim. Well, I've been inspired to. I'm going to go get me a golf cart and start welding. From Fatty Caddy, why are the Donald type so against any suggestion of IQ differences? Is it a sunk cost fallacy since they let their daughters have Tyrone's kids? Well, I would suggest asking that on Are the Donald. I'm sure they'll ban you in a second. I don't think they like jokes over there. From Pirate Skeleton, surreal. Their culture is all imitation. No innovation. It's like watching adult children. From Rocker Boy, imagine clapping and turning half your shit off. From Anthony Seibert, that plane was used in Desert Storm. Oh, let me put the super chat thing up so people know. That plane was used in Desert Storm, not the US A-10. No, and not the Russians from Modern Warfare. History had it all wrong. Rip my life, LOL. From Periplantia Mission, if only he had made a device that made women spread their legs when you breathe on them, or claps them through using a stick, may have been useful. That's coming up next week. Give him time. From Fritz Leschenbauer, or Bronner, breathe on them, and they are turned on. Sounds like Joe Biden and the Apostle would get along. Next, he's going to invent pesticides that are multi-purpose. From Joseph Jimenez, unions hate him. Watch how one guy saved the East. Buy your Katana products now. Sad Boy raises the dead as a side gig. What a legend. Yeah, that's a hell of a flex, isn't it? Fuck you, Google. An entire continent of morons to fleece. We need to get in on this. Yes, we fucking do. From James Beanick, he calls down a lightning bigot. Decolonize your mind. The Western modality of science is wrong. Dr. Kwadu is a saint. From He-Man, trans rights. And from Scrotus Megotus, arise, chicken, arise. I think we're caught up. Let me see if I missed any here, and then we'll... Okay, I did miss a few, I think. Digger John, tank has air holes for the hot climate. Yeah, that's what they are. Fritz Leschenbronner, he selleth seashells by the seashore. Magic metal. Maddox 1000, I wonder if Microsoft will fire me for watching this at work. They'll give you a promotion. You need to put Microsoft onto this guy. Anti-gravity tech and solar tunnels? You'll be promoted to like VP for that. From He-Man, to be honest, you should do ads for BitChute vids on YouTube. Walrus Aurelius, he makes anti-grav tech. Why are you shocked a black man broke a law? From Dyslexia I have, the budget for the new Terminator was much lower than expected. Bagel Goose, give us an a woo and post your feet. I'm sorry, I haven't reached. Oh, what was the fucking guy's name? Who was the guy? Ralph was always giving him shit. Not Ralph. It was Andy that was always in a pissing match with him. And now I can't remember the name of it. It was some YouTuber that fell on hard times and started selling his feet pics. From Mike Hunt, this is a lizard person. Just look at him. He is ruling the world. Tell Daddy how big you are. This is what would happen if Tony Stark was a Kang. From James Beanick, I'm doing my part. Are you? Safari Troopers. Andy M. Man, if I show up with a revolver with blinking lights, I bet they think it's a laser-powered railgun. Padre speaks. When you cosplay salamanders from 40K, Mike Hunt, new goal. We need to sell this man something. Swindle him. I'm telling you, this nation is ripe for the picking. If they buy into this bullshit, you can do anything there. From Joseph Jimenez, Bilbo doesn't walk, he just slides around. Fran Power, EDF Africa won't survive. From Heathhawk Noob, bet you got his blue check mark before Matt. He probably did. From Muhammad Al-Khwazimi, they should paint all of this shit red just to make it go faster. You know, that might be the version 2 that's coming out soon. From Sean Turner, look up B-14 trailer. African action movie at its best. Joseph Jimenez, I can't even tell if this dude is a dude, Jim. Is he a tranny? You know, I told you, he kind of reminds, he like morphs. Sometimes he looks like an older version of Eazy-E. Sometimes he looks like a pimp. Other times he looks like an elderly black woman, like somebody's grandma. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know why he morphs like that. From Brian Lane, I sure can't wait for Fallout 5 African Hellholes. That new power armor looks shockingly up to Bethesda standards. From Joe Biglow, based Whoopi Goldberg, Charlie Johnson, you laugh, but they don't cut their kids' nuts off. Mr. James in Blongington, how much do you want to bet that this man had convinced the nation that his semen is guaranteed to clear up early teenage facial acne in young girls? See, don't give him any ideas. He's gonna copyright and trademark that. Fuck you, Google. Anti-gravity tech equals helium balloons. From Mahola Viking, he's probably one of those more honest businessmen in Africa. At least you get something that kind of works and that is better than most other options. Fallen Prophecy, it's Pinky Nuka. From Punished Ivan, Brexit. And finally from Foxman2248, can you tell us the story of how you messed with Bethesda? Yeah, I can tell you that story. So Pete Hines, this is back, I think, when Skyrim came out on the PS3. Pete Hines had his Twitter handle, which I think is @PeteHines, something like that. I made the same Twitter handle name and just turned around 2 of the letters, and then I went to every conversation he had with people, and I replied to them, and I made the profile look exactly like his. So they thought it was him. And all I did was just insult people and talk shit to the gaming press and announce new DLCs that were coming out that weren't coming out. And I fucked with them for like a week. And they got really angry about that. I think Bethesda blog wrote about it because they were angry about it. And there were a couple of like minor news articles about Pete Hines getting fucked with. It was entertaining to me. It was a fun week. From Garo, Jim, compare and contrast Koreans and their robots, please. Especially their mechs. Race and IQ is a myth, right? All right. Well, I believe I'm caught up with the Super Chats. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for coming out and watch the stream. The fighters, the conclusion to the fighters will be up on Halloween. Another video will be out before or on Halloween. And, yeah. If you get a chance, if you got some money, if you want to meet a miracle man, try to get a hold of Dr. Apostle Sappho. Maybe he can cure any disease you have by, I don't know, waving bye-bye at your face or blowing on you. Seems about his speed. Seems about the thing he would do. Now, what are we going to play us out on? I'm going to use the opening. Because Chop That Dollar really fits this. Really, really fits it to a T. All right. Have a good one, chat, and I will see you all on Halloween. Well, happy Halloween, chat. We're finally here at part 2 of Finding the Finders. Oh, it's been an arduous few days waiting for the remainder of the FBI file to be read. 180 fucking pages. 180 rue out of the 340 pages. We've got 120 to go. More than 120 to go. My math is terrible. I am a dumb motherfucker. We've got a lot of pages to go. I hope you're excited. I also have a guest coming on. Somebody was researching the finders for a book they're writing. It's going to fill us in on the details on what's going on with the degenerate fucks known as the Finders, a sex cult that preys on children that was originally started as a CIA counterintelligence operation. Bravo, CIA. Way to knock it out of the ballpark. Well, we got a few things to talk about before we get into having the guest on, before we get into the remainder of the FBI files. This is going to be a relaxed stream. Who doesn't love relaxing to the screams of children? That's what I call a brilliant Halloween. I'm just going to take it slow. Take it nice and slow. All right? Enjoy ourselves. It's a spooky evening. A lot of scary things happening. Nothing scarier, really, when you think about it, than a story that involves glow-in-the-dark monsters abducting children. I think it fits the theme quite well. A little bit of news popping up before we get into the proper discussion of the finders themselves, but it is related. How could it not be related? I'm talking about our boy, Mr. I have an egg-shaped penis, Jeffrey Epstein. You may remember this champion. The only man in the world to commit suicide via somersault from a bunk bed, using a roll of toilet paper as the noose. Pretty amazing, I'll be honest. I mean, we all know it was a tragic suicide, chat. Can we get a R for Rippin' Pepperoni, Jeffrey Epstein, for your top bunk suicide in jail with malfunctioning cameras and guards that weren't really guards but who were also asleep at the time? Awfully convenient. Well, apparently it's not just everybody on Earth that thinks that this is awfully convenient. Other people apparently have been having some issues with the Jeffrey Epstein suicide story, including a coroner. Jeffrey Epstein's autopsy more consistent with homicidal strangulation than suicide, Dr. Michael Bodden reveals. A what? You mean he didn't commit suicide? Somebody get me the list. We need to update those fucking numbers. Stat. Apparently, medical examiners and coroners, when reviewing the evidence, thought, hey, this smells like bullshit. I don't think this guy committed suicide. Now, they couldn't speculate as to why he would have been homicidally strangled. I can, though. Here's my quirky little theory about what's going on with Jeffrey Epstein. Though I've laid it out before, I'll lay it out again because it fits in with the motif of the finders. Jeffrey was murdered because he provided elite, powerful, rich men with children to fuck. And there's nothing elite, powerful, rich men hate more than being chastised for fucking toddlers. Presidents, prime ministers, and princes all use this guy as their pimp. There's quite a bit of alliteration going on there. So when Mr. Epstein was taken into custody for the second time, this time no house arrest, no slap on the wrist. Mr. Epstein, you rascal, constantly fucking those kids. We're going to have to punish you this time. I think it made people nervous. I think Mr. Epstein was, of course, murdered to keep quiet about what was going on. Have you noticed how it just disappeared in the news? Until recently with this article. Anybody else notice some strange coincidences going on this last week or so? Let me see if I can lay it out. See if I'm crazy on this, chat. Maybe you can follow where I'm going with this. There are 3 stories I've been noticing, all involving the intelligence community. The first would be Mr. Epstein. You can't provide underage hookers to the most powerful people in the world without some intelligence community organization paying attention to you, perhaps facilitating it. Maybe it's not American, maybe it's another nation. I don't want to be too on the nose about it, but nonetheless, this story pops up during this week. What other stories do we have? Well, we've got the impeachment going on of Donald Trump, and the key witness, the person that lodged the complaint. What do you know? Looks like they're a CIA asset. So that's 2 stories involving the intelligence community. What would the third be? Oh yeah, the finders. The fucking FBI releasing documents related to an organization that basically stole kids and then fucked with their heads by performing fake satanic rituals, sexually abusing them and beating them, all to own the Russians, apparently. Not 100% certain. Hopefully our guest will be able to illuminate on this subject a little bit more than I can as to what the fucking motivation for that whole shit show is. So you've got 3 things: Epstein, the finders, and of course our impeachment guy. I'm just going to call him impeachment guy. It sounds neat. It seems like Deep State's getting ass fucked this week. It's a bad week to be CIA. Oh, you glowing motherfuckers, you must be just ass mad. Furious, fuming about the things that are going on. Your dirty little secrets are getting just drawn out into the public. Fucking shameful. I thought you were supposed to be super secret spies and shit. This is sloppy. Sloppy work, CIA. I hear the FBI and the NSA call each other daily to laugh at you. Just to shit directly in your face. For your fucking incompetence. I should probably do a small recap of what the last stream was about before we get into the new stuff and continue off where we left off. In Tallahassee, Florida, in 1987, police were alerted to a bizarre situation taking place in a park. 2 men were escorting 6 children. Upon contact by the police, the children seemed to be malnourished, covered in bites and scratches, wearing dirty clothes, looked disheveled, smelled awful, didn't have underwear on, mismatching socks. Everything was just screaming, this is not fucking right. When the police decided to take all these people into custody, children and adults, the 2 adults apparently tried to fake a fainting attack. That's a new one. Fake a heart attack, get out of getting arrested, apparently. I'll have to give that a try the next time I get a DUI. But it didn't work. Once they were brought to the police station, somebody, for whatever reason, decided to call the police and say, hey, I'm going to murder those kids. So they put them into protective custody. Fast forward a little bit of time, you've got the U.S. Customs officials, the FBI, and other organizations all investigating this, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. Search warrants are served. Materials are uncovered, including bizarre ritualistic photos involving men in white sheets having children decapitate goats. I've heard some people try to excuse away this activity and say, well, these weren't satanic rituals. The kids were just learning how to hunt and skin an animal. Well, that's weird because I grew up in a family that hunted. Grew up in a family that owned a farm. You know the one thing you never really did when you were dealing with animals? When you were killing them for their fur or their meat? You didn't decapitate the fucking thing and then play with its blood and hand it off to the young kids. It's not really at the top of the fucking list. They also found nude images of the children. And in one report, they talked about underground maps in D.C., a secret network of tunnels. Sound familiar? Might make you recollect a recent event, something called Pizzagate, where a pizzeria shop with connections to people in the DNC, like Podesta, was accused of running a child prostitution ring out of a pizza shop and maybe utilizing underground tunnels to do it. Now, of course, that's been beaten to death in the press, and I won't really go into Pizzagate. But I'd like to remind you, when the owner initially spoke with the press, they said that they kept their ingredients, their tomatoes and everything else, in the basement. And then later on, when they were pressed on having a secret underground, I don't even know what you'd call it, cathedral of fucking pain, told them they don't have a basement. It's a little sketchy. Nonetheless. So you have all these different intelligence organizations and police organizations looking into these people. They must have been arrested, right? I mean, one of the officers that examined 2 of the children said they showed signs of sexual molestation. One child showed signs of human bite marks on their fucking arms. It would be insane not to put those kids into protective custody and arrest the adults. Nope, they let them go. They let them go, and the FBI seemingly interfered with the warrant searches. The evidence that was gathered was said to be sent to Tallahassee Police Department, but oopsie, it got lost. One of the later police reports talking to a witness in the area before the group moved onward into Tallahassee and said, "Oh, I remember those men and the 10 children they had." 10 children. They were arrested with 6. So what happened to the other 4 children? Now, one of the mysteries from the first stream was a kind of confusing police report to read where they were speaking of a writer. I thought they were referring to a journalist. Somebody told me, no, that's what the officers referred to or as themselves when they're putting down a report. It's just how they do it. It still doesn't explain why in one paragraph they say no evidence related to the search warrants that's been speculated has been found, and yet in the next paragraph say, oh no, we totally found that shit. So there's a lot of very bizarre stuff inside this FBI report. Perhaps the weirdest would be that this is focusing on the finders, and yet, when you're reading through it, and customs officials are talking about how many pedophiles they busted and their operations and scope and the cost, inserted between that and a letter from the customs officials to somebody asking about investigations, there are fucking maps from a archaeologist about McMartin Preschool, which is one of the big stories regarding kids accusing teachers of making them participate in satanic rituals and being molested. So you've got to ask yourself, what in the fuck is going on? It seems like a very bizarre thing to kind of just shuffle in there. Just shuffle it in, page 48, call it a fucking day. So that's where we are. That's what we've gone through. And the 180 pages of the FBI report, that sums up the big keystone pieces. I may have missed a thing here or there, but that should give you a general idea of where we left off. We still have 120 pages to go. We still have somebody coming on to discuss the things that are related to the finders. Namely, people that have investigated them, what I'm assuming, who they are, where they went, what's going on. You know, oh, that's right, I did forget one piece. One tiny piece, oopsie. It turns out the Finders organization is connected to the CIA. In fact, CIA agents have outright admitted that, telling the police that they're stepping on their toes about the investigation. They are also supplied with passports into hostile nations at the time, such as North Korea, North Vietnam, and China. And Russia. And even the Tallahassee incident, one of the witnesses before they got down to Florida had said, oh yeah, they had said they were going to go to Hawaii and then China. So it seems like there's a lot of fucked up shit going on. And my original hypothesis, my theory on what this is pretty straightforward. I think the CIA used this group to do terrible shit, to own the Russians or some other fucking thing. And, you know, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt at least this far and to say it probably grew out of control. And this is some kind of a cover-up because of the sheer embarrassment of having participated in this just disgusting shit. Now, we could speculate why the FBI decided to drop it. Again, it's interesting timing, considering everything that's going on with the intelligence community for the past week or so. So I will get ready here to bring our guest in. We'll talk for about a half an hour to an hour, go over the rest of the pages. You know, nice spooky Halloween stream. Read a few super chats here before we get into the bulk of it, so I can break this up a little bit. I hope you're all having a great Halloween. Or I'm sorry, a happy, spooky, scary skeleton-ween. Let's see what we've got here. From Camille Taggart. Oh, God, fucking awful at pronouncing things. I hope the stream gives lots of laughs. I don't know if you tuned into the right one. I'm really sorry, Camille. They're needed. My dog, my best friend, is dying right now, and it hurts so bad. Well, you have my sympathies. I am a pet owner. I've always loved dogs, preferred them over cats, and it is tough when your pet dies, especially when you have to put them down because they're just too sick or they're too old. It's rough. You have my sympathies. From Point Curation, happy Halloween. Hope to see lots of Justin Trudeau costumes out there. Are you going to be able to see him at night? If it's Justin Trudeau, he's going to blend into the background. From Padre Speaks, Jim, you need the Heavy Grinder remix of Pure Power in your ear. Groypers rise up and dress respectively. Optimistic Nihilist, please do a video about Mike Stuckberry. He's a British Antifa journalist who got fired from his teaching job after trying to ban the word banter, but there is so much more cringe to explore. The name sounds familiar, but I can't place a face to it. Leon and Claire Kennedy. Jim, when are you and Jade going to get married and pop out some Zoomers? Oh, well, I'm going to wait for the second Civil War to end first before I start popping babies out. From Synac 8, just the PSA, Greedfall and Outer Worlds aren't good games. Wait until they go on sale before you go and buy them. And Epstein didn't commit suicide. I agree. Also, from what I hear, Outer Worlds has quite the unique cast of characters for NPCs. Lots of very ugly women. What is it with Western games being able to make attractive women? Is that some kind of a fucking disability? It's like any Western dev that tries to make a game, regardless of what it is, makes the most ass ugly women that have ever existed in the digital landscape. Foxman2248, hey Jim, Monograph is threatening to call VP Pence to sick the Secret Service on some dude he's in a slap fight with. I'm sure the Secret Service love getting involved in YouTube arguments. Drew, never forget, Comet Ping Pong hard drive shot by gunmen. Layden Star, would the country be better off without religion? No, I don't think it would. Zimzam Flimflam, I'm a heterosexual white male and I own Chainlink. You're going to make it, bro. One day you're going to be driving that Lambo right through the McDonald's drive-thru. You're going to look at the poor son of a bitch serving you and you'll be like, that was me before I believed in Chainlink. Again, from Zimzam Flimflam. Chainlink is a scam, by the way. Don't buy any. You can't trick me. You just want it all for yourself. I'm going to go buy 3 times as much right now. From Winter Wolf, you're doing God's work, Jimbo. Me and the girlfriend have really been enjoying your streams. Have you ever heard about the theories about JonBenet Ramsey's father being a part of a pedo ring? I've heard a few. I've heard some theories regarding her murder and who took part in it. Speculation between the father and the brother. Lots of really fucked up shit. From Legato Amati, Metokur, circumcised or uncut, yourself and preference. Myself and well, I don't really have a preference for other men's penises. I'm not King of Bowl. As for am I circumcised or uncut? Oh, they snipped me, bro. They snipped me and they made some makeup out of it or something. I don't know what they do with them, but they collect them like they're fucking Lucky Charms. The Mind Corporation. Greta was an agent of the deep state to distract from Epstein. Oh, you need to eat some bugs, sir. We'll read 4 more here and then we'll jump in. Lou Raquel, hello, all my N-words. From Krogan Scormhammer, all that comes to mind with this whole thing is that they went on with Whitey Bugler and Boston FBI sketchy ass. Permafrost Deep State only killed Epstein once, Yahoo! And finally Arrowist. So basically I'm, first of all, pretty much like, basically, I've been going ahead and have pretty much been basically diddling kids. Ross, I didn't know you were super chatting people. Thanks for checking in. All right, let me get the hangout set up here. Bring on our guest, and we're going to get into the deep lore behind the fucking finders. So this should be good here. 1 second, chat. Just bear with me as I get this set up. Hopefully I don't fuck anything up. I am an old, confused man like Seb Gorka. I don't know what the fuck's going on. In fact, let me complete the aesthetic of who Seb Gorka is by doing retarded shit that nobody should ever do. I mean, I've already gone over my limit. What are we, 20 minutes into this, and I haven't had 28 breaks? But I'll pull a Seb Gorka while I get this set up. Buy my fucking hats. I can't sell you Metamucil. I'm sorry, chat. I'm not capable of doing that right now. But I can sell you some fucking hats. These are the best hats ever made by slave labor. Only the most despairing Chinese children are allowed to work on these hats. Look at that stitch work. Do you know they get whipped if they don't complete them on time? And those mugs are high quality. I'm talking the best clay available and mixed with the finest, purest orphan tears. Those are available for purchase. Oh, I'm going to hell. But that's fine. All right, let's get our guest in here. All right, they should be here momentarily, hopefully, if everything is set up properly, and then we can get on with it. If we have any problems with the guest, we'll just jump right into the FBI report. So either or works just fine. So how's your evening going, chat? You enjoying yourselves? Yes. Wait, if I really wanted to make it the whole Seb Gorka experience, right now I should be just walking in a circle on webcam, looking at my phone and crying because people on the internet are laughing at me. I mean, that's something that apparently happens a lot to Seb Gorka. I don't know what to tell you. Hopefully our guy jumps in here soon. I forgot, there's a bit of a delay on the stream. YouTube is fucking with their technical side and just ruining their live streaming experience. I don't know why they're doing it, but it's something they've decided needs to fucking happen. In fact, there's a little alert on the live stream page that tells you they're getting rid of the events and they're going to make it mobile only. Because, you know, everybody loves that mobile shit. You just got to make it more inconvenient for the end user. That's the YouTube way. And maybe they saw Twitter and thought, we can fuck this up more than they can. Let's just butcher it. All right, I'll give our guest 5 minutes here. Probably take them a little bit to get here. You know what, I'll read a few more super chats to kill some time. And then we're going to get into the Finders, which is still just fucking amazing to me. Anybody else find it weird that no press outlets are really talking about this? Anybody find it strange that this gets dumped? And even if they don't think, oh my God, this is the most amazing shit on earth, there's still a lot of explosive stuff in there. You'd think somebody would be talking about it. But only one or two places. The majority have just completely ignored it. Pretended it didn't happen. Hello? Hello?
Hey, Jim, it's me. It's John. How you doing?
Okay, fantastic. How are you doing?
Doing well. I'm excited to talk about this. I've been a long-term fan.
Oh, yeah, let me pull down the hats thing so people take this seriously. Sorry. All right, one second. I think our audio is good. We should be great. Do you want to, I guess we should start with, you want to just give a quick introduction to the audience?
Yes, my name is John Brisson. I run the We've Read the Documents YouTube channel. I have been investigating the Finders for about 3 years, as well as other parts of Pedogate, whether it's McMartin Preschool or Franklin Cover-Up or Jeffrey Epstein, and I'm currently writing a book on the Finders, about halfway done.
Fantastic. All right. So if you had a chance, now when the FBI dropped this, which was like 3-4 days ago, if you had a chance to read through what they released, then how does that compare to the documents that were kind of already circulating before their disclosure?
Yes, I have. I've read through them. I've done a stream on them. There is a difference. There was FBI documents that were released by a Freedom of Information request by Vice Reporter Ali Conti about 2 years ago. And some of the evidence that's in this new FBI vault drop is new compared to what was in previously before it. I never thought I would see the Metropolitan Police Department document, Jim, because it was classified as secret. And I was shocked when I opened up the files looking through there and I saw the Washington Metropolitan Police Department document, and it's still redacted, but it was still some information that even I didn't know. And I believe it was written by Detective Jim Bradley of the Metropolitan Police Department, was who wrote that document.
No, the Metropolitan one, that's the one based in D.C. The Tallahassee one's a 75-page one. The Metro one is like 20 or 30, isn't it?
Yes, and there's also supposed to be other reports, too. Another one that's classified as top secret or top serial that still has not been released and no one has ever seen, and that was in the previous FBI leaks.
Okay. Well, let me start like this, I guess. Because I remember this a bit. I've heard of the Finders here and there. Maybe it was a video I watched on it, something like that. But it wasn't anything that was really at the forefront. I saw this get released, and I started reading through it. And the things that really struck out to me as I was reading this were, I guess, three things. One were the inconsistencies between how the two gentlemen that were arrested in Tallahassee tried to present themselves and the reality that seemed to be taking place with the police. They try to make it like, oh, we're just kind of a hippie commune. It's an alternative living style. And yet you read the police reports and you're hearing things like children with bite marks, scratches, smelly, disheveled, told they're only able to eat as a reward. And, one female officer had said something about, well, it looks like there's evidence they've been molested. And just that on its own, even if you took away the whole cult thing, even if you took away, everything else we've learned about it, it seems very bizarre to me, their story and the reality of what kind of seems to have happened behind the scenes, that these kids were ever released or that these people weren't nailed to a wall. I mean, that's the first thing. What are your thoughts kind of on that?
Well, in the bare minimum, these children were abused by their quote-unquote alternative lifestyle. If you take out the sexual molestation that may or may not occur, we don't have strict concrete evidence like we have in the McMartin case, where if you look at the medical documents, there are many. There's at least 5 or 6 that we have that went to trial for McMartin that's definitive that they were molested by Ray Ray Bucky. But with the Finders kids, with Jordan Areco, the female, her hymen was partially broken, but they were debating whether or not that was signs of sexual abuse. We don't have enough really details on that. However, I'll get to a minute of why that may be. You'll find it very interesting. The boy, Max Livingstone, he had a lack of anal sphincter control, but that could have been because of his poor diet, because the fighters, like you said, were only giving food as reward, and they probably were given vegan food. So the sexual molestation, it was never really fully investigated. You know, the FBI, the Jacksonville FBI shut it down, and the guy that they brought in to investigate it was a guy named Nyman Greenberg, who was the head of the Chicago Masonry Hospital. And he had been the main witness or expert for the defense, should I say, in McMartin, to claim that the children were not molested then. And in another case called the Jewish Community Center case, the JCC. So this is the third case that Greenberg had, quote unquote, fixed, in my opinion.
So Dr. Greenberg is telling people the kids weren't molested in this one, the Jewish Community Center. What was the third one?
McMartin Preschool. He was the main.
So this guy's involved in all of this shit.
Yes.
That's really bizarre.
So he comes in, he says, nothing to see here. Don't worry, everything's perfectly fine. These kids are well adjusted, even though, you know, the kids urinated and defecated on the rug at the Tallahassee Police Department after they had been put into custody.
So they're shitting and pissing on the floor like an animal. The way some of those police reports made it sound was like the kids were, because they said they hadn't seen, like they weren't exposed to things like staplers and TVs and radios. No. How is it that you could? This is what I find so bizarre about it, and even just the small pieces I've seen. You have kids come in with clear signs of at least physical abuse.
Yes.
You have kids come in that are underfed, malnourished, smelly, they're not clean, they have dirty clothes or missing clothes. They're confused about modern things, they're confused about modern concepts. How would the FBI or anybody involved in this investigation say, you know what, no, it looks good, we're not even going to push it further than this? I mean, what's your speculation as to that?
Well, they pushed. I mean, the Tallahassee Police Department did. They tried their best. I mean, they put the kids into protective custody. They went in foster care for a time period. The Finders women showed up that were their mothers. I mean, the mothers and the fathers. For example, the guy that gave the false report is Houlihan, which turned out to be what's his name? It was Douglas Ammerman, and it was Hollowell, James Hollowell. Well, Hollowell, he was the stepfather of Jordan Areco, the girl, and John Paul Pope, whose name was James Michael Hollowell III. So he was the father of 2 of the children, and his wife was Paula Areco. So, you know, the other children that were there, so the 6 children that were brought into custody from the van, they all had parents within the Finders.
Could I interrupt for a second? Because somebody had said something on Twitter. I didn't have a chance to look into this. It was regarding the Finders saying that they had moved, or that either recently or currently had tried to be based in like Thailand or Taiwan. And you said the mother's name was Areco. Were a lot of these kids mixed? I mean, were they bringing in women from Asia because they thought it would keep them quiet? Do you think, or?
All women seem actually to be Caucasian from what I can tell. Okay. Said was one of the last names. Noth was one of the last names. Now later, the interesting thing you're talking about that with the whole Taiwan connection was there was an investigative journalist named Wendell Minnick. He wrote about the Finders in a book about spies in the 1990s. Now there's a claim that he, became a Finder, went to Taiwan, got kicked out of South Korea because he claims he was writing about North Korea, which doesn't make any sense. But there was a claim in a message board back in sometime in the mid-2000s that instead it was because he was allegedly molesting school children, and that's why he got kicked out. But anyway, when I tried to contact him on LinkedIn, Jim, to get any information from him, he added me. But as soon as I mentioned, hey, what about the finders, he immediately blocked me.
Yeah, well, I could imagine there's going to be a stigma surrounding this. I mean, even though it doesn't seem to be covered quite a bit, at least for that initial week or two in '87, it seemed to really pop up in the news. And then for a little while, too, in the kind of early '90s, I think, when Congressman Rose is it? And others.
Lewis.
Yeah.
Congressman Lewis and Congressman Rose.
Yeah, when they were kind of, I guess, taking a look at it, if it was their constituents that were interested and brought it to their attention, or if it was a pet project, I'm not 100% certain.
I know the answer to that. It was the investigator who I interviewed on my channel, Henry Clements, brought up to Tom Lewis that he had found information that there was a connection between the Glendale Montessori School case and James Toward and the finders.
No, I think the second thing that really struck me, so the first thing is the state of the children and not continuing the investigation. The second thing that really stuck out to me kind of when looking over these documents would be that it seemed like the police departments that were involved, whether that was Metro or Tallahassee, really did have a concern. They were really concerned about trying to follow up with this. But it seemed, on the other hand, that anybody that was in, in a intelligence organization or even customs or those kind of groups almost wanted to, I don't know if they wanted to sweep it under the rug, but there was a big disconnect between these two investigators. Is that something you've noticed too, or is there a story to it?
100% correct. The Tallahassee Police Department definitely seemed like they were trying to get down to the bottom of things until they were told by the Jacksonville FBI, according to Henry Clements, to shut it down. The same with the Metropolitan Police Department with John Stitcher and Bradley. Stitcher more than Bradley. Stitcher in Toby Terrell's book, The Game Caller, Toby Terrell is a Finders member, Robert Gardner Terrell. He talks about how Stitcher, this FBI agent that shut it down up there, her name was Athenia Veronius, who was actually who Clarice Starling was based off of in The Silence of the Lambs. And she owns a paranormal investigation like thing now here in my home state of North Carolina is what she does now. And anyway, so they set up a meeting and Stitcher's like yelling at Toby, like, I know you guys are shooting child pornography. I know you're shooting porn. I'm going to take you guys down and everything like that. And eventually Toby just like stops talking to him and he gets mad. He just walks away and he mutters under his breath, bullshit. And Athenia Veronius, according to Toby Terrell's book, I have to get the exact quote. I want to get it out for you. She pretty much tells him that even before when the investigation started, when she contacts him at the CIA computer training front company Future Enterprises, which the Finders was also involved in, she pretty much tells him, oh, we'll put a lid on this thing. Wasn't the FBI supposed to investigate it, Jim? Why would they put a lid on something they haven't even investigated? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the thing that I never understood. It seemed like so many people were involved with this, or were at least aware of it. I can't remember if it was Tallahassee or Metro, but they had looked for information through Interpol. I know the FBI was involved in a part. I know CIA agents were talking about it or a question about it. I know that Customs was involved in it. And it just seems really bizarre to me that you could have that many organizations all kind of be like, people saying, hey, what the fuck is going on? And almost not one of, it seemed like nobody at a higher level wanted to take this on. Which I think that brings me to my third point, the three things that really struck me on this. The last one, and what I found really surreal, are buried in the first 180 pages when they're talking about this. Well, I guess it's two parts. One is the age of the Finders, because there seem to be multiple dates about it. Some people saying, well, the 80s, others saying, no, early 60s to late 60s to early 70s. CIA agents saying, well, you're kind of stepping on our toes, being directly involved in it. And then, of course, the issue of the passports to hostile nations at the time, like Russia or North Vietnam or was it North Korea? I can't remember. And even the statement they gave in Tallahassee where one of the witnesses said, oh, well, they were saying they were going to go to Hawaii and then go to China. So, I don't know how much of the first stream you heard, but my hypothesis on this was that I think this was a CIA run thing, and I think that I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't want to think the CIA is so horribly evil that they'd run a child sex cult. So I think that it was some kind of a counterintelligence thing, and I don't know if people went rogue or what the hell happened, but it feels like they're embarrassed or ashamed of it, and they don't ever want people finding out that it got out of control. So
Yes, I can answer your question.
Okay, go
and
ahead.
I did listen to the first stream. Marion Petty had been involved with, since the very beginning. When he was in the military, when he was in the Army, which later eventually became the Air Force, he was owning brownstone operation back then of apartments that during World War II, OSS officers, Office of Strategic Services, which eventually became the CIA, would just come through his apartments, just come through. Okay, like even back then, like before the Fighters was founded in the 60s, before Petty came back from being discharged in the military after getting intelligence training from the Jesuit-backed university, Georgetown University, and later getting more training in Europe and being, coming back here and starting the Finders. The CIA has been involved in this even when it was the OSS. Like that's how far back this goes.
So
they weren't.
So we're talking 40s and 50s.
Yes.
So what do you think the initial purpose of this was? Was this counterintelligence, or what would I'm trying to think of men sitting in an office meeting, at some intelligence community site, and pitching this. What was the pitch? How did they present this to other people and say this is a good idea?
We need a group that walks around and does counterintelligence and spreads information and listens and infiltrates different businesses and groups. It just seems like they're a kooky, experimental group. But we also need them to set up brownstone operations, which brownstone operations is like blackmailing, okay? So a way they can black people through sexual blackmail usually. Some people say that Hugh Hefner did it through the Playboy Mansion. They would set up a congressman or someone of importance up there and be like, hey, Hef would be like, hey, I got a bunny up there for you, A person goes up there, has sex with said girl, or even, male if they're homosexual. And then, Hef comes back over, some CIA guy like pops around the corner and is like, yeah, that person you just slept with, they're 15.
This almost sounds like the mafia, in Vegas back in the day. Like get a hooker in a hotel room with a congressman and then film it through a hole in the wall.
Very much so, and that's what the Franklin cover-up was, where the FBI was actually implicated by the CIA in running that one.
So, do you think the FBI dropped this as payback for that?
I would say, yeah, there is a possibility there was a war between the intelligence agencies, whether or not it's a true war or some sort of fabricated war by the world order. But yeah, they do seem to implicate each other. CIA implicates FBI and Franklin, FBI implicates CIA and even though the FBI is involved too, they're both actually covering up the Finders. Both the FBI and the CIA both are. And you're right about the passports. They had and a document that I sent you had never been seen beforehand. It was you saw the redacted copy of the chronology report in the releases. I was actually in the old FBI release too, but I sent you the unredacted copy. It literally says in the unredacted copy they had passports to North Korea, USSR at the time, and North Vietnam. And they also had passports in China, and Ramon J. Martinez talks about in his customs report that they had telexes to sell children to China, and Toby Terrell talks in his book that they had Chinese people staying, like residents staying at the W Street apartments, where even there was a student that was caught during the raid that was a Georgetown anatomy student that lived there. So China is also heavily involved in this too as well, and as I said,
the student that was caught. Now, was that a Chinese student staying over?
It was a Chinese student who was at Georgetown University learning anatomy. Yes,
I find that interesting because just because of the stream that I had done earlier with about Nick Fuentes, one of the questions they had brought up was the dancing Israelis. But if you look into that, it says, well. The speculation is the 5 gentlemen that were alleged to have been celebrating on 9/11 were foreign intelligence from Israel, but that they were posing as students. It seems like the student cover story is something that I guess is commonplace, or it feels commonplace, of getting somebody into a foreign country and then using them to some effect.
Yes, and when we're talking about Israel, for some reason, that's something that was in the new FBI documents that for the life of me, I can't substantiate. Neither George from cabdev.org, another investigator, can either, who brought this to my attention. For some reason, Jonathan J. Pollard, the former American who spied for Israel, gave them top secret classified information. He's just listed in there that they had interviewed him. Now, I don't know if they interviewed him over the finders. It doesn't say, but I find that very interesting.
Yeah, well, a lot of this stuff is. I'm trying to think. So we've got police, we've got local police departments that seem to be very concerned about what's going on. We've got intelligence community that's seemingly wanting to sweep it under the rug. One of the things that was brought up in one of the police reports, I think it was from Metro, was talking about maps in D.C. Now, was that something they were looking for or something they found?
Yes, they were trying to get... Okay, so for some reason, we don't know why. I think it's because of the tunnels, because, they talk about the tunnels in McMartin. They talk about a tunnel possibly being under the W Street apartments where there was a food hole. Jordan Arigo talks about that, one of the finders girls that was, taken into custody in Tallahassee. But the Washington Metropolitan Police Department, for some reason or other, trying to get the tunnel maps under Washington, D.C. that are classified as secret. And you have to remember, too, the finder's warehouse is very close where Craig B. Spence in the Shawarama, Colorama neighborhood where he was running his brownstone operation with Lawrence E. King from the Franklin scandal. Lawrence E. King's actually still walking around free, by the way. And the Pizzagate supposed tunnels are, as well under Comet Pizza Ping Pong. It's all in that general area. They're more than 15 miles away from each other. The finder's warehouse, all of them.
Yeah, that's what struck me as a bit weird. I mean, I never got super into the Pizzagate thing. I know other people did. But the thing that always stuck with me was that interview with the owner. Is that Elefante, or what was the name of the owner of the Comet Ping Pong?
James Alefantis.
Alefantis, there we go.
James Alefantis, Jim.
Yep, where he had said... Are you there? Hello?
Hey, Jim, I lost you there for a minute. James Alefantis.
Oh, okay. Yeah, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my internet shit out on me for a second. I got to wait for the the chat to catch up.
Well, when you're messing with glow in the darks, it's going to happen,
Hopefully. Okay. All right. We'll wait for the chat to catch up. Perfect timing. But no, I remember he'd given an interview talking about having a basement, and then he had done a follow-up interview saying he didn't have a basement, and I know that it was kind of in the general area. And then you find out the finders are this report drops, and they're talking about one of the warrants being served, and they're talking about tunnels, and then you've got the McMartin thing. What can you explain to me why the McMartin stuff was put? It was just 2 pages, but it was inserted between Customs talking about arrests and writing a letter about their statistics. It seems really weird that that's inserted there, because it just sticks out. It's like it's begging you to read it, and it doesn't fit in with the flow of the other things presented in the order they're presented.
No, and it's actually in the old FBI documents too as well, presented in between that letter to Tom Lewis giving the statistics of the child pornography unit that Ramon J. Martinez was a part of, and his boss John Sullivan was a part of, but it got shut down after the finders. They tried to reopen it. Tom Lewis did in '93 when the case was reopened. And between a letter stating that someone had gotten it. So it's just stuck there. Now, the first page with the map, that's never been seen before. That wasn't even part of Gunderson's report. Okay, that's brand new. And actually, Ed Opperman had the guy on who did that actual specific drawing. I believe he did the drawing, or he did the report where he said the tunnels were actually underneath the car garage. And it actually was confirmed in that document that I've never seen before. So that was new. Why it's in between there, I don't know. The only connection we have between McMartin and the finders is Toby Terrell in his book, The Game Caller, says for some reason during Goatgate, where the finders claims, it was just animal husbandry, Jim, that the kids were taking goat fetuses out, and a kid holds a goat's butchered head for a picture. It's all in good fun, like you mentioned earlier about hunting. It's all animal husbandry. Don't worry about it. Well, for some reason, during Goatgate, when all this stuff is going on, he goes to San Diego where the finders have a base. And they had one in San Francisco and one in San Diego. And he drives up to Manhattan Beach when McMartin is going on. Why? Why of all times then?
Yeah, I found it very bizarre. I mean, I read the AP, I think it was AP, Associated Press article about the goat thing. And it seemed like people talking about it at the time found that to be really bizarre. I know in the 80s and 90s, again, I touched on this a little bit in the first stream, satanic panic seemed to be the term that was used to kind of dismiss this. And I get it, you're arguing, it's just it sounds like something that's crazy, right? It sounds like something from a horror movie. So I can understand people saying, you're just being hysterical. But then when you go through this report and you start reading the police reports and especially the kind of the back and forth banter through faxes and just reporting themselves, it seems like there is something there. And it seems like if this information were more publicly available at the time in regards to the finders and McMartin and other things, people wouldn't have just waved it away with their hand. They wouldn't have been like, it's not a big deal.
Oh, I mean, what I always say about Raymond Bucky is the bare minimum. Many children were molested by Ray Bucky. I mean, he was convicted. Of course, it was overturned. And at the grand maximum, satanic ritual abuse was occurring to McMartin, which I believe it was. But something from, that they always, if you always want to go to McMartin other than the medical evidence of something is very weird. I do want to briefly say something about McMartin real quick that you'll find very interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is they gave testimony in the trial, and I want to get exactly the testimony they'd given where, so Jim, let's say your future kids, would you let the man that's at the daycare read Playboys wearing sweatpants or short while they're sitting on his lap while he's reading Playboy magazine?
Okay, so this was at McMartin, you said?
Yes, this was happened by Raymond Bucky. He was holding kids in his lap while he was reading Playboy.
So you've got Raymond Bucky at the McMartin preschool with kids sitting in his lap while he's reading Playboy. No, I'd freak out if that was my kid.
His mother says it's fine, and also Peggy Bucky gave testimony that she was molested. She would know something like this if Raymond was a molester, but she would always check Raymond for boners while the kids were sitting in his lap or hanging on his neck. That she'd visually check her son for boners.
So she was performing a penis inspection.
Yes.
Just to make sure nothing nefarious is going on.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's okay for, it's according to her, Playboy's a very popular magazine, Jim, so I really wouldn't have much to say about it.
That strikes me as really bizarre. And, kind of looking at, you touched on this a little bit, looking at McMartin, from the details that I remember about that, the kids, what they said, and how it was kind of dismissed. Looking at what was going on with the finders, and then kind of looking at even the Epstein stuff, the more recent stuff, or even Navixum, or whatever it is, that kind of corporate sex cult. It seems really strange to me that there's so many parallels, there's so many common threads amongst all these stories. That you've got large groups of people, they seem to be touching upon, certain themes that kind of keep reoccurring. Now, how would you explain that? I mean, the McMartin kids talked about kind of weird satanic shit. The Finders group, with the goat pictures. You've got Epstein with all the weird kind of imagery that's connected to that. With Pizzagate, you had kind of a weird connection to spirit cooking. When you're looking at this, and I mean, kind of even going on what we just talked about, how maybe this was some kind of extension of some old OSS program. Why the Satanism?
I mean, I don't have an answer. I mean, it also happened it's happened in so many cases that was happened during the quote unquote satanic panic, and it happened during the Franklin scandal too. Even before the Franklin scandal became national news and it went to trial, there were indications of Satanism. Of course, the Franklin scandal went as far as Ronald Wilson Reagan and George H.W. Bush with Lawrence E. King and Callboys, that famous Washington Times article, Callboys going to the White House at midnight for good old George H.W. Bush,
Yeah, I do remember that a bit, yep.
So, my answer, as a Christian, Satan. But as far as other than that, if you're looking at it from a secular standpoint, I have no idea why the Satanism is there.
Even a secular standpoint is going to have a difficulty explaining away. It just seems so cliched, right? It seems like something out of a Hollywood script, and yet it keeps recurring in all these different instances.
Yeah, even in reports where they didn't make mainstream news and everything, it happens. In a lot of these cases, before the main case breaks out, it's reported. This, I don't have the answer. I don't have any. From a Christian standpoint, it's because the elite, worship Satan. from a secular standpoint, I have no idea why this occurs because, brownstone, operations with child trafficking and pedophilia, as horrific it is, the elite can get out of it, blackmail and selling child pornography. And Rossi Chet's witch hunt narrative, where it talks a lot about McMartin, he says there was one woman during the 1980s, Jim, who got caught selling child porn out of her house. And she had a family and everything, and she was making $500,000 a month.
That's insane. I suppose one of the weirdest things, right? Even outside of a religious or secular view of why this would be going on, what I fail to be able to kind of come to grips with is why would the intelligence community, why would some typical FBI agent or CIA agent or somebody in customs, why would somebody who might have some inside information who's looking at this go on, why would they be okay with it? I mean, surely they'd be able to look at it and be like, it is kind of fucking weird. Everybody's doing the Satanism shit, and they're all doing the child porn stuff. Maybe we need to reevaluate our intelligence programs.
Well, I mean, some people in the lower levels have. Ramon J. Martinez was a customs agent. His boss, John Sullivan, was, a further up the chain customs agent. So some people have seen this, and they're like, what the hell? But you got to remember, through a lot of these intelligence agencies, Jim, even within the finders, there's a lot of compartmentalization. Your average agent, they may not know what they do, but the higher you go up in that chain, oh yeah, the more that they definitely know what they're up to. They're definitely glowing in the dark. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So compartmentalization is usually how they get by with, even with the finders. Not everybody in the finders cult was probably up to no good, or anybody who had interactions with the finders was up to no good. Like investigative journalist Charles Soka, who was up, knew the finders in the 70s and the 80s. But through compartmentalization, the main group, what they call the crazies, because you have the crazies and the zanies, and the zanies was head by Hunter Patch Adams, who got the money for his Gesundheit Institute by Marion Petty, to start that hospital. All right.
So with this compartmentalization, it almost sounds like a cell structure, like you deal with terrorists, where they've got it divided up. So the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. Do you think that was intentional when it was set up?
Always. That's how they all operate. I mean, even just the basic structure of government, when we're talking about, the NSA, or even if, let's say, they weren't involved in any of this, Jim, okay? You would have to do compartmentalization in the government just for secrets. You would have to. But I think it's more nefarious than that. I think they're running Browns. Look at Iran-Contra. Iran-Contra was drug running from Latin America, that's talked about in Gary Webb's Dark Alliance. You have gun running that was sponsored by Israel to Iran. That's who brokered the weapons for the Iran-Contra affair, was Israel. A lot of people leave out Israel. And then you have kid running, which is the Franklin scandal, because Oliver North met with Michael Aquino and Lawrence E. King, that whole brownstone scandal that was going on there. So just think about Iran-Contra was all three of those things.
Well, I guess a follow-up question to that, kind of looking at this. Okay, so let's say our American intelligence, some people know, some people don't know. And some people are bothered by it, like the customs officials that, kind of spoke out or were a little freaked out by it. If this is some kind of an operation to blackmail or to control politicians, and maybe to do some kind of foreign espionage or blackmail overseas, surely other governments would be aware of what's going on. I find it strange that you wouldn't have a Russia or a China or somebody coming out and saying, well, look at this American program. I mean,
but they're running their own rings too, like the Duterte affair in European Union. So if they're all running their own rings, they're not, it's like Epstein, you can't, they couldn't, Trump does have some connections to Epstein, and Clinton has some connections to Epstein, right? Clinton, some people say Clinton more than Trump, some people say Trump more than Clinton, okay? But neither campaign could use Epstein, so they, so supposedly, much as I do believe there are true parts of Pizzagate, don't get me wrong, Jim, Roger Stone supposedly leaked Pizzagate because it implicated, the more liberal side of things. Well, I myself am a conservative. So.
Yeah, well, my problem with Roger Stone is, he was claiming, I can't remember how long ago this was, that he was people were trying to assassinate him using like plutonium. I don't know if you're familiar with this. This was
it was like polonium. He went on Alex Jones.
Yeah, polonium. Yeah,
polonium poisoning.
Yeah, if he had polonium poisoning, he'd be dead. You know what I mean? I just found it so strange that he was claiming he was being poisoned with a radioactive agent like that.
Yeah, and I mean another thing, if you want to even go even further, because we're talking about Halloween, there's serial killers that also tied into all this pedocracy too as well. That
Of course there are. Why would there be? Right?
Yeah. John Wayne Gacy and David Berkowitz. They all tied in too, supposedly by Trump's mentor Roy Cohn. They called them the Sons of Cohn, and Cohn was running his own brownstone operation too as well. And all the serial killers all tied into all of this too. That's the whole operation. That's all all it was is serial killers, child trafficking, drugs, blackmail, everything you could think of that sounds like science fiction. But there's plenty of documentation. I'm going to read the Franklin Scandal by John DeCamp, former Nebraska Republican state senator. There's enough people that went on record. I mean, Garrett Caradori, they assassinated Garrett Caradori, Jim, when he had the evidence that George H.W. Bush and Reagan were involved. And he had the pictures, the blackmail pictures from Rusty Nelson. He was traveling back in Chicago in a plane with his son, and they took down that plane and murdered Garrett Caradori. He was an American hero. He's an investigator.
So this is like an old-fashioned barbelling.
Yes, and they've done it many times. Danny Castellero, the Octopus.
So, I mean, is this just... It almost feels like, going on the premise all of this is true. It would feel like this is intelligence agencies of almost every nation finding a formula that works and just kind of running amok with it. It almost seems like, if this is a problem in America, it's probably something that's happening in Russia then, and in China and the European Union, and probably in South America. It's probably happening everywhere. You've got all these intelligence communities that are like, hey, did you know that we're able to blackmail our politicians with kid sex? Oh, well, shit, let me join in. Let me do that in my home country.
Or is Epstein a Mossad operation? Was Epstein Israel's operation? Or was it Russians' operation? I agree. There's countries all over the world running, like I mentioned, the Mark Duterte affair in European Union, down there in Switzerland. So they're all running similar stuff. Jimmy Savile in England. And it's all interconnected, or globally, sadly. It gets as dark as that and as spooky as that. I mean, and messed up as that. It's
how many? Okay, so kind of going back, I guess, to the finders, or even any of these cases. How many of the children that were involved, that were kids at the time, have tried to speak out publicly about this? And I guess what happened when they tried to do that, if they did?
Well, the Tallahassee Police Department people were told to shut it down. Ramon J. Martinez allegedly was investigated by Internal Affairs and forced out of the Customs Service and has been harassed his whole life. Garrett Caradori was murdered in a plane crash. Danny Castellero was suicided in his hotel room. Gary Webb was suicided or driven to suicide. Ray Lemmy. I mean, there's been multiple investigators and people who have been killed by the world order or by individual governments, whatever you want to say, that try to bring this information to truth.
So how do you see it when you're looking at, I guess, this FBI release then, this vault release? Do you see it as a positive thing? Do you think it's just something they released on a Friday because they thought nobody would pay attention? Do you think is it some kind of a signal change to the public? Like, hey, maybe we're going to start bringing this stuff out into the light? What do you view it as?
I view it, if you look at the documents, it says it was a time disclosure. Because it's been about, give or take, since the 90s, a little bit over 20 years or something, 25 years since the initial case, since the second part of the case had been opened up. So if you look at the document, some of it says it's time release. It's just time to be released. It's just automatic. They've already redacted it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, to be fair, I mean, so was the JFK stuff, but that got sealed up again. You know what I mean? Not all of it was released. So again, kind of looking at it, if you got all these multiple investigators or people that were connected to the case that are conveniently committing suicide, and now you have this information kind of coming to light, could it be something where maybe the key players that were involved in the initial founding of it or in the initial operations of it in the intelligence community, maybe they've passed along, and so now nobody can be held accountable, and that's why it's getting outed?
No, I mean, Gina Haspel's head of the CIA, and she's as evil as they come. So, I mean, all I can think of is just time disclosure. I mean, some people say the world order has to disclose certain things before, all the predictive programming around 9/11. So maybe they have to disclose, or maybe just because they think, who really knows about the finders? I mean, did you see, like you mentioned this on Twitter? No one's bringing this up in the mainstream media. No one. It doesn't exist. This could be, I mean, other than, people like you, Jim, and thank God you brought it to light and everything. No one's really looking at this. It's like pissing in the wind, brother. I mean, it's just, just like Epstein. People forgot about Epstein who? And then, of course, that report comes out by the guy who also did JFK's autopsy and other famous autopsies, and he was hired by Epstein. And I do believe that Epstein either was murdered or, was taken out by a Mossad hit team out of the prison, is living on a beach somewhere. I don't know. But I think that there are white hats that are releasing this stuff? Maybe, but it's probably more, that it's just timed. And again, it could be interdepartmental wars, because when you look at it, at the documents, it never really talks about the FBI covering up, or the FCI, which is the foreign counterintelligence part of the FBI, because we're all taught, well, the FBI works on domestic soil and the CIA works on foreign soil. That's bullcrap. The FBI has a foreign soil part of it too, and they would cover it up. And the thing is, a lot of that stuff's redacted, unless there's not, people like me or you or Derek Bros or George who are really looking into these documents and really analyzing them. Your average person is not going to know what they're talking about. So I don't think why they did it. I don't know, but I can tell you that I don't think it's to muddy the waters. I think what they release is mostly accurate. But it's just difficult. Like I can't answer that question. I don't know. I don't think it's for us.
Well,
I just don't know.
I mean, I've heard the speculation before that people that commit atrocious act, that evil wants to be public. I guess is the best way to put it. Do you think this is the sort of thing where they just want to rub it in the public's face and you're not going to do shit about it?
Yep, either that or they want, they're just, I mean, that's probably it. Or it's going to say, hey, now it's public. It's up to you to find us out. Our hands are washed of our sins. It's either one of those. I don't, that sounds the best to me. I've heard both. That's about the best I can come up with. I wish I had a better answer.
That's fine. And so relating back to this FBI drop of 300, and I think it's 40 pages, or 320, whatever it was, we got up to 180. I mean, I know there's 120 left. I think that's mostly going over police reports. Was there anything, like when you were reading through it, were there any things that really struck out to you? Or was there something you were reading and you're like, holy shit?
I never thought I'd read. I mean, pretty much the Metropolitan Police Department documents. The kids in cages. The had witnesses to kids in cages, which was in the Virginia State Police documents. Which someone did an FOA request for those documents, and Virginia State Police came back and they were like, "Oh, we don't have those documents. We don't know what happened to them. They disappeared. Jim, they're gone. They're gone. They're magically gone."
A lot of really convenient losses of evidence and documentation. I know that one of the witnesses, when they were interviewing him, I can't remember which finder's location it was, but it was in 87, had said that they heard or saw children in vans crying being driven up to one of the complexes. Yes. So it's just so weird to me with that kind of evidence. It must be frustrating for local law enforcement, whether it's in Virginia, it's the Metro guys, it's Tallahassee, whatever, that they're looking into this, and I'm sure they know it's dirty as all high hell, but they can't do anything with it.
Very, very much so. Even the attorney that was trying to prosecute the finders down there in Florida, they drug him through the mud even back in the 80s, in 87, and saying that the only reason why he's going against the Christians is because or going against the finders is because he's a Christian with a Bible in his hand and a gun on his hip, and he doesn't understand their alternative lifestyle, Jim. He thought the finders were guilty and did his best he possibly could to separate the children and keep them separated from their parents, but he failed. Because, again, the FBI and the CIA stepped in and said, shut it down, and so, they did good work and the local Tallahassee Police Department, most people did. I do think possibly that one of the officers, Rick Huffman, he kind of he said some weird things too, like when he was talking about sexual molestation. Well, it depends, Jim, if the girl has semen in her vagina or on her foot and the amount, and it's like,
it depends on the amount of semen, does it?
Yes, or where it is. It shouldn't semen not be around, children at all.
Hey, guys, open the cell up, all right? He only came on her feet. We need to let this guy go. He's a good guy. Let him go.
It's crazy, man. So, I mean, and I've contacted both John Sullivan, who went on record. He was Ramon J. Martinez's boss, who said Ramon J. Martinez, always told him the truth and was always credible, and he believed him and stood by his report. I talked with Skip Clemens, who investigated it, and he said that the customs and the FBI shut down everything. I mean, there's enough evidence to show that the boys stepped in and said, "That's enough, shut it down." So there's enough evidence. The report I gave you that was unredacted, there's enough to show that they shut it down. Now, why they shut it down, I believe, is because they were running, child trafficking and ops and, stuff that glow-in-the-darks do, so that's why they shut it down. And even when they reopened it, Charles Rose, my congressman from Fayetteville, North Carolina, there's some weird things about him. He was part of a rat gate and was working on psychic spies and stuff and everything. So it's but Tom Lewis, I think, was a good man. He was a congressman from Florida who was actually replaced. He was forced out right after this investigation opened back up. And he was replaced by Mark Foley. And Mark Foley would later go down for the Republican Page scandal. So it never ends, And with the finders, we didn't even get to talk about how recently in the past year, there was a finder member named Theodore G. Reese, who was part of the Inner Circle. He was like a computer programmer. He worked with the Future Enterprises, supposedly the CIA front that the finders were training CIA agents with, that the documents talk about. He was arrested at the ripe age, and I think it was 80. He was in his 80s. I think he was 80, with distributing child pornography. So that's a modern connection to the finders, and he was in the Inner Circle. Theodore West was G. West.
Okay, well, speaking of the current age, right? Today, this Halloween, how big are the finders currently? How many members would you speculate are out there? Is this still a big thing that's been kept under wraps, or is this something that once the 87 coverage and 93 coverage happened, that they started to try to wind down?
No, they're still going to my knowledge. For example, there was the Futurist magazine, which is run by the World Future Society and has had famous people like Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson and Buckminster Fuller, which was a petty started front, was a finder started front. They started this World Future Society. The former architect, Roy Mason, who was a homosexual, had a tranny back in the 70s that burned down his house, one of his houses that he owned. Who Charles Soka said allegedly had a predilection for young boys as well. He also was a big part of the World Future Society, and they're writing a magazine called The Futurist. And there's a finder named Kristen Knopf, who was actually one of the mothers of one of the children, Benjamin Knopf. She changed her name to Kristen Knopf. She dropped the K. And she's still writing for The Futurist, which was magazine, which was part of the World Future Society. And there was a guy on there, and I have to look at his name. Excuse me for not remembering his name. It had the 4chan people, and thank God for the nonsense of 4chan, because they even showed a few things that I didn't know. And I've been investigating this for three years, Jim. And there was a guy on there who, before the FBI documents dropped, he worked for the magazine Futurist with Kristen Knopf. In his Twitter profile, he put Finder. But as soon as this stuff dropped, he took Finder off in the past week or so.
Oh, yeah, no, I could imagine. I guess one thing that kind of sticks out to me, I know Epstein was big on having parties and inviting people to his island. I know he liked having a lot of the technological elite there, a lot of the current age thinkers. It seems like the finders kind of did the same thing. And kind of looking back on this with the satanic panic and just kind of the modus operandi of this, and just, is this some kind of a weird secondary attack on Christianity?
Yes,
because it feels like there's a really heavy secular angle, and it feels like there's a real heavy kind of futurist humanist angle.
Yes,
to kind of try to I don't know, to rip out the soul of America almost.
I mean, remember, kids back in the 80s, my grandparents wouldn't let my father, my mother passed away when I was young, but wouldn't let my father place me in daycare because of the whole satanic panic. Like, they believed it was a real thing. So after, I put satanic panic in quotation marks. But afterwards, think about it. Like, how many parents didn't think twice because if you don't put your kid in daycare anymore, that's silly satanic panic nonsense, Jim. It's okay to put your kids in daycare or Montessori schools or anything like that. It's perfectly fine, So that whole narrative could just, satanic panic narrative completely destroyed it. And some people say it's actually the beginning of helicopter parenting, because parents started thinking that something was wrong, but they really couldn't look at it because they'd be told satanic panic.
Well, yeah, I mean, it feels similar almost to the push that's going on right now. I mean, I'm kind of jumping subjects a little bit, but in kind of influencing the next generations that are coming up. I mean, it feels like the concept of morality or religious values have kind of been eroded. And,
yes.
And it almost seems, I mean, you can kind of see that, a continuation of that nowadays, where you've got, 10-year-olds saying, "Oh well, I'm trans." There's one 10-year-old. I'm transsexual. I'm going to open a dating service. Very secular mindset. I guess if that was the angle, right? If the angle was to kind of tear away that aspect of America, why? I'm trying to think of what the end goal of something like that
just to demoralize us and push us further from not trusting each other, not trusting our communities, and pulling us furthest away from church. I mean, it's pretty much what it did. And trust government institutions, like your schools. I know daycares aren't really, government institutions, but they do get funding from government a lot. And also, DSS too, or CPS, should I say. And there are good CPS people out there, don't get me wrong, but, CPS has been implicated in a lot of these scandals too as well. So I guess the only thing I think of is just to so they can operate more, because if anybody questions that, it's just those crazy Christians with their satanic panic,
Right,
and
kind of
to demoralize us.
Shut them out of the public discourse when they have something to say.
Yes.
Yeah, I suppose you could assemble a timeline that might be interesting to look at, starting maybe in the late 70s to early 80s, and just kind of the shift that might have taken place in America from you had there's been so many things, War on Christmas, Satanic Panic. You've got kind of this sexually liberated mindset where everything is permissible and nothing is weird anymore. If your 5-year-old wants to be transsexual, if your 10-year-old wants to be gay and dance for money, this is all okay. Let's have drag queen story hour. And it just seems like, if you presented any of these things, any of these things that have happened maybe over the last 30 years in the 1940s or 50s or hell, even in the 60s, society as a whole would have been like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, 100%. That's during this whole thing. It was. Look at what you want. People could say about Russia as far as Trump is concerned. Trump, tweeting it's a witch hunt or anything. But one of the things I found very interesting is Michael Savage writes a book on witch hunts, and he puts McMartin on there, but he just gives like the list verse article as links to it, but not reading like anything substantial about it, and says that, well, this is the reason why they're going after Trump is because satanic panic. And you see a lot of similar, Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, Sebastian Gorka. Sebastian Gorka said satanic panic too is similar to the witch hunt against Trump is similar to satanic panic. They all, there's been quite a few people in Coulter. So it's just interesting of how they brought it back forth again just to beat people. People were literally tweeting. Like Styx Hexenhammer. Styx is a Satanist, and people tweeting back to him. Styx. Well, maybe there's something to this. Maybe there's something to this, Scott Adams. But
yeah, no, I've seen Styx take on this. I know that he said, or at least I believe he said. I know he did a video. I didn't get a chance to watch it, but he had said something along the lines of, "Well, this isn't real Satanism. This isn't like the down home, good cooking, love you at Christmas kind of Satanism I'm used to." I think that was his take on it.
Seems about right. Michael Aquino and every the West Point, the Presidio cover up and everything with Satanism involved in that too. No, I don't have to worry about that, Jim. It's nothing to see here. It's just that LaVey Satanism, that true atheist that masquerades as a Satanist and only care about themselves. That's true Satanism. Don't worry about these child sacrifices or sexual abuses. No, don't worry about that. That's a satanic panic.
Right, and and I should say too. You're talking to somebody. I'm not super religious. I went to church as a kid, but I kind of fell out of it. But even just, I guess, from my perspective of somebody that's not really tuned into religion, it is weird. There is a lot of really weird shit going on here. To have this kind of common theme repeatedly pop up with the pentagrams and the animal sacrifices and all the weird what was it, the fucking spirit cooking. In fact, I think I have do I have a picture of that queued up? Just to give people an idea if they're unfamiliar with what the hell I'm talking about.
With Abramovic.
Yeah, there we go. I should have one up on screen now for people. But it's a lot of weird shit. You know what I mean? And I think even irreligious people or atheists, just secular people looking at this might be like, yeah, that is kind of fucking strange.
Yeah, and how often it's not just one occurrence. If it's one occurrence, you kind of brush it off, But when it's happened in almost every single of these cases, like how many times is it a pattern? before eventually you're like, oh, okay, this is truly a thing. And so, I mean, the government's involved, Satanism angle, it sounds like a Hollywood movie, like you say, and like something you'd watch on Halloween, right? Well, it's not. It's really going on, and it's happened in multiple cases. And it's still sadly going on today in areas, the things we can even think of.
Yeah, it's just so strange. I mean, the only other thing I could think of potentially as to why this is a common theme, maybe it was, we'll take something, I mean, okay, so let's say you're the CIA and you're running some weird kind of blackmail child sex cult. And, you have to plan for contingencies. What are we going to do if the public ever finds out about this? The child porn stuff's really going to sink us. I know. Let's throw the Satanism on top to try to distract them with that. I mean, do you think there's a potential that might be why this is something that's reoccurring all over the place?
I'd say probably a small potential. I think, as a Christian, I'm going to say, yeah, it's Satanism. But if I'm trying to look at it from a different angle, it's possible. However, there were members of the Finders that were followers of Aleister Crowley and other members that were supposedly Satanists, like Stuart Miles Silverstone. He was very much into Aleister Crowley, and Toby Trell talks a lot about it in The Game Caller. And then why would the Finders have all of these, altars, one being in the warehouse, one being near the W Street apartments, and one being at the Free State? Why would they have all those? And Goatgate, why Goatgate? Why the slaughtering of the goat and ritual poses and pictures and everything? Like, why that? Now Toby Trell says, well, they were just harvesting the goat for food. And it was animal husbandry, and I don't believe that at all. And when you actually read Toby Trell's book and he tries to explain the way they repaired it, Jim, the kids were stuck out in this Free State area. There was land that Petty owned with cabins and stuff like that, and like tents and stuff. And they were in their own cabin by themselves, and the adults would just watch them, and the kids just did whatever they wanted to do. It's like whatever they wanted to do. Like the adults would just watch them, and if like maybe they claim if one of the kids were going to get harmed, they would step in. But the kids were pretty much like lived in a cabin with no adult supervision except for like, the Finders members looking in on them from the windows. They claim all the time, but my guesses would be never. And there's also talk about the kids being kept in cages, and it's like the worst of free range parenting, hippie parenting that you can ever think of. So at the bare minimum, these Finders children were, abused. They didn't have any normal structure. I mean, during Christmas, Jordan Arico talks about the Finders women came down the stairs naked, and the kids just thought it was a funny game, that they were all naked and kissing the Finders men, Yeah,
it feels like, I guess, if I had to give a hot take, even going back to the story you were telling about, I can't remember his name now, but the guy at McMartin that would read the Playboys with the kids.
Raymond Bucky. Bucky.
Right. When you're looking at that, or when you're looking at these stories about the moms walking around naked with all the goat shit going on, it seems like almost a progressive, not progressive here as in like political leanings, but like progressive as in it keeps growing. Program of trying to normalize deviant behavior. Trying to make it acceptable to the kids. Like, hey, shit's getting weird, but we're doing it slowly enough that you're going to think this is normal by the end of it.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. And that's what, even the Metropolitan Police Department said. They were like, well, we don't think the kids were, molested, but they were brainwashed. And the Finders kids today, they still exist. At least we think they do in social media. Like it does appear to be them. And of course, anybody listening, don't go harass them or anything like that. Cause usually when that happens, people start pulling down stuff off of social media and everything. But
I figure they're mind fucked enough. I wouldn't want to bother them. You know what I mean? After all,
no, I'm not saying you, Jim. I'm just saying
No. I'm agreeing with you. Like if I went through this kind of shit, yeah, I'd probably be pretty fucked up after it.
But some people say, well, if they're still with their parents, then nothing happened, right? Well, they could have been brainwashed severely. That happens in many types of abuse. Stockholm syndrome. It doesn't mean just because they're still with their families now or still have relationships with their families that nothing happened, even to them, Because some people argue, well, the sexual evidence of molestation was possibly weak with the Finders, the 6 children themselves. And there may be a possibility that I believe that it was likely, and there's other investigators believe likely that there were things going on with those children. Okay, that were more than just not being properly cared for.
Well, that's my gut hunch. Just based on the Tallahassee report, that's my gut feeling on it.
But basically, if we go off of that and just say, there were many, many children at the Free State. Eyewitnesses saw children, hundreds or thousands over the period of 20 years, And then you had the connection with Hunter Patch Adams, the movie that Robin Williams played Patch Adams on, the Guns Untied Institute being funded by Marion Petty, and Hunter Adams being very good friends with Petty, So
oh wait, I didn't even make that connection. Wait, are you telling me you're telling me that one of those quirky comedies that Hollywood produces has a fucking connection to a child sex cult the CIA ran?
Yes. Do you want to hear what you might find this very interesting? Let me find it. Do you want to hear exactly what Hunter Adams said about Goatgate, about them slaughtering the goats?
Now this is the person the character Patch Adams in
Yes.
the movie is based on, right? The one Ron
Yes.
Williams played. Okay, what did he say?
He said, and I quote, "What other evidence have they uncovered? Ritual bloodletting of the goat slaughter," he added. "On the farm, it's called harvest. It's animal husbandry, a practice 13,000 years old. Farmers traditionally include their children, particularly their male children, in annual fall butchering of livestock. I've met city people who think their milk comes from a carton. Urbanites are often ignorant at the realities of food production. Their ways of child rearing aren't mine. Yes, they're strange. Yes, they're misguided. But there are a lot of other kinds of neglect out there. If their children have been neglected, it wasn't meant to be neglect. They mean to give their children enriching experiences. This could be a lesson of survival. If you want to show her how society is messed up, this will certainly do it."
That is, I'm trying to get over the fact that I did make the connection when he kept saying what the Patch Adams stuff, the Gesundheit Institute. I guess speaking of the relationships and kind of the structure of this thing, I think kind of going back again to the FBI reports. What can you tell us about? Because everybody refers to the game changer. Now, I mean, is this just a singular title he took on as himself, or do you think this is like a position within the organization that passes between people? Once he's gone, is there never going to be another game? I'm sorry, the game. What is it?
Game caller. Game caller.
Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, game caller. So is that like his thing and his thing alone, or is this like a title that's passed along?
Well, Marion Petty was first called the Stroller. Okay, that's what he was originally called
because that's what he was stealing the children from, baby strollers.
No, I mean it was because he would just stroll around and just see what's up and what he could hear, what he could listen to, and what he could find out because he was a finder. And eventually, they started calling the game caller supposedly because he would tell members of the finders what to do on a daily basis, so they would call them games. But the thing is the title of game caller. Now, Marion Petty was always the head. But other members of the finders, sometimes he'd be like, okay, so Barbara Sylvester, it's your turn to call a game. Okay, so that person would become the game caller. All right, so it would morph. So you're right in that it was more of a title. Marion Petty was the head, and they'd have to answer to him, but the game caller would be a position that would change within the inner circle.
Well, you know what I'm struck by, too, just in the conversation we've had over the past hour, talking about the FBI stuff. I mean, I know we have speculation. We're going off on our own theories on what this might mean, or some of the things that might be going on. But I mean, there is kind of a dark brilliance to it. Because if I were to tune into this stream and listen to this without knowing anything, I'd be like, this is fucking crazy. It feels like it was set up to be like that.
Yes.
You have two people talking about this, and even though you've got FBI reports and police reports that talk about the evidence they found, that talk about, tunnel networks, that talk about books on mind control, keeping kids in cages, sexual and physical abuse, the titles they used, just all the weird stuff that's going on, the connection to the intelligence community, even with all of that, when you kind of put it together and then you present it to a normal person, they're like, no, this is fucking crazy. This sounds like Hollywood shit to me. This sounds like something that's so unbelievable it couldn't be real. And it feels like that was created intentionally to be a buffer to prevent the public from ever looking at it and being like, oh my God, this is really happening.
Or, I mean, what about Gamergate? Remember the former porn actress Mercedes Carrera?
Yeah, now she got arrested, and was it her husband or the step? I know she got nailed for child porn charges. She was doing all sorts of fucking crazy deviant shit with her kid.
Yes, and if you go look at her Instagram and stuff like that, she has Baphomet and all this satanic imagery that they were putting in and everything too as well.
Yeah, I think it was described as she was doing like some kind of BDSM abuse of her daughter, and there were multiple
allegedly. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Allegedly, yeah.
Allegedly. Yeah. Let me join you on the allegedly. This is what I've heard. None of this is my. I'm not definitively stating any of this. Just the reports and articles I've heard. But it was some pretty hardcore stuff, allegedly, and a lot of videos, allegedly, of this kind of happening. But yeah, I was that kind of blew me away when that came to light, because I mean, her daughter is, I think, like 8 years. This is a little kid.
Yes. Gamers rise up.
Yeah, well, maybe
do something about this.
maybe that particular gamer should have sat the fuck down instead of doing what she was doing, then she has connections to the porn industry, and who knows how far that shit went.
Yeah, again, that was just another satanic, the imagery that just brought, that I just thought of, and I mean, if someone looking in, they'll be like, well, this stuff's crazy. And the same thing they'd say about the Franklin scandal or anything else. But when you actually do the research like I did, I had a really good friend who believed in conspiracies, but he actually didn't believe me about the Pettygate stuff until he actually sat down. He was a former CPS worker. He actually sat down and read the Franklin scandal. And once he read that, he goes, John, you're 100% right, 100% sorry. Because the CPS reports in the Franklin scandal, he was like, there's no way these children were lying.
Well, I mean, when you see some of the stuff that's been exposed that the government's done, and just the kind of professions that have been involved in it, if you were told it, you'd say, oh, that's crazy, but then, it comes to light. I think one of the more clear examples would be the whole thing with the Tuskegee people that basically they wanted to run a health experiment on a group of people. They all have syphilis. We're not going to tell them. We're just going to test them because we want to see what happens to their brain. But you had people in intelligence, in the military. You had doctors who take a sworn oath not to do something like that involved in it. They tried doing it just outside the borders so they wouldn't get harassed doing it. And that was something that Clinton ended up during his presidency having to address and apologize for. But if you were to tell somebody, hey, the government's knowingly letting people get infected with an STD to drive them crazy just to see what happens, people would be like, no, that's not possible. And yet you see that, that was really something they were a part of.
I mean, the U.S. Navy got caught spraying Serratia marcens, which is, have you ever seen that pink slime, like in the bottom of your drain in your shower?
Well, where I'm from, they make that into chicken McNuggets.
Yes, but they sprayed that stuff on San Francisco unreally during the 1950s. It was called Operation Sea Spray, just to see what would happen.
I'll tell you what happened. Now we have an explanation. Chat, you should thank him, because now we know why the fuck California is the way it is. It's the goddamn Navy's fault.
Yeah, they sprayed them with bacteria. Actually, quite a few people actually end up dying from pneumonia. Elderly people from being sprayed with that bacteria. So I mean, what about MK Ultra, MK Often? How many times do they run, ops even on us before, eventually people wake up and realize that this stuff's going on?
Yeah, it's insane. Well, I appreciate you coming on to talk about this. I mean, you had a lot more background and insight than I did. Obviously, I'm just kind of casually reading over it, but you've definitely, talked to people and researched stuff. If people want to follow this, if they want to follow the stuff that you're looking into, or this, the book that you're working on, or just any of the stuff that you're doing related to this, where would they follow you?
We've read the documents on YouTube. We've read on Twitter. And I definitely want to thank you for having me on, Jim. I've been following you since the Internet Aristocrat days. It's been so long ago now. And all the work that you've done to do, I mean, whether it's Kurt Eichenwald, and oh God, don't even get me started on Eichenwald, or Nick Bates, or Ross, or anything like that. You do try to bring this stuff to light, and of course the finders may be a little bit more on the grand scheme of things as far as being, in a larger circle, but you're doing the Lord's work, Jim.
No, I appreciate your time. I appreciate you coming on to talk about this and kind of share your insight. So, I mean, it just kind of leaves me a bit dumbstruck, I guess, at the end of it, after kind of reading through the reports, talking to you, looking at the related stuff, that even if all the speculation we've made is completely not true, just the stuff that is factually known, that is written down in black and white on documents from police stations, in multiple places, from the FBI, from Customs, from, these different organizations, just that alone should leave a sick feeling in people's stomach.
Very much so, Jim. Take care.
All right, you have a good one. Thanks for joining me.
Bye.
All right, chat. Well, we've definitely gone into the rabbit hole. I will tell you that much. We've definitely face first down the fucking thing. Happy Halloween. Oh boy. Are you feeling safe about your kids out there now? And some weird fucking group called the Finders is going to abduct them and then make them cut off goat heads, end up on Epstein's Island, maybe buried under a preschool in tunnels screaming at the top of their fucking lungs. You know, this entire data dump from the FBI has just been surreal. Reading the police reports, I'm just going to touch on what I said earlier. I feel bad for the police departments that have to deal with this shit. Because when you read those police reports, it's pretty apparent that the cops that are working it, the normal fucking cops that get saddled with it, find it reprehensible. They find it disgusting. And why wouldn't they? They're having the same visceral reaction you would if you came across it. They want to get to the bottom of it. They want to make sure this weird shit's not really happening. And yet, to be stopped at every avenue, to have your warrants squashed, to have your evidence lost, to be told you can't pursue this, it must be just soul-crushing. It must be absolutely soul-crushing, because you're the one seeing those kids. You're the one investigating that shit. And you probably know deep down that there's some messed up shit happening. And yet somebody from a higher organization with more authority than you is going to put a stop to it. So I feel real bad for the Metro guys, for the Tallahassee guys, for Virginia, just for all the different police departments that got involved in this and just weren't able to I guess, bring it to justice. I don't know. You know, reading through this stuff and speculating on what it might mean and the connections it might have, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know why this would be allowed to persist. I don't know why this sort of just reprehensible stuff would be given the okay. You'd think somebody would have a crisis of conscience at a intelligence community or whoever would be organizing this and say, God, I'm an awful human being for letting this happen on my watch. But apparently not. Apparently we're in the minority when you think like that. But if you want to talk about what monsters are, you've heard an hour and a half discussing real monsters. The kind of people that would use children to gather intelligence or to fight a foreign nation or to control a politician. The sort of people that would prevent police departments from protecting people. Then that's a monster. That would use children as pawns in some kind of international scheme. That's a monster. That's what Halloween's about. These monsters glow in the dark, but they seem to be very much real. Where this will go, you know, that's the pessimist in me. I think we're all pretty much pessimistic when we're looking at something like this. And it'll go where Epstein went. It'll go where this always goes. It will disappear from people's minds. They'll talk about it for a few weeks, and then they'll forget about it. Now, you know, maybe they want to, on some subconscious level, forget about it, because then they don't have to deal with it. But it's just the age we live in. Everything's instant consumption. You've got to get that 5 minutes of entertainment, and then you move the fuck on to the next thing. I mean, I'm guilty of it. We're all guilty of it. I'm not casting judgment on people and saying I'm above it. But it does make me a bit sad that that is the reality of things. Epstein was murdered in his jail cell, and it's already just kind of being forgotten. If that story hadn't have broken, it wouldn't have gone nowhere. And now, here we are. Hearing about the Finders and reading about it, and in a month's time, you ask somebody, hey, what do you think of the Finders? They're not going to know anything about it. Well, I'm sorry, Chad, if that's depressing to you. Again, it is Halloween, and some of the best horror stories, some of the best terror that exists are the ones that don't have a happy ending, are the stories that end in a bleak, despairing hole, a void, empty of any hope or any light. Those are the real stories that are filled with terror. And that is the story I've shared with you this Halloween. So if you got kids, give them a hug. If you got a girlfriend or a boyfriend or a husband or a wife, give them a hug. And thank God, or your spirit animal, or whatever the fuck you believe in, that at least you didn't get roped into this shit. That at least you were able to grow up normally, and you weren't put on some fucking CIA farm to be a child prostitute for some weird fucking people. I guess thank God for small miracles like that. All right. now that I've made you despair, we will. I'll jump into the super chats. I'll read through them all. Sorry if I, didn't get a chance to read any of them during the little interview there. But I just, it was a good conversation. I just wanted to keep it going. Figured it was better not to interrupt. So if you had any particular questions, I'm sorry if I missed them. Hopefully, the questions I asked were good enough for you guys. So let me see where I left this off, and we will continue on. One moment. You know what, actually, chat, what I'm going to do? I'm going to get a drink, because I've got to read through these. Well, that's my excuse for needing a drink, is, I got to read these super chats. I just need a drink from the subject itself. I'm going to be fucking honest with you. I just need a drink to center myself a little bit. So I'll put on a little music here. We'll take a small break. Go take a piss. Do whatever you got to do. And then I'll come back and I'll read the super chats. Everybody else, if you don't want to stick around for that's fine. I hope you have a good Halloween. I hope you have a great weekend coming up. For everybody else, just give me like 3 minutes here. Let's do smooth jazz. Smooth jazz, I think, is the right way to go for this fucking subject matter. I feel pretty confident going with smooth jazz for our break music. So let me put this on, and I will be back in just a few minutes. I saw a couple people in chat. What about the rest of the documents? I'll be honest with you. I was going to read over the last 120 pages, but I think that interview pretty much, I think that covered it. The remaining 120 pages went over the remainder of the police reports and a few telefaxes and things like that. But I was pretty pleased with that conversation. We got a lot of information related to kind of where this went, who was involved. And it got names of people, investigators, their fates. Kind of surprised that multiple people, quote unquote, committed suicide. Seems to be a common theme anytime something like this comes up. That what do you know? Everybody involved is suddenly dead. Everybody got Seth Riched. So, Jesus. All right, let me jump back in here. Sharkman 9K. Happy All Hallows Eve from a fellow potato. Please tell MM I hope she doesn't burn along with California. Okay. From AA, Happy Halloween, Jimbo. Hope everyone has a good Halloween, but want to know what's scarier? Despite being 13% of the population. And then it went ... I don't know where that one was going. I'm going to have to just put on my thinking cap to see where that might end up. From Me Here, You There. I'm driving down my road and I just seen a bunch of glow-in-the-dark children. Help me, Terry. What should I do? You need to run. Especially if they have black eyes. Because then you're combining two different things. You're combining G and X. And that's dangerous. From NA, Skeletons Rise Up. Just a coder. Look at all Reddit figs spamming door. From Joseph Jimenez. What are you dressed up for as Halloween this year? I went out as Tape Man. I'm still getting hammered. Might have to drop some red pills later. There's nothing like getting super drunk and then saying things you're going to regret in the morning. Have a little Red Pills Tourette's episode in the middle of your Halloween party. Start talking about the USS Liberty. Everybody's like, oh, shit. From Rude Boy Club, like Rapid Fire on Facebook.com, based. Smug Leaf the Snivy. Mr. Metokur, what's your opinion of Shadman? Also, how are you tonight? Lots of keks from across the pond in Wales. Smug Leaf the Snivy. Shadman, I do not consume that art. That's what you're asking me. Every time Shadman gets brought up on V, you've got about 300 fucking images that go up of people sliding out a door, backing out of the thread. It's like clockwork. Also, how am I tonight? Well, I was doing pretty good until we got into this shit. I was doing fairly okay until we got into the dark underbelly of the CIA. From Joni Baloney, Styx has a Mexican wife. He is blue-pilled on Texas. Oh, blue-pilled on Texas. Well, blue-pilled would have been more interesting because I wouldn't know what the fuck that was. Rod Howard, top of the morning to you, Mr. O'Shaughnessy. I see you drank a little too much of your potato whiskey again. Typical late Patty. Bex Fire, Happy Halloween, Sweetie Squad. From Autism Forums, dogs only lick you for bones inside you, Jimbo. Wake up. From Trolita, roses are red, violets are blue. My poem is epic, pee-pee poo-poo. AA, Echo Papa, Sierra Tango Echo, Indy. No, are you having me am I spelling something out that's going to get me arrested? Is this some... I'll read it if I'm giving away government positions. From Double A, Echo Papa, Sierra Tango Echo, India, November Delta, India Delta, November Oscar Tango, Charlie, Oscar Mike, Mike India, Tango Sierra, Uniform India, Charlie India Delta Echo. From Ethereal, you guys, I'm really super spooked right now. From Victor Phantasm, happy Halloween, boss. I'll sell you my $220,000 house and a nice white HOA, Homeowners Association, I'm guessing, if you hurry up and come here. 4 beds, 3 baths, 2,400 square feet, half an acre. Well, it sounds like a nice property, but I'm going to wait for the market to crash, and then I'm going to go get myself a mansion for $100K. From Danny G, happy Halloween, doing the Lord's work, lulz. From Putty Tat, hey Jim, hope you're having a better Halloween than I am. Here's to another fun stream. Obviously, this one was sent before we got into the depressing shit. From Excellent Browning, this is my first and maybe even last Superberry for you, Jim. I live near Seattle, and let's hope 11-3 takes us all. Keep up the good work, mate. Oh, thank you. From the Hotness, on day 11 of 21-day work week, your streams help me through working 70 hours a week. God damn. How long do you think before the planet hits World War III, or do you think that disarmament is more likely? Love you, Jim. Thanks for the stream. Here's 5 Smoky Dews. I don't know if World War III is going to hit us. The world is fucking crazy, though. You never know. From Cody Culp, Dr. Baden is the HBO autopsy guy legit. From Beck's Fire, the sorry state of the press when an anon shitposter does better investigative, informative journalism than the mainstream media. From Bad Nut, that Nigerian guy built a helicopter out of a BMX and sold it to the military. What have you done lately? Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm moving to Ghana because that is a money-making opportunity, and I'm not leaving cash on the table. From Texas Spirit, too, why does this CIA op sound like Sargoy levels of competence and ideas? We got to own those Soviets. From Grody Gungus, I'd better enjoy this while I can before you get suicided. From Victor Phantasm, by the way, boss, the house is in Texas. Would you debate Stix Scheckelheimer 666 about whether or not the Satanic Panic was truly satanic? Yeah, I would. That'd be actually a pretty entertaining conversation. From Lumberjack Cowboy, it's real graveyard hours. Who's working? Will Ross, spooky, scary CIA sends shivers down your spines. When the cops try to shut it down, we'll tell you they're all fine. We're so sorry, CIA, you're misunderstood. You only want to socialize, but I don't think you should. From Bad Nut, is the CIA necessary anymore? Well, I'd love to answer that question, but I'll probably have a barbell fall on my fucking head if I do. So I'm going to have to just, I'm going to have to table that one. I'm going to be honest with you here. Hold on, sorry, chat. Okay. That's a Nigerian one. There we go. From Page Fault, hey Jim, have you heard of the National Association of Zionists and Israelites Party? I heard they have really nice camps with plenty of bonfires. Well, no, I'm unfamiliar. I'll have to read some pamphlets. From Godzilla 37, I'm here because someone said Google dancing Israelis. Well, there you go. They are fine dancers from what I understand. Ben Thomas, daily reminder, Matt Jarbo is not the father. I think we all knew that just on a gut hunch. From Colton Butler, fighters, keepers, losers commit suicide weepers. You know, actually, now that I've got Jarbo in my head, you know what our outro song's going to be? I'm going to go find one of those mundane Matt raps. Shit, I can't remember the name of it, but I'll find it, I think. From Afro John, I think we all need to take a page out of Terry Davis' book. If they glow in the dark, shift out of park. From Conspiracy and Comics, Sweetie Squad checking in. Check my comment, Oi Solstice. Tales of Bardic Fury on Indiegogo. Husbandu and waifu bards in ancient Ireland. Hashtag scatter CIA to the wind. From Master Plagues, You're My Prayers, Jim. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween to you. From Zuko Yurkerhart, Hollywood Degenerate stream. Check out the documentary Open Secret. From Conspiracy and Comics, you want waifus? Check out Solstice on Indiegogo, bro. From Bubby LaFleur, Dylan is a nig. Gertie Dinkland, well, at least this is not lemons. That is very true. Dahlia Spoonge, Rip Boogie 2988. Apparently Boogie's passed away, everybody. If we can get an F in chat for Boogie. Once again, he's passed away. That makes number 984. Man dies all the time. Oh, did somebody find the name of the song I'm looking for? Oh, MC Jarbo. Jarbo the Hutt. Okay. From Thickalo, happy Halloween, making pizza deliveries and listening to the stream. Excited to have more reasons to hate the glow-in-the-darks. Gabrielle Montreal, what does Milo Yiannopoulos know about Pizzagate? Well, that's actually a really good question, Gabrielle. I may be I would hope more people would remember this, but I'm going to walk us all down memory lane. Milo Yiannopoulos, and this is, you can find the streams and the comments, I'm sure they're archived. Remember when he was going to do a big presentation on Pizzagate? He had everybody show up to an event, he was going to do it, and then he walked out of off stage for like 20 minutes and came back and said, I just received a call from Washington. I can't talk about this right now. Big things are happening. And then nothing ever came of that. I'd love to know what exactly was that call? What exactly happened there? Now, I'm pretty sure my old man memory isn't failing me, and that really did happen. And if you look into it, you'll find what I'm talking about. From Chemtrail Mix, Happy Halloween, Jimbo. Have you had a chance to look into missing 411 stuff? Truly spooky stuff. It convinced me to avoid all national parks. From Victor Phantasm Boss, what do you think about H3H3 buying a $9 million Edu mansion in Bel Air while begging for lawsuit donations 3 years ago? See Mamology 101's video for details. I do remember him asking for donations for a lawsuit. If he's got $9 million to buy a fucking mansion, what was he asking for money for a fucking lawsuit for? From Brad Sigel, I love sluds, I love rarity, wah, rah, ooh la la. Gertie Dinkland, yep, too many edibles, lost the words. Slimo Jones, Juice take the foreskin and slap a big tragic blood diamond on it to purpose. They're as shady as lampshade and grimier than a bar of soap. Lurgel, hey Jimco merch, make Jimco merch, you shifty-eyed heeb. Dove and Death, I'm doing great today, Jim. I was in a jury that found a black man guilty and is going to have to serve a minimum of 11 years. From Dr. Conman Kotick, Happy Halloween, Jim. I'm currently hiding from the glow-in-the-darks. Pray for me. From No Need Some Milk. Hey, Jimbo. Happy Halloween. Love your streams and videos. It's my birthday, and 2 streams in one day is a great gift. Keep doing what you're doing. Well, happy birthday. From Jay Wanks. Terry Davis was right. I don't think train accident was really an accident. Maybe onto something. It is a fucking weird story on how he went out. And it sucks, because Terry was a great guy. From Legato Madi. There's a greater evil in DC no one wants to talk about, Man Bear Pig. Farmaster Flex, Excelsior. From Dame Pesos, Ethan Ralph, it's me, Metokur. I love the gunt. Put it in my rear, queer. I love Israel and the Jews. I believe in the Holocaust. From KTTK, Ralph, I love your gunt. Lumberjack Cowboy, he's a good old boy from North Carolina like myself. From Mac 1134, the saddest part is the stuff that like this is still probably going on and more than likely we'll never know. From Felix Culpa, Happy Halloween, Jimbo. Check out 12 Tribes from the FBI Vault on June 25th. It's only 66 pages, but also deals with a cult, only it's religious and not satanic. There's also part of it mentions Bernie Sanders. You know, maybe I'll do like FBI Vault streams. I don't know. I mean, the Finders thing was interesting. 12 Tribes from the FBI Vault, June 25th. You know what? I'll take a look at it. Mahola Viking, is this where I order a UFO abduction? No, that will be the David Stay stream I'm doing about aliens on November 15th. From the Mind Corporation, have you ran Temple OS on the Oracle VirtualBox? No, I have not. I am a filthy heathen. I'm not allowed to use God's operating system. From Joey Jojo, I'm beginning to think demons are real and walk among us. Anyone who harms or abuses children like this deserve to be ripped and torn. Sick world. Black Cube Mystery. This glowy stream is redacted and redacted build. From Russ Daddy. Has anyone heard about the Jewish kids that got circumcised by a rabbi and started contracting AIDS after the rabbi sucked the blood off the pee-pee? I've heard stories like that. But if there's one currently in the news, I'm unfamiliar with it. At least that's what I'm going to say, so I don't get barbelt. I lost my... Oh, there we are. From Derp Mug Apwool Perry, Rip Boogie. Again, Rip Boogie, you will be missed. From Jim Westberg, time to add a P to an alphabet soup identity group. Legato Madi, holy jeez, I just realized. In Fallout New Vegas, Ted Gunderson is the name of the man who lost his son and who was kidnapped by the White Glove Society, who were the upper richest people in the apocalypse. Bethesda is based in D.C. From Super Roxapo, my hips are moving on their own, Oni-chan. Sunny69, Kevin Spacey accuser recently dies. Kevin Spacey case just closed and dismissed. Weird. Oh well. From Sordid Sentinel, the Satanism aspect is intended to further control and terrorize the kids. You make a kid cut off a goat's head during a ritual, and now they feel like they're a part of the abusers. Not just an innocent abused kid. A woo, Jim, a woo. From the Mind Corporation, ascend out of the political compass. From Killing Munch, the fighters and the cabal practice Satanism because they follow Aleister Crowley and use his child sacrifice. Look for AC in Western cultures. He's venerated all over kosher media, e.g. Beatles album cover. From Legato Madi, White Glove in the game ritually ate people while living in the lap of luxury while the world burned. From Beck's Fire, what's the name of your guest channel? I want to let me grab that for you. Hold on 1 second. I should have it written down here. 1 sec here, guys. That was John, and it was We've Read the Documents. If you want to follow him, it should be We've Read the Documents on YouTube. And I think he said We've Read on Twitter. That one, I'm sorry, I can't remember that one specifically, but We've Read the Documents. Bubblegum Gun, the anime speed grapher, literally this with Bush. From Sexy Legs, only the slowest of pack get caught. I doubt they released it out of benevolence. It's probably a burn notice to maintain the illusion. From Mighty Pingus, I'm an Irish nibba. I grew up a provincial in Arkansas. I have no idea I have an idea I want to bounce off of you because you're a fellow potato and I like your style. Do you think there's a backwoods trafficking network in the USA? Backwoods trafficking as in what? You mean like child networking, or I'm sorry, child trafficking, or like drugs, or just all of it? I wouldn't put it past intelligence agencies, whether they're trying to honeypot something or I guess trying to, what did he call it? Brownstone people? There's probably something like that. From CAD Computers TV, I was sitting here eating bugs in like a good environmentalist when I heard you mention Michael Baden, the forensic pathologist. Did you know he had a series on HBO called Autopsy? It's great viewing. From Random Man, Jim, you should really check out the Detrux affair. I know I'm pronouncing that wrong. It will blow your mind knowing how exposed they became, and still nothing changed. Yeah, that seems to be a common theory, or not a common theory. It seems to be a common thread, doesn't it? That when stuff like this comes out into the public, it never goes anywhere, even if it's just blatant and egregious and in your face and disgusting. It just kind of just disappears. From the Mighty Pingus, the Ozarks are quiet, man, and regular people who live here like to drink and watch TV. It can be done without people in the sticks noticing. From Ear Juice, please help find all of Cog's black children. There's quite a few to locate. From Kami Catcher 5000, if John is talking about Project Stargate about his rep, look into possible connections to known Satanists and Project Stargate head Michael Aquino. Got a message from Joanne. Well, no message, but just a donation. Thanks. From Rustna Hating, probably butchered that name too. Absolutely love your videos. This gives me lots of entertainment. Stay awesome and watch out for the glow-in-the-darks. From Victor Phantasm, boss, I'm a creationist Christian. I've had atheists tell me God doesn't exist, evolution is real, and men can be women. Suddenly, I believe they're dumb. From Earjuice, Sticks groomed a teen and will flag videos with evidence along with cross-dressing. See Discord vid version. From Name, Epstein more like Easter Bean. Scramble those eggs. Mr. Robert Parker, the most debased society, the most defenseless. The more debased the society, the more defenseless. From Star Asp, the greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing everyone he never existed. Filthy Casual, quit chat during break. Just wanted to pop in and hail Stan. Happy Spoopy Day. Well, happy Spoopy Day to you too. From the Turkish Zoo, the guy lost me when he said this was all to drive people away from the church when the church has the biggest collection of pedophiles in the world. That is very true. There's been quite a few pedophile scandals in the Catholic Church. From Inix, you're doing God's work, Jim. Soon we will be calling you Pastor Jim. Also, watch out for anything glowing in the dark. Well, I am ready. I've got a flashlight on me. I'm protected. From Wild Burn, but Jimbo, it depends on the child. Victor Phantasm Boss, I love Patch Adams' movie from '98. Now I want to deliver a 9mm subsonic lead vitamin, and very suddenly. From Sweet Neat Child, Does John have anything interesting to say about Dr. Alfred Kinsey or Dr. John Money? Now, that would have been a great question to ask. From OJGSXR6, Josh is being groomed by the Sweetie Squad. From our Oh My God Huntard, bring back the Inquisition, Officia Assassinarium. From JD, FYI, Jim, the Hippocratic Oath is a myth. No doctor swears to do no harm. As far as they're concerned, they can take their education and go full Mengele. The Packard Goose, Frank Zappa album Thingfish covers the government testing stuff like AIDS and chemicals on large homosexual and minority populaces. Check it out. From Ollie Ulan, thanks for the content. Been enjoying it the way you tackle these bizarre subjects. Can't stand these other streamers always ranting and trying to sell me hats. I mean, am I right? You are correct, sir. I would never try to sell you a hat. A beautifully handcrafted hat with amazing high-quality stitching for a bargain price that you could add a mug to and a t-shirt to and feel like you got a bargain. Sorry. Oh, my God. I can already feel the cancer taking me, chat. From Turkish Zoo, Boogie was killed by the Finders. RIP. Tiberian Fiend, Christianity is attacked because it's seen by the small hats as being white culture. The replacement is real. From Penguin Mustache, your guest is open and admits to having a religious bias and is willing to look into info from a secular point, and yet you get people like DeGrasse Tyson who will slander and shove people down based on their beliefs. Good gravy. From Nightmare, hey Metokur from Australia, just tuned in after my nutrition exam. I'm a big fan of your internet insanity videos. Hope you're having a good one, mate. Well, I am. Back at you. From Dishwasher, it's okay, you can cry. Well, thank you for permission. From Metacor's Lunicorn Archives, nothing's too dirty for the spooks. Think of just about any atrocity you can possibly imagine, and they've done it hundreds, even thousands of times. From Fishman5678, on this Hallows Eve, I invite chat to say a special silent prayer for Terry Davis. The hell that he lived was a warning, and we did not listen. From 9/11 was the coolest thing ever. This whole glow-in-the-dark stuff is just like Halo, where John is abducted by the government, forced to be a child soldier, and goes through experiments. From the Knickerman, hey Jim, I just found out that the chick who I've been sleeping with is super liberal and is majoring in journalism. Should I be concerned, Jimbo? Well, you should be concerned she's going to write an article on you when she finds out you're a conservative. Oh, she's probably going to say, my boyfriend, the conservative, tricked me into having sex. Oh, you're done. You're done. You put a dress on and just pretend you're a woman. She'll leave you alone. From Lumberjack, they probably employ psychopaths and crazies specifically for these reprehensible actions because they don't have a conscience or have devils whispering in their ear already. From Mifa Supreme, hashtag Alex Jones was right. From Alec Majorson, so the communist computer god is real, isn't it? It seems like that. Spider-Cat, greetings, Jimothy. I just got my power back yesterday. Northern California is the best California. Screw PG&E and Comcast. Yeah, it's fucking crazy they cut your power off like they did. If I was a paying customer, I'd be furious. From Spud Nux, smooth jazz giving me some noir vibes. Investigator Jim needs some cool artwork. Keep up the great streams. And I think we are almost caught up here. Yep, just a few more to go. From Scoop, good stream. I'll light up a Camel Red and wait for BlizzCon to brighten up the week. That is right. If you're feeling depressed right now, chat, take solace in the fact that starting tomorrow, BlizzCon begins. And hopefully a bunch of Winnie the Poohs show up. God, that would be great. That would brighten the mood, wouldn't it? From Joseph Jimenez, there is no escape from this worst gangster police state. Using all the deadly gangster Frankenstein controls. In 1965, CIA gangster police beat me bloody, dragged me in chains from Kennedy, New York airport. From Pro-Truth Anti-Media Archive, Jim, I wanted you to know I've uploaded my Caleb Kane Part 2 Halloween special on here because I knew you were looking forward to it a lot. Hope you enjoy. From Fasted State, time we started bombing intelligence agencies' buildings in Minecraft. Plantation Sensation, if you try to super chat a promotion for We Read the Documents, it tells you to edit it and try again. Really? From Lurik L, Sherlock Holmes director said the bad guy is Crowley. From Jessica Eustace, check out Operation Northwood. CIA were trying to commit terrorist attacks against America and blame Cuba to support the war. Can't trust those spooks. Well, it seems like after everything we've read today, you're probably right. We can't. And finally, from Mike Testa, happy Halloween spooky day, Jimbo. Fuck these monsters. Also, when are we getting some good games and not pseudo games that are like mini movies? I think those days are done. I don't know when we're getting good games again. Sadly, I don't know. I'm sorry. And from Cloud God DD, Jim, please stop smoking. I need you to live out Clown World until the end. Big love from Florida. Oh, no, I've got to... it's too late for me, buddy. You don't come back from smoking as long as I have. I could be living healthy tomorrow and I'm a dead man. But you can keep me in your memories in your heart. Oh, that'll be good. Just keep them buried in there. Remember Jimbo. Oh, we've got one last one here. Mike Testa. Also, could you upload Photon Warrior rips, please? Well, I couldn't do that because that would be violating copyright, but maybe somebody will. Wink, wink. All right, chat. Well, I hope you've enjoyed this informative stream. We've covered the finders now in both parts. We've gone over the FBI report. We've talked to somebody who definitely had some insights into it, talked to some people involved in it, and has definitely researched more than I have on the subject of it. It's one hell of a spooky stream, a little depressing, but you've got BlizzCon to look forward to tomorrow, and who knows what the rest of the week will bring you. So, let's go out with something positive, Jesus. Was it, what is it, chat? MC Jarbo? Is that what I'm looking for? MC, we're going to leave this off with MC Jarbo, the hot hit from Jarbo the Hutt. I'll Be Honest, featuring, My Girlfriend's Daughter. That's the one we're going to go. Fuck, what do I want? I'll Be Honest or My Girlfriend's Daughter? You know what? I'm going to go with I'll Be Honest because I was liking that one.